In a journey through Teyvat, the protagonist Shu Yuan, under the demands of the system, must endure the trials of 9 reincarnations. In his first life, he becomes the grandfather of Hu Tao, imparting to her the values of etiquette, responsibility, and the art of poetry. When grandfather is no longer around, remember to eat well. Do not sleep too much in the coffin. It is cold in there, and you might catch a chill. He gently advises, be good. Little Tao, remember to smile often when you do. It truly is a sight to behold. In his second life, he awakens the sealed Chi-Chi, and together they construct a quaint wooden cottage, caring for a little squirrel. Chi-Chi, my dear, after I depart, you must command yourself. He sighs, though I long to accompany you further, my time has come. Let the people of Liyue walk alongside you in my stead. In his third life, he guides Shunhe into the mortal realm, alleviating her solitude among the mountains and beasts. I love you dearly, but I must apologize. He implores, forgive my presumptuousness if there's a next life. I shall be your husband then. Live well, and carry my spirit with you. In his fourth life, he forges a deep friendship with Shao, competing together in vanquishing malevolent spirits. In my life, he states resolutely, send me off with a smile. I have no taste for sorrowful farewells. Numerous others Eula, Amber, Ningguang, Kitahara Kaza, Raiden Shogun, Ball, Ye Miko, Zhongli descends into an unfathomable abyss for the well-being of his cherished ones. Ahead lies a path of irretrievable despair, while behind him flickers the warmth of countless homes and the tranquility of a prosperous nation. Chapter 1. The Orphan Without Parents. In the outskirts of Liyue Harbor, a group of young children encircle another, mocking her. Every day, she wears such a sour expression, no wonder her parents abandoned her. One taunts, indeed, with that perpetual scowl, she is hardly appealing. Another adds, an orphan, a child without parents. Amidst the jeers of her peers, the central child clenches her tiny fists, her teeth gritted, her eyes aflame with indignation. She sports a striking gradient of reddish-brown hair styled in twin ponytails, adorned in a traditional outfit with intricate patterns and a flowing back. A black robe falls to her waist, complemented by shorts and black shoes, with white socks tied with red bows. Hu Tao is not an orphan. She cries defiantly, lunging at the nearest child. The suddenness of her attack catches them off guard, and they push her to the ground. Beat her. Let her know our strength. One shouts. She dares to fight back, pummel her. They rally, raining blows upon the curled-up Hu Tao, venting their fury on her fragile form. Yet, the pain inflicted upon her is but a whisper compared to the sharp sting of their cruel words. Hu Tao curled up like a shrimp in the grass, her heart echoing with the words they had said, a crystalline tear silently gliding down from the corner of her eye. Her grandfather is coming. Run, run away. The children cried out in alarm and scattered, fleeing into the distance. Xiao Yuan hurried over, and upon seeing the group of rascals retreating, he knelt beside Hu Tao and helped her up. With teary, glimmering eyes, she gazed at Xiao Yuan, then suddenly embraced him tightly. Grandpa, they said I'm an unwanted orphan. She sobbed, burying her head deeper into Xiao Yuan's chest. They're talking nonsense. Xiao Tao is not an unwanted orphan. Xiao Yuan gently stroked her hair, offering soft words of comfort. Then, where are my mom and dad? Where did they go? She lifted her head, her watery eyes fixed on Xiao Yuan. They went to the heavens to pluck stars for you, and once they gather enough, they will return. Xiao Yuan smiled gently, tousling her hair. Stars. She gazed up, seemingly understanding, at the vast and endless sky. Yes, the beautiful stars that twinkle. Moreover, Xiao Tao has me. So how could she be an unwanted orphan? Hu Tao looked at Xiao Yuan, and the sincerity and tenderness in his gaze captivated her. All right, let's head back, Xiao Yuan said, wiping away her tears with gentle words. Hu Tao also wiped her eyes, responding cheerfully. Xiao Yuan was a typical transmigrator, tasked with completing the cycle of 9 lifetimes. Currently, he was in his first life, playing the role of Hu Tao's grandfather, assisting her growth until she was deemed worthy to lead the Hall of Rebirth. At that point, he would take his leave. As night fell, Liyue Harbor buzzed with life, bustling with people. Walking down the street, Xiao Yuan noticed 2 well-dressed scholars indulging in merriment over drinks. He casually remarked, red, tender hands, yellow vine wine. Two orioles sing amidst the green willows. His sudden utterance caught Hu Tao's attention, her eyes widening as she stared at him. Grandpa, what is this you're singing? It's neither a poem nor a song. It's so interesting. Ha ha. This is called a joke poem, created spontaneously and uttered freely. Xiao Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Joke poem, created spontaneously, uttered freely? Hu Tao's gaze shifted to the two drinking scholars, repeating what Xiao Yuan had said. Her large eyes sparkled with excitement. Grandpa, I want to learn joke poems. They sound so fun. Hu Tao playfully tugged at Xiao Yuan's hand. Do you want to learn, Xiao Tao? MMHM. Well, it's not that simple. Rest assured, I am quite formidable. Hu Tao proclaimed confidently while patting her flat chest. Oh, really? Then I must witness the prowess of little Tao. Xiao Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Prepare to be dazzled. Hu Tao declared proudly, puffing out her chest. The two soon returned to the Hall of Rebirth. Welcome back, Hall Master, a staff member greeted them. Yes, indeed, Xiao Yuan responded, his demeanor exuding warmth and comfort. What seems to be the matter with our young Miss Tao? The staff member had evidently noticed the dirt smudged on Hu Tao, expressing his confusion. Forgive the interruption, a woman's voice suddenly came from outside. Everyone turned to see a woman in a Chong Sam entering, accompanied by a child. She possessed a lovely countenance, and the Chong Sam accentuated her figure beautifully. Hello, how may I assist you? Xiao Yuan stepped forward with a gentle smile. However, as he took a step, Hu Tao tugged at the corner of his garment. Xiao Yuan, slightly puzzled, looked down to see Hu Tao's face clouded with evident anger, her gaze fixed on the child beside the woman and the Chong Sam. Xiao Yuan quickly grasped the situation. The woman also noticed the unfolding scene and approached with an apologetic expression. Hall Master, I apologize on behalf of my child. She spoke softly, gently patting the little boy on the back. The boy, lowering his head timidly, stepped forward. I'm sorry. He mumbled, bowing his head even lower as he extended his hand, offering a delicately wrapped box. This is for you. Hu Tao appeared momentarily stunned, gazing at the exquisitely packaged box in disbelief. Xiao Yuan reached out to pat Hu Tao's head. Instinctively, she looked up at her grandfather, and upon meeting his gaze, she slowly extended her hands to accept the box. In the next moment, the little boy blushed and dashed back behind his mother. This is homemade mung bean cake from our family. I hope you can forgive Yuan Chen's impolite words, the woman in the Chong Sam said apologetically. However, Xiao Yuan did not respond to her instead. His attention remained fixed on Hu Tao. She glanced up at Xiao Yuan, seemingly understanding his unspoken message. Blushing, she tightly held the small box and whispered, "It's all right." The woman in the Chong Sam exhaled a sigh of relief, her face brightening with a smile. Hall Master, I would like to discuss the arrangement for the upcoming funeral with you, she said. Very well. Please come in and we can talk further. Xiao Yuan welcomed her inside. The fallen walnut and the young boy Yuancheng exchanged wide-eyed glances, an awkward silence enveloped them, both feeling bashful. Today, I apologize, I didn't mean to. Yuancheng stammered, offering his apologies once more. Chapter 2. In the first life, beat the poetic emperor. It's all right. The sudden apology from the boy who had always bullied her left Walnut at a loss for how to respond. Feeling flustered, she contemplated fleeing, but recalling Xu Yuan's words about not neglecting guests, her small foot that had just begun to step away retreated promptly. In her moment of confusion, Walnut's gaze fell upon the mung bean cake in her hands. With great care, she hurried to a stone table, placing it down gently before slowly opening the box. As she lifted the lid, the delightful aroma of mung beans wafted towards her, revealing a cake adorned with a snow-like layer of coconut, presenting an enticing sight. Please give it a try. My mother made it. It's absolutely delicious. Unbeknownst to her, Yuancheng had approached her side, and upon seeing the sparkle in Walnut's eyes, he eagerly prompted her. Walnut glanced at Yuancheng, then at the mung bean cake, before picking up a piece and nudging the box towards him. Yuancheng, bewildered, stared at Walnut, uncertain of her intentions. Noticing his dazed expression, Walnut averted her gaze, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she explained, "Grandfather says that good things should be shared with friends." At her words, Yuancheng's eyes widened in astonishment, excitement bubbling forth as he exclaimed, "What did you just say? Friends? Are we friends now?" "Humph. That's because grandfather said that acknowledging one's mistakes and improving is of great significance. So I have forgiven you that Tio master embarrassment. The blushing walnut took a bite of the mung bean cake. Mm. Your grandfather speaks wisely. I understand my mistakes now. And from this moment on, we shall be friends. Yuan Chang joyfully partook of the mung bean cake. Delicious. Walnut's eyes widened in astonishment, marveling at the cake. Its exquisite appearance paled in comparison to the divine flavor it possessed. Hee, isn't it? Yuan Chang beamed, rubbing his nose with pride. However, just as he reached for another piece of the mung bean cake, Walnut swiftly snatched the box away, meticulously restoring it to its previous state. Yuan Chang was left bewildered. Huh? Walnut, what are you doing? Such delectable mung bean cake must certainly be saved for grandfather. Walnut asserted earnestly as she returned the box to its original form. Yuan Chang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, withdrew his hand and curiously inquired, "Why do you often mention your grandfather?" "Because grandfather is the most handsome, gentle, and wonderful person in the world," Walnut declared without hesitation. Upon hearing her response, Yuan Chang was momentarily taken aback. He then propped his chin thoughtfully, pretending to ponder deeply before replying, "What you say does indeed seem to be true." "What do you mean seems?" "Grandfather, just is." Walnut proudly placed her hands on her hips. "By the way," Yuan Chang suddenly spoke up at that moment. Hu Tao tilted her head in confusion. "Actually, our teasing was merely an attempt to play with you, but you were always alone, brooding, and ignoring us, which is why we acted this way. I apologize on their behalf. I am truly sorry." As the words fell, Yuan Shen also bowed slightly, his expression laced with remorse. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao's eyes widened, disbelief painting her features as she gazed at Yuan Shen. "You all want to play with me?" "Yes, I am very sorry." That fellow maintained his 90-degree BOW. "I am sorry, AT this moment." Hu Tao also executed a 90-degree bow, offering her own apology in return. Yuan Shan was momentarily taken aback, raising his head to meet her gaze, their eyes locking. Hu Tao smiled gently, saying, "Then we're even now from this point forward. We shall be friends." "Indeed." Yuan Shun straightened up, responding with evident joy. "Then I shall be the leader of your group, and I will teach you to compose playful poetry." Hu Tao declared, her spirits soaring. "What is playful poetry?" Yuan Shen asked, puzzled. You wouldn't understand yet. Come with me, and I shall teach you." With that, Hu Tao dashed out of the Hall of Life. "Wait for me." Yuan Shan hurriedly followed. They soon arrived beneath a tavern at Oh, you see those two scholars drinking together? Hu Tao pointed to the patrons inside the tavern. "I see them. Red, soft hands, and yellow wine. Two orioles sing amidst the green willows." Hu Tao imitated the style of Xiao Yuan, reciting with flared tea that moment. Yuan Shen's expression mirrored that of Hu Tao when she first heard those words, his face adorned with a large question mark. Playful poetry emphasizes spontaneity, creativity flowing freely and effortlessly. Hu Tao, assuming a teacher-like demeanor, educated the eagerly attentive Yuan Shan. "Oh, that sounds impressive. I want to learn. Yuan Shan was indeed captivated by Hu Tao's enthusiasm, brimming with excitement. "This is what my grandfather taught me. If you wish to learn more, you must let him teach me first, and then I will teach you." "All right, it's a promise." From that day forth, Liyue Harbor welcomed several practitioners of playful poetry. With a unique cadence, as night fell, a few children would bounce around Liyue, reciting nonsensical playful verses. Naturally, leading the charge was Hu Tao, the master of playful poetry. Each time she learned new vocabulary, she would hold classes for her companions, guiding them like a teacher. And her little friends nodded along enthusiastically. Everyone says playful poetry lacks substance, yet I laugh at the ignorance of the world. The moon goddess loves to descend from her tower, captivating the mortal realm for hours on end. Snow-white rabbits frolic in the heavens, while silver toads swim in the waters below. Regardless of whether it is sensible or absurd, let us be the emperors of playful poetry. Once melancholic and despondent, Hu Tao blossomed into a vivacious and spirited girl under the unique tutelage of Xiao Yuan's light-hearted poetry. She transformed entirely into an enchanting little sprite, even dubbing herself as the dark poet of the alleys. Each nightfall in Liyue Harbor became a tapestry of joy, woven by the laughter of these children. It was not until a week later that Hu Tao first encountered a funeral. On that day, Yuan Shen's face bore an expression of profound sorrow, for the departed was none other than his beloved grandmother. Witnessing his distress, Hu Tao longed to offer words of comfort, only to be gently restrained by the attendants of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. After witnessing the entire funeral procession conclude, Xiao Yuan approached her side. "Grandfather, what does death mean?" She inquired. "It signifies the cycle of reincarnation," he explained. "What is reincarnation? It means that in the next life, I shall still be your grandfather, and you will remain my granddaughter." "Then does it mean that Yuan Shen's grandmother has gone to find his grandfather to give birth to Yuan Shen's father, who in turn will find his mother and then bring forth Yuan Shen?" "Little Tao, you are remarkably clever. You grasp it so easily. Then why, if it is such a beautiful thing, are they so sorrowful? Because entering the cycle of reincarnation means they shall never meet again in this lifetime, and to reunite will require a long, long wait." "Ah," Hu Tao responded, her understanding still somewhat nebulous. "Will grandfather also die?" she suddenly asked. "Yes, everyone must face death," Xiao Yuan replied with a gentle smile. "But I do not want grandfather to die. I do not wish to live without you." "Fear not, dear, for grandfather is not departing anytime soon," he reassured her, tenderly stroking her head. Chapter 3. In this life, will grandfather die? From that moment onward, little Hu Tao observed Xiao Yuan's funeral ceremonies with utmost seriousness. The astute Hu Tao absorbed a wealth of knowledge from these experiences. Conducting a funeral is the last dignity of a mortal. The Wangsheng funeral parlor serves as the final author of life's narrative. Regardless of the deceased status in life, a funeral befitting their identity must be held, Xiao Yuan imparted to her. Hu Tao, despite her usual mischief, would become remarkably solemn and respectful during these ceremonies. Later, however, an incident shattered her understanding of funerals. On one particular day, the atmosphere within the Wangsheng funeral parlor was unexpectedly cheerful. Xiao Yuan even sang a buoyant funeral song during the proceedings, eliciting peals of laughter from the attendees with his humorous demeanor. In that moment, Hu Tao felt a sense of bewilderment. She had never fathomed that the solemnity of a funeral could transform into such merriment. It was difficult for her to comprehend. Shouldn't death signify a long separation? How could they possibly find joy in such a sorrowful event? However, the understanding Hu Tao refrained from disturbing the uniquely solemn funeral ceremony, instead choosing to quietly crouch in the corner. Upon witnessing the joy radiating from Xiao Yuan, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity. It seemed she had never seen her grandfather so joyous before. How could he laugh so heartily in such a dignified and solemn setting? This light-hearted and cheerful funeral ceremony did not last long. Yet for Hu Tao, it felt like an eternity. Once it concluded, the attendants of the Wangsheng funeral parlor began their cleanup, while Xiao Yuan, having already noticed Hu Tao, strolled over at a leisurely pace. "What's the matter, Xiao Tao? You appear somewhat discontented. Has someone wronged you?" Xiao Yuan inquired gently with a soft smile. "Grandfather, I do not understand." Her tone was peculiar, tinged with a hint of anger, seemingly directed at Xiao Yuan himself. Upon death, one certainly enters the cycle of reincarnation, but prior to that, one must traverse the boundary to reach it. Before reaching the boundary, they still exist in the mortal realm, albeit invisible and intangible. Xiao Yuan, gazing at the scattered flowers and ribbons, spoke earnestly. "What is the boundary? Why is it invisible and intangible?" Clearly, even the astute Hu Tao found it challenging to comprehend Xiao Yuan's words. The boundary is the threshold between life and death. Crossing this boundary signifies complete death, a total entry into reincarnation. However, if the deceased harbored attachments during their lifetime, they may linger at the boundary, reluctant to enter the cycle in life. One is a combination of body and soul. The body is your cherubic face, while the soul encompasses those peculiar thoughts swirling in your mind. Death only claims the body, the soul persists, though we cannot perceive it, yet that does not imply their non-existence. Hu Tao replied, her understanding still somewhat elusive. Xiao Yuan did not rush to continue, allowing her a moment to digest his words. Then, "Can souls see the living?" "They can indeed," Xiao Yuan answered without hesitation. Upon hearing his reply, Hu Tao furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought. She felt she was on the brink of a revelation, yet could not articulate it, which left her quite distressed. until a red petal drifted before her, capturing the fleeting thoughts swirling in her mind. So, the cheerful farewell today is to prevent the souls of our loved ones from witnessing our sorrow. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Surprised by Hu Tao's swift understanding, he gently placed his hand on her head and smiled knowingly, saying exactly. Our Wangshang funeral parlor collects the mora of the living and bears the dual responsibility of ensuring satisfaction for both the realms of the living and the dead. The guests attending the funeral each have their own preferences. Some prefer a serene farewell, while others favor a more lively atmosphere. Additionally, affluent families often seek a grand spectacle for their burial rites. Our actions and the manner in which we conduct them are dictated by the wishes of the guest. It is our solemn duty at the Hall of Rebirth to tailor each funeral in accordance with their desires. Xiao Yuan's words resonated within Hu Tao, leaving a profound imprint on her heart. She came to understand why today's funeral ceremony was particularly vibrant, gaining a deeper insight into the nature of such farewells. As night fell, little Hu Tao merrily returned to the Hall of Rebirth to promote her whimsical poetry. She was required to lead her companions in reciting verses and reveling each evening. When it came to singing without wine, they resorted to the exclusive fruit tea brewed from Yuan Chen's secret recipe. Due to its limited quantity, they would only indulge in a sip during their grand ceremonies. Tonight, Hu Tao had stayed out late, enjoying herself thoroughly. Grandfather, let us take a bath. At that moment, Xiao Yuan opened the door, smiling gently. Let us go. After a long night of activity, little Hu Tao was drenched in sweat, and her first order of business upon returning was to seek out Xiao Yuan for a bath together. Little Tao, you must begin to learn to wash yourself, Xiao Yuan said, observing the naked Hu Tao before him. Xiao Yuan genuinely regarded Hu Tao as his granddaughter, harboring no inappropriate thoughts. Why? Is grandfather going to die? Hu Tao asked, her large eyes brimming with confusion. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback by her question. What a peculiar thing to say. Hu Tao's interruption caused him to forget what he had intended to convey. Not at all. It is simply that you are growing up, and it would be inappropriate for grandfather to continue assisting you. Why would it be inappropriate? Because of the propriety regarding physical contact between males and females. After all, grandfather is also a man. That cannot be. Grandfather is an exception. Hu Tao wants to bathe with grandfather. Little Hu Tao clung to Xiao Yuan, seemingly unwilling to let go for eternity. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan mused. Is it too early to discuss this? Very well. I shall bathe with little Tao. He conceded to her insistence. Yay, I love grandfather the most. Hu Tao joyfully pressed her flawless, ivory chest against Xiao Yuan, nuzzling him affectionately. Quickly turn around, let us wash your hair first. He gently guided her delicate shoulders, turning her to face away from him. All right, Hu Tao replied, beginning to hum a cheerful tune. After a while, Xiao Yuan meticulously finished washing Hu Tao. All done, you may go out now. Wait for me to finish, and I will dry your hair. Okay, grandfather, do hurry out. After finishing her bath, the little walnut was filled with delight, skipping joyfully as she dashed outside. Subsequently, Xian removed his clothing and began his own bathing ritual. Although Walnut was still young, she had reached an age of awareness, and it was only natural that she should not be exposed to the sight of a man's body too freely. Chapter 4. In the first life, Walnut who loved to sleep in coffins. I wonder how much longer I can accompany her, Xian murmured as he gazed into the mirror, contemplating his reflection. The image before him revealed a man with short white hair and a gentle visage, his smile radiating warmth akin to the sun in winter, casting a cozy glow upon those it graced. After donning his attire, he exited the bathroom. Once Walnut's hair was dried, he joined her in slumber. Good night, Grandpa. Good night. As he looked down at Walnut, who lay peacefully upon his chest, a knowing smile graced Shu Yuan's lips. Although they typically slept apart, Walnut would invariably sneak into his bed in the middle of the night. Over time, he felt a pang of compassion for her nightly ventures, leading him to simply share his slumber from the outset. Walnut, petite in stature, curled up like a kitten against Shu Yuan's chest while sleeping. If he held her close, her slumber would deepen in comfort. He learned this because she often experienced nightmares in such moments. His embrace would swiftly soothe her. She harbored a profound fear of ghosts, particularly terrified of hearing ghost stories, which kept her awake at night, unless Shu Yuan comforted her sleep. How adorable. Xiao Yuan gently poked Walnut's smooth, fair face, smiling softly. Like a cat, she nuzzled against his hand and nestled even closer. Xiao Yuan wrapped his arm around her, and together they drifted into sleep. As time flowed swiftly by, Walnut's disposition underwent a noticeable transformation as she grew increasingly familiar with the nuances of funerary rites. Most significantly, she no longer feared ghost stories. Whenever she overheard tales of the supernatural, she would interject, whimsically transforming the eerie narratives into heartwarming stories. Ghosts are merely the souls of the departed. They wouldn't harm us or frighten us. Oh, how pitiful ghosts are! They miss out on so many delicious treats, fried meatballs, mung bean cakes, ice cream. But they can float about freely. How delightful. One ghost, two ghosts, three ghosts, drooling over delectable feasts. Her poetic improvisations became increasingly adept. She could effortlessly conjure verses from the depths of her imagination. This newfound skill was a product of her diligent study of countless poems and ancient verses, enriching her mind with a blend of knowledge, albeit not entirely pure. Yet, the essence of playful poetry thrived precisely in this delightful imperfection. However, what was truly peculiar was that this little creature had developed an unusual penchant for sleeping in coffins. Xiao Yuan discovered this occurrence on a morning not long ago. On that day, Hu Tao, who would typically curl up beside him, was conspicuously absent. Assuming she had risen early to recite ancient poetry, he soon realized she was nowhere to be found, and inquiries with the staff yielded no results. Panic began to envelop Xiao Yuan as the entire realm of the Wangxing funeral parlor was thrown into disarray. Every staff member scoured the streets in search of Hu Tao and her acquaintances. They nearly turned Liyue Harbor upside down, yet she remained elusive. Just as despair began to take hold, a coffin was quietly opened. The sight startled Xiao Yuan, causing him to tremble. Having worked in this profession for so long, he had never witnessed such a scene. He scrambled to his feet, but before he could flee, a familiar little hand emerged from the coffin. Ah! Hu Tao yawned and then sat up from within the coffin. Upon seeing her bewildered grandfather, Hu Tao waved cheerfully and exclaimed, "Good morning, Grandpa." A little Tao. Xiao Yuan was left in a state of disbelief, but he never imagined that she would emerge from a coffin. Doubting his own senses, he rubbed his eyes and pinched his arm. Once he confirmed it was reality, he cautiously approached her. "Little Tao, why were you sleeping in there?" Xiao Yuan inquired with great curiosity. "Oh, this? I wanted to become a spirit, so I thought I'd give this a try. Hee." She scratched her head, wearing a silly grin. Xiao Yuan began to say something, but sighed instead, a smile returning to his face. "You must not do this again. Were you very worried, Grandpa?" Hu Tao seemed to notice the beads of sweat on his forehead and asked with a hint of guilt. "Yes, I was quite worried." "You must not wander off." Xiao Yuan nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao embraced him tightly, whispering an apology. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. I won't do this again." "It's all right as long as you're safe." Xiao Yuan gently stroked her azure hair, speaking tenderly. Afterward, he called back the staff of the funeral parlor, offering apologies to those he had disturbed. Upon learning of the incident, the residents of Liyue Harbor breathed a sigh of relief and began to tease Hu Tao. This little Hu Tao is so full of mischief, always brimming with peculiar ideas. Indeed, just the other day, I saw her washing the 2 stone lions at the entrance of the Ministry of Civil Affairs with a bucket of water. Ha ha! This little one is truly adorable. I saw it too. She even named them Big Me and Little Me. The guards of the Ministry of Civil Affairs were also startled by her in the dead of night. I heard she was stealthily washing the stone lions with a bucket of water. I heard the guards say that they had finally gotten used to her midnight visits, only for her to suddenly stop coming. Last time a guard asked her, guess how she responded? How did she respond? She remarked, "Demi and Ermi must grow independent, no longer requiring my care. Now I am preoccupied with discussing the intricacies of life with the deities." Ha ha ha. This little one is truly amusing. Indeed, it is so. Since then, Hu Tao often took to napping within the coffin, but she always made sure to greet Xiao Yuan beforehand. One day, Hu Tao curiously inquired, "Grandfather, you previously mentioned that some souls linger in the mortal realm instead of reincarnating. What is the reason for this?" "Because of their obsessions, those they are attached to, unfinished business, a desire to see their loved ones once more," Xiao Yuan replied casually. "Oh, is there any way to help them release their obsessions?" and proceed to reincarnation? There is no method for that. Thus, while we are alive, we must live well. When the time comes for death, there is nothing to fear. Remember to follow your heart and pursue what you truly desire. In doing so, obsessions will not arise. Then is it truly impossible for us to see those who have passed away again? Others cannot, but those of us from the Wangsheng Hall can. Can we from the Wangsheng Hall? Hu Tao exclaimed suddenly, her excitement palpable. Indeed, from Wu Wang's slope, one can reach the boundary, where you may encounter those who harbor obsessions. Wu Wang Slope. Where is that? It is a secret place passed down through generations in our Wangsheng Hall. I shall share it with you now, but you must never disclose it to anyone else. Understood? Chapter 5. The First Era. The Covenant. In the tranquil dawn of Liyue Harbor, amidst a gentle drizzle, a man meandered through the port. Various vessels of differing sizes rested at the harbor's edge, where numerous dockworkers had already commenced their busy routines. The man appeared to relish this leisurely and serene moment, strolling at a relaxed pace. His reverie was interrupted by the voice of a merchant praising his subordinate, declaring, "You have fulfilled your duties. Now, go and rest." The man's heart skipped a beat, and he lingered in thought for a considerable time, as the once sparsely populated harbor transformed into a bustling thoroughfare. He finally snapped back to reality, only to realize that the ship had already set sail. During this interval, he found himself grappling with a profound question. Had I completed my own duties? At that moment, an elderly man adorned with a hexagonal hat approached him. "Good morning, Your Excellency," the man said with a gentle smile. Startled by the address, the man turned to find none other than Hu Shiyuan, the head of the Wangxing funeral parlor. "Greetings, I am Zhongli. The Your Excellency you refer to is the Geo Archon." "Zhongli," he replied. Hu Shiyuan, unhurried, candidly revealed his identity. Zhongli was taken aback. In this mortal guise, it seemed implausible that anyone could discern his true identity as the Geo Archon. Confusion clouded his gaze, leaving him perplexed as to how this individual had come to know him. "I have an inkling of your thoughts. You are contemplating relinquishing your divine status to embrace a more tranquil existence, are you not?" Hu Shiyuan, who made it a point to visit the harbor every morning, had come with the intention of finding Zhongli. He understood that Zhongli's desire to abdicate stemmed from the merchant's commendation of his subordinate, which had sparked a yearning for retirement. Hu Shiyuan sought to discuss matters of succession, for Hu Tao was now 10 years old, and she had acquired sufficient knowledge and understanding of the necessary processes. "Let us converse in a different setting," Zhongli suggested, visibly shocked. Before he could voice his thoughts, Hu Shiyuan interrupted, and after surveying the crowd, Zhongli solemnly nodded in agreement. They found a secluded tavern, where the two quickly found common ground and engaged in lively conversation. Hu Shiyuan refrained from divulging excessive details, but was intent on persuading Zhongli to step down. "Liyue must grow. Your continued presence fosters a sense of complacency, eroding the awareness of potential crises. After enduring countless trials over the millennia, it is time for you to savor the fruits of your labor. Your abdication does not equate to abandonment. I hope you will quietly observe the growth of Liyue, your own cherished child, and lend your support during its tribulations. That would suffice. Even the most resilient stone will develop fissures under the relentless passage of time." Each of Hu Shiyuan's words resonated deeply within Zhongli, plunging him into profound contemplation. Regardless, after much contemplation, I find that Shiyuan's words hold considerable truth. His presence indeed imposes limitations on the development of Liyue. Though this state of stability is commendable, it is not a sustainable solution. Reason exists, yet how do you possess such knowledge? Zhongli, who is almost omniscient regarding Liyue, has entirely overlooked the fact that the head of the Wangxing funeral parlor is an individual shrouded in mystery. In Zhongli's mind, Shiyuan's impression is one of gentleness, openness, cheerfulness, and wisdom. Now he must add another descriptor: mysterious. This individual is exceedingly enigmatic, seemingly aware of everything, even discerning his innermost thoughts with uncanny precision. Truly a marvel. I regret to say that I cannot disclose this information, as I am bound by a contract with something beyond the divine. Naturally, Shiyuan could not reveal to them that this world is, in truth, a game on earth. Were he to utter such a statement, even Zhongli might deem him insane. "You have sought me out to discuss these matters. Surely, you have a purpose, do you not?" Shiyuan unreservedly acknowledged. "And what might that be?" "To provide care." "Care for whom?" "My granddaughter, Hu Tao." Shiyuan elaborated on his response. "And why is that? Are you not still present?" Zhongli found this peculiar inquiry perplexing. Due to the terms of the contract, I will not be able to accompany her as she grows. Before long, I shall depart, and at that time, I would like to request your assistance as a guest elder of the Wangxing funeral parlor to stand in for me and accompany Hu Tao as she matures. Xie Yuan spoke with a calm demeanor, his tone unchanged, as if he had long anticipated such an occurrence and had already processed his emotions in solitude. Despite this, Zhongli discerned a familiar glint in his eyes, weariness, a gaze born only from repeated trials. It seems he speaks the truth, Zhongli mused, before slowly articulating. What do you require of me? My granddaughter Hu Tao adores poetry and has a passion for classical literature, and you are well versed in both the ancient and the modern. All that is needed is for you to meet her and engage in conversation. Her heart will surely be captivated by your remarkable talents. Xie Yuan had meticulously conceived this plan, though he refrained from articulating it too explicitly. However, Zhongli, being an astute individual, would undoubtedly comprehend. Very well, if it is indeed so, I shall make the effort. Zhongli, rarely encountering someone who piqued his interest to such an extent, accepted without hesitation. This is my offering, and I hope it pleases you. With that, Xie Yuan produced an exquisitely crafted square box, fashioned from fine wood, adorned with patterns reminiscent of cherry blossoms, truly captivating. He had initially intended it as a gift for himself, but, upon recalling Zhongli's fondness for such trinkets, decided to present it to him as a token of gratitude. This wooden box is astonishingly beautiful. Zhongli instantly fell in love with this item and eagerly accepted it to examine it more closely. Accept this item, and we shall consider our pact fulfilled. The divine shall not contravene a covenant, correct? Xie Yuan remarked with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Zhongli ceased his playful antics and focused his gaze on Xie Yuan. Hu Tao? I recall her humorous verses, they are quite amusing. You taught her, did you not? Zhongli inquired, taking a delicate sip of warm wine, a faint smile adorning his face. It appeared he relished conversing with Xie Yuan, for he had never encountered such a singular individual before. Indeed, she possesses a fondness for poetry, though her humorous verses tend to be rather peculiar, Xie Yuan replied, savoring a sip of his own wine. Strangely enough, although this is our first meeting, it feels as though we have known each other for ages. At that moment, Zhongli gazed intently into Xie Yuan's eyes, seemingly searching for something extraordinary within them. Is that so? Perhaps we share common interests, Xie Yuan remarked, his attention shifting to the wooden box. Do you also have an affinity for such objects? Yes, I have always held a fondness for exquisite little trinkets. You remind me of someone I know, Zhongli observed. What a coincidence, Xie Yuan replied. It is getting late. I shall take my leave for now and visit you again when time permits. With that, Zhongli slowly rose and departed. Watching the wooden box in his hand, Xie Yuan revealed a faint smile. The pact is sealed. If you find this book enjoyable, I kindly urge all friends to encourage more updates and leave messages, allowing the author to know they are not alone. Additionally, please refrain from any promotional droughts. If a promotional drought occurs before the 100,000-word debut, this book would be rendered void. Should you wish to support the author, small gifts would be immensely appreciated. Chapter 6. In the First Life. Hu Tao is captured upon returning to the Wangxing funeral parlor. Xie Yuan carried on with his day as usual. In the afternoon, the disheveled Yuan Shen desperately sprinted through Liyue Harbor. Despite tumbling and rolling numerous times, his knees bloodied. He seemed oblivious to the pain, rising once more to dash forward. Faster, faster. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he charged recklessly, startling those he collided with, who barely had time to react before he vanished from sight. Bang! The door of the Wangxing funeral parlor was abruptly flung open. All the staff cast bewildered glances at Yuan Shen, and Xie Yuan was no exception. Hurry! Hurry! Hu Tao has been captured by the Hilichurls, he shouted, his eyes wide with panic. What? Where? Xie Yuan exclaimed, suddenly appearing before him, his expression fraught with urgency. For the first time, Yuan Shen witnessed such fury in Xie Yuan, momentarily taken aback. At the foot of Tianhing Mountain, with a flash, Xie Yuan left a trail of sparks before vanishing entirely. In an instant, a blazing inferno surged through the crowd like a missile. There must be no harm, absolutely none. Boom! With a thunderous stomp, the ground was shattered, creating a profoundly charred pit, and the speed of the creature surged beyond its initial pace. The terrifying flames, propelled by the whirlwind, transformed into an ominous heatwave, distorting the very fabric of the void. In mere moments, he had arrived beneath the Tianhing Mountain. Gazing upwards, he was confronted by three hilichurls clutching Hu Tao midway up the slope. Fury surged in Xiao Yuan's eyes as a crimson spear materialized in his hand. Death! At the instant the spear was released, it became a blinding flash of fire, vanishing into thin air. In an instant, one hilichurl behind, Hu Tao was pierced through by the spear. With a flicker, Xiao Yuan was no longer on the ground. When he reappeared, he stood beside Hu Tao. "Do not fear, I am here." He enveloped her in his embrace, while with his other hand, he thrust the spear into the body of the hilichurl nearest to the cliff, sending it plummeting downwards. Boom! The hilichurl against the wall was obliterated, embedded into the rock, leaving a network of fissures radiating outward like thunderous veins. Just as Xiao Yuan believed the ordeal had concluded, a swarm of hilichurls surged from the base of Tianhing Mountain. Among them were archers, great hilichurls, and hilichurl marauders, each one at the peak level of 100. Xiao Yuan had no time to ponder the sudden appearance of so many foes. Clutching Hu Tao, he dashed towards the summit and leaped from the rear of Tianhing Mountain. Hu Tao had never experienced such a thrilling bungee jump, plummeting down without any safety measures, and the sheer exhilaration was overwhelming. However, Xiao Yuan himself was the safest safeguard. As they descended 2/3 of the way, he thrust the spear into the wall, and the intense friction dramatically reduced their speed. With the ground now within reach, Xiao Yuan slammed his feet against the mountainside, withdrew the spear, and executed a backflip, landing gracefully on the earth. As they touched down, the swarm of hilichurls charged towards them. Xiao Yuan sprinted with Hu Tao until they reached a relatively flat area. Gently, he stroked her soft hair. "Hu Tao, be a good girl and wait behind that rock for Grandpa. I will take care of things swiftly." Just then, whoosh! Before Hu Tao could respond, an arrow thudded into the grass beside her, startling her into retreating behind the stone. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yuan spun the spear, deflecting the incoming arrows with precision. Following that, he plunged the spear into the ground behind him and swiftly drew a line through the earth. In an instant, a terrifying blaze erupted from behind him, rising skyward like an impenetrable shield, completely shielding Hu Tao. Xiao Yuan turned back, offering Hu Tao a gentle smile. "Go, Grandpa," she cheered, clenching her tiny fists in encouragement. Indeed, in a moment of laughter and ease, Xiao Yuan deftly deflected a torrent of arrows that rained down like a tempest, leaving Hu Tao utterly astonished. It was the first time she had witnessed her grandfather wielding a weapon in battle. She had always perceived him as a gentle undertaker, unaware that he possessed such a striking side. At that moment, Xiao Yuan turned, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a fierce intensity, as though he were a predator ready to devour. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Gripping his long spear, he surged forward with exaggerated speed, his movements reminiscent of a graceful dancer, fluid and unhindered by any stiffness. Before long, the horde of hilichurls crumbled under his onslaught, many of them propelled from the throng. Xiao Yuan plunged into the midst of the monsters, surrounded on all sides by an array of grotesque creatures. With a sudden thrust, he drove his spear into the ground and clasped his hands together. 8 directions of fire. A thunderous eruption surged forth, radiating from Xiao Yuan like a bagua array of flames. The tremendous heat distorted the air, and the exaggerated fire engulfed the monstrous horde entirely. Hu Tao stood agape, incredulous at her grandfather's prowess, unable to fathom the extent of his strength. As the fiery spectacle gradually subsided, Xiao Yuan withdrew his spear and placed it behind him, revealing that the multitude of creatures had been annihilated in an instant. He then approached Hu Tao, gesturing slightly to dissipate the flames that had shielded her view. "Grandpa, you're amazing." Before Hu Tao could finish her exclamation, the scene abruptly shifted. 2 armored warriors, adorned with demonic masks, one crimson, the other violet, materialized before them. A fierce shower of sparks erupted as Xiao Yuan, with a grave expression, braced himself against their assault. "Why are the Sea Ruins demons here?" Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth, his grip on the spear trembling. These were not mere ordinary Sea Ruins demons. They were fully leveled at 100. "Xiao Tao, stay back. Do not return to Liyue." Xiao Yuan's heart raced with fear, anxious that his child might be too sensible and attempt to run back to Liyue for help. The current circumstances were far too complicated. Encountering monsters on the way back would only exacerbate the situation. "Grandpa, don't worry. You'll handle them soon." Xiao Yuan spoke resolutely, unleashing a sudden surge of extraordinary power that repelled the 2 adversaries' attacks. "Be good and listen." "Okay, Grandpa, be careful." With that, Hu Tao wisely retreated to a distant rock where she could observe the battle, her gaze filled with concern. If you enjoy this book, I kindly urge my fellow readers to encourage more updates, leave comments, or perhaps send a small token of appreciation, which the author would be immensely grateful for. Chapter 7. The First Era, the Dance of the Candle Dragon Fire. The two sea chaos spirits were substantially larger than Land Frenzy, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, with their blades emitting bursts of purple lightning and fierce crimson flames. The sea chaos spirits were formidable foes, and encountering two of them, especially at full power, was quite daunting. With a swift motion, flames and lightning erupted violently from the void, as the two sea chaos spirits charged towards Land Frenzy, leaving behind fleeting shadows. Bang! A sharp sound akin to metal striking metal resonated, as Xiao Yuan wielded his spear to block the attack, dazzling sparks erupting from the weapon. How heavy! Boom! Centered around Xiao Yuan, a shallow crater formed as he sank deep into the ground, his arms trembling under the pressure of the spear, unable to move. As the two sea chaos spirits intensified their assault, the pressure mounted, and beads of cold sweat began to form on Xiao Yuan's forehead. Flame flash. In an instant, Xiao Yuan vanished from his position, reappearing above the spear, retracting it in a swift motion. The sea chaos spirits, caught off guard by the sudden loss of resistance, stumbled forward. At this moment, Xiao Yuan pressed his fingers against their abdomens. Inch punch. With a mere inch to spare, his palm transformed into a fist, unleashing a terrifying force. Boom! A muffled grunt echoed as the two sea chaos spirits were propelled like missiles, crashing into numerous trees before tumbling heavily to the ground, bouncing several times like stones skipping across water, leaving behind a long trail. However, in that split second as they were launched away, Xiao Yuan stomped the ground, igniting a blaze and leaving a trail of sparks in pursuit. As the two sea chaos spirits began to rise, Xiao Yuan was already before them, spear in hand. Farewell. With a swift motion, he brought the spear down towards the heads of the two sea chaos spirits. This one strike. Xiao Yuan's hair stood on end, his pupils dilating as he caught sight of another sea chaos spirit wielding a blade crackling with lightning from the side. Yet, there was scarcely time to retract the spear he had just swung. He spun his body abruptly, shielding himself behind the spear. Bang! Thud! Grandfather! Hu Tao's eyes widened in alarm as she cried out in worry. Xiao Yuan was sent flying, a sweet taste filling his throat as he collided violently with a tree, his spine absorbing the brutal impact, and a spray of blood erupted like ink. This is bad. Without granting him a moment to breathe, the second fiery sea chaos spirit lunged forward. Xiao Yuan hurriedly extricated himself from the tree. Swish! Just as he broke free, the massive tree was cleaved in half by the sea chaos spirit. Xiao Yuan swiftly distanced himself from the chaotic sea specters, exclaiming vehemently, "Stay back!" At that moment, his visage had turned completely dark, shrouded in an ominous gloom. 4 fully leveled sea specters, 2 wielding lightning and 2 engulfed in flames, presented a dire predicament that could scarcely be more catastrophic. Whereas he had previously possessed the strength to contend, the current situation felt utterly insurmountable. He cast a glance at Hu Tao, who, with her mouth covered and eyes wide, bore tears at the corners of her eyes. Despite the agony coursing through him and blood spilling from his mouth, he managed to muster a confident smile. He could not allow little Tao to worry. This thought consumed Xiao Yuan's mind. Was it time to employ that technique? Yet the backlash from that move was irreversible. As he pondered, the 4 fully leveled sea specters charged towards him with alarming speed. Grandfather, quickly get away! Hu Tao cried out, seeing him frozen in place. A crystalline tear escaped her eye. Jeju Longhuowu. A terrifying inferno erupted, soaring into the night sky, illuminating the darkness with its brilliance. A large contingent of the Qinyan army, en route to the scene, took notice of this spectacle, as did the inhabitants of Liyue Harbor. Beneath the vast heavens, there emerged a dragon, a magnificent creature formed of flames. The assaults of the 4 sea specters came to a halt, suspended against the surface of the colossal dragon. This sight rendered Hu Tao momentarily speechless, her disbelief evident as she stared at Xiao Yuan, struggling to comprehend the reality before her. Death, Xiao Yuan intoned slowly. The flaming dragon unleashed a tremendous breath, engulfing the 4 sea specters within its fiery maw. Not a single one was spared, all were obliterated. The dragon, too, dissipated into the void. Xiao Yuan glanced at the vibrant crimson flower of the other shore that had sprouted upon his chest, his brow slightly furrowing. However, a familiar smile soon returned to his face as he approached Hu Tao. "Well, grandfather, wasn't that impressive?" he said with a hint of pride. At that moment, Hu Tao remained momentarily dazed, her watery eyes fixed on Xiao Yuan. Then, those eyes brimmed with emotion. "Grandfather, you terrified me," she exclaimed, launching herself into his arms. Sobbing like a distressed kitten, "Shoo, shoo." Xiao Yuan gently stroked her soft hair, soothing her with a tender voice. "It's all right, it's over now." Soon after, the Qinyan army arrived. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's account, they took the matter very seriously and promised a thorough investigation. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan and Hu Tao returned to the Wangxing funeral parlor. The frightened Hu Tao retired early that night. It was not until the midnight hour, when Xiao Yuan sensed a disturbance, that he opened his eyes to find Hu Tao had once again nestled into his bedding. Since discovering the peculiar comfort of resting within a coffin, Hu Tao has taken to sleeping there frequently. It has been quite some time since she last burrowed beneath the covers in the middle of the night. "What is wrong, Xiao Tao? Can't you sleep?" Xiao Yuan inquired, gazing at Hu Tao's wide, expressive eyes. "If only Grandpa were not Grandpa," Hu Tao murmured softly, fixing her gaze upon Xiao Yuan. "Why do you say that?" Xiao Yuan found her statement somewhat perplexing. As Hu Tao's cheeks flushed a noticeable crimson, her eyes began to wander, leaving him curious about the thoughts swirling in her mind. Xiao Yuan, however, chose not to press her further, maintaining a gentle smile as he awaited her response. If he were not Grandpa, then, before she could finish, Hu Tao's face turned fiery red, and she quickly turned away, burying her head beneath the covers. Her heart racing, Xiao Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated her to voice such sentiments. "What a spirited little one." No, Xiao Tao," he said softly. Startled by his words, Hu Tao turned back, her expression one of disbelief. "What? Does Grandpa not like Hu Tao?" Xiao Yuan lightly tapped her forehead, reassuring her. "Grandpa loves Xiao Tao, but not in the way a husband loves his wife. And Xiao Tao's affection for Grandpa is not of a marital nature either. Is that so? Love can be categorized?" Hu Tao pondered, finding the concept somewhat profound. Yet, she concluded that it sufficed that Grandpa loved her. Chapter 8. In the First Life. "I can no longer accompany you as you grow. Why does Xiao Tao wish to be my wife?" Xiao Yuan redirected the question back to her. Hu Tao's face grew so hot that it seemed steam might rise from her head. "Because Grandpa is gentle, and being with you feels so comforting. With you around, I fear nothing. Xiao Tao will surely encounter someone as wonderful as me in the future. He will protect you for a lifetime." No, I want Grandpa. You must stay with me forever." Hu Tao's playful insistence could melt the coldest of hearts. Yet, the more endearing she became, the heavier Xiao Yuan's heart felt. His days were numbered. He bore the indelible mark of the other shore flower, a fate that could neither be erased nor destroyed, only awaited until it withered. On the day it bloomed its last, so too would Xiao Yuan's life conclude. But Grandpa is already old and cannot stay. I won't listen. Nonsense." Hu Tao, clad in her thin nightgown, covered her ears and rolled around on the bed. Xiao Yuan scooped up the fidgeting little one, planting a kiss on her forehead and tousling her hair. "Be good. I need to use the restroom. I shall return shortly." With that, he rose and made his way towards the bathroom. Hu Tao remained in place, gazing at his retreating figure, her fingers brushing against the spot on her forehead where he had kissed her. "Grandfather," she clutched the pillow and rolled into the quilt, her face slightly flushed. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Xiao Yuan, who had come to the restroom, covered his mouth and began to cough violently. He feared that the sound of his coughing would be too loud and attract attention. Thus he restrained himself even in the restroom. However, at that moment, a petite figure appeared behind him. The figure lingered for a while, only disappearing into the shadows once Xiao Yuan had ceased coughing. Exhausted, Xiao Yuan gazed at the vivid crimson blood on his hands, his brow furrowing slightly. He hastily washed away the blood, brushed his teeth to ensure that not a trace of the metallic taste lingered, and hurried back, anxious not to arouse Hu Tao's suspicions by lingering too long. Upon returning, he discovered that Hu Tao had already fallen asleep. He nestled into the covers beside her, holding her close as he drifted off to slumber. At that moment, Hu Tao slowly opened her eyes, a crystalline tear cascading down her cheek. "Grandfather," her eyes were red-rimmed, devoid of any semblance of sleep. In the following week, Xiao Yuan endeavored to remain by Hu Tao's side as much as possible. He even attended her class, witnessing the confident and cheerful Hu Tao, which filled him with joy. Hu Tao exuberantly recounted the tale of how Xu Yuan had vanquished the sea monster with a fiery dragon to her friends, her enthusiasm palpable. Consequently, when that group of little ones encountered Xu Yuan, they gazed at him with the admiration one might bestow upon an idol, their eyes brimming with reverence. Hu Tao stood tall and proud, akin to a radiant deity, basking in the glory of having such a remarkable grandfather. Yet, Xu Yuan's illness worsened, the backlash from his actions proving to be more severe than he had anticipated. In merely a week, he had lost 10 pounds, and his mental state deteriorated further. Despite consuming large meals at each mealtime, his health showed no signs of improvement. The staff of the Wangxing funeral parlor and the adults of Liyue were all acutely aware of what this signified. They understood that the master of the Wangxing funeral parlor, Hu Lao, possessed a devastatingly powerful technique that rivaled that of immortals, Zhulong. Once unleashed, it could rend the heavens and obliterate the earth. However, the repercussions of such a move were beyond even the mightiest of beings to withstand. Thus, the entire population of Liyue was complicit in helping Xu Yuan enact this charade. They allowed the whimsical Hu Tao to joyfully spend this time with him before his departure from the world. Xu Yuan did not wish for Hu Tao to perceive the gravity of his condition, though she was perceptive and intelligent. He preferred her to be the joyful Hu Tao rather than one shrouded in sorrow. Hu Lao, may I have a word with you? A staff member from the Wangxing funeral parlor spoke at the dining table. Go ahead, you all continue eating. We shall return shortly. Xu Yuan replied with a gentle smile before walking away with the staff member. Meanwhile, Hu Tao clenched her fists, her pearly teeth biting down on her crimson lip. Her gaze lowered, silent as she fought back tears with all her might. After Xu Yuan and the attendant had walked a considerable distance, he abruptly covered his mouth and began to cough violently. The attendant, with a furrowed brow, gently patted Xu Yuan's back until his hand was stained with blood before finally speaking. Thank you. Is it truly wise for you to conceal this from us, old Hu? Will Hu Tao be able to bear it when the time comes? Xu Yuan, midway through his ablutions, paused. I do not know. I only wish to see her smile as much as possible before I depart. With that, he resumed rinsing his mouth. At that moment, the attendant's eyes began to glisten with tears, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he pondered how to comfort Xu Yuan. Wipe it away. Do not let Xiao Tao notice, he urged. Rest assured, even though Xiao Tao is still young, I believe she possesses the strength to take on the responsibilities of the Hall Master of the Rebirth Hall. Let us go. We must not keep them waiting, he added. And they turned back. Upon returning to the dining table, they were startled to find that Hu Tao was no longer there. Where is Xiao Tao? Where has she gone? Xu Yuan inquired, perplexed. She said she was feeling unwell and went to rest in her room, replied the attendant. Unwell? I shall go check on her. He opened the door to find Hu Tao lying on the bed with her back to him. Xiao Tao, what ails you? Xu Yuan asked gently. But Hu Tao did not respond. Xiao Tao, are you asleep? When his inquiries yielded no answer, he slowly retreated and carefully closed the door behind him. At that moment, Hu Tao was curled up, her tears soaking half of her pillow. Why is this happening? She wept silently, her eyes completely red. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan lingered at the door, peering through the crack and witnessing her sobs. His heart ached, and he longed to embrace her, yet he refrained. No, I cannot disrupt this. It is better to maintain this fade until the very end. I'm sorry, Xiao Tao. I cannot accompany you as you grow, Xu Yuan whispered softly at the door. After that day, Hu Tao and Xu Yuan resumed their previous cheerful demeanor. Both were like mirrors reflecting their true feelings. Yet neither wished to shatter this final moment of joy. 3 days later, Old Hu. Old Hu. A hurried voice echoed from the rebirth hall. Old Hu. Old Hu. A flurry of urgent voices emanated from the hall. This sound struck Hu Tao like a thunderclap, sending a shiver through her soul. She dashed toward the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, she found the hall crowded with attendants who parted to make way for her. At that moment, Xu Yuan appeared drastically altered, gaunt and hollow-eyed, his face etched with the marks of time, a stark contrast to the gentle and handsome figure she once knew. Seeing him in such a state, Hu Tao froze, her pupils trembling as if shaken by an earthquake. She gazed at Xu Yuan in disbelief, her mind a blank canvas, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. How could her grandfather, once so vigorous, appear to have aged a decade overnight? She questioned whether she was ensnared in a terrifying nightmare. Cough, cough, cough. Let me speak with Xiao Tao alone. At this proclamation, the attendants of the ancestral hall exchanged glances before retreating, leaving Hu Tao by herself. Upon witnessing the shock etched on Hu Tao's face, Xu Yuan closed his eyes, tilting his head to one side, as if lifelessly sprawled upon the cold ground. Devoid of any movement, Hu Tao's eyes widened, and she cautiously approached Xu Yuan, softly murmuring, "Grandfather, grandfather," as she reached his side and slowly crouched down. Xu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, sprang up, and with a playful grimace, shouted, "Ha! Wow!" Hu Tao was so startled that she fell backward onto the ground. "Ha ha ha ha! Did I scare you?" Xu Yuan, like a mischievous child, had startled Hu Tao thoroughly. She paused for a moment, a smile blossoming on her face. Cough, cough, cough. Yet, before she could revel in her joy, he clasped his mouth and began to cough. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Hu Tao rushed to support him. But upon witnessing the crimson blood gushing uncontrollably from his hand, her eyes brimmed with tears. A single crystalline tear cascaded down onto Xu Yuan's emaciated hand, prompting him to cease coughing. "Xiao Dao, come accompany me," he forced a strained smile, lifting his hand to wipe away the tears from Hu Tao's cheek. "No, grandfather. Please don't go. Grandfather." Hu Tao grasped Xu Yuan's hand, her tears flowing like an unrelenting spring. "Dear Xiao Tao, remember to smile often. You look truly beautiful when you do. Smile, and I shall surely smile more. Grandfather, can you stay with Xiao Tao a bit longer? Xiao Tao will listen to everything you say." With tears streaming down her face, she spoke through her laughter. "In the future, when grandfather is no longer here, remember to eat well and avoid sleeping in the coffin. It is cold and can lead to illness. How fortunate I am to be your grandfather." With those words, the strength in his raised hand faded completely. He closed his eyes, a faint smile lingering on his face. This time, his head bowed forever. "Grandfather? Grandfather?" Hu Tao's eyes widened as she shook Xu Yuan's body repeatedly. "Grandfather, you're joking, right? Please get up and scare Hu Tao again. Move, please. Grandfather, look, Hu Tao is smiling. Hee hee, you said I look lovely when I smile. Please open your eyes and see me, grandfather. Grandfather, move just a little, I beseech you. Do not leave Hu Tao. No, do not depart from Hu Tao, grandfather." She released a heart-wrenching scream that echoed throughout Liyue. At that moment, from afar, on a tree, a tall man gazed at the scene before him. Once again, he felt the weight of weariness. He tightened his grip on the small wooden cube in his hand. It was only when night fell that he vanished among the trees. Days later, in Liyue Harbor, within the halls of the Yonder Rest, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky, shrouding the sun behind a curtain of dark clouds. A multitude of mournful faces entered the establishment in succession. In accordance with the wishes of the departed, it was Hu Tao who would personally oversee this occasion. This marked Hu Tao's inaugural experience in conducting a funeral, and her companions were filled with apprehension. Could someone so young shoulder such a significant responsibility? Alas, they worried for her. After all, she was known to be quite the mischievous child. Conducting such a solemn ceremony would surely pose a challenge. They could not fathom what Hu Lao was thinking. "My son is of similar age to little Hu Tao. I would be grateful if he could stand without trembling in such a moment." Indeed, children should be in the throes of play and laughter, not burdened with such grave duties. The concern extended beyond her colleagues. Nearly all of Liyue was filled with trepidation. In their eyes, Hu Tao was merely a whimsical poet, lacking the capacity to bear such a weighty task. However, events unfolded in a manner that surpassed their expectations. Hu Tao orchestrated the funeral with the utmost grandeur, her meticulous execution leaving all in awe. Each step was imbued with gravity, devoid of any hint of error. The gentle patter of rain kissed her cheeks, each deliberate step creating ripples in the air. She walked at a measured pace, ascending the steps toward the gravestone, and gently placed the final white candle atop it. With her eyes softly closed and fingers interlaced, 2 crystalline tears slipped down her face. In that moment, a tender hand caressed her head. As she opened her eyes, she found herself cradling 2 vibrant petals. She seemed to envision herself holding her grandfather's hand, strolling along a path adorned with plum blossoms. His gentle and kind smile emerged in her mind. They jested, claiming that little Tao was not an orphan, with red, delicate hands and yellow wine. 2 orioles sing amidst the verdant willows. "Fear not, grandfather has not departed so swiftly. You must not do this again. Are you very worried, grandfather?" "Indeed, I am quite concerned. You must not wander away." "I am sorry, grandfather. Little Tao will not do this again. It's all right, as long as you are safe. Do not fear, grandfather is here. Rest assured, I shall swiftly resolve their troubles." "What do you think, grandfather? Impressive, isn't it?" Ha ha ha. Were you startled? Dear little Tao. Remember to smile more. Your laughter is truly beautiful. The moment Hu Tao held her grandfather's hand began to fade. Ultimately, it transformed into a fiery red butterfly, fluttering away. When Hu Tao returned to her senses, the candle before her had long extinguished, and the gloomy sky had completely cleared. As the funeral reached its conclusion, a collective sigh of relief escaped the attendees, who finally recognized that Hu Tao was entirely worthy of her role as the leader of the Yenshing Hall. With unwavering determination, she had shattered their doubts. Under the cover of night, Hu Tao equipped herself with provisions, water, and firewood, embarking on her journey toward an undisclosed destination, driven by an obscure purpose. Chapter 10. The First Life. The Eye of God grandfather must still be there. Hu Tao stubbornly ventured alone to Wuwang Slope. She recalled her grandfather telling her that from Wuwang Slope, one could reach the border, a secret passed down through generations of the Yenshing Hall. She was determined to find her grandfather. The longer she walked, the more she noticed the peculiar changes in her surroundings. The crystal-clear stream was devoid of any moss, fish, or shrimp, while the white mist thickened, enveloping the area in an eerie silence where not a single sound could be heard. Trees filled her line of sight. Having walked for an entire day and night without encountering anything, Hu Tao remained steadfast in her belief that her grandfather would never deceive her. As long as she pressed on, she was certain she would find him. After a brief respite to consume her food and drink some fresh water, she continued her trek. By the following afternoon, she finally spotted a cloud-like formation suspended in midair. "Grandfather!" Hu Tao exclaimed, rushing toward it. "Who is your grandfather? Do not mistake identities." "Wait, are you alive?" the cloud inquired, astonished. "Oh, I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else." Hu Tao quickly apologized, darting inside with excitement. She had finally encountered a spirit. Her grandfather had indeed spoken the truth. "Wait, living beings should not approach the border." The cloud called out amicably. "I understand, thank you." Hu Tao replied, yet her pace quickened, showing no sign of halting. This girl must belong to the Yenshing Hall. Which generation is she from? The cloud pondered, baffled. After all, only those from the Yenshing Hall were aware of the border. "Hello, have you seen my grandfather? His name is Hu Shiyuan, the 75th leader of Yenshing Hall. He speaks gently and smiles kindly. I have not seen him. Here, we are all lost souls and ghosts, unaware of who speaks gently or how they smile." "Oh, thank you. I apologize for the intrusion." "Wait, are you alive? Living beings should not approach the border." Disregarding the warnings, she pressed onward toward the border, resolute in her desire to reunite with her grandfather, quickening her steps further. "Hello, have you seen my grandfather? His name is Hu Shiyuan, the 75th leader of Yenshing Hall. Have you encountered him? Hello, I am searching for recently arrived new souls. Have you seen any?" Under the persistent questioning of Hu Tao, the weary girl ultimately succumbed. She had reached her limit, having traversed tirelessly for 2 days and nights, utterly exhausted, searching for countless souls, yet failing to encounter a familiar figure. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Hu Tao gradually opened her eyes. What met her gaze was the unchanging expanse of the night sky, shrouded in white mist and damp dew. "Oh, foolish child, how could Grandpa Hu be here? Save your energy," they urged. Indeed, she ought to return. This was no place for the living. Yet Hu Tao remained as stubborn as a bull, unwavering despite their entreaties. She was unsure how long she had waited, and even when the provisions of food and water were completely depleted, her grandfather's presence remained elusive. At last, an elderly woman appeared before her. Hu Tao sensed her grandfather's essence within the woman and hastily rose to her feet. Observing the exhausted and sorrowful Hu Tao, the woman spoke with a tinge of sympathy. "Look at you, just as stubborn as old Hu, like a stone. It's a pity that the master of the Hall of Rebirth never lingers at the border of life and death. Your family has always been straightforward. I won't beat around the bush. Return home, little girl." With that, the old woman bid farewell to Hu Tao, crossing the boundary and walking into the distance. Watching the fading silhouette, Hu Tao's mind suddenly recalled a saying from her grandfather. "While we live, we must truly live. Thus, when death comes, we shall not fear. Remember to follow your heart and pursue what you desire, for then, attachments will not arise." In that moment, Hu Tao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her grandfather had lived with integrity, embracing life with an open heart, departing without any lingering attachments. With this realization, Hu Tao's demeanor brightened, a genuine smile finally gracing her face as she began her journey homeward. By noon the following day, Hu Tao returned to the Hall of Rebirth through the backyard and entered her room, opening her backpack. Is this from Grandpa? To her surprise, the seemingly empty bag contained, unbeknownst to her, a divine eye. The moment she picked it up, the divine eye resonated with Hu Tao, emanating a gentle and warm red light. At that moment, standing at a distance, Zhongli also wore a faint smile. Old Hu, she succeeded. You can finally rest in peace. A week prior, Xiao Yuan, burdened by illness, sought out Zhongli. Ah, you should have tried to find me back then. Witnessing Xiao Yuan's condition, Zhongli felt a pang of sorrow. This is fate. An unavoidable decree. If not this time, the next will be no different. Why must such a thing occur? Xiao Yuan inquired. It is a pact I made with a certain entity. Is there no way to break it? There is none. But let us not dwell on that. I have come to you with a matter to entrust. Xiao Yuan certainly could not disclose that it was the system acting against the odds. After all, his task was to ensure that Hu Tao was capable of assuming the role of the director of the Yuheng Hall. Once she met the requirements, he would enter the second cycle of reincarnation. Alas, if I am able to accomplish this, I would certainly not refuse. Zhongli, sensing the weight of the conversation, refrained from probing further and redirected the topic. At that moment, Xu Yuan produced a vision, placing it delicately into Zhongli's hand. This is the only thing I can leave for her. I hope you will help me deliver it to her. Is this a vision? Indeed. Upon my death, the vision will become an empty shell, devoid of a master. But do you know how slim the chances are of inheriting a deceased person's vision? I believe Xiao Tao will resonate with this vision. She will succeed, just as she is fit to lead the Yuheng Hall. This is my request. Xu Yuan bent his frail body and bowed deeply. Do not do that. I have promised you. Zhongli quickly interjected. The first life, complete. Chapter 11. The second life. Chi-Chi's origins ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the first cycle of reincarnation. Please choose one of the following 3 skills to inherit: Flame Flash, 8-faced Fire, Kindle Dragon Dance. In that moment, Xu Yuan was transported to a wondrous realm, enveloped in a pristine white. After absorbing the recent notification, he paused momentarily, then unhesitatingly selected Flame Flash. Flame Flash was a skill associated with his vision, akin to the Flying Thunder God technique from the world of Naruto. Regardless of distance, he could instantly teleport beside his weapon. This was the essence of Flame Flash, a remarkably nimble skill, invaluable whether in retreat, rescue, or combat. 8-faced Fire represented a vast area of attack, delivering considerable damage, yet its drawbacks were substantial, involving high consumption and lengthy execution. Utilizing this skill in a one-on-one brawl would be rather foolish. As for Candle Dragon Dance, its use would be catastrophic. He would never resort to such a technique, no matter how formidable it might be. You have chosen Flame Flash. The next cycle of reincarnation is about to commence. Activation successful. Task: assist Chi-Chi in acquiring the ability to survive independently. Transporting you now, as a dazzling light enveloped Xu Yuan. He opened his eyes once more to behold a cerulean sky and lush green branches. A gentle breeze stirred the foliage, and warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting delightful patches of light. Is the second life beginning already? Xu Yuan barely had time to reflect before being whisked away. How remarkably swift. He gradually rose, surveying his surroundings, and soon felt an inexplicable summons. Following the meandering stream, he eventually arrived at a familiar location. This was the cave where the true monarch of the waters, Li Shui, had sealed Chi-Chi. No wonder he felt as if something was calling to him. It turned out the system was guiding him. The cave was exceedingly damp, with water pooling at every step, creating ripples that echoed in the darkness and chill. Yet, this desolate place seemed to suit Chi-Chi well, after all. She was a zombie, drawn to the cold. As Xiao Yuan ventured deeper, he discovered the amber that sealed Chi-Chi. Once an ordinary herbalist girl, Chi-Chi had found herself ensnared in a battle between celestial beings and demons long ago. During the turmoil, she had inadvertently fractured her right leg and sought refuge in this cave to tend to her wound. While bandaging herself, she faintly heard otherworldly sounds. Unaware that a cataclysm was about to ensue, the cave collapsed, cold stones crashing upon her fragile form. Both celestial and demonic forces, realizing they had inadvertently harmed an innocent mortal, felt a pang of guilt. In that stillness, pain overwhelmed her senses. Was she on the brink of death? Chi-Chi did not wish to perish. She yearned to return home. As she hovered between life and death, a tumult of emotions surged within her. Fear of the inevitable, a longing for the tangible world, physical agony, and an insatiable desire to survive. It seemed the heavens heeded her silent plea, deeming her fate unjust. Thus, on the edge of demise, Chi-Chi was bestowed with the eye of the divine, which ultimately quelled the celestial-demonic conflict. Out of remorse, the celestial beings each imparted a fragment of their power into Chi-Chi, hoping to restore her corporeal form. However, her mortal vessel could not endure such immense celestial energy, and upon revival, Chi-Chi succumbed to madness. In a bid to calm her turmoil, the Lord of Water and Mountains, out of necessity, sealed the unfortunate girl within amber. An innocent, unassuming girl had inadvertently become a pawn in a battle, enduring centuries of confinement. Xiao Yuan gently placed his hand upon the amber, which began to visibly melt before his eyes. Once Chi-Chi was fully liberated, she opened her large, pink eyes. Who am I? The unshackled Chi-Chi seemed to have forgotten even her own name. You are Chi-Chi, a zombie, and I am Xiao Yuan, here to assist you. In 4 succinct sentences, he conveyed the current predicament. I am Chi-Chi, a zombie, she echoed in a childlike tone. Her eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at Xiao Yuan. You are Xiao Yuan, here to help me? Yes, indeed, Xiao Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Chi-Chi scrutinized him once more before stiffly attempting her first step. Instantly, Xiao Yuan sensed something amiss. As Chi-Chi moved, her balance wavered precariously, and just as she was about to fall, Xiao Yuan swiftly rushed forward to steady her. Chi-Chi could not walk, clearly startled by the recent events. Her expression remained stoic, devoid of any visible emotion. Chi-Chi, I will carry you. As he spoke, he hoisted Chi-Chi onto his back. It's so cold, Xiao Yuan thought to himself, feeling as though he were carrying a block of ice. Chi-Chi should also be feeling quite warm. She must be uncomfortable. And they needed to get out quickly. With this in mind, he quickened his pace. It's so warm, Chi-Chi said, and rather than resisting Xiao Yuan, she clung even tighter. Xiao Yuan was taken aback, but a gentle smile soon graced his face. Since Chi-Chi was a zombie, her body was rigid. It wasn't that she couldn't walk. As he carried her out of the cave, Chi-Chi expressed her desire to move. Let us do some flexibility exercises, she suggested. What are flexibility exercises? He asked. They allow Chi-Chi to move freely. Okay, Chi-Chi likes flexibility exercises, she replied. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan smiled faintly, realizing that she had longed for freedom. He brought Chi-Chi to the forest where he had recently arrived. There were mountains, a stream, and woods, an ideal place to set up camp. After gently placing Chi-Chi down, he began to teach her the familiar movements of calisthenics, only to find that she struggled even with the basics. Therefore, he decided to guide her step by step. He carefully grasped her delicate hand and started to help her move. However, her body was as immovable as a rusted screw weathered by time. Every joint seemed frozen, and her small frame made him hesitant to apply too much force. This predicament left Xiao Yuan deep in thought. Could Chi-Chi really not perform the flexibility exercises? Chi-Chi was not foolish. On the contrary, she was quite astute. From the expression on Xiao Yuan's face, she sensed that they had encountered a challenge. It's okay, Chi-Chi, he reassured her. It's just that it's your first time doing flexibility exercises. You need my assistance to get started. Xiao Yuan believed he had found a solution. Did Chi-Chi not quite understand what he meant? Leave it to me. I will ensure that Chi-Chi can move freely. With that, he laid Chi-Chi down on the grass. Trusting him, she replied, all right. He then carefully removed her tiny shoes, which were no larger than his fist. Chapter 12. Building a home together in the second life. Her entire body was so stiff. It was essential to give Chi-Chi a thorough massage, addressing every nook and cranny to fully loosen her body so they could begin the exercises. Xiao Yuan gazed at her delicate little feet, momentarily captivated. The white silk adorned her already petite soles, resembling a piece of crystalline jade. The heels were smooth, without a single wrinkle. Through the sheer fabric, he could faintly see her rosy little feet, pink and tender as if freshly boiled dumplings. Don't look at Chi-Chi's feet, she squeaked, pulling Xiao Yuan back to reality. In her expressionless gaze, there seemed to flicker a hint of shyness. I apologize, I was lost in thought just now. Xiao Yuan casually offered an excuse, then began to massage her feet. He meticulously kneaded, pressed, and gently tapped every part to ensure that she could move without any hindrance. After completing the foot massage, Xiao Yuan spoke. Chi-Chi, let us see if your feet can move now. Upon his words, her adorable little feet began to sway, her toes curling playfully. The fact that she could move her feet filled Xiao Yuan with a subtle sense of joy for her. That is wonderful. Subsequently, he proceeded to massage her calves and knees. Each time he confirmed that she could move freely, he continued to the next area. The thighs, a rather sensitive region, did not trouble him. After all, he had grown up with little Hu Tao and held no inappropriate thoughts towards such a young child. After completing the massage of her thighs and pelvis, he moved on to her waist, spine, chest, arms, and neck. Once the massage concluded, Chi-Chi was finally able to move about like an ordinary person. Ah, it's finally done. Xiao Yuan, drenched in sweat as if he had engaged in strenuous exercise, felt a wave of relief. Chi-Chi's newfound freedom brought her immense joy. After a brief moment of happiness, she noticed Xiao Yuan's labored breathing. "Thank you," she said. Hearing this, a tender smile graced Xiao Yuan's face as he replied, "You're welcome." Chi-Chi, eager to repay him, contemplated thoughtfully, understanding the virtue of gratitude. "Your happiness is the greatest reward for me," Xiao Yuan remarked with a gentle smile. However, at that moment, Chi-Chi seemed to have an idea. She removed her shoes and sat before Xiao Yuan, her eyes betraying her shyness, her little feet slightly lifting. "Chi-Chi can show you her feet." Taken aback by this, Xiao Yuan quickly responded, "I want to look at your feet. Instead, I'll teach you some flexibility exercises. If you learn them, that will be your way of thanking me." "All right," she agreed eagerly. Thus, Xiao Yuan began to teach her simple flexibility exercises that engaged most of her body. 1, 2. Chi-Chi, 2, 2. Chi-Chi, he chanted the easy mantra to help her remember. Aware of her poor memory, he realized he needed to find her a notebook. But first, they needed to set up their camp. "Chi-Chi, let us build our camp," Xiao Yuan proposed. "Is the camp our home?" Yes, it's our home. A place that shelters us from the wind and rain." "That is wonderful. Chi-Chi will have a home." Thanks to the power of the divine eye, Chi-Chi possessed incredible strength, making tasks like chopping wood a breeze. Conversely, after losing the eye of God, Xiao Yuan possessed no exceptional talents aside from the ability to execute a flash of fire. Thus, Chi-Chi took on the task of chopping wood while Xiao Yuan focused on construction. However, midway through his efforts, Xiao Yuan suddenly perceived an unusual sound. Who could that little girl be? Out in the forest at such a late hour, she must be lost. Oh, there's a talisman on her forehead. Goodness, she appears to be a little zombie? What a triviality. Such a small zombie is hardly a threat. It can be dealt with easily. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback before swiftly hurling a crimson spear in the direction of the sound. With a flash of fire, he vanished from his original position, reappearing some distance away. Given the circumstances, it seemed likely that this was the work of a band of thieves. Without time for further contemplation, he dashed toward the scene. As Xiao Yuan caught sight of a few figures, a sudden blizzard surged towards him. "Ah, right. Chi-Chi possesses the Eye of God. How could I have forgotten that?" The power bestowed by the Eye of God was certainly beyond what a band of thieves could withstand. Just moments ago, he had been concerned for Chi-Chi's safety. But now he wondered if that gang of thieves had all perished. Upon reaching the location, he was astonished to find the miscreants sprawled on the ground, half dead, with Chi-Chi standing triumphantly in their midst. "They are the villains," Chi-Chi explained. "Well done, Chi-Chi," Xiao Yuan praised her. At that moment, the group of thieves gazed upon Xiao Yuan as though he were their savior, hastily pleading for his assistance. After all, the combat prowess of this little zombie was astonishing. Had Xiao Yuan not been present, they would likely have met their demise. "Leave the Mora and scram," Xiao Yuan commanded in a deep voice. "We'll comply. As long as you spare us, we can discuss anything." Subsequently, the throng of individuals left behind a considerable amount of Mora, supporting one another as they staggered away. "Now we can buy a notebook for Chi-Chi," Xiao Yuan remarked, his spirits lifted as he surveyed the Mora. He had intended to catch some fish and gather materials to sell, but had not anticipated a band of thieves delivering such a bounty. What else was there? "I'm sorry, I can't recall," Chi-Chi softly apologized at that moment. "To build our home," Xiao Yuan reminded her. "Oh right. I must not forget to construct a home with you," Chi-Chi lamented, clearly displeased with her memory. "It's all right, Chi-Chi. Once we finish building the house, we will head to the town tomorrow to buy you a notebook where you can jot down important matters so you won't forget." Buying a notebook in town sounds good. Let us head back and finish our home before setting out. All right. Under the collaborative efforts of Xiao Yuan and Chi-Chi, a simple cabin in the woods was swiftly erected. Although quite rudimentary, Chi-Chi seemed genuinely delighted, marveling at every detail within the cabin. Chapter 13. In the Second Life. Accepting the task of harvesting the glazed bags at this moment, Xiao Yuan, accompanying Qiqi to Liyue, was filled with a sense of nostalgia. He contemplated visiting Hu Tao but dismissed the idea, considering Qiqi's presence. In his previous life, he had instructed Hu Tao on maintaining the balance between yin and yang. Encountering someone like Qiqi, who had already departed from this world, would undoubtedly lead to her being buried, which was quite inappropriate. Thus, they proceeded directly to the Wanmin Hall. Here it comes, a serving of stir-fried meat slices. This is yours. More meat, and here's yours, the special fried radish balls. As they approached, the voice of Xiangling resonated from within. Their entrance naturally drew the attention of the patrons, including Xiangling herself. Welcome to Wanmin Hall. What would you like to eat? She greeted them warmly. Upon noticing the bustling crowd, Qiqi displayed a hint of apprehension, clutching the hem of Xiao Yuan's garment and retreating behind him. Xiao Yuan, sensing her unease, gently took her hand and offered a reassuring squeeze. Do you have any recommendations? He inquired amicably. I've recently learned a couple of new dishes. Would you care to try them? Xiangling promptly responded. That sounds wonderful. Please lead us inside, Xiao Yuan replied. Could you help us find a quieter spot? Of course. Follow me. Under Xiangling's guidance, they were led to a corner where the crowd was sparse. Even in this secluded area, Qiqi still felt a tinge of discomfort, albeit very mild. Xiao Yuan held her hand, providing her with a significant sense of security. After a while, Xiangling returned, carrying 2 plates. Here are your choo-choo grilled fish and glutinous rice meat. Enjoy your meal. As she turned to leave, Xiao Yuan added, Could you please bring us a bottle of coconut milk? Certainly, please hold on. In no time, a bottle of coconut milk was delivered to their table. Thank you, Xiao Yuan said politely. You're welcome, Xiangling replied before returning to her duties. They arrived during the midday rush, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Due to his thirst from the journey, Xiao Yuan quickly poured himself a glass, then filled one for Qiqi as well. Qiqi gazed at the pristine white liquid with her large eyes, then looked up at Xiao Yuan, observing him gulp down the coconut milk with delight, exclaiming, refreshing. She was inspired to imitate him, taking a sip herself. However, the sweet coconut milk tasted no different from ordinary water to her. Nonetheless, she still found it enjoyable. The reason was simple. Since Xiao Yuan savored it, she subconsciously believed it must indeed be delightful. Qiqi, would you like another glass? Xiao Yuan asked with a gentle smile as he picked up the bottle of coconut milk. Coconut milk is delightful, and Qiqi graciously offered the cup with both hands. Xiao Yuan also filled Qiqi's cup to the brim before turning his attention to satiating his hunger. It must be said that Xiangling's culinary creations are truly exceptional. However, after a few bites, Qiqi lost interest in her meal, choosing instead to indulge in the coconut milk. Perhaps it was due to the lack of flavor in the dish, which was laden with bones. After finishing their lunch, they did not rush to leave. The sun became quite scorching after noon, and Qiqi, who despises hot environments, decided to take a brief respite. Have you finished your meal? How was it? A cheerful Xiangling approached after her busy work. Yes, it was delicious, Xiao Yuan replied with a gentle smile. By the way, this must be your first visit to Liyue. I have never seen you before. Did you come from Mondstadt? Indeed, Xiao Yuan answered, his demeanor unwavering, betraying no hint of deceit. Upon receiving this response, Xiangling's gaze fell upon Qiqi, who leaned slightly against Xiao Yuan, seemingly intimidated by Xiangling. Why are you hiding, little one? I promise I won't turn you into a skewer, Xiangling teased, her interest piqued by Qiqi's demeanor. Qiqi is not delicious, Qiqi replied, her eyes wide with fear. Ha! You are simply too adorable. I would never eat you, Xiangling exclaimed, surprised that Qiqi took her words seriously. Do you happen to have more coconut milk available? I would like to purchase some to stock up, as Qiqi is quite fond of it, Xiao Yuan inquired directly. Yes. How much would you like? Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's straightforward question, Xiangling ceased her teasing of Qiqi and responded earnestly. Let us see how much these mora can fetch, Xiao Yuan said, pouring out all the mora he had taken from the bandits. Xiangling counted meticulously and smiled. These mora are only enough to cover this meal. Is that so? While the amount is indeed modest, this meal was somewhat expensive, possibly due to the new dishes, he remarked. May I request credit? I still need to purchase a notebook, and I shall repay it in due time. A notebook? Yes. Qiqi is a zombie with a rather poor memory, so a notebook would be useful for jotting down important matters. Ah, Qiqi is a zombie, Xiangling exclaimed, visibly astonished. Although Qiqi's appearance was peculiar, She had never considered the existence of actual zombies in the world. While there are deities and demons, it seemed that Chi-Chi was the only one of her kind. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the adorable Chi-Chi. As for the notebook, we have plenty of menu notebooks here, if you don't mind. You may take one. Saying this, Xiangling produced a notebook from her hands and offered it to Xu Yuan. Is this acceptable? Xu Yuan asked. Of course. We at the Wanmin restaurant have an abundance of notebooks. You may take one whenever you wish. However, I have one condition. What condition? While preparing a dish, I found myself lacking a glazed bag and hoped that you could assist me in gathering some. In return, you may freely use the Wanmin Hall's notebook. And I will even provide you with 2 large boxes of coconut milk. The deal was promptly accepted by Xu Yuan without hesitation. Compared to the slow endeavor of earning mora, Xiangling's request seemed remarkably simple. Although the glazed bags are challenging to harvest, the prospect of 2 boxes of coconut milk for Chi-Chi made it worthwhile. All right, I shall await your return. Under Xiangling's watchful gaze, Xu Yuan and Chi-Chi gradually distanced themselves. Xu Yuan handed the notebook to Chi-Chi, gently advising, Chi-Chi, please record any significant matters in this notebook, so that important things will not be forgotten. Chi-Chi understood the importance of this task and nodded appreciatively, indicating her readiness to proceed. However, unbeknownst to them, not only was Xiangling observing their departure, a figure adorned with a Hunyuan hexagonal hat was secretly watching them and cautiously followed suit. Chapter 14. The Second Life. Chi-Chi's abduction by Hu Tao Liyue, Tianhing Mountain. 2 blooms. What fortune! Xu Yuan exclaimed, gazing up at the steep cliff where his targets, the glazed bags, awaited. One was not particularly high, but the other was quite elevated. Chi-Chi, wait for me here. With those words, Xu Yuan began his ascent. However, as soon as his hand grasped the cliff, he felt Chi-Chi tugging at his clothing. She wished to assist. She understood the perilous nature of the cliff and feared for Xu Yuan's safety, believing that a fall could be fatal. Unlike him, she was a zombie and could not perish from such a fall. Thus, she felt her involvement would be more beneficial. Most importantly, she did not want Xu Yuan to be harmed. Chi-Chi, be a good girl and wait for me below. Do not worry, I will be fine. He reassured her with utmost gentleness, sensing her apprehension. But, trust me, everything will be all right. Very well, but Xu Yuan, please be cautious. Chi-Chi will be here to catch you. With that, Xu Yuan rolled up his sleeves and continued his ascent. After a considerable time, he successfully plucked the first, closer bloom and was now making his way toward the second. Chi-Chi watched anxiously from below, her heart racing with concern for him. Unbeknownst to her, danger was slowly approaching. Behind Chi-Chi, a girl wearing a Hunyuan hexagonal hat bore a sinister smile as she stealthily approached with a sack in hand. Why has it suddenly grown dark? At that moment, Chi-Chi's vision was obscured by the sack. Gotcha! Hu Tao felt a surge of joy as she hoisted the sack containing Chi-Chi and fled. Oblivious to the unfolding events and without a chance to call for help, Chi-Chi was already being whisked away by Hu Tao. Phew, I finally got it. Xu Yuan placed the second glass bag into his pocket and took a deep breath. The ascent was easy, but the descent proved challenging. Though this only applied to ordinary individuals, Xu Yuan was far from ordinary. He discarded his weapon, allowing it to drop to the ground. And as the sound of its impact resonated in his ears, he executed a swift flame flash, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, he had safely returned to the ground. Chi-Chi, let us proceed to the next. Wait. Where is everyone? Xu Yuan exclaimed, panic rising within him as he glanced around, calling out for Chi-Chi. Yet, there was no response, as if Chi-Chi had never existed. However, Xu Yuan's keen eyes caught sight of a single vibrant red petal lying on the ground. A plum blossom? Little Tao? What on earth? When did that girl, Hu Tao, set her sights on me? How could Chi-Chi have been captured without a sound? With no time to ponder further, Xu Yuan hurried towards the Hall of Life. If Chi-Chi were buried, it would be the end. At that moment, Hu Tao had tied Chi-Chi beneath a plum tree. Little zombie. The balance of yin and yang cannot be disrupted. I shall help you find rest, Hu Tao said, wielding a shovel as she vigorously dug a hole. Addressing the only part of Chi-Chi visible, her head protruding from the sack. Buried, Chi-Chi gazed at Hu Tao with her large, pink eyes, seemingly comprehending her words. She shook her head emphatically, expressing, Chi-Chi does not want to be buried. Chi-Chi does not want to die. With that, she struggled against her bindings. That cannot be. Just wait a moment. I will dig the hole quickly. Being buried will be much easier. Hu Tao hastened her shoveling, the earth flying as the pit grew larger. No. Chi-Chi does not want you. You are a bad person. How could the master of the hall be a bad person? I merely wish to bury you, and then you will be free. Chi-Chi whimpered, terrified. Suddenly, a crimson spear struck the ground beside them. In an instant, a figure appeared next to them. Xiao Yuan, help. Seeing Xiao Yuan's arrival, Chi-Chi's tear-filled eyes shone with desperation, as if she had found a lifeline. Xiao Yuan swiftly untied her, freeing her from the sack. May I ask who you are? Hu Tao inquired, her memory of Xiao Yuan evidently absent. Xiao Yuan paused, a complex smile crossing his face at her question. The Hu Tao he had once grown up with now regarded him as a stranger. It was difficult not to feel sorrowful. Though this version of Hu Tao had forgotten, Xiao Yuan would always remember. After all, how could one simply forget a matter of over a decade? Hello, I am Xiao Yuan, and I am with Chi-Chi. Are you also a zombie? Hu Tao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if she contemplated burying Xiao Yuan as well. Very well. Excellent. Truly excellent. Hu Tao is quite capable and amiable, yet her intentions are rather grim. The impending burial of her grandfather weighs heavily on her, and just moments ago, Xiao Yuan was enveloped in melancholy, but his expression quickly darkened. I am not a zombie, he retorted. Oh, very well. Observing the disappointment etched across Hu Tao's face, Xiao Yuan felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was he truly so disheartening that she could not bear the thought of not burying him? In that case, it seemed only fitting to turn her attention to Chi-Chi. With that, Hu Tao's gaze fell once more on Chi-Chi, who, feeling as if jolted by electricity, hastily sought refuge behind Xiao Yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yuan scooped up Chi-Chi and dashed off. By the time Hu Tao registered their departure, they had already vanished into the distance. Oh, they fled? Next time, I must act more swiftly. Hu Tao reflected on her sluggishness, regretting that had she been quicker, she might have liberated Chi-Chi. Nevertheless, she remained hopeful, confident that fate would grant her another encounter with the girl. Once they had put a considerable distance between themselves and Hu Tao, Xiao Yuan exhaled heavily in relief. Phew, we are safe at last. He pondered. Who exactly was she, and why did she wish to bury Chi-Chi? Her name was Hu Tao, the 77th leader of the Requiem Hall, whose primary duty was to conduct funerals. She believed that those who had passed should not linger in the realm of the living, as it only served to prolong their suffering. Thus, she sought to grant them release through burial. Xiao Yuan took a moment to explain to Chi-Chi the rationale behind Hu Tao's actions. Hu Tao is misguided. She means no harm, he said with a resigned smile. Yet, from Chi-Chi's perspective, Hu Tao had just attempted to take her life, making it quite challenging for her to comprehend the motivations behind Hu Tao's actions. Thus, Xiao Yuan chose to remain silent, advising her only to be cautious and avoid capture again. He understood that Hu Tao possessed a stubborn disposition, much like his own, and would likely not relent after this failed attempt. Their immediate goal was to locate the glass bag and trade it with Xiang Ling for coconut milk, allowing them to return home, where they would be far safer. Do not worry. I am here. I will ensure that Chi-Chi remains unharmed, Xiao Yuan reassured gently. Indeed, Xiao Yuan is so kind, Chi-Chi mused, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she spotted the coveted item perched on the cliffside. Can I go? I do not wish to be captured. Chapter 15, The Second Life. A pact, but it is so high. Allow me to ascend while you find a place to hide and be cautious, Xiao Yuan insisted, still wary of Chi-Chi's ascent. Although he recognized that Chi-Chi, being a zombie, could not be measured by the standards of the living, he could not ignore her small stature. Chi-Chi is not afraid of heights. She fears Hu Tao, she replied, clearly shaken by Hu Tao's earlier actions. Xiao Yuan considered saying more, but was suddenly reminded of his mission to empower Chi-Chi with the ability to thrive independently. In the future, she would undoubtedly encounter similar challenges, such as climbing mountains, which were an inevitable part of life. Upon reflecting on this moment, Xiao Yuan heaved a sigh and acquiesced. Very well. Chi-Chi, do take care. I shall be here to catch you. As Chi-Chi prepared to ascend, she extended her small hand to grasp the rocky surface, cautiously and slowly making her way upward. The locations of the glass bags were relatively high, and given Chi-Chi's petite stature, it would take her some time to reach them. Xiao Yuan remained steadfast below, his gaze fixed on Chi-Chi, fearful of her potential fall. Yet, the very thing one fears often becomes a reality. While she was midway up the slope, her foot slipped, and with wide eyes, she tumbled from the cliff's edge. Xiao Yuan, taken aback, was quick to react. He hurled his spear with precision and, calculating its descent, executed a swift move to catch her garment just in time. With a powerful thrust against the wall, he retrieved his spear and leapt down. At that moment, Chi-Chi clung tightly to Xu Yuan, fear evident in her demeanor. However, due to the presence of the zombie, she had not uttered a sound during her perilous fall, descending silently. Fear not, I am here, Xu Yuan soothed, cradling the delicate Chi-Chi and gently patting her back. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, I'm so foolish. There's no need for apologies, Chi-Chi, you've done remarkably well. Is that true? She asked, hope flickering in her eyes. Indeed, it is, he affirmed. Do not blame yourself, I cherish you dearly. At his words, Chi-Chi paused, tightening her embrace around him. Will we always be together? Gazing into her expectant eyes, Xiao Yuan felt a fleeting moment of uncertainty. He did not wish to deceive this innocent and vulnerable child. Yet, her gaze brimmed with hope. Yes, he answered, albeit awkwardly. Can we truly? She pressed. Of course, we shall be together forever. I will protect you, she declared with determination. It is I who should be protecting you. Xiao Yuan corrected her gently. Then let us make a pinky promise, Chi-Chi suggested eagerly, extending her tiny finger. Very well, he replied, linking his pinky with hers. Pinky promise. Cross my heart. For 100 years, we shall not change. A faint smile graced Chi-Chi's lips, her heart brimming with joy. She then redirected her gaze to the glass bags once more. This time, confidence radiated from her. She glanced at the glass bags resting on the slope and then at Xu Yuan. Fear not, she reassured herself, and once again, she began her ascent. This time, she was much steadier. Though her pace was slow, she successfully harvested the glass bags without incident. Subsequently, they gathered a substantial amount of glass bags from the surrounding hillside. What shall we do next? After completing their task, Chi-Chi seemed to have forgotten the plan, tilting her head in contemplation. Consulting the notes is the most important thing. Xiao Yuan issued a most significant decree to Chi-Chi. From then on, most of Chi-Chi's endeavors would rely on this notebook. Forgetting to consult, it would yield dire consequences. The act of reviewing her notes was paramount, a fact Chi-Chi reiterated, seemingly having fully committed this decree to memory. She then opened the notebook, which contained the instruction to engage in flexibility exercises alongside Xiao Yuan. Awakening from her reverie, Chi-Chi turned her large, expressive eyes toward Xiao Yuan. Let us return home to practice, she urged. Xiao Yuan led Chi-Chi back to their forest cabin, where, after completing a simple set of flexibility exercises, he succumbed to slumber. Notably, Xiao Yuan did not hold Chi-Chi as he slept. Rather, he kept a respectful distance, as though he found her presence disagreeable. Such a notion would be a grave misunderstanding. Xiao Yuan was acutely aware of Chi-Chi's sensitivity to heat. The temperature disparity between a zombie and a human is quite substantial, and he surmised that embracing her would evoke a sensation akin to sleeping in a down coat during the sweltering summer. Of course, this was merely Xiao Yuan's conjecture. Conversely, Chi-Chi perceived the situation differently. Observing Xiao Yuan's retreat, she was reminded of her undead nature and began to grasp certain truths. She was too cold, and Xiao Yuan seemed to disapprove. After Xiao Yuan fell asleep, Chi-Chi stealthily rose. She exited the cabin and commenced her flexibility exercises alone, determined to warm her body through movement. 1, 2, Chi-Chi, 2, 2, Chi-Chi, she chanted, pushing herself to avoid incurring Xiao Yuan's disdain. Each motion was executed with utmost seriousness. However, after considerable time, she found no perspiration gracing her skin. She understood that warmth would naturally lead to sweating. Thus, Chi-Chi exerted herself even more vigorously, tirelessly exercising before the cabin. As the morning sun cast its golden rays, Chi-Chi remained resolute in her determination. Why am I still cold? I do not wish to be icy. Xiao Yuan will surely dislike me, she lamented. I must strive harder. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, Chi-Chi positioned herself beneath its brilliant light, enduring the oppressive heat as she tirelessly continued her flexibility routine. I must persevere, she urged herself. With her body gradually warming, discomfort began to creep in, yet the core of Chi-Chi remained elated. She recognized that she was indeed heating up. Just a bit more effort, and I shall be able to sleep alongside Xiao Yuan. I simply need to break a sweat. With this thought, Chi-Chi stood resolutely beneath the unrelenting sun, her body protesting, yet she gritted her teeth and persisted, her movements seemingly tireless. At that moment, a beam of sunlight streamed through the cracks of the wooden structure, and Xiao Yuan slowly roused from his slumber. Stretching languorously, He was suddenly struck with the realization that Chi-Chi was not in the cabin. What on earth? She hasn't been caught by Hu Tao again, has she? Panic-stricken, Xiao Yuan rushed outside, and there he beheld Chi-Chi, fervently exercising under the blazing sun. However, upon the appearance of Xu Yuan, Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback. As if struck by an electric shock, standing rooted to the spot, the hand she had raised slowly fell back down, her large, pink eyes shimmering with tears. Xu Yuan had intended to reassure her that everything was fine, only to discover that she was, in fact, crying. What is wrong, Chi-Chi? Who has wronged you? The oblivious Xu Yuan appeared somewhat at a loss. Chapter 16. The Second Life. Cold and frigid my body remains perpetually cold, Chi-Chi murmured, a hint of grievance in her soft voice. She had hoped to warm herself up before sleeping beside Xu Yuan, but to her surprise, he was already awake. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Xu Yuan initially sought to comfort her, reasoning that as a zombie, she would not warm up. Yet, the sunlight enveloping them rendered him momentarily speechless, as he seemed to grasp Chi-Chi's intention. Chi-Chi, how long have you been doing your soft gymnastics here? I don't remember, she replied. Upon hearing this response, Xu Yuan's eyes widened, a wave of discomfort surging within him. His decision to sleep apart from Chi-Chi was aimed at sparing her from feeling unwell. However, in her eyes, it appeared as if he distanced himself due to her cold body. I'm sorry, I didn't consider your feelings and made you suffer, Xu Yuan said, pulling Chi-Chi into a tight embrace as he apologized for his oversight. He had only thought of preventing her physical discomfort, never realizing that his actions would cause her emotional pain. Just the previous day, while picking glass bags, he had declared his fondness for her. Yet now he was lying far away. He berated himself for his foolishness. The sudden embrace left Chi-Chi momentarily stunned, and she began to struggle against him. My body is very cold. Holding me will make you sick. Listening to Chi-Chi's words, Xu Yuan reaffirmed his thoughts. Thus, he not only did not loosen his hold, but tightened it further. No, Chi-Chi, that is not true. Your body is not cold at all. I like you the most. I was wrong. I shouldn't have kept my distance last night. My body is too warm, and I feared that holding you would cause you discomfort. But it was never because of your coldness. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, I won't act that way again. Xu Yuan's words made Chi-Chi cease her struggles. Her large eyes filled with disbelief. She seemed to question whether she had misheard, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Could it be true that Xu Yuan had distanced himself out of concern for her, fearing his warmth would discomfort her? Had he not distanced himself due to her coldness? Was she dreaming? If so, she wished to remain in this dream forever. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her eyes began to redden, tears shimmering within their depths. Is it true? Xu Yuan wouldn't deceive me, would he? She asked cautiously, her gaze somewhat dazed, as if afraid to meet his eyes, resembling a child who had erred. Xiao Yuan perceived within her an essence of humility, fragility, and timidity, a tendency to shoulder the blame for every misstep. The sight of Chi-Chi in such a state pierced Xiao Yuan's heart like a knife. Truly, I would never deceive Chi-Chi, I swear. Yet for a fleeting moment, Xiao Yuan found himself at a loss for an oath, his raised hand frozen in place. Then I shall never drink coconut milk again, Chi-Chi added. Very well. If I were to deceive you, I would never again savor coconut milk. May I sleep beside you? She inquired. Indeed, that would be delightful, Xiao Yuan replied, causing Chi-Chi's face to light up with joy, dispelling her earlier discontent. After resolving the misunderstanding, Chi-Chi experienced an unprecedented happiness. A gentle smile also graced Xiao Yuan's face. Come, Chi-Chi, let us procure some coconut milk. Yes, I do enjoy coconut milk. After traversing a distance, they returned to Liyue. This time, both Xiao Yuan and Chi-Chi treaded cautiously, wary of bumping into that mischievous girl, Hu Tao. Although Xiao Yuan was eager to meet Hu Tao, he deemed it prudent to refrain from doing so for the sake of Chi-Chi's safety. You've arrived quite early. Have you found everything? As they entered Wanmin Hall, the sharp-eyed Xiangling hurried over to greet them. Indeed, Xiao Yuan responded, producing a considerable number of glazed bags, 15 in total. Wow, so many. Thank you so much. Let me treat you all to a meal as an extra reward. Xiangling, taken aback by the unexpected haul of such difficult-to-gather items, was overjoyed and immediately offered to treat them. Xiao Yuan, unable to refuse such a delightful proposition, noted that he had yet to have breakfast. Very well. I shall indulge myself. You certainly are not shy at all, she teased. After all, your cooking is exquisite. Flattery will get you everywhere. Have a seat. The dishes will be ready shortly. After a brief conversation, Xiangling indeed presented several plates of food, each a feast for the senses. Naturally, coconut milk was not overlooked. Chi-Chi, however, felt indifferent toward the array of delicacies, her preference firmly rooted in coconut milk. When asked why, perhaps it was because coconut milk is devoid of bones and has a smooth, refreshing quality. Xiao Yuan himself was uncertain about this. Upon finishing their meal, Xiao Yuan lavished praise upon Xiangling's culinary skills, driven by a desire to indulge in yet another complimentary feast. Yet, his compliments were sincere. Xiangling's culinary prowess was indeed remarkable. All done. Then follow me. The coconut milk is inside. All right. Under Xiangling's guidance, Xiao Yuan accompanied her to the storage room, where he carried away 2 crates of coconut milk. This should suffice for Chi-Chi for quite some time. Struggling with the weight of the 2 large crates, Xiao Yuan emerged only to find that Chi-Chi had vanished once more from her previous seat. Xiao Yuan was suddenly filled with a sense of unease. As he glanced around, he spotted Chi-Chi standing in front of the counter, gazing intently at the little sparrows in the cage. Her sparkling eyes brimmed with delight, revealing her fondness for them. Xiangling also took note of this scene. If you like them, you can take one home with you. Just bring me some materials next time you come. Anything that can be cooked will suffice. Can I really give this to Chi-Chi? She asked incredulously. Of course. Xiangling replied with a gentle smile, approaching to take the birdcage from the counter and handing it to Chi-Chi. But remember to bring back some materials next time. The little sparrow flitted about in the cage, momentarily captivating Chi-Chi. No problem. Thank you. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude. Thank you. You are such a good person. Look at this little one. It was hiding behind you yesterday, scared. Seeing Chi-Chi's adorable demeanor, Xiangling couldn't resist teasing her. Oh, really? I'm sorry, I don't remember. Chi-Chi replied. Xiangling paused, recalling that Chi-Chi had a poor memory and that Xiao Yuan had taken several notebooks from her. It's all right. Chi-Chi is so cute that I can forgive you, Xiangling said with a soft smile. Thank you, Xiangling. I will remember you. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Let's head back. Chi-Chi, Xiao Yuan said, bidding farewell. All right, come again when you have the time. Wanminhall welcomes you. Xiangling waved cheerfully. Chapter 17. The Second Life. The sachet of fragrance. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Xiao Yuan and Chi-Chi enjoyed their time in the forest, even affectionately naming the little sparrow Xiao Rongrong. Chi-Chi carefully tended to it every day, conversing with it, while Xiao Yuan acutely sensed that his time was running short. I'm setting off. I really want some coconut milk, he exclaimed. I'll bring some back for you. Don't worry, he reassured her. He emerged from the forest laden with various items, including flowers they had gathered over the past 6 months, which were dried and crafted into sachets. His backpack held over 100 of these in various sizes. After some time of travel, Xiao Yuan returned to Liyue and made his way directly to Wanminhall. Xiangling, it's been a while. Long time no see. Xiao Yuan, how has Chi-Chi been? Did you miss me? Xiangling greeted him with her usual vivacity. She misses you a lot, and she also craves coconut milk. I think she craves the coconut milk more, Xiao Yuan chuckled. Xiangling's face displayed a large question mark. Wasn't she supposed to tease him? Why was he suddenly in agreement? At that moment, Xiao Yuan retrieved a sachet from his backpack and handed it to her. What is this? She asked, instinctively sniffing the sachet upon receiving it. A look of joy spread across her face. What a pure and natural fragrance. You must have used a lot of dried flowers, didn't you? Indeed. It has been crafted from over a dozen distinct types of dried flowers. What do you think? It's acceptable, I suppose. Speak your mind. How much coconut milk do you desire? I shall contemplate it. Throughout this time, Xiangling has already discerned the true purpose behind Xiao Yuan's visits. Each time he arrives, it is invariably to purchase coconut milk. In the absence of Mora, he lends a hand at Wanminhall, serving as a waiter or a dishwasher, among other duties. Of course, gathering ingredients is also an essential aspect of the process. Over time, familiarity has naturally developed. I shall return shortly to collect this. I have a matter to attend to right now. After saying this, Xiao Yuan slipped away. Observing his gradually receding figure, Xiangling sensed something amiss. His emotions and tone displayed a significant deviation from the usual, even though he made every effort to conceal it. However, with her long-standing acquaintance, she trusted her instincts. I have an errand to run. You all continue your work. Leaving behind a brief remark for Wanminhall, Xiangling hurriedly followed suit, cautiously trailing behind Xiao Yuan. After leaving Wanminhall, Xiao Yuan made his way directly to the Yinxing Hall. Oh, it's you. Speak up. What brings you to seek the Hall Master? Have you decided to lay Qiqi to rest? Rest assured, entrusting it to the Hall Master guarantees a splendid affair. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan's arrival, Hu Tao placed her hands on her hips, confidently puffing out her chest as she spoke. However, she was not the only one present. As a guest elder of the Yinxing Hall, Zhongli approached in a leisurely manner. Mr. Zhongli, this is the individual I previously mentioned to you, Xiao Yuan. And he has a companion named Qiqi, who is a zombie. Ah, I see. Greetings, I am Zhongli, a guest elder of the Yinxing Hall. Zhongli introduced himself succinctly. Hello, I have come here with a request. Xiao Yuan spoke with a gentle smile. I know. It must be about burying Qiqi. What kind of funeral are you envisioning? Should it be grand, somber, or perhaps a joyous affair? There is no funeral that the Hall Master cannot arrange. So feel free to express your desires. In ancient times, there was Wang Pei selling melons, and in the present, Hu Tao is seeking to procure coffins. Day in and day out, her thoughts revolve around burying individuals. Wasn't her previous approach to wait for clients to come knocking for orders? How is it that Hu Tao proactively seeks out clients? Surely, something is amiss with her grandfather in this timeline, Xiao Yuan mused, shifting the blame onto Hu Tao's grandfather from a parallel universe. Nevertheless, he retrieved 2 sachets from his backpack and offered them to Hu Tao and Zhongli. As they accepted them, they instinctively took a whiff. Wow, how fragrant. I can smell the plum blossom. There must be plum blossoms in here. Hu Tao exclaimed with unrestrained joy. According to the theory of universality, it indeed exudes a delightful aroma, composed of meticulously selected ingredients, likely consisting of over a dozen types of dried flowers. Zhongli, being well-versed in such matters, remained consistent in his habitual remarks, regardless of which realm of Genshin he found himself in. My time is limited. This visit is to ensure that after I depart, you will take good care of Qiqi. She is a devoted soul, whose affections remain steadfast, much like her fondness for coconut milk. I fear that once I am gone, she may act in unpredictable ways. Long ago, Qiqi was a young herbalist, and Su Yuan elucidated the reasons behind her being a zombie, including the origins of her divine eye. Upon hearing her backstory, both Hu Tao and Zhongli bowed their heads in silence. I merely hope that if you encounter Qiqi, you might offer her some assistance. Her memory is rather poor, and she can be a bit simple-minded, but she means no harm. She merely fears solitude. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Thank you for your help. With that, he expressed his gratitude and departed without hesitation. As Hu Tao and Zhongli regained their composure, Su Yuan had already vanished from sight. They exchanged glances, then looked down at the incense pouch in their hands, remaining silent. Behind Su Yuan, Xiang Ling also tightened her grip on the pouch, having heard Qiqi's story for the first time and understanding Su Yuan's intentions. Gradually, she too made her exit. Hello. This is Qiqi, a lovely little zombie who poses no threat to others. She is somewhat timid and fearful. Should you encounter her, please do not shun her, if possible. I hope you might engage her in conversation. Su Yuan handed an incense pouch to a woman who appeared kind-hearted, then produced a photograph of Qiqi and briefly explained the situation. Thank you for the pouch, the woman responded. You're welcome. I wish you all the best, and may fortune smile upon you. After bidding farewell to one woman, he presented a second pouch to an older gentleman. Hello. May I trouble you for a moment? This is Qiqi, a little zombie who means no harm. She is quite shy and timid, so if you happen to meet her, please do not avoid her. Hello, here is a pouch for you. May I take a moment of your time? This is Qiqi, from dawn until the early hours. As the lanterns of Liyue gradually dimmed and the city sank into slumber, Su Yuan successfully distributed over 100 incense pouches. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the rumble of hunger in his stomach, his mouth parched from a day devoid of food or drink. Finally, it was over. Though weary, Su Yuan felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Chapter 18. In the second life, I am delighted to encounter you. Qiqi is a child who deeply fears solitude. Often attributing mistakes to herself, she is a delicate being, easily wounded. Even when injured, she refrains from voicing her pain, choosing instead to curl up alone and nurse her wounds, much like a silent fall from a cliff. When distanced by Su Yuan, she reproaches herself for being too cold, standing alone beneath the scorching sun to perform her gentle exercises. She truly possesses a remarkable understanding, one that is almost heart-wrenching. Xiao Yuan is deeply concerned about Qiqi, yet he is acutely aware that time is running short. For this very day, he has devoted 6 months to meticulous preparation. It is not merely due to his ability to pinpoint the moment. Rather, ever since the incident of adopting the little sparrow, he has been in a state of readiness. He understands that he cannot accompany Chi-Chi throughout her entire life. Thus, he has done everything within his power to prepare. If the time frame had been a year, perhaps he would have sent the sachets to Mondstadt. However, with merely 6 months at his disposal, the sachets he has crafted will barely suffice for Liyue. Have something to eat. You've worked so hard. A voice suddenly called from behind, startling Xiao Yuan and causing him to jolt. Turning around, he saw Xiangling holding a steaming box of rice and a bottle of water. Xiangling, you. I already know, he replied, his voice tinged with surprise. Oh, just eat. You haven't had a bite or a sip all day. We can talk after you finish, she insisted, handing the food to him. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but a gentle smile soon graced his face as he accepted the water and food. Then, with an exaggerated rush, he began to consume the meal voraciously, even choking slightly and patting his chest. Slow down, no one is competing with you, Xiangling chided, gently patting him while twisting open the water bottle and passing it to him. He took it eagerly, gulping down the water and feeling a wave of relief wash over him. This is delicious, he exclaimed cheerfully after swallowing. Eat more if it's good. Wamen restaurant is still open. Just tell me what you want, and I'll prepare it for you, Xiangling said, her expression filled with concern upon seeing him in such a state. Wait, Xiao Yuan began, raising his hand in excitement, but before he could finish, he set down his chopsticks. It's fine, I've had enough. I need to head back. I don't want Chi-Chi to worry. I know. You're worried about Chi-Chi, aren't you? Here, take these, Xiangling interrupted, handing him 2 large boxes of coconut milk. As he embraced them, she placed 3 boxes of pre-packaged meals on top. Xiangling, I should really get going. It's getting late, and I need to get some rest. You should hurry back too. Remember to eat before sleeping, she said while yawning, turning to leave and not allowing him a moment to respond. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Yuan smiled softly and said, Thank you, Xiangling. He then turned and departed with his bounty. Chi-Chi, how fortunate I am, Xiangling murmured softly, glancing back at Xiao Yuan's silhouette, a crystalline tear gliding down her cheek. Chi-Chi, I'm back, Xiao Yuan joyfully called out. With a sudden bang, the door swung open, and Chi-Chi dashed forward, embracing Xiao Yuan's leg with fervor. Chi-Chi missed you. All right, I missed Chi-Chi too. Quickly, take a look at what I brought. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi looked up and was greeted by the sight of 2 large boxes of coconut milk, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. Coconut milk is something Chi-Chi adores. After placing the 2 boxes down, Xiyuan opened one and handed it to Chi-Chi. Coconut milk is delicious. If it is, then drink more, he said with a gentle smile. Subsequently, he opened the 3 boxes that Xiangling had prepared. There were chocho grilled fish, horsehair glutinous rice meat, and a box of rice. These 2 dishes were the first they had ordered at Wanmentang, created by Xiangling herself. After Xu Yuan tasted them and praised them, Xiangling decided to officially add them to the main menu, and they became immensely popular. Seeing these 2 dishes brought a faint smile to Xu Yuan's face. Did you not eat? Chi-Chi inquired, puzzled by the 3 boxes of food before Xu Yuan. I sold all those sachets we made. They loved them, and it's all thanks to you, Chi-Chi, that we could gather so many different fresh flowers. I got so busy that I lost track of time. Fortunately, Xiangling packed some for me. Otherwise, I would have gone hungry tonight, Xu Yuan explained with a soft smile. Scratching his head. Really? That's wonderful. But I would feel sad if you starved yourself just to sell sachets, Chi-Chi said, concern evident on her face. Seeing her expression, Xu Yuan smiled knowingly and reassured her, Don't worry, it won't happen again. All right, it's settled then, Chi-Chi replied. What kind of person do you think I am? Suddenly, Xu Yuan posed a question that caught Chi-Chi off guard. After a moment of contemplation, she lowered her head and answered, From the very first time we met, you gave me a warm feeling, different from an uncomfortable heat. It's as if my heart felt the warmth. Thank you, Xu Yuan. I am very happy to have met you. Her response was sincere and gentle, with no hint of hesitation. Hearing her words, Xu Yuan replied, I am also very happy to have met you, Chi-Chi. If, and I mean if, one day I am no longer here, would you remember me? He asked. Chi-Chi will never forget Xu Yuan, she declared. I see. Thank you, Chi-Chi. I am content, Xu Yuan said, a tender smile gracing his face as his body began to glow increasingly brighter. In the night, He shone like a firefly, extraordinarily radiant. What is happening to Xu Yuan? Seeing this unusual sight, Chi-Chi panicked and hurriedly embraced him. At that moment, she recalled Xu Yuan's earlier questions and began to understand something profound. With wide eyes, she clung tightly to Xu Yuan. Don't go, Xu Yuan. Don't leave. Chi-Chi will change. Chi-Chi will listen to you. Yet, her pleas did not diminish the brilliance emanating from Xu Yuan. Instead, it intensified, until the entirety of Xu Yuan's body was enveloped in a luminous glow. Soon, within the forest, beautiful shades of pale green gradually emerged. An increasing number of fireflies illuminated the entire woodland. In the distance, a man who had risen to relieve himself discovered this peculiar spectacle. Darling, come quickly and see what is happening. The woman, roused from her slumber, sleepily gazed out the window, beholding a scene reminiscent of a dream. The forest appeared as if illuminated by myriad lights, shining exceptionally bright beneath the night sky. Meanwhile, in Liyue, word spread rapidly, and soon everyone had arisen, their gazes converging upon this enchanted forest. In the daily routine, do not forget to support the story. If you enjoy it, feel free to encourage updates and leave comments. Or watch videos to support the author, with 4 updates each day. Chapter 19. The Second Life. Farewell at the same time. The pouches sent by Xu Yuan also burst forth with a gentle and comforting luminescence. Hu Tao and Zhongli from the Wangxing funeral parlor also took note of this extraordinary scene. Mr. Zhongli, with your vast experience, have you ever witnessed such a sight? Hu Tao inquired, gazing at the forest aglow. I have not, Zhongli replied, denying with certainty as he observed the radiant woodland. However, when he turned back to Hu Tao, he was momentarily taken aback. Why are you crying, Hall Master? Hearing Zhongli's words, Hu Tao finally realized her tears and began to wipe them away, bewildered. For some reason, I feel an overwhelming sadness, as if I have lost something profoundly significant. Her tears flowed like an unceasing spring. Observing Hu Tao's condition, Zhongli sensed an unusual resonance within him. Though we met this morning for the first time, I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity, Zhongli pondered, redirecting his focus back to the forest. How beautiful! The last time I witnessed such a breathtaking scene was during the annual Lantern Festival. Indeed, it is stunning. How did this come to be? Why do these pouches emit the same light? Could this extraordinary beauty be the work of the man who delivered the pouches this morning? Hey, why do you have one too? Look, I have one as well. How is it that everyone has them? Did he distribute them one by one? Do you know his name? No, we only know of a little zombie named Chi-Chi. If you encounter her, do not keep your distance. She mentioned the same thing to me. The people of Liyue began to produce their pouches, radiating a warm glow, their drowsiness forgotten. Each one smiling as they gazed at the phosphorescent forest. Meanwhile, Xiangling sat atop a lofty rooftop, cradling her pouch in her hands, her gentle gaze fixed upon the woodland. Looking back, she saw that the once slumbering Liyue was now ablaze with light, the warm glow harmonizing with the forest. Xu Yuan, are you leaving? She asked with a soft smile, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. In the heart of the forest, Chi-Chi wept like a sorrowful figure, desperately clinging to Xu Yuan, burying her head in his chest. Chi-Chi, my dear, from now on, you must command yourself. And remember to practice your soft gymnastics every night. Do not be lazy. For if you are, Hu Tao will catch you. The notebook is filled with important matters, and it must not be lost. Although I long to accompany you, my time has come. In the days to come, let the people of Liyue walk alongside you in my stead. Consider this little cottage in the forest as our sacred place of remembrance. When you miss me, come and take a look, and let Xiangling bring some delicious treats. At that moment, as Chi-Chi clung to Xu Yuan, suddenly, she found herself grasping at emptiness. With tear-filled eyes, she looked up and was shocked to discover that half of Xu Yuan's body had completely vanished, and his upper form was gradually becoming transparent. No, no, no. Do not abandon Chi-Chi. Wasn't Xu Yuan the one who loved Chi-Chi the most? We promised to be together forever. Xu Yuan is a great deceiver. You swore you would never lie to Chi-Chi. Please don't go. I beg you, don't leave. With tears streaming down her face, Chi-Chi rushed back to the wooden cabin, clutching the birdcage, tumbling out in haste. Look, this is the little fluff ball we raised together. Did we not vow to stay together for eternity? You cannot leave us, Xu Yuan. Take me with you. Take us along wherever you go. I would follow you even to hell, as long as you are there. Chi-Chi desires nothing but you. I implore you. Just then, only Xu Yuan's chest remained, his hand gently caressing her cheek, a soft smile ever present on his face. "I'm sorry, I hope you can forgive me." As his words faded, his visage began to dissipate, and Chi-Chi, grasping his hand, wept uncontrollably. "No, please don't go. Chi-Chi forgives you. Come back. I will listen to you in everything as long as you return. Do not leave, Chi-Chi." As his final hand vanished, transforming into a firefly, Chi-Chi, with tears flowing, chased after the luminous creature, feeling that it was indeed Shiyuan. "In the past, I simply wished to survive, though I knew not the reason for my existence. But now, it seems I understand. I wish to live alongside you." Like crystalline tears cascading to the ground, they flowed along the stream, marking Chi-Chi's sorrow. She pursued the firefly, ultimately emerging from the forest. At that moment, the sun began to rise from a distant peak, and the firefly faded into the dawn. Chi-Chi reached out with her small hand, only to let it fall in defeat. She knelt upon the earth, staring vacantly at the ascending sun until a ray of sunlight graced her. This time, she felt not the heat, but warmth. "You are Chi-Chi, a zombie, and I am Shiyuan, here to assist you." Because Chi-Chi is a zombie, her body is stiff. It is not that she cannot walk. Chi-Chi desires to walk. So let us engage in some flexibility exercises. What are flexibility exercises? They allow Chi-Chi to move freely. "Chi-Chi, shall we set up a camp? Is the camp our home?" "Yes, indeed. It is our home, a shelter from the wind and rain." "How wonderful. Chi-Chi will finally have a home." "Chi-Chi, would you like another drink? Coconut milk is delightful." "Chi-Chi, let us record any significant matters here, so we will not forget them." "Important matters noted here. Understood, Chi-Chi." "Walnut is a villain. Chi-Chi does not like her." "Do not worry. I am here. I will ensure that Chi-Chi remains safe." "I am sorry. I am truly foolish." "There is no need to apologize, Chi-Chi. You are already wonderful." "Really?" "Indeed. Chi-Chi, do not blame yourself. I cherish you the most." "Can we always be together forever?" "Yes." "Is that truly possible?" "Of course, we will be together always. I will protect you." "It should be I who protects you. Let us make a pact." "All right. Pact." "Pinky swear, 100 years, no changing." "My body is very cold. Holding me will make you sick." "Not at all. Chi-Chi, you are not cold. I adore you." "I was wrong. I should not have distanced myself from you last night. My body is too warm. I feared holding you would make you uncomfortable." "It is certainly not because you are cold." "I am sorry, Chi-Chi. I will not do that again." "Really? You wouldn't deceive Chi-Chi, would you?" "Truly. I would never deceive you. I swear, if I do, I shall never drink coconut milk again." "All right. If you deceive Chi-Chi, you shall never drink coconut milk again." "Can Chi-Chi sleep with you?" "Yes, of course." Chapter 20. In the second life, Liyue will be your home. Scenes flashed like slides in Chi-Chi's mind as she knelt, crying from dawn until dusk. As night fell, a light rain began to fall, cold droplets pattering on her, yet she felt no warmth. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, within the birdcage beside her, the little Fluff emitted a sound. Chi-Chi looked at the little Fluff and found it completely soaked. She then embraced the birdcage and ran towards the wooden house. Fortunately, Chi-Chi did not forget the way home. Upon returning, she opened the birdcage, but the little Fluff, as if in perfect harmony with her feelings, did not fly away. Instead, it perched on her shoulder and nuzzled her gently, seemingly offering comfort. Chi-Chi was taken aback, a bittersweet smile appearing on her face. She then wiped the rainwater off the little Fluff with a towel and provided it with food and water. However, the little Fluff ball did not eat, instead continuing to nuzzle against Chi-Chi's cheek. "Please eat, little Fluff ball," Chi-Chi urged, as if comprehending her words. The Fluff ball soared towards the coconut milk, lightly stepping on it, seemingly conveying to Chi-Chi, "If you don't eat, I want to eat." Chi-Chi paused for a moment, then picked up a bottle of coconut milk and began to drink. Only then did the Fluff ball commence its meal and drink. "Remember, Shiyuan, unless death intervenes, never forget." Chi-Chi commanded herself, embedding this decree deep within her heart, even more profoundly than the importance Shiyuan had once placed on reviewing the manuscripts. Fearing that mere command would not suffice to prevent her from forgetting Shiyuan, she took out all of her notebooks and filled the last pages of each with memories of Shiyuan, the forest cabin, the Fluff ball, Shiyuan. She wrote tirelessly for 3 or 4 consecutive days, filling the last pages of hundreds of notebooks. After accomplishing this, Chi-Chi curled up in a corner of the wooden cabin and fell asleep. In her dreams, she envisioned Shiyuan's return, and a smile spread across her face. Upon awakening, she discovered her pillow was completely soaked, and her eyes were red and puffy. Cradling the fluffball, she opened the door and whispered, "Let us go back, little fluffball." At that moment, the fluffball flew directly out of Chi-Chi's palm, darting towards the forest. Taking her notebooks, Chi-Chi, relying on her faint memories, managed to arrive at Liyue. The people of Liyue, upon seeing Chi-Chi, approached her with warm inquiries. "Hello, Chi-Chi, how may we assist you? Could you please direct me to the Wangxing funeral parlor?" Following their guidance, Chi-Chi arrived at the entrance of the Wangxing funeral parlor. Pushing open the grand doors, she stepped inside. Hu Tao and Zhongli rushed forward upon noticing her presence. "Hu Tao buried me," Chi-Chi stated, and both Hu Tao and Zhongli appeared somewhat taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure. After all, Shi Yuan had previously expressed concern about Chi-Chi possibly acting unexpectedly, and now, she had indeed done so, typically avoiding confrontation. Hu Tao this time took the initiative to seek out Chi-Chi, wanting to bury her. Although Hu Tao was also inclined to comply, Shi Yuan had forbade it. With a resigned gesture, Hu Tao shrugged her shoulders and produced a familiar sachet. "This is the sachet," she said, and Chi-Chi's eyes widened in surprise. "According to universal theories, burying you would violate the contract." At that moment, Zhongli also revealed a sachet, smiling gently as he spoke. "Contract? Indeed. Shi Yuan and the people of Liyue have signed a contract. From now on, Liyue will be your home." Just then, the voice of Xiangling echoed from behind Chi-Chi. Instinctively, Chi-Chi turned to look, her pupils dilating in astonishment. She beheld the people of Liyue, each adorned with gentle smiles, casting benevolent gazes her way, all holding the same sachet in their hands. In an instant, Chi-Chi's eyes once again brimmed with tears. She gazed intently at the fragrant pouches, her mind conjuring the gentle smile of Xiao Yuan. It appeared she had discovered a purpose for her existence. "Welcome to Liyue, Chi-Chi," echoed the voices of the people gathered outside the Yuheng Hall. 2 teardrops cascaded down Chi-Chi's cheeks. "Welcome back, Chi-Chi," spoke Xiangling with a soft smile. Simultaneously, a small round sparrow descended from the sky. Chi-Chi instinctively extended her hands, and the little sparrow alighted directly in the palm of her hand. "Little Fluff?" Chi-Chi exclaimed in surprise. "Chirp, chirp." The small sparrow tilted its head and called out. Subsequently, a pure smile illuminated Chi-Chi's face. Months later, in Liyue's Wanmen Hall, the familiar calls rang out. "Chi-Chi, table 3, grilled fish." "Chi-Chi, table 4, the bill." "Chi-Chi, once you clear the tables, you can finish for the day." Chi-Chi diligently maneuvered through the hall with her petite legs. Finally, after the last table settled their bill, Chi-Chi smiled and said, "Take care. And we welcome you back next time." "How industrious Chi-Chi is," praised the patron settling the bill. "Indeed, she is my treasure," Xiangling remarked as she approached with a bottle of coconut milk. Handing the coconut milk to Chi-Chi, she said, "Let us go pick some glimmering bags later." "Great. Chi-Chi is excellent at picking glimmering bags," Chi-Chi replied, happily accepting the coconut milk. "You're too stingy. Chi-Chi works so hard, and you just give her a bottle of coconut milk to appease her." "Xiangling, you're incorrigible," teased a man dining nearby. "Oh, go on. If you want to compete for Chi-Chi, just say it. Chi-Chi is my treasure. Don't even think about it." "Ha ha. If I had Chi-Chi, I would cherish her as well." The man laughed. "Chi-Chi loves coconut milk," Chi-Chi chimed in. "Come on, Chi-Chi, work with me, and I will give you 2 extra bottles of coconut milk every day," the man eagerly suggested. "Really?" Xiangling's eyes glinted, and she slowly responded, "Guoba, come here." "Oh no, just kidding." The moment he heard Xiangling call Guoba, he hurriedly slipped away. Now, Chi-Chi had truly become a member of Wanmen Hall, primarily responsible for serving dishes and clearing tables. As for her wages, they were, of course, coconut milk. However, Chi-Chi's adorable demeanor often drew playful teasing from the customers. "Xiangling, I want to visit Xiao Yuan," she said. "All right, I'll go with you. Just wait a moment." After a brief wait, she packed grilled fish and sticky rice and stepped out of Wanmen Hall with Chi-Chi. As they exited, the little Fluff flew over and landed on Chi-Chi's shoulder. The second life was complete. Chapter 21. The Third Life, The Abandoned Shinha Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the reincarnation of the second life. Please select one of the following 3 skills for inheritance: Blazing Pillar, Scorching Palm, Black Flame. Xiao Yuan found himself once again transported to a realm enveloped in white. This time, the options presented by the system were 3 fire-related skills, yet he was unfamiliar with all of them. Unlike his previous skills, such as the 8-faced fire or the flame flash, which he had at least experimented with, These were entirely foreign to him. Fortunately, a trial was permitted. However, upon attempting the skills, he found himself even more perplexed about which to choose. The first, blazing pillar, centered around the user, unleashing a colossal column of fire that would detonate after 5 seconds, inflicting substantial damage. The second, scorching palm, was an internal assault capable of directly incinerating internal organs, targeting the heart. The third, however, leaned towards a deceptive strategy. It manifested as a small orb of black flame, slightly larger than that of a lighter's flame. But upon contact with an enemy, the fire would immediately engulf their entire body. After much contemplation, Xiao Yuan opted for the third skill, Black Flame. Although the other two were equally formidable, he favored the third option upon further reflection. You have selected Black Flame, and the next cycle is about to commence. Activation successful. Task: assist Shunhe in adapting to human society. Transmitting to you now. As a burst of white light enveloped Xiao Yuan, he officially entered his third life. Shunhe, he murmured, his brow furrowing. The furrow was not indicative of the task's difficulty. On the contrary, it was relatively straightforward. The crux of the matter lay in Shunhe's background, which was no less tragic than that of Chi-Chi and Hu Tao, perhaps even more so. Born into an exorcist family, Shunhe faced a tumultuous fate. In her early years, her mother was plagued by illness, growing increasingly frail in both body and spirit. Meanwhile, Shunhe's father, who harbored profound love for his wife, was tormented by the sight of her deteriorating condition. Despite seeking the assistance of numerous physicians, none could provide relief. In his desperation, he turned to ancient texts, hoping to discover a means to save his beloved wife. Obsessed, Shunhe's father scoured every ancient tome he could find, yet none contained the remedy he sought. Just as despair began to consume him, he fortuitously came across the very ancient text he had longed for, in the possession of his neighbor, Ming Jun. The book detailed a method to save his wife. In a fervor, Shunhe's father seized it from Ming Jun, aware of the book's contents. Ming Jun understood that it was a tome requiring the summoning of a deity with the sacrifice of a life. Could such a thing truly be trusted? Yet, Shunhe's father was beyond caring. He was determined to resurrect his wife. No one could deter him. Accordingly, he followed the book's instructions and summoned the deity. I am willing to give my life to save my wife. Upon summoning the deity, he immediately knelt before it, articulating his intentions. The deity gazed upon him, then pointed at the young Shunhe, uttering these words. She was born as a harbinger of solitude and calamity. Even if she exists in this world, she will bring harm to those around her. Perhaps you too may fall victim to her curse. Shunhe's father might be deemed a good husband, yet he was undeniably a poor father. Upon hearing the deity's words, he extended his venomous hand towards Shunhe, casting her into a cave filled with the remnants of malevolent spirits before turning away. The young Shunhe longed for her father's return to rescue her. In her moment of utter helplessness, she received the eye of God and, armed with a dagger, fought fiercely against the creatures of darkness. Day after day, she battled tirelessly until the moment she collapsed, still awaiting her father's arrival. It was Lao Nian borrowing wind, the true monarch, who ultimately saved Shunhe. As he passed by the cave, he sensed a trace of sinister energy and discovered the young Shunhe engaged in combat with the remnants of evil, weakened and famished. She had likely not eaten for several days, yet her indomitable spirit compelled her to continue fighting against the monstrous foes. After rescuing her, Lao Nian borrowing wind found that she remained on high alert, directing her blade toward him. Only after confirming that he meant her no harm did she finally succumb to unconsciousness. Subsequently, he consulted with the true monarch of Xia Zhuyang to ascertain Shunhe's fate, ultimately learning that she was destined to bring misfortune to her kin, a consequence of her celestial alignment as the lonely star of calamity. Therefore, Lao Nian borrowing wind bound her fate with a red thread to prevent her from inadvertently harming the innocent. Yet this also constrained Shunhe's innate nature. As Shunhe delved deeper into her training with the immortals, her demeanor grew increasingly aloof. Having spent years in seclusion on the celestial mountain, surrounded by birds and beasts, she remained ignorant of worldly affairs and the lives of mortals. With a character marked by bluntness and an unyielding tone that left no room for negotiation, she earned the moniker of the white-haired witch. The task of Su Yuan was to guide this isolated Shunhe back to the embrace of humanity. After all, humans are inherently social beings. Who among them would willingly choose to endure solitude? Thus, Su Yuan pondered, aimlessly wandering through the forest. At that moment, a group of hilichurls emerged, brandishing wooden clubs aimed straight for Su Yuan's head. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a chilling gust swept through. An ice crystal puppet suddenly floated by Su Yuan, instantly sending the two hilichurls flying. With the inscription of the seal, the ice puppet accompanied Shun He. Just as the two hilichurls regained their footing, Su Yuan seized his spear and charged at them. With an unparalleled ferocity in his technique, he rendered them powerless to resist. Su Yuan's prowess caught Shun He off guard. She had presumed him to be an ordinary individual, only to discover that he possessed remarkable skill. As she pondered, an immense Geo-Hilichurl king suddenly appeared behind her. Shun Hui had only just noticed the colossal figure on the ground when, before she could turn around, a spear grazed her cheek. In a flash, she activated her skill, Flame Dash. A deafening explosion erupted from behind her, the sheer force propelling her away. Shun Hui executed a backflip, landing on the ground. As she turned to look, she saw Xu Yuan, spear in hand, blocking the attack from the Geo-Hilichurl king. When had he arrived? She felt a profound confusion at Xu Yuan's sudden appearance. He had just been far off, dealing with two small hilichurls, yet in an instant, he was at her side, even protecting her. Two powerful forces clashed, with Xu Yuan landing in front of Shun Hui, while the Geo-Hilichurl king was pushed back several steps. Shun Hui immediately summoned her power, ancient runes swirling around her as a cold current surged. However, a large hand halted her advance. This matter arose from me. Thus it is only fitting that I conclude it, Xu Yuan remarked with a gentle smile as he glanced back. Shun Hui was momentarily taken aback, not having the chance to respond before Xu Yuan moved forward. Chapter 22. In the third life, everyone deserves the right to happiness. As he retracted his spear, black flames erupted from the tip of his right finger. Black flames. Having never witnessed such an extraordinary fire, Shun Hui thought to herself as she beheld the flickering black flames on Xu Yuan's finger. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan positioned himself directly in front of the Geo-Hilichurl king, which let out a furious roar and charged at him recklessly. This is bad. He doesn't have time to grab a weapon. Shun Hui rushed forward in alarm. Xu Yuan, however, remained unhurried as he gently tossed the dancing flames from his finger, then turned away without a glance back. Boom. The instant the flames made contact with the Geo-Hilichurl king, the colossal figure was engulfed by the towering black inferno. The Geo-Hilichurl king emitted a dreadful wail, leaving Shun Hui frozen in shock as she approached. Hello, my name is Xu Yuan, the Xian cultivation and the Yuan in distance. It is a pleasure to meet you. Xu Yuan smiled gently. I am Shun Hui, fated to solitude, prone to harming those around me. A celestial being advised me to bind my soul with this red thread to control my murderous intent. As she observed the slowly collapsing Geo-Hilichurl king, Shun Hui offered a brief introduction. Though she had little desire to engage with mortals and lacked understanding of how to interact with them, Xu Yuan's prowess suggested he was no ordinary person. He might very well be a disciple of the celestial realm. Noticing he was also alone, Shun Hui felt a strange sense of kinship. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing it as merely her own fanciful imagination. She knew many celestial beings, but had never heard of any who, like her, distanced themselves from the mundane world, living alongside mountains and creatures, fated to solitude, prone to harming those around me. Such peculiarities? Xu Yuan found himself somewhat astonished by Shun Hui's circumstances. Certainly, it is a fade. Such circumstances do indeed exist, she affirmed. So, does that imply there is no one else in your company? Indeed, I have long distanced myself from the hustle and bustle of humanity, choosing instead to dwell with the mountains and the creatures of the wild. While this may sound romantic, it seems rather solitary. Perhaps it would be better to journey alongside me. The suggestion proffered by Xu Yuan left Shun He momentarily taken aback. She appeared to struggle with the understanding of his words. Are you not afraid of me? I have always relished a challenge. There is a saying that goes, knowing full well there are tigers upon the mountain, one still ventures into their lair, and I am precisely such a person. Xu Yuan elaborated, casting a glance at Shun He with a gentle smile, adding, moreover, with your ethereal beauty, how could I possibly harbor any fear? Compliments are universally cherished, particularly when they come from a stranger. The innocent Shun He indeed displayed a subtle change. After some contemplation, she nodded in agreement, saying, very well, I shall accompany you. But I have a condition. What condition? I shall not venture into crowded places. That is only natural. My purpose in this journey is to seek out the secluded mountains and valleys for my training. Thus, it is most agreeable. From that moment on, the two proceeded together. Throughout the journey, their conversation was sparse. Xiao Yuan understood that an excessive barrage of questions could engender discomfort. While Shun He may not have grasped the intricacies of social interactions, she was not foolish and recognized the importance of patience. In their first life, he had directly become Hu Tao's grandfather. In the second life, when Chi-Chi was still a mere child, it was Xiao Yuan who rescued her, naturally earning her trust. Shun He, however, was markedly different. Their encounter was merely a chance meeting along the road, and overly eager inquiries would appear somewhat ulterior in motive. The significance of first impressions was paramount, and Xiao Yuan was not one to take it lightly. It was only with the onset of night that Xiao Yuan and Shun He found respite in a cave. They sat quietly beside a fire, each holding a fish to roast. Why do you wish to practice in these mountains and valleys? At that moment, Shun He initiated the conversation. Having become accustomed to the glow of countless lanterns, one must also experience the moonlight in the forests. Xiao Yuan responded seamlessly. Between the two, which do you prefer? You have posed a challenging query. The two are incomparable, both indispensable. However, if I must choose, I find myself preferring the latter. Shun He was evidently taken aback by Xiao Yuan's answer. She believed that few mortals would favor the solitude of the wilderness, as most are drawn to the vibrancy beneath the lights. Yet, Xiao Yuan offered an alternative perspective, which inevitably surprised her. Why is that? She inquired, perplexed. Silence. Silence. Indeed. Here there are mountains and streams, insects and birds, and the resplendent stars above. Cities are predominantly human abodes, while nature serves as the true sanctuary of the world. Xiao Yuan slowly rose, unhurriedly making his way to the edge of the cliff, gazing down upon the forest as he spoke. At this moment, a glimmer of light flickered in Shun He's eyes. Xiao Yuan's words resonated deeply within her. She had finally encountered someone who understood her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she rose and approached him. Yet, Xiao Yuan suddenly spoke again, asserting that humanity could never escape the city, for it is a sanctuary. His words cast a shadow over her heart. She had thought she found a kindred spirit, only to realize that her expectations were unfulfilled. For her, a place to call home in this world felt like a distant dream. She had long grown accustomed to the mountains and the creatures of the wild. With a melancholic expression, she responded to Xiao Yuan, "You are so young. To speak of a home in this world is indeed a luxury." As she spoke, Xiao Yuan gradually turned to face her, locking his gaze with hers and declaring, "In my view, the notion of a solitary fate is mere nonsense. Every individual possesses the right to happiness. It is a divine gift that cannot be taken away. Temporary suffering does not dictate a lifetime of despair." In that moment, as Shun He gazed into Xiao Yuan's eyes, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that I, too, have the right to happiness? She pondered internally. Oh no, the fish is burnt. Noticing the fire, Xiao Yuan hurried over to retrieve the charred fish. What can be done? It's turned to charcoal, he lamented, holding the burnt fish with a heavy heart. Observing his dismay, Shun He couldn't help but smile slightly, surprising even herself with her reaction. Am I actually smiling? She thought in disbelief, casting a curious glance at Xiao Yuan. This man seemed unlike anyone she had ever met before. Let us go gather some wild fruits to tide us over, Shun He suggested with a gentle smile as she approached. To her astonishment, her fish remained perfectly intact, untouched by the flames because she had placed it at a safe distance. Shall I trade you for a fish? She offered. This burnt one is still quite tasty. You should try it. Xiao Yuan forced a smile as he extended the charred fish towards her. All right, my first attempt at grilling fish turned out like this too. With more practice, I'll improve, she replied, retrieving her fish to exchange. But Xiao Yuan quickly snatched back the burnt fish and, scratching his head with a grin, said, I was just joking. What do you mean by joking? Shun He asked, bewildered. Xiao Yuan then took the time to explain, including the nuances of humor. Such commonplace knowledge required step-by-step guidance for Shun He to grasp, which would also aid her reintegration into society. My apologies. I was up late researching yesterday and couldn't finish the 4th chapter of chapter 23, The Third Life. May the wind God bless you all. The next morning, he greeted her. Good morning. The morning dew is sweet. Would you like some? Upon noticing Xiao Yuan's movement, Shun He gently offered him the dew she had collected. Xiao Yuan slowly rose to his feet, stretching lazily before directing his gaze toward the bowl of clear water. He graciously accepted the offering, savoring a sip that indeed possessed the promised aftertaste, invigorating his spirit. In terms of sweetness, it paled in comparison to the beverages of the city. However, the delicate bitterness combined with the sweetness was a rarity in the sprawling metropolis. It became evident that choosing to cultivate in the mountains was a most prudent decision. Xiao Yuan remarked with generous praise. My master often enjoys light tea, but I have yet to encounter such beverages. Are they truly delightful? He inquired, displaying a keen interest in the urban delights. They are indeed, especially the coconut milk from Wanman Hall. Alas, I can never indulge in it again, she replied. Why is that? Shenhe asked, puzzled. I deceived someone, and the price was my eternal abstention from coconut milk. That person must hold significant importance to you. Shenhe surmised. Why do you say that? Your demeanor suggests she is quite dear to you. At her words, Xiao Yuan paused momentarily, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. It is all in the past. Let us go. Today's trials have only just commenced. With that, the two resumed their journey, engaging in more conversation than the previous day. Yet, Xiao Yuan refrained from probing sensitive topics regarding lineage or background. When one is willing to share their tragic past, it often signifies a level of trust. Xiao Yuan felt the current pace was insufficient, thus opting for lighter subjects. Their path was carefree as they foraged for wild fruits to stave off hunger. However, their tranquility was abruptly interrupted by the sound of human voices. Alas, it is a hilichurl shaman. Run. The Mondstadt region is just ahead. The Knights of Favonius will protect us. Hold on. I have already notified the knights. Stay strong. As they listened, they beheld a group of mortals confronted by a horde of monsters. Armed with sharp blades, they stood tense, facing the encroaching threats. Observing this, Shenhe furrowed her brow, while Xiao Yuan contemplated the scene. Without hesitation, they charged forward, dispatching the creatures with overwhelming force. The legendary white-haired immortal. It is true. We have encountered the savior of the world. What a beautiful immortal. Thank you for saving us. The mortals, awestruck by Xiao Yuan and Shenhe's prowess, found themselves at a loss for words. Before either could respond, a familiar face emerged from the distance, causing Xiao Yuan to pause in surprise. Greetings. I am Jean, the acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius. I just received word of monsters attacking in this area. She introduced herself succinctly, scanning the surroundings as if searching for the beasts. The leader of the Qinshin, upon hearing the words of the people, cast a curious glance at Xiao Yuan and Shenhe. We are not immortals, they clarified, merely individuals who have honed their skills through diligent practice. Ah, I see. Judging by your attire, you must not be from Mondstadt, the leader remarked. Indeed, we are merely travelers on a path of cultivation in the mountains, they replied. I understand. In any case, I express my gratitude for your timely assistance. On behalf of Mondstadt, I thank you. There's no need for thanks. It was she who made the discovery. If gratitude is due, it should be directed toward her. Xiao Yuan indicated Shenhe beside him. At that moment, the gazes of the others shifted towards Shenhe. With her characteristic aloofness, she spoke. The refinement of oneself and the practice of spells are innate instincts, merely a means of self-preservation. I do not possess the grand aspiration of saving the world. Punishing the wicked is simply a matter of convenience. You need not thank me. With that, she turned and walked into the forest without a backward glance. Xiao Yuan, having anticipated this, joined his hands in a gesture of humility and smiled gently. She has always been this way. Please do not take offense. He then followed her into the woods, observing their retreating figures. The leader of the Qinshin felt a sense of bewilderment and slowly said, May the Seven Archons bless you, wandering cultivators. If I am not mistaken, you were just telling a fib, were you not? At this moment, Xiao Yuan, having caught up with Shenhe, inquired gently. What makes you say that? She replied with a hint of curiosity. Your demeanor suggests that you intended to rescue them, Xiao Yuan elucidated. Shenhe appeared taken aback by his words, her expression momentarily faltering. That sounds rather familiar, she admitted. When you witnessed their peril, your brow furrowed slightly, as if you were reminded of something troubling. Moreover, how could someone so casually deliver justice be in such a hurry? It felt as though you were concerned for their safety. Shenhe abruptly halted her stride, fixing Xiao Yuan with an inquisitive gaze. From her calm eyes, he discerned a flicker of uncertainty. Clearly, only if he had spoken the truth would she exhibit such a reaction. Of course, if you prefer not to divulge, I shall not press you. However, I am indeed curious. Curious about what? curious as to why you deliberately suppress your emotions with indifference. As soon as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, he noticed Shun He gently fiddling with the red string around her wrist. I believe I may understand, he remarked, just as Shun He hastily ceased her actions. Seeing that she still had no intention of speaking, Xiao Yuan chose not to press further and instead began to walk ahead. This time, Shun He followed closely behind him. As she observed his retreating figure, her heart became increasingly tumultuous. The once tranquil state of her mind was now rife with chaotic thoughts, stirred by Xiao Yuan's presence. She had encountered many individuals, countless people, yet none had ever been quite like him. Some regarded her as an immortal, offering their reverence and deep bows of gratitude. Some regard her as a witch, hurling vitriol in her direction. Others feign pity, their true intentions lusting after her form. Yet, Xiao Yuan stands in stark contrast to those individuals she has encountered. Even in close quarters, he harbors no inappropriate desires towards her. Possessing formidable strength, he can vanquish a hilichurl rock shield with a single strike. His demeanor is neither subservient nor arrogant, creating an atmosphere of utmost comfort in his presence. Particularly, the words he spoke last night linger in her mind, refusing to fade. Moreover, he is a man of great attentiveness. Even the slightest furrow of her brow does not escape his notice. His swift actions inadvertently unmasked her well-concealed secrets. To Xiao Yuan, all her hidden layers seem to be laid bare, yet he tactfully respects her dignity, never causing her embarrassment. Chapter 24. In the Third Life. Rely on me henceforth. The two journeyed forward until the sky was painted with hues of crimson. They stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the sun's descent. Before igniting the campfire, fortune favored them today, as they had successfully hunted a wild boar, and Xiao Yuan excitedly set about roasting it. You were right. What? Shun He suddenly interjected, catching Xiao Yuan off guard. I must admit, I concealed certain truths regarding today's rescue. If my words caused you discomfort, I sincerely apologize, Xiao Yuan said, taking a step back while maintaining a serious demeanor. No, that isn't the case, Shun He quickly dismissed, her emotions and gestures betraying her usual indifference. And why is that? In my youth, my father sought a malevolent tome to save my mother. It contains sinister knowledge capable of extending life at a grave cost. My father wished to exchange his own life for hers, but the dark forces turned their focus on me, declaring me a harbinger of misfortune, destined to bring harm to those around me. Consequently, my father sacrificed me to save my mother, abandoning me in a cave filled with the remnants of malevolent beings. In my despair, I could only rely on a small knife to confront those dark entities, until I was ultimately rescued by an immortal. Upon hearing this familiar tale, Xiao Yuan understood that Shun He had begun to trust him. Thus, he thoughtfully remarked, so, when you witnessed the confrontation between those mortals and the fiends, it reminded you of your own childhood struggle against the dark forces. You are acutely aware of that helplessness and despair, which compelled you to rescue them, just as the immortal once rescued you, correct? Shun He was taken aback by Xiao Yuan's insight. She did not anticipate his swift connection between her past and the events of the morning. Yes, she nodded, responding softly. I deliberately suppress my emotions, adopting a cold demeanor to keep others at bay, because I have heard from the immortal that my fate is cursed, destined to harm those close to me. Although the red thread now binds souls, you still fear bringing misfortune to others, just as you believe your own actions led to your mother's grave illness. Xiao Yuan meticulously unveiled her fade, word by word, without haste. Shun He lowered her head, nodding slightly. Almost immediately, she felt a warm embrace enveloping her. Her eyes widened in surprise as she realized Xiao Yuan had wrapped her arms around her. You are truly foolish. How can this be blamed on you? What wrong have you committed? You were merely a child then. What could you possibly have understood? You were sacrificed by your father, told that your fate was one of solitude and calamity. To hell with that notion of a solitary fate. Is there truly someone destined to be alone? At that moment, Shun He's eyes reddened. Tears swirled in her gaze. She had envisioned countless times that one day, someone would see through her heart, unafraid of her destiny, and hold her close. She had fantasized about such an unrealistic scenario innumerable times, yet never once did she think it would manifest in reality. Am I dreaming? Is there truly someone in this world who can embrace me despite the looming shadows of fate? If this is a dream, it matters not. If it is a dream, let me linger in this moment a while longer. Is this the feeling of an embrace? It is so warm. How I long to remain in this hold forever. As she felt Shun He tighten her embrace, Xiao Yuan gently stroked her long hair. You must have held it in for so long, let it out. From now on, do not bear the burden alone. Lean on me. Although I possess little strength, I will ensure that this cursed solitude meets its end. Rest easy. All is well now. For I am here. That night, the frigid white-haired sorceress completely vanished. Shun He's cries echoed across the mountains and rivers. She clung to Xiao Yuan, weeping for what seemed an eternity, unwilling to release her grasp. Only when her strength was utterly spent did she finally drift into slumber. Meanwhile, the so-called wild boar was reduced to mere ashes. Do not leave, do not leave. Xiao Yuan carefully tried to detach her arms, but she seemed to trigger some instinct. Immediately rejoining them, holding on even tighter than before. Fine. Xiao Yuan surrendered to her embrace, allowing her to cling to him. However, it was still a bit premature for slumber, so he began to observe Shun He before him. Feeling her soft touch, he sensed something stirring within him. No. Xiao Yuan swiftly interrupted his thoughts, redirecting his focus elsewhere. The following morning, Shun He let out a peculiar yet endearing sound before slowly opening her eyes. What greeted her was the sight of Xiao Yuan, his gaze hazy, sporting dark circles under his eyes. You are finally awake? Indeed. Xiao Yuan had not slept a wink all night. The reasons are manifold. Setting aside the uneven and rugged terrain, as well as the external factors that hinder movement, there lies the primary issue of a rather handsome individual being in such close proximity. Should slumber overcome him, who knows what might transpire? Most crucially, he has been holding in his bladder all night. At this moment, Shun He's eyes widened, and her entire face flushed crimson. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yuan immediately extricated himself from the embrace, tumbling and scrambling to escape. Upon witnessing Xiao Yuan's hasty retreat, Shun He finally grasped the reality of the previous night's events. It was not merely a dream. Instantly, she sprang to her feet and pursued him. Do not leave. You promised I could rely on you. Shun He ran swiftly, keeping close behind Xiao Yuan. Don't come any closer. I need to use the restroom. Xiao Yuan, in a frenzy, felt the urgency of his situation, his face turning a shade of green from the strain. Only then did Shun He come to a halt. She observed Xiao Yuan stop behind a distant tree, and with keen eyes, she even spotted a miniature rainbow appearing behind it. Shun He's face turned an even deeper shade of red. What have I gotten myself into? In a flurry of anxiety, she felt like an ant on a hot skillet, wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide in. Her cheeks flushed, she paced back and forth. A stark contrast to her earlier demeanor of indifference. In this moment, she resembled a young girl in love, easily embarrassed and shy. Her aloofness had merely been a facade. Now, shedding this disguise, the true Shun He emerged. She realized she had finally encountered someone she could depend on for a lifetime. A person bold enough to challenge fate, unafraid to confront the heavens, even threatening to send that solitary figure to meet the king of hell. Contemplating this, a playful smile broke across her face as she shyly covered it with her hands. Simultaneously, she mused about the rarity of such audacious individuals in the world. What delightful thoughts occupy your mind to bring you such joy? Xiao Yuan approached Shun He with a gentle smile after addressing his needs, albeit with a somewhat dazed expression due to his panda-like eyes. Fufu. Shun He blushed like a ripe apple, stumbling over her words, unsure of what to say. What is it? Xiao Yuan leaned in closer. The shy Shun He, feeling his face draw near, could no longer maintain her composure. Good morning, my lord, she suddenly exclaimed, kissing his cheek before covering her face and dashing away. Xiao Yuan. Chapter 25. The Third Life, Tomato and Egg Noodles my husband? Did I mishear? Xiao Yuan could never have anticipated that his words from the previous night would so drastically alter Shun He's demeanor. The coldness that once enveloped her seemed to vanish overnight. Now, he felt utterly perplexed, unsure of how to navigate this unforeseen situation. The notion of becoming Shun He's husband had never crossed his mind. However, given the current circumstances, a direct rejection would only exacerbate matters. Thus, he resolved to proceed with caution. As Xiao Yuan caught up with Shun He noticed her blushing, presenting him with a fruit in her hands. Husband, please partake, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with shyness. Shun He, I wish to discuss something with you, Xiao Yuan stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon her. Shun He appeared bewildered, instinctively sensing that Xiao Yuan's words would not be of a favorable nature. Yes, please go ahead, she replied, her tone markedly changed, reminiscent of their earlier interactions. How should I put this? I feel that our progression is a bit too rapid for my comfort. I find myself struggling to adapt. Are you implying that you do not harbor feelings for me and are unwilling to become my husband? No, no, no. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, not to be taken lightly. Moreover, we have only known each other for less than 3 days. To decide on a lifetime in such a brief span seems rather inappropriate. Don't you think? Xiao Yuan's explanation prompted Shun He to ponder his words. However, he seemed unwilling to grant her much time for contemplation, persisting with renewed vigor. Humans are intricate beings, each possessing their own set of values. 3 days is merely too short a time. Every individual has both commendable and less admirable traits. You may only be enamored with the present version of me. What if I were to change in the future? Or perhaps you might uncover a darker side of me that you cannot accept. Therefore, he concluded, we require a period to mutually acclimate and understand one another before determining such a significant commitment. At that moment, Shun He furrowed her brow, clearly affected by Xiao Yuan's words. The ensuing time was spent in anticipation, waiting for Shun He to come to clarity in her thoughts. After a considerable pause, she finally lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Yuan's eyes, responding with a hint of disappointment. Very well. This is not your fault. Rather, we simply need a process of mutual understanding. Understood, Xiao Yuan replied. In the days that followed, they reverted to their previous amicable manner of interaction. However, on occasion, Shun He would drift off into thought, a silly smile gracing her lips, clearly lost in pleasant musings. It was not until the 5th day that they beheld the city of Mond. Shall we go explore? Xiao Yuan inquired. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. You have seen the mountains and the moon. It is time to experience the warmth of human existence, he suggested with a gentle smile. I seldom descend from the mountains, and thus possess little understanding of social etiquette. In times of conflict, I invariably resort to my own methods of resolution. However, if you find my actions inappropriate, please do not hesitate to inform me. Even if I do not comprehend, I shall heed your words. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan nodded and gently remarked, Come, let me introduce you to the delights of the human world. With that, the two entered Mondstadt. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a bustling scene of people traversing the streets, a lively flow of life. Yet, observing such a spectacle, Shun He appeared somewhat ill at ease. Fear not, for I am here, Xiao Yuan reassured her. Shun He replied in acknowledgement. Subsequently, they ventured into a restaurant. Though they had wandered aimlessly in the depths of the forest, they had indeed rescued several individuals and thwarted 2 bandit groups, thus possessing a fair amount of mora. Soon, the dishes were served in abundance, and Xiao Yuan indulged heartily. While the forest provided sustenance, it lacked seasoning, rendering the meals rather bland. The fare from the restaurant was far more to his liking. In contrast, Shun He sat motionless, her gaze fixed upon the lavish spread before her. Noticing her indifference, Xiao Yuan inquired, Is it not to your taste? Not at all, she replied. It merely evokes memories of the past. What memories? He pressed. My master once brought me down the mountain to sample many delicacies, yet I can scarcely recall their flavors. However, I shall never forget a bowl of noodles from my home. There are memories one ought not to dwell upon, she said, shaking her head as if to erase the weight of recollections. At that moment, Xiao Yuan rose slowly, and amidst Shun He's puzzled gaze, he spoke softly. Please wait for me. I shall return shortly. With that, he departed from the table and made his way into the restaurant's kitchen. Meanwhile, Shun He suddenly realized she had misspoken. What is the matter with me? Why did I utter such words? I should not have disturbed his enjoyment of the meal. A wave of concern washed over her. He wouldn't simply leave me, would he? No, he is not that kind of person. I must trust him. The more she pondered, the more she felt a profound sense of regret, clenching her fists in an attempt to devise a way to make amends. As she waited anxiously, Xiao Yuan's figure reappeared, carrying a large bowl of something. Here, try this. It's my homemade tomato and egg noodles, he said with a gentle smile, presenting the steaming bowl before her. Shun He's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom what she was witnessing. She never anticipated that Xiao Yuan would prepare a bowl of noodles for her. Hurry and taste it. It will clump together if you wait too long, he urged with a soft smile. Now compelled, Shun He picked up her chopsticks, gently blew on the noodles, and brought the tender, chewy strands to her mouth. As she chewed, she was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The flavor was overwhelming. The noodles tasted precisely as they did at home. With her head bowed, She devoured them heartily, tears cascading down her nose and falling into the bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Xiao Yuan, with a gentle smile, observed Shun He and softly reminded her, "Eat slowly, don't choke." Upon hearing these words, Shun He shuddered as if electrocuted, freezing in place. A tender and kind visage suddenly emerged in her mind, a vague yet warm memory. Young Shun He, while voraciously consuming her noodles, had once been met with the same gentle admonition, "Eat slowly, don't choke. No one is competing with you." If someone didn't know better, they might think our family couldn't afford noodles. At this moment, Shun He was utterly overcome with tears, her head lowered as she began to sob softly. "Shun He, what's wrong? Are you not enjoying it?" Xiao Yuan, unsure of how to respond to her distress, picked up his chopsticks and took a slurp of noodles. They didn't seem so unpalatable after all. "Is it still not to your liking?" Shun He then threw herself against Xiao Yuan, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 26, The Third Life. Worthy Xiao Yuan was taken aback, but continued to stroke her silvery hair with a gentle smile. After a while, Shun He managed to compose herself. She then finished the remaining tomato and egg noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan was somewhat astonished. "Did you enjoy it?" he inquired. "Yes. It was delicious, thank you." "You're welcome. As long as you like it, I will prepare tomato and egg noodles for you every day." "Is that really possible?" Shun He looked at him with eyes full of hope. "Of course. You are so kind." At that moment, Xiao Yuan cleared the table of all the food. Overindulged, he found himself unable to move much and decided to rest in the restaurant. Suddenly, a burly man with a large beard slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Are you implying that I'm trying to dine and dash?" he bellowed furiously. The waiter, flustered, waved his hands in denial. No, that is not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" The bearded man squinted, demanding an explanation. "But you really didn't give the mora. Are you not saying I'm dining and dashing? I clearly gave you the mora. You must have pocketed it and not given it to the owner." "I did not. I would never do such a thing." The waiter was now as frantic as an ant on a hot stove, his face flushed and filled with embarrassment, unsure of how to proceed. The owner, having heard the commotion, hurried over. "Sir, may I inquire what has transpired?" he asked with a forced smile. "This fellow claims I didn't give the mora, now insisting I produce it again. Are you attempting to slander me as a dine and dasher?" I did not. The waiter, now desperate, could only repeat his unconvincing words. At this moment, Shun He rose and walked over, with Xiao Yuan following closely behind without a hint of obstruction. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Shun He struck the burly man with a powerful palm, sending him flying. The exaggerated scene left the onlookers utterly astonished, their mouths agape in shock. The robust man had never anticipated that such a woman possessed such terrifying strength. Clutching his chest in pain, he struggled to prop himself up. His face contorted in agony as he opened his eyes. A demon, the white-haired witch. Upon recognizing Shun He, he was so frightened that he scrambled away in a panic. However, the cunning Xiao Yuan, like a mere bystander, stood aside and subtly extended his right foot into the path of the fleeing man. The burly man stumbled and fell once more. Shun He, wielding a long spear, approached step by step. I was wrong. I shouldn't have dined and dashed. I shouldn't have slandered him. Spare my life." Feeling Shun He's intense murderous aura, the burly man was terrified into admitting his mistakes. But wait. Just as Shun He was about to deliver the final blow, Xiao Yuan intervened. Shun He was momentarily taken aback, then she withdrew her hand. After a brief period, Captain Qin arrived with a number of people in tow. "What a coincidence. We meet again, esteemed cultivators." Upon seeing Xiao Yuan and Shun He, Qin greeted them with a warm smile. "Long time no see, Captain Qin," Xiao Yuan responded. "Indeed," Shun He replied coldly as ever. "What is the situation here?" Captain Qin inquired, glancing at the subdued, burly man. After Xiao Yuan briefly explained the circumstances, Captain Qin proceeded to confirm the details with the restaurant staff. "Thank you for your bravery," Captain Qin said with a gentle smile. "You are too kind. This is your first time in Mondstadt, isn't it?" "Yes, we just arrived today." "How about this? To express my gratitude, I would like to show you the unique aspects of Mondstadt." Captain Qin offered to guide Xiao Yuan and Shun He. "That would be much appreciated," Xiao Yuan agreed readily. "I have a question." Shun He, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "What is it?" Xiao Yuan asked. "I do not quite understand why, when encountering such malicious individuals, Everyone chooses to reason with them instead of directly eliminating such wicked people. Why go through the trouble? The inquiry from Shun He astonished Captain Qin and the knights. The most composed was naturally Xiao Yuan, because people are complex. If he had truly paid, but the server forgot due to being overwhelmed, would it not be a great injustice to kill him outright? Xiao Yuan patiently explained, even providing an example for her. Shen He pondered deeply upon hearing this. Gradually, she was becoming more familiar with the rules of the human world. Take him away. And if there are any issues, just contact me, said the guild master Jean to the knights at her side. Understood. The crowd responded before returning to their tasks. Come. Let me introduce you to Mondstadt. Thank you for your trouble. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude. Oh, it's nothing, Jean replied. Under her guidance, they ventured through various locales, with Shun He behaving like a curious child, asking numerous questions about everything. Xiao Yuan, in contrast, assumed the role of a patient father, meticulously explaining even the most elementary concepts to her. After each explanation, Shun He seemed to ponder deeply. As night descended, Jean arranged accommodations for them at an inn. Shen He, I need to step out to meet someone, and will return shortly. All right, go ahead. I will meditate in quietude until your return. Very well. Although Jean had assigned them 2 separate rooms, Xiao Yuan was well aware that Shun He would inevitably seek him out. If he were to leave without notice, she might become frantic in her search for him. Given the vastness of Mondstadt and her unfamiliarity with the area, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to find him alone. Consequently, Shun He might resort to causing trouble, knowing that such antics would summon the guild master, who could then assist in locating Xiao Yuan. Given Shun He's character, Xiao Yuan was certain she would act in this manner. Therefore, it was wiser to forewarn her. After all, Shun He was not a mere child. She did not require constant companionship. Is there anything I can assist you with? Jean inquired as she spotted Xiao Yuan waiting at the inn's entrance. They retreated to a secluded area where Xiao Yuan shared his intentions. I entrust this to you, he said, bowing slightly. Is this truly worth it? Jean questioned. It is indeed, he affirmed solemnly. Upon her consent, Xiao Yuan hastened to a winery, purchasing several bottles of fine apple wine. Recalling his memories, he made his way to a grassy expanse where a grand tree stood. Perched upon it was a rather unreliable figure, the bard, Venti, the whimsical Anemo Archon, known for his penchant for idleness. Just as I thought, Xiao Yuan murmured, a smile gracing his lips as he caught sight of the familiar figure. Greetings, Venti. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Xiao Yuan. He initiated the conversation. Venti, surprised by Xiao Yuan's arrival, leapt down from the tree. Ah, a pleasure to meet you. But wait, what's that in your hand? Could it be apple wine? I can smell it. Indeed, it is fine apple wine. How delightful. Allow me to compose a unique poem for you in exchange. May I have just a taste of your apple wine? Just a sip, please. Wendy was indeed captivated at first glance by the apple cider brought by Xiao Yuan. Truly, as a connoisseur of spirits, both her eyes and nose were remarkably sensitive, especially when it came to discerning the essence of alcohol. However, as the Anemo Archon, it seemed somewhat beneath her dignity to resort to composing poetry for a mere sip of wine. Of course, Zhongli and Raiden Shogun were not much better. One perpetually forgot to bring his wallet, while the other was undeniably a homebody. It was rather absurd that 3 deities could not muster a single Mora among them. Poetry was unnecessary. I merely wished to inquire about a few matters, and if you could enlighten me, these bottles of apple cider shall be yours. Really? Wendy exclaimed with joy. Indeed, Xiao Yuan replied. After a brief exchange lasting several minutes, Xiao Yuan obtained the answers he sought and left the cider for Wendy. Watching Xiao Yuan's retreating figure, Wendy's favorite apple cider seemed to lose its flavor. I shall compose a poem that belongs solely to you. Until Xiao Yuan's silhouette vanished completely into the night, Wendy remained lost in thought for quite some time. Xiao Yuan returned to the inn. After a brief conversation, they both succumbed to slumber. In the middle of the night, Xiao Yuan felt someone calling his name. With hazy eyes, he opened them to find Shun He. Her face slightly flushed. What is it? Can't you sleep? Xiao Yuan murmured softly. I'm a bit unsettled. Could I sleep beside you? Her voice was barely a whisper, and even at such close proximity, Xiao Yuan found it difficult to hear. Very well, come here. He made space for her. Shun He cautiously lay down, her cheeks reddening, and Xiao Yuan could even hear the rhythm of her heartbeat. Sharing a bed with such a beauty inevitably sparked fanciful thoughts. So he turned on his side and attempted to sleep. However, just as he was drifting off, he felt Shun He wrap her arms around him. How warm, she murmured, and then fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Xiao Yuan awoke first, while Shunhe remained in her tranquil sleep. Even as he extricated himself from her embrace, she did not stir. After freshening up, he began to prepare breakfast until the enticing aroma aroused Shunhe. She stretched languidly, blinking her sleepy eyes and savoring the delightful scent. "You're awake. Breakfast is ready," Xiao Yuan said with a gentle smile as he turned to her. Shunhe, obediently rising, washed up and then happily slurped up the noodles. They were delicious. She was utterly enchanted by Xiao Yuan's tomato and egg noodles. He chuckled, encouraging her to indulge. "Last night was the best sleep I've had in years, thank you. It's nothing. If I can make your rest comfortable, we can do this again." A slight blush crept across Shunhe's cheeks at the thought of the previous night's events. Subsequently, the pace of slurping noodles quickened. After finishing their breakfast, they continued to meander through Mondstadt. Days turned into weeks. Gradually, Shunhe's character underwent a subtle transformation. Compared to her previous demeanor, she now spoke far more frequently, her tone less cold, and she had acquired a deeper understanding of human emotions and social nuances. Through their time spent together, Shunhe gradually came to know Xiao Yuan and even attempted to prepare tomato and egg noodles for him. Although her culinary efforts often fell short, Xiao Yuan would consume every morsel with delight. This touched Shunhe profoundly, motivating her to diligently improve her cooking skills. Moreover, she formed a friendship with the music conductor, frequently visiting her to learn the art of cooking. One evening, as was their custom, they lay beside each other. Shunhe, instead of resting her head on his arm as usual, slowly moved her hand towards forbidden territory. "Shunhe, what are you doing?" Xiao Yuan grasped her right hand and inquired, "Are you still awake?" Caught in the act, Shunhe's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Not yet." She stammered. "The conductor said that if we do this, we will be considered married." At that moment, Shunhe ceased to conceal her intentions, forcefully flipping Xiao Yuan over. The signals emanating from her gaze were decidedly ominous. Blushing, she perched atop him, slowly unraveling the red string adorning her. "My master bestowed upon me this red string to temper my heart. Yet through our shared cultivation these past days, I have genuinely grasped its essence. The control of power has become more effortless. You are the true tether that can bind me." Upon hearing Shunhe's words, Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and seeing her in such a state inflicted excruciating torment upon him. He clenched his teeth, shut his eyes tightly, and his fists, tightly balled, drove his nails into his flesh, blood trickling down to the floor. How could he not harbor feelings for Shunhe? Yet, fate had conspired against him, and his desires lay unfulfilled. Another instance of weariness. "I do not like you. Let us part ways," Xiao Yuan spoke in a low, frigid tone, as cold as an ice cavern. However, Shunhe, midway through unwrapping her garment, froze, her pupils constricting in disbelief. "What did you say?" she asked, struggling to comprehend, doubting her own hearing. "I said, I do not like you. Now, remove yourself from me," Xiao Yuan reiterated. Those words struck Shunhe's heart like a heavy hammer. In that moment, her breath halted, her heartbeat ceased, and the world around her came to a standstill. She trembled, her pupils quaking as if in an earthquake. "Xiao Yuan, please do not pursue me any longer." Xiao Yuan forcibly rose, his gaze cold enough to suffocate. He approached the window, grasping a spear tightly, and with all his might, hurled it forth. "Xiao Yuan, don't go. I shall no longer pursue this course of action." Before I could finish speaking, Shunhe, who was still by the window, abruptly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Qintuan, standing outside the door, also furrowed her brow slightly. Chapter 28, The Third Life. Matters of delegation. With a heavy heart and a dark expression, Xuan traversed beneath the vast night sky. He had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. On the first day of their delightful sojourn in Mondstadt, he had already clarified matters with Qintuan. The situation had unfolded according to the plan he had devised. Yet, why did his heart ache so profoundly? Each step he took away from Mondstadt felt like a jolt to his heart. This sensation was far more distressing than he had envisioned. He bore the pain as he gradually distanced himself from the city. A fortnight prior, in Mondstadt, Xu Yuan had informed Shunhe of his intention to meet someone and subsequently departed from the inn. "Pray tell, is there anything I can assist you with?" Qintuan inquired as she awaited him at the inn's entrance. "Let us converse elsewhere," Xu Yuan replied, leading Qintuan to a secluded spot. Once he confirmed that they were alone, he began to speak slowly. "In truth, Shenhui has faced misfortune since her youth. He recounted the essence of Shenhui's background, causing Qintuan to furrow her brow in concern. She began to comprehend why Shenhui had posed such poignant questions. Having spent years in the company of mountains and beasts, she was unfamiliar with the ways of humanity. Adept at concealing her true feelings and reluctant to reveal her vulnerable side, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Her intention was to avoid entangling those around her in the misfortunes of her fate. Deep within, she yearned for companionship and a sense of belonging in the human realm. I sought you out today to request your assistance for Shenhui. Shi Yuan articulated his intentions. Qintuan, known for her willingness to aid those in need, could not turn a blind eye to Shenhui's tragic plight. Thus, she responded, if there is any way I can be of help, I would be more than willing. Please, do let me know. She relies on me too heavily, yet I cannot accompany her for eternity. My time is limited, and I wish to entrust her to you before I depart, Shi Yuan said with a pained smile. What do you mean by your time is limited? Qintuan seized upon the crucial point. With a slow exhale, Shi Yuan gazed up at the starry night. After a prolonged silence, he spoke once more. I am afflicted with a terminal illness, one that cannot be cured. The notion of mountain cultivation was merely a facade. My true desire was to be laid to rest on a peak where I could witness the dawn. However, along the way, I chanced upon Shenhui and learned of her background. Thus, I hope to guide her away from loneliness and back into the warmth of life in my remaining days. Clearly, I cannot accomplish this alone. She relies on me far too much, yet I am but a dying man. I am uncertain whether, after my passing, she will retreat further into herself. Thus, I wish to entrust her to you. In the days to come, we shall remain in Mondstadt, guiding her to understand the ways of the world and to experience its joys and sorrows. I also hope that you will accompany us, becoming the second friend to Shenhe. This way, when I am gone, she will no longer be alone and without support. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's plan, the esteemed Grandmaster Jean fell into deep contemplation. Her brow furrowed, seemingly pondering whether there might be a more perfect solution. Yet, upon inquiring multiple times about Shi Yuan's treatment, he always responded affirmatively. There is no cure. It is a terminal illness, and death is inevitable. Consequently, Jean consented to Shi Yuan's course of action. Moving forward, I shall encourage her to learn and communicate with you more often. Although she may occasionally pose peculiar questions, I trust you will patiently provide her with answers, Shi Yuan reiterated. Yes, I will, rest assured, Jean replied. I cannot predict how much longer I might live, perhaps a few days, a couple of weeks. It is uncertain. In any case, I do not wish to die before her eyes. Therefore, I wish to establish a signal with you. What signal? Once you feel she has sufficiently adapted to life among mortals, I hope you can give her a hint about how to become a couple. Why offer her such a hint? She desires to marry me. Should you inform her of this, she will surely seek me out to discuss the matter. At which point I must depart. It seems somewhat inappropriate for you to leave when she approaches you about marriage, does it not? Jean inquired with concern. Shi Yuan sighed deeply in response. I am aware of its inappropriateness, yet he hesitated before finally voicing the words that had lodged in his throat. However, I truly have no better alternative. Given her current level of dependency on me, I fear that after my death, she will not pursue her own happiness. I love her dearly, yet I do not wish for her to remain in mourning for me. I desire for her to have a good family, to bear children, and to lead a simple yet joyful life. Shi Yuan's words left Jean feeling profoundly powerless. She seldom encountered issues that lacked resolution, even when such challenges arose. She believed a solution could always be found. She held steadfast to the belief that solutions outnumbered difficulties. Yet this time, it seemed she truly could not find a satisfactory remedy. How do you intend to leave her? She wished to prepare herself mentally. When she expresses her love, I will tell her that I do not love her, and I shall ask her to cease pursuing me, after which I will depart. She will not be able to bear it. Thus, I leave the subsequent matters in your hands. I understand this is a significant burden, yet besides you, I cannot find a more suitable candidate. I know you are gentle and reliable. I trust you, just as every citizen of Mondstadt trusts you. She will resent you. She will hold a grudge against you for a lifetime. Even so, are you willing? I am willing, Shi Yuan replied without hesitation. Is it truly worth doing? Indeed. After receiving Su Yuan's response, the leader of the Qinqin nodded solemnly and replied, very well. Thank you, leader of the Qinqin. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. The leader of the Qinqin seemed somewhat taken aback. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You should also rest well. Do not let Xunhe notice anything. She is quite perceptive. Understood. Chapter 29. The Third Life. Replacing the fates subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the Qinxin leader. Su Yuan gradually vanished into the bustling streets. He soon located Wendy, carrying apple cider with him. Allow me to compose a unique poem for you in exchange. Haha. May I have a taste of your apple cider? Just a sip will suffice. No need for a poem. I primarily wish to inquire about a few matters. If you can enlighten me, these bottles of apple cider are yours. Really? Wendy exclaimed with delight. Indeed, Su Yuan affirmed. So please ask. As long as it pertains to the land of Teyvat, I possess the knowledge. I wish to know, is there a way to alter one's fate? Fate? Wendy inquired for confirmation. Yes, fate. Some individuals are born with unfavorable fates. Is there a means to change it? Although Su Yuan spoke of fate dismissively, he understood that the words of the immortal held weight. To enable her to return to the mortal realm and lead a normal, ordinary life. Her solitary and unfortunate fate must be eradicated. For this, he was willing to sacrifice everything to achieve his goal. Fate is inherently tied to one's existence and, in theory, cannot be altered, but it can be replaced. Wendy's words instilled immense hope in Su Yuan. Replace? He asked with excitement. Yes, but only a favorable fate can replace an unfavorable one, and it must be the good fate that willingly undertakes the replacement. However, the cost of doing so is substantial. What is the cost? A good fate replacing a bad one is not merely a straightforward exchange. It also necessitates enduring the associated consequences. What will happen? I cannot say for certain. Such consequences are difficult to articulate. To defy the will of fate is not a trivial matter, and it is not a process that can be undertaken lightly. Are there any requirements? Su Yuan felt an uneasy apprehension. The one who replaces the fate must be of similar age. If the age difference exceeds 3 years, the replacement cannot occur. This is the first condition. The second condition is that the good fate must sincerely and voluntarily wish to replace the bad fate. The third requirement is to collect a strand of hair from both parties to facilitate the replacement. Finally, neither party may be suffering from any serious illness. Both must be in a state of good health. Upon hearing these 3 stipulations, Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Aside from the first and last conditions, of which he was uncertain, the others seemed manageable. The first should not pose too great a challenge. It all hinged on the last condition. Su Yuan was unaware if the laws of this world were applicable to the system, though he presently enjoys good health and exhibits no signs of impending demise. He is acutely aware that once his task is completed, he shall depart from this world. He fears that the very laws of existence might discern this truth, thereby thwarting his endeavor. If all is well, how might one proceed? A journey to the celestial cloud summit to seek out the esteemed lord of the moonlit abode. Shuiyu would suffice. He possesses the means to accomplish this. Thank you kindly. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude upon receiving the location. My counsel is to refrain from such actions. Defying destiny is a grave matter, and the forces of cause and effect are not burdens that mere mortals can bear. It matters not. My resolve is steadfast. May I inquire as to your reasoning? There once was a young girl named Xunhe, whose tale Xiao Yuan now recounted to Wendy. He then spoke softly. In this world, I have experienced much. The myriad lights of countless homes, the warmth and chill of human existence, the joy of family, and the company of friends. These I have all known. Yet she has known only solitude and eternal loneliness. To shield others, she distanced herself from humanity, dwelling in the woods, righting wrongs without seeking reward. Why must such a kind soul endure such a fate? I cannot comprehend it. Thus, I am willing to bear the burden of her undeserved loneliness, wishing for her to experience the warmth of the world. Wendy, taken aback, widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Xiao Yuan. You bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine. It seemed a memory stirred within him, and he produced a piece of talisman inscribed with ancient characters, entrusting it to Xiao Yuan. Take this with you. Xiao Yuan examined the talisman in his hand and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Wendy. Do not mention it. With that, Xiao Yuan took his leave. While Wendy found that the sweet, delectable apple cider of yesteryears had grown bland and tasteless. I shall compose a poem solely for you, she whispered to the vanishing figure of Xiao Yuan as he faded into the night. At this moment, in Mondstadt, at the inn, Xunhe stood frozen, gazing vacantly at the spot where Xiao Yuan had disappeared. Her eyes widened, and her body trembled slightly, utterly unable to believe the scene before her. This must be a nightmare. It cannot be real. He would not do this. Awaken, awaken. I refuse to endure this nightmare. I despise nightmares. If only I could wake up. Xiao Yuan would still be by my side. Pain could awaken her. Yes, pain. Suddenly, a thought struck Shinhe. She raised her fist and brought it down forcefully upon the ground. Bang! A soft sound echoed as her knuckles instantly turned crimson. Pain. But that was insufficient. Bang! Another punch struck the ground, a fierce ache radiating from her fist. Not enough. Bang! Another blow, the skin on her knuckles split, blood splattering forth. Bang! One punch. 2 punches, 3 punches, until her entire hand became a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Wake up! Wake up! Do not continue to slumber. This is a nightmare. Awaken quickly. If you do not awaken soon, if you do not awaken, Xiao Yuan will leave me. Tears as large as beans fell incessantly into the pool of blood. Her fists pounded the ground with the ferocity of thunder, blood gushing forth, tears streaming down. Yet, despite this, she showed no signs of stopping. Instead, she struck even harder, her blood-soaked fists revealing glimpses of white bones beneath. Outside the door, Captain Qin gritted her teeth, clenching her fists tightly. She could not enter too soon. As Xiao Yuan had told her that Shinhe was quite clever. If she entered too early to comfort Shinhe, it would appear premeditated. It must not be painful enough. If it were, she would awaken. At that moment, Shinhe slowly rose, making her way to the kitchen, where she grasped a kitchen knife. Just as she was about to plunge it into her own body, the door burst open with a bang, and Captain Qin swiftly seized the blade from her grasp. What is happening, Shinhe? What transpired? Captain Qin, concealing her emotions, wore a perplexed and anxious expression. Upon seeing Captain Qin, Shinhe stared blankly at her. Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan no longer wants me. He no longer wants me. She threw herself into Captain Qin's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. The bewildered Captain Qin gently patted Shinhe's back, offering comfort. It's all right. It's all right. How could he possibly not want you? Do not think such things. He truly does not want me. He said he does not love me. He left, he abandoned me. It's all right, I'm still here. Let it all out, just cry. While doing her utmost to soothe Shinhe, Captain Qin struggled to suppress her own emotions. Chapter 30. In the third life, a lifetime of spouse days later, Xiao Yuan finally arrived at Qingyun Peak. At this moment, the talisman gifted by Wendy began to react. Following the direction of the talisman, Xiao Yuan eventually spotted a hazy house amidst the clouds atop a mountain peak. The true monarch of the crescent moon had finally arrived. With a sigh, Xiao Yuan approached the door. He lightly knocked and announced, "Greetings, immortal." "Immortal," Xiao Yuan, "has come to pay a visit." "Come in," a celestial voice echoed from within. "Speak, what is it you seek?" The immortal inquired. Xiao Yuan then explained his purpose. Upon hearing this, the immortal furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant to engage in such matters. "Are you certain you wish to exchange your fate for that of the Guxia?" he asked once more. "I am certain. You must understand. Your fate is one of happiness. This means that anyone who is with you will experience joy. You would trade such a fortuitous destiny for that of Guxia?" "Indeed, I have made up my mind. I implore you." "Very well, I shall see what I can do." Perhaps it is due to Wendy's talisman that many troubles have been alleviated. He felt that without Wendy's talisman, progress would not have been so smooth. The immortal took 2 strands of hair from Xiao Yuan, one belonging to himself and the other to Shinhe. Subsequently, the immortal attempted to alter the fate. The once light clouds had thickened, and the web-like lightning flickered ominously, as if a great terror was brewing. This unsettling phenomenon was not confined to Qingyun Peak. Mondstadt was also affected. The previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, capturing everyone's attention with this strange spectacle. At this moment, the acting grandmaster, Shinhe, and Wendy seemed to sense the unique aura that belonged to Xiao Yuan. Thunder rumbled as a colossal bolt descended from the heavens, striking directly upon Shinhe and Xiao Yuan. This terrifying scene left the onlookers aghast, believing that a demon god had descended. As the thunder subsided, the immortal curiously examined the situation. To his astonishment, Xiao Yuan's fate had been successfully altered to that of the lonely malevolence. It was accomplished. Even the immortal was taken aback. The act of replacing one's fate was an exceedingly rare occurrence, and achieving success was even more uncommon. "Thank you, immortal. I have one more request." "What is it?" "If a girl comes seeking me, could you please convey a message?" Xiao Yuan spoke with a gentle smile. After leaving his final words, he descended the mountain. In Mondstadt, Shinhe, struck by lightning, was not harmed. Rather, she felt her malevolent energy being dispersed. Having wallowed in pain for days, she never anticipated that a bolt from the heavens would cleanse her of it. She was somewhat astonished and slowly loosened one red string, yet still felt no trace of malevolence within her. As she untied the second red string, the sensation remained absent. Finally, upon removing all the red strings from her body, she was shocked to discover that her malevolent energy had seemingly vanished. Such an occurrence left her bewildered. One would expect joy, yet she felt no happiness. Instead, a sense of unease grew within her. She vaguely sensed that something was amiss. Acting Grandmaster, I wish to leave Mondstadt and seek my master in Liyue to inquire about the situation. I will accompany you, the acting Grandmaster replied, concerned for Shinha's well-being. All right, thank you, acting Grandmaster. You're welcome. Thus, the two departed Mondstadt together, heading towards Liyue. After some time on the road, Shinha finally returned to the sacred mountain where she once resided. Master, I have returned. Upon pushing the door open, she was met with the gaze of Lu Yun, who promptly widened his eyes. Where is your red string? The immortal inquired, focusing on this critical matter. Upon returning, I sought to inquire with my master about this peculiar matter. Subsequently, Shinha introduced the leader of the Knights of Favonius, Jean, to my master. Greetings, esteemed Jean. The leader, Jean, responded courteously. Upon hearing Shinha's words, the adept, Lu Yun, was taken aback. He had assumed Shinha would lead a solitary life, accompanied only by the mountains and wildlife. However, he was surprised to learn that Shinha had indeed formed friendships. Master, just a few days ago in Mondstadt, the once bright sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, followed by a resounding thunderbolt that struck me. Afterward, I felt as though the malevolent energy within me had dissipated. Upon hearing this, the adept was momentarily stunned. Just a few days prior, a similar bizarre incident had occurred in Liyue. To his astonishment, this phenomenon had also transpired with his disciple Shinha. Come with me to Qingyun Peak. A few days ago, an identical occurrence transpired there, and the direction seems to align with Qingyun Peak, Shinha's master interjected. Upon hearing these words, Shinha felt a sudden tightening in her chest, while Jean began to sense an underlying truth. They promptly arrived at the abode of the adept, Shuyue Zhuyang. After explaining their purpose, Shuyue Zhuyang gasped in disbelief. What? That is indeed your destiny? Suddenly, Shinha's heart trembled. What do you mean by destiny? Allow me to investigate further, Shuyue Zhuyang replied, proceeding to examine Shinha's fate. Astonishingly, he discovered that her solitary malevolence had been replaced with happiness. Indeed, it is you. Shuyue Zhuyang had never anticipated that the man who had come to him days earlier seeking a change of destiny was, in fact, seeking to alter Shinha's fate. Shuyue Zhuyang had imparted some knowledge to Shinha, and many celestial beings had guided her, thus they were well aware of her situation. What does this mean? Lu Yun inquired, perplexed. A few days ago, a man approached me with specially crafted talismans, requesting me to replace his destiny. It is essential to understand that a destiny swap can only exchange the good for the bad, and must be done with sincere intent, along with numerous conditions. Most importantly, such a swap carries significant karmic consequences, potentially leading to one's downfall. Yet, despite this, the man remained resolute in his desire to proceed without a hint of hesitation. Seeing his unwavering determination, I reluctantly attempted it, never expecting it to succeed. At this moment, Shuyue Zhuyang's words detonated in Shinha's mind like a bomb. Jean's eyes widened, her mouth agape, as she listened in disbelief. Shinha stood frozen like a marionette, the distant figure of her past resurfacing in her thoughts. No, this cannot be. This should not be. Why is this happening? Tears streamed down her face like a torrential downpour. Images in my mind emerged like slides, one after another. Greetings. My name is Shuyuan. Shuyuan combines the character for cultivation with the character for distant lands. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. To me, finding a home among humanity feels like a luxury, for I have long grown accustomed to the companionship of mountains, rivers, and wildlife. You so youthful. How can you regard a home among mortals as a luxury? I contend that the notion of a solitary fate is mere folly. Every individual possesses the inalienable right to happiness, a right that even the heavens cannot take away. Temporary suffering does not dictate a lifetime of despair. Henceforth, you may rely on me. Though I may not wield great power, I shall ensure that the cursed solitude meets its end. Taste this, my homemade tomato and egg noodles. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare them for you each day henceforth. Is that truly possible? Certainly. Shen He approached the celestial monarch of the crescent moon, her eyes brimming with tears, and knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing her head, pleading, "I beseech you, immortal, to return him to us. I am willing to pay any price for his return. A fate can only be exchanged once in a lifetime. There can be no second chance." The celestial monarch slowly shook his head, a bitter expression on his face as he spoke. "He entrusted me with a message for you. I do not wish to hear it. I want him to say it to me himself." At that moment, the leader of the Qin, with reddened eyes, embraced Shun He and nodded towards the immortal, signaling him to continue. "I love you dearly, but I am sorry. Please forgive my presumption. If there is a next life, I shall be your husband once more, live well henceforth, carrying my share of life with you. And do remember to smile often. Your laughter is truly beautiful, more exquisite than mountains, moonlight, or the glow of 1,000 homes." Shun He sank to the ground, tears soaking the earth beneath her. The once aloof white-haired sorceress now wept, her voice hoarse. "My beloved, you are my eternal husband. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. I will await the day you marry me. Master, grant me a red thread. I shall bind him with it, to which only he holds the key. Excessive, too excessive. My beloved, you promised to make me tomato and egg noodles every day. When will you make them for me again?" At that moment, the leader of the Qin, also shedding tears, silently apologized. "I am sorry, Xu Yuan. In her heart, there is only you. Only you can bring her happiness." The third life concluded. Chapter 31. Hu Tao's side story. The first anniversary of passing. What should we do, Mr. Zhongli? Business has been quite poor lately. Hu Tao paced anxiously. According to the theory of universality, poor business also symbolizes the peace and happiness of Liyue. Zhongli, however, remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his mild tea. "That seems to be a valid point," Hu Tao mused thoughtfully. "With this recent monotony, why do you not venture out to reconnect with your old friends for some leisure?" Zhongli recalled that Hu Tao used to be followed by a multitude of children, singing playful verses alongside her. Since the passing of Xiao Yuan, Hu Tao has not played with them again. They have embarked on their journey, no longer needing the guidance of their leader. Especially considering that the current leader is now the head of the Wangxing funeral parlor, preoccupied with numerous responsibilities and devoid of time for leisure. With her hands on her hips, Hu Tao spoke with a sense of pride. Upon hearing this, Zhongli merely smiled and slowly picked up a small wooden block. He was well aware of the inner struggle this child had been enduring. Each night, when business was slow, Hu Tao would sit alone on the edge of Liyue's towering buildings, feeling the gentle breeze and swinging her little feet. Her gaze often fell upon the children playing joyfully, and the expression in her eyes revealed not just envy but a deeper resolve. At her tender age, when most children revel in carefree play, she bore significant responsibilities. It is essential to understand that nearly all funerals in Liyue fall under the purview of the Wangxing funeral parlor. Such a weighty duty rests on the shoulders of a mere teenager. Although Zhongli assists her, he remains an outsider, never truly penetrating the depths of Hu Tao's heart as Xiao Yuan once did. Thus, the primary burden remains with Hu Tao. Typically, she exudes exuberance, bouncing around and laughing, embodying a blissful spirit unacquainted with sorrow. Yet, after each funeral, she stands motionless, lost in thought. Today, the Wangxing funeral parlor was still desolate. Not a single business transaction occurring until closing time. As night fell, precisely at midnight, Hu Tao found herself before Xiao Yuan's grave. "Grandfather, I have come to see you. Today marks the anniversary of your passing. A great deal has transpired over this year, and I have grown significantly. Shortly after your departure, during the annual rite to summon the spirits, the Geo Archon fell, initially suspected to have been assassinated, causing widespread panic among the people of Liyue. Later, it was revealed that he had perished due to a heavenly tribulation. It was I, Hu Tao, who organized the sending-off ceremony for the Archon. Moreover, I found the knowledgeable Zhong Li as a guest scholar to assist me in this significant event. The ceremony I held for the Geo Archon was splendid, and many praised my efforts. Hee, I hope I have made you proud, grandfather. I am truly remarkable." With excitement, Hu Tao shared the events of the past year before Xiao Yuan, her joy palpable. Yet, as she spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. "However, grandfather, how I long for you to witness this moment, to observe Hu Tao's growth and her ability to stand on her own. Over the past year, Hu Tao has refrained from causing trouble. I can now bathe independently and have been obedient, no longer sleeping in the coffin. Grandfather, Hu Tao has been very well behaved. Hasn't she?" Everyone praises Hu Tao for being reliable. Oh, how I miss you, grandfather. At this moment, with a forced smile, Hu Tao can no longer maintain her facade. Tears cascade down her cheeks endlessly. She can put on a brave front before anyone, except for you, grandfather. In this instant, she is no longer the head of the afterlife hall, but rather, your little granddaughter. I am so weary, grandfather. I miss you terribly. I wish to sleep beside you again, to be embraced by you. Your embrace is so warm. It was only after your departure that I realized how troublesome it is to dry one's hair. I yearn for one more bath with you. For you to dry my hair. Grandfather, I am truly exhausted. Even with Mr. Zhongli's assistance, I still feel drained. I long to sing playful verses with my friends once more. Hu Tao has completely dissolved into tears. She confides in her grandfather. For it is only before him that she can reveal her true self. Indeed, I cannot measure up to you. Meanwhile, Zhongli stands a short distance away, like a great tree, silently observing everything. As the sky begins to lighten, the clouds shimmer with the golden hues of dawn. Only then does Zhongli descend from the tree and approach her. He removes his coat and gently drapes it over the weeping Hu Tao, who has cried through the night. My friend, the child you raised is far too understanding. These words she has never shared with anyone, not even with me. I will take good care of her. Please rest assured. With that, Zhongli cradles the now slumbering Hu Tao and carefully places her back in bed, tucking her in with a blanket. Today is a special side story. I hope everyone enjoys it, as more is to come shortly. Chapter 32, Hu Tao's Side Story, Weariness. On a bright morning in Liyue Harbor, a lively girl adorned with a hexagonal hat, sporting twin ponytails and plum blossom eyes, weaves through the bustling streets. Yet, despite her spirited demeanor and tireless efforts in managing the afterlife hall, the common folk of Liyue Harbor keep their distance. After all, matters of death are not particularly glamorous, and the announcement of half-price services feels somewhat inopportune. Thus, no one dares approach Hu Tao, each person keeping a respectful distance. Under the cloak of night, Hu Tao returned to the afterlife hall, her weary body betraying the absence of any business today. Just before she entered, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. She straightened her posture, encouraging herself. I cannot allow Mr. Zhongli to witness my despondence. Taking a deep breath, her eyes sparkled with determination, and her demeanor returned to its usual fiery enthusiasm. Yes, this is how it should be. With unwavering confidence, she pushed open the door to the parlor of rebirth and stepped inside. At that moment, Zhongli was leisurely brewing tea. Is there any business? She inquired. None at the moment, but that's all right. I have a premonition that business will soon come knocking. You said the same thing a week ago, Zhongli pointed out. Don't expose my shortcomings. Surely, it will come soon. I have faith in myself. Hu Tao replied with a playful huff, skipping over to him. Zhongli poured her a cup of tea. Mr. Zhongli, tell me, since the cycle of life and death is an inescapable reality, why do so few choose to prepare for it in advance? Hu Tao gazed into the reflection of herself in the tea, her plum blossom-like eyes filled with confusion. Zhongli slowly lifted his cup, savoring a sip of the tea, relishing its lingering aroma. Death is indeed an unavoidable transition. Yet preparing one's own coffin while still full of life is a task that few would willingly undertake. Wouldn't you agree? Hu Tao pouted at his words. That is not true. The past masters of our parlor have all grasped the essence of life and death. Preparing early is entirely normal. My first task as the new master was to oversee my grandfather's funeral, and I have long been prepared for my own. With that, she downed the tea in her cup, exclaiming, refreshing, seemingly unperturbed by the topic of mortality. Zhongli's golden eyes dimmed slightly at her rebuttal. Sensing something amiss in his expression, Hu Tao confidently rose and patted her chest. Mr. Zhongli, rest assured, I have already designed your funeral. I will ensure it is as grand as that of the Seven Archons. Zhongli was momentarily taken aback, his hand poised to refill her cup frozen midair. As he stood completely still, seeing his reaction, Hu Tao curiously asked, What is the matter, Mr. Zhongli? Do you doubt my capabilities as the master? Snapping back to reality, Zhongli wore an enigmatic smile and slowly poured her more tea. I believe in your abilities. However, what? However, I fear you might not fulfill your promise. Hu Tao paused, astonished. How could that be? I, as the master, have always been one to keep my word and never engage in uncertain endeavors. Is that so? Zhongli replied, his tone laden with significance. Absolutely. You can place your trust in me, she declared confidently. Very well, then let us formalize a contract. A contract? All right. Of course, I shall not fail to deliver. Hu Tao beamed with confidence. Well, since that is the case, the pact has been established, and those who break their word shall suffer the punishment of the Rock of Fate. As the words fell, Zhongli slightly raised his teacup and drank it all in one go. Hu Tao, too, elegantly sipped the light tea. Following that, Hu Tao began to chatter animatedly, while Zhongli watched the young girl before him with a gentle smile. He wished to etch her visage into his heart, inscribing it upon the eternal, unchanging stone. How wonderful it would be if you were the one to send me off, he mused with a faint smile in his heart. Decades later, in Liyue Harbor, within the halls of the past life hall, Hu Tao remarked, Mr. Zhongli, you truly have not changed at all. In that moment, Hu Tao was no longer the fiery, lively girl of yore. Her hair had turned white, her face was lined with wrinkles, and her body had weakened to the point where speaking was a challenge. Zhongli gazed at Hu Tao with a bittersweet expression, unsure of what to say. The head of the hall has violated the pact. No, you have fulfilled your promise. Do you remember the sending off ceremony? Upon hearing Zhongli's response, Hu Tao's eyes widened in understanding. I see. Thank you, Mr. Zhongli, she said with a gentle smile, slowly lowering her aged hand. As she observed the scene before her, another mark of wear appeared on the unyielding stone, one that belonged to her. Later that evening, a third side story would unfold. Chapter 33, Chi-Chi's Side Story. This is your home. In Liyue, the Wanmintang. Chi-Chi, serve the dishes at table 2. After the call, Xiangling resumed her cooking. However, after she had finished her second dish, she noticed that the first dish had still not been taken away by Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi? Xiangling inquired, puzzled. She turned to see Chi-Chi staring blankly at the birdcage. Guoba, please serve this dish, table 2 and table 4, Xiangling instructed, noticing the oddity. Guoba? Then, Guoba hurriedly carried the 2 dishes out. Guoba, later you will take Chi-Chi's place and assist with serving the dishes. Upon hearing this, Guoba nodded. The Wanmintang was bustling with patrons, yet for some reason, Chi-Chi remained fixated on the birdcage. After a while of busying herself, Xiangling wiped the sweat from her forehead and approached Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, what is the matter? She asked with concern. Chi-Chi pointed at the birdcage. Little Fluff? Xiangling queried, scrutinizing the little Fluff, only to find it seemed rather lethargic today. She then checked its food and water, her brow furrowing in concern. The food had not been touched, and the water had hardly been consumed. What could be the matter? Is it unwell? Xiangling took down the birdcage, and Chi-Chi immediately embraced it, her large pink eyes filled with worry. Little Fluff is usually confined in its cage during the mornings and afternoons, but after 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, it is allowed to fly out and play for a while until the next morning, when it returns to its cage. This situation evidently seemed unusual. What is wrong with Little Fluff? Xiangling wondered. I don't know. Let's take Little Fluff to see a doctor, she suggested. With that, they found a modest veterinary clinic in Liyue. After Xiangling explained the situation clearly, the veterinarian began his examination. As the stethoscope was gently placed on Little Fluff, Xiangling anxiously inquired, what is the matter? Is there a problem? How long have you had it? He countered instead of responding immediately. I'm sorry, but Chi-Chi doesn't remember. Chi-Chi replied, shaking her head. It's been about 4 years, Xiangling recalled thoughtfully. The veterinarian nodded in acknowledgement and then spoke slowly. That sounds about right. Its lifespan is nearing its end, which is why it has stopped eating and drinking. Commonly, little sparrows are social creatures, possessing a sense of home. In the wild, after building a nest in one location, their subsequent generations will thrive within that nest, akin to returning to one's roots. When they sense their time is short, they quietly await the inevitable at home. However, it is rare for little sparrows to die of old age, as they have many predators and are often cut short in their lives. Few make it to the end. The little sparrow you have is quite healthy. It has simply reached the end of its life. Moreover, since you usually allow it to fly outside, it will likely return. It has had a happy life, the veterinarian concluded. Upon hearing the vet's words, both Xiangling and Chi-Chi were left in stunned silence. Chi-Chi took the birdcage and cradled it in her arms, and the two returned to Wanmin restaurant without uttering a word. Once back, Chi-Chi cautiously placed Little Fluff in the palm of her hand. Sensing something, Little Fluff struggled to flap its wings and managed to perch on Chi-Chi's shoulder. Chirp, chirp, it gently nudged her cheek with its head, seemingly offering comfort. Witnessing this scene, Xiangling felt a pang of sorrow. They had cared for Little Fluff for 4 years, and it was impossible to deny the bond they shared. Furthermore, it was quite perceptive. Previously, A rude patron had come to the restaurant, refusing to pay for his meal and even verbally assaulting Xiangling, disparaging the food and her appearance, which deeply hurt her. Though that man had been dealt with by Qiqi, it was the dual comfort of Qiqi and little Fluff that eventually helped her recover. Xiangling, let us go to the forest. I sense that little Fluff wishes to be laid to rest in the little cabin at Shiyuan, Qiqi proposed. All right, Xiangling agreed. The two set out immediately for the forest. By the time they arrived, the sun had already set, and it was only when the starry sky unfolded before them that they reached the little cabin in the woods. The significance of the little creature's persistence appears to have reached its culmination. The moment they arrived here, the little creature departed from this world entirely. Qiqi held the lifeless body of the little creature, her eyes reddened with tears, while Xiangling's gaze shimmered with unshed tears. As a firefly landed on the small sparrow, both Qiqi and Xiangling were momentarily taken aback. They lifted their eyes slightly, and the sight before them widened their eyes in astonishment. The entire forest was illuminated by fireflies, and above the forest cabin, a dozen little sparrows perched, their heads tilted as they observed Qiqi and Xiangling. In that moment, the little sparrows began to flutter towards them, encircling them and landing on their shoulders, arms, and all around their bodies. As Qiqi gazed at the deceased little creature in her hands, the words of the veterinarian suddenly echoed in her mind. Little creature, this is your true home. Tears streamed down Qiqi's face, yet her smile radiated joy. Chapter 34. Qiqi's side story. Xiangling's past Liyue, Wanmin Hall. Just in time. Let us gather some ingredients together. Xiangling exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Xiao Yuan and Qiqi. What ingredients do we need today? Xiao Yuan responded with a gentle smile. Helping Xiangling gather ingredients was a frequent endeavor for him and Qiqi. Once they collected enough ingredients, Xiangling would treat him to a meal, and of course, there would be coconut milk, which Qiqi adored. Let me think, Xiangling said, bowing her head in contemplation. Slime jelly, lotus seed pods, clear heart, glass lily, goldfish grass, rainbow flower. It seems there are quite a few. I'll trouble you both this time. The trio set off together, Xiao Yuan and Qiqi forming one group, while Xiangling ventured alone. They found that splitting up significantly increased their efficiency. They had previously tried to split up as a trio, but that time Qiqi had forgotten the way home, causing Xiao Yuan and Xiangling great distress. They searched from afternoon until night, only to find Qiqi sobbing on the ground when they finally located her. Ever since then, Xiao Yuan had refrained from allowing Qiqi to gather ingredients on her own. Good luck. Gather plenty, and we'll meet here at 11, he encouraged. All right, no problem. Qiqi will do her best. They arrived at the forest and then parted ways. This time, the materials Xiangling required were indeed more substantial, and it would take a considerable time to gather them all. When Xiao Yuan and Qiqi arrived punctually at the meeting point with a good amount of ingredients at 11, they noticed Xiangling was nowhere to be seen. After waiting a while longer without her arrival, Qiqi tugged at the hem of Xiao Yuan's clothing, her worry evident. Do you think Xiangling got lost? That seems unlikely. She is thoroughly familiar with this area. How could she possibly lose her way? Xiao Yuan replied, a sense of unease creeping over him. Without hesitation, they immediately began searching the forest, calling out Xiangling's name. Xiangling? When Xiangling was discovered by Xiao Yuan, his pupils dilated sharply. She was trapped on a mountainside, with 3 hilichurl archers below incessantly shooting arrows at her. One hand clung to the cliff face while the other, barely holding a weapon, attempted to fend off the attacks. The ground beneath was littered with arrows, a clear indication that Xiangling had been ensnared for a considerable time. At this moment, she was utterly exhausted, and the archer's arrows had been released with reckless abandon. 3 arrows hurtled towards her with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, as the arrows were about to pierce Xiangling, a long spear struck the rock beside her. In an instant, a figure flashed into view. Blood splattered forth. Xiangling's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the silhouette before her. Are you all right? Can you hold on? Xiao Yuan asked gently, a smile gracing his lips as he extended his left hand toward her. Come, give me your hand. Stunned by the arrow embedded in Xiao Yuan's arm, Xiangling was momentarily speechless. Xiao Yuan? How could he possibly be here? Had he come to rescue her? He had been the one injured, yet he still smiled and asked if she was fine. Dismissing her swirling thoughts, she instinctively dropped her weapon and reached out her hand. Upon grasping it, Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow as he summoned his strength to lift her up. At that moment, Xiangling finally managed to support herself on the rock, while the 3 hilichurl archers were dealt with by Qiqi. The danger began to recede. Her left hand had been hanging there for quite some time. Had Xian arrived even a moment later, she would have either been pierced by an arrow or succumbed to fatigue and fallen from the cliff. Shiyuan, let us discuss this later. We're still halfway up the mountain. Just as Xiangling was about to say something, Shiyuan interrupted her. He too was clinging to the wall, and with his right hand, he pulled out the long spear and discarded it. As the spear hit the ground, he instantly flashed down with Xiangling, landing safely. Shiyuan, Xiangling, you're hurt. We must see a doctor immediately, Chi-Chi exclaimed, anxiously pacing as if she would whisk them away to the hospital at any moment. It's just a minor injury. I'm fine. Shiyuan grasped the arrow in his right arm and yanked it out forcefully, blood spurting forth. Hiss. Shiyuan inhaled sharply. To say it didn't hurt would be a lie. This scene left both Chi-Chi and Xiangling in shock. Shiyuan, you can't do this. You'll lose too much blood. It needs to be handled by a professional. Xiangling exclaimed in distress, her gaze fixated on the blood that continued to flow. This is just too bothersome. Removing it should alleviate some of the pain. The 3 arrows were not embedded in critical areas. One was in his left arm, another in his right shoulder, and the third in his thigh. Xiao Yuan endured excruciating pain and, disregarding all obstacles, forcefully extracted the 3 arrows from his body. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Xiangling hurriedly tore off a piece of her clothing to bandage him. Use mine. It's already ruined, she offered. But Xiao Yuan halted her actions and, gritting his teeth against the agony, removed his own shirt. At such a critical moment, why bother with such trivialities? You've been bleeding all this time, Xiangling exclaimed, her scalp prickling with anxiety as tears streamed down her face. Do not worry. This minor injury will not be the end of me, Xiao Yuan replied with a faint smile, his indifference evident. After the bandaging, the bleeding subsided temporarily. Yet immediate medical attention was essential to prevent infection. With an arrow lodged in his thigh, Xiangling supported Xiao Yuan, helping him take each painful step back to Liyue. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, she sobbed softly, her head bowed in shame. Indeed, Xiao Yuan concurred. In that moment, Xiangling felt even more guilty. Retracting her head, it's your fault for keeping it a secret and venturing out alone to gather the Liu bags, Xiao Yuan added. Xiangling paused in surprise before lifting her gaze to meet his. I understand you didn't want to trouble us with such dangerous tasks. But for matters like this, just sharing a meal with us would suffice. We are good partners, after all. You should leave the easier ingredients for us to collect while you tackle the more treacherous ones alone. What if we had arrived too late today? If something were to happen to you because of this, both Chi-Chi and I would be heartbroken. Do not let this happen again, otherwise, Chi-Chi and I will not accompany you on your ingredient gathering ventures. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Xiangling found herself at a loss for words. Her eyes welling up with tears like pearls cascading down her cheeks. Yes, Chi-Chi also believes that Xiangling should not have lied. We ought to gather ingredients together. Chi-Chi is quite skilled at picking Liu bags. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement with Xiao Yuan's sentiment. I'm sorry, I realize my mistake and will not do this again. She apologized softly. In her mind, she recalled Xiao Yuan's earlier actions. Without hesitation, he had shielded her from the arrows, even while suffering from multiple wounds himself. He could still smile and ask, "Are you all right?" As arrows pierced his flesh, merely dismissing them as trivial injuries, pulling them out despite the overwhelming pain. Amidst the profuse bleeding, he even suggested using his own clothing to staunch the flow, casually remarking that it was already torn. Xiao Yuan's gentleness, resolve, and attentiveness etched themselves deeply into her heart, like an indelible mark. Chi-Chi, how fortunate we are, Xiangling mused as she glanced at Chi-Chi. This vignette is set in the Second Era, during the time when Xiao Yuan had yet to part ways with Chi-Chi. Chapter 35, Chi-Chi's Side Story, the final page. Liyue, Wanmen Hall. Under the vast night sky, stars twinkled brilliantly, and the moon hung high like a silver platter. Its pure, radiant light illuminated the entire area, rendering it transparent, clear, and pristine. A gentle breeze swept through, the moonlight dancing gracefully in the air. A petite and enchanting figure basked in the glow of the moon. Just after completing her flexibility exercises, Chi-Chi felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. She stretched her body perfectly. A zombie's form tends to stiffen without movement for too long. Hence, daily flexibility training was essential. What comes next? Chi-Chi murmured to herself. Lost in thought. Joyfully, she picked up her little notebook, glancing at the contents she had recorded. There was one final task for the day, to read the story about Xiao Yuan. Chanting the words inscribed in her notebook, she turned to the last page. Under the moonlight, Chi sat on the beam of her house, swinging her little feet as she perused her writings. Xiao Yuan is an exceedingly gentle soul. Like the shade of a tree on a scorching summer day, I long to curl up in his embrace and drift into slumber. Like a sturdy wall that can withstand a tempest, he shields those around him from calamity. Like a cozy cottage amidst the biting cold, he offers warmth and protection in the direst of times. I adore your eyes, more beautiful than mountains and stars. I cherish your smile, warmer than the sun in winter. I treasure your large hands, more precious than all the treasures of the world. Some seek to exploit me, while others fear me, yet you are different. You make me feel warmth, a warmth distinct from discomfort. My heart has truly felt your warmth. Thank you, Xiao Yuan. I will remember you, wherever I go. I will keep you in my heart. After my passing, you were the first to bring me warmth. After you departed, you passed that warmth to Liyue. The people of Liyue are kind to me, they hold me dear. But I miss you so much, Xiao Yuan. I wish to live alongside you, to see your smile once more, to be cradled in your arms as I sleep. I will remember the home we built together. I will heed your words and continue my daily flexibility exercises. I will document all that is significant in my notebook. I will cherish the days we spent in the forest together. I will never forget. I shall forever remember. As the notebook gently closed, tears streamed down Chi-Chi's cheeks. With reddened eyes, she began to sob softly. Xiao Yuan, I miss you so much. I will always remember you. You must remember me too. Xiang Ling mentioned that the Lantern Festival would soon arrive, and Chi longed to experience it with him. With a tear-streaked face, Chi picked up her pen and continued to record the details of the Lantern Festival. The last page of her diary would be frequently updated, filled with the aspirations she wished to share with Xiao Yuan. That is a tale belonging to her and Xiao Yuan. Although Xiao Yuan has departed, in Chi-Chi's eyes, he remains by her side. She feels that one day, they shall meet again. Chi-Chi will await your return. After she draws the final punctuation of their story, only then does she gently lift her gaze towards the starry sky. There is one last supplementary chapter of Shinha to read this evening, and then the fourth era will commence. Chapter 36, Shinha's supplementary chapter. If it truly is you, how wonderful that would be. In Mon City, at the inn. On one occasion, I secretly descended the mountain without my master's knowledge and returned to the village, only to discover that the once thriving settlement had fallen into desolation, and my father had long since passed away. In that moment, I suddenly understood that my ties to my blood relatives had been irrevocably severed, and the cherished memories of the past would no longer hold any significance. From that day forth, I temporarily abandoned my humanity until I encountered you. Shinha's words caused Xiao Yuan to pause momentarily. He tenderly caressed Shinha's cheek, his heart aching for her. It is difficult to fathom how you endured such hardships back then. I do not know whether it was my unfortunate fate that led to my abandonment or if it was the trials of destiny that birthed this sense of desolation within me. Regardless, I do not believe that anyone is born to be forsaken. In my view, the latter is undoubtedly true. Thank you, Xiao Yuan. Encountering you in this lifetime is my greatest happiness. Shinha blissfully rested her head on Xiao Yuan's shoulder, her gaze falling upon the myriad lights of the city she loathed. In hindsight, her disdain for those countless lights stemmed merely from the absence of a place to call her own. With Xiao Yuan's presence, those lights now appeared so warm and inviting. To have met you is indeed my greatest fortune in this life, Shin gently remarked with a soft smile. At that moment, Shinha's eyes sparkled with something akin to a string of little lanterns. What is this? Shinha inquired, eyeing the small object in Xiao Yuan's hand with curiosity. This is a tongholu. Give it a try, Xiao Yuan offered, presenting the tongholu to her. Shinha accepted it, examining it closely before bringing it to her nose for a sniff, then slowly extended her delicate tongue to taste it. How sweet! Shinha exclaimed with a hint of delight. If the red string can suppress the malice within your heart, then perhaps consuming the tongholu might dispel it altogether, Shin teased, intrigued by Shinha's demeanor. Why is that? Because they are all red. Upon hearing this, Shinha's eyes gleamed like a child's, filled with wonder as she gazed at the tongholu. She could hardly contain herself and took a bite. So delicious, sweet and tangy. Shinha instantly fell in love with this delightful treat called tongholu. Her innocence was truly endearing. You should try one too. Come. She gently smiled, offering the tongholu to Xiao Yuan. So sweet. Xu Yuan opened his mouth to take a bite. Seeing him enjoy it so much filled Shinhe with joy. She yearned for a day like this to last forever. This scene was one she never dared to envision, a dream so improbable. Xu Yuan. Suddenly, Shinhe called out his name while savoring a candied hawthorn. A rosy blush adorned her cheeks as she gazed at the sweet treat in her hand. Yet Xu Yuan remained patient, waiting silently. If we were to become husband and wife in the future, would you prefer a son or a daughter? Upon uttering these words, Shinhe's face flushed a deep crimson. This inquiry caught Xu Yuan off guard. If that day were to come, all I desire is you. Shinhe's eyes widened in disbelief at his response, her heart ensnared by his gentle smile. Why? She stammered, her shyness evident. Because childbirth can be excruciating, Xu Yuan explained. My mother suffered greatly during her pregnancy with me. She experienced severe morning sickness. Not only could she not indulge in sumptuous meals, but even the faintest aroma of fruit from a market stall would induce her nausea. She could only consume bland congee, as anything with flavor would cause her to retch. The ordeal was so severe that I almost did not survive. Furthermore, the pain of birth rivals that of bone scraping, accompanied by various risks. And when the child is born, the incessant cries can disturb the peace of night, leaving the mother in a constant state of vigilance. It is all too painful. I would never want you to endure such suffering. I only want you. Shinhe stood in stunned silence at his words. She had never fathomed that someone could care for her so deeply. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she smiled. It's all right. For you, I would endure anything. A child is the fruit of love, and no matter the hardships, I am willing. I wish for him to enter this world, to witness the tranquility of mountains and rivers, and to experience the warmth of humanity. He will have the best father in the world. If it's a boy, he will be gentle and handsome like you, destined to be a man of great repute, surely attracting many admirers. Her eyes sparkled with dreams of a beautiful future. Yet, with her every hopeful thought, Xu Yuan felt a pang of sorrow. He knew their time together was finite. Yes, that would be splendid, he replied, though the weight of their impending separation loomed over him. It's getting late. Let us head inside and rest. He wished to steer the conversation away from this topic, despite his longing to tell her that she would undoubtedly be the best mother. If they were to have a daughter, she would be kind, gentle, and strong. Yet, such words were better left unspoken. Voicing them would only prolong the discussion, deepening the heartache of their eventual farewell. All right, Shinhe responded, linking her arm with Xu Yuan's as they entered the dwelling. Until she fell into a deep slumber, Xu Yuan quietly rose, seated himself by the window, and gazed at the shadowy expanse of Mond, his heart tumultuous with unending thoughts. A wife, if indeed you were truly mine. How delightful that would be. A solitary tear cascaded onto the windowsill. The narrative of morning sickness mentioned within is a genuine experience of the author, exemplifying the profound nature of maternal love. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the fourth arc. Numerous readers have expressed that Shinhe's chapter felt somewhat rushed, and indeed it was, as the author had intentionally constrained the first 10 chapters, leading to a sense of haste. These supplementary chapters largely serve to rectify the omissions from earlier writings. I hope the readers do not become overly attached to the story. The author is a full-time writer, relying on their craft for sustenance. If too many readers become overly indulgent, resulting in the author lacking the means to support themselves, it may lead to unfortunate consequences. Thus, I encourage those with spare funds to offer tokens of appreciation to the author. Your support will be their greatest motivation. Chapter 37, the fourth arc. Plunging into the abyss. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the third cycle of reincarnation. Please select one of the following 3 skills for inheritance. Obliteration, Great Sun Emperor. Demon Lin Garment. The third cycle has concluded. At this moment, Xu Yuan's demeanor was markedly different from his usual self. He felt as though he had aged several years in an instant. The youthful spirit within him had been thoroughly subdued. At present, he desired nothing more than to live a tranquil life. That is all. I do not wish to inherit, nor do I desire to reincarnate, Xu Yuan expressed wearily. Should you choose to terminate the reincarnation prematurely, unforeseen events may transpire. Please choose wisely. What might occur? A new personality will inhabit this body, completing the 9 cycles of reincarnation in your stead. Then let it be. This body may be influenced by the worlds you have previously traversed. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. What does this mean? Will he venture into the parallel worlds I have visited before? Xu Yuan questioned sternly. Indeed. Bang. Xu Yuan's fist struck the ground with great force, fueled by anger. If he can influence the worlds I have encountered, that would spell trouble. Chi-Chi, Hu Tao. Shenhe could be taken away by someone donning my guise. No, not possibly, inevitably. Xu Yuan was acutely aware of his significance to them. Should he reappear before their eyes, they would undoubtedly trust him without question. Yet, the system's words divulged another revelation. Upon completing the 9 cycles of reincarnation, there might be a chance to return to the previous world. 6 cycles remain. Gritting his teeth, Xu Yuan began to examine the 3 skills. Obliteration unleashes an energy sphere that expands upon reaching a designated location, varying from 500 to 3,000 times its original size. The enveloped area will be instantaneously ignited, consuming the air within the region and creating a vacuum within 5 seconds. The Great Flame Emperor, at the cost of life force, unleashes a searing temperature of 5 to 10 million degrees. The consumption of life depends on factors such as the area of release, temperature, and duration. The Demon Scale Cloak, an attire forged from the scales of the Infernal Dragon, grants immunity to fire attribute damage and doubles the host's fire attribute attacks. All 3 items possess remarkable power. The obliteration creates a vacuum, and the temperature of the Great Flame Emperor is astonishingly high. For reference, the surface temperature of the sun is approximately 500 degrees, while the core can reach between 15 to 20 million degrees. The intensity of obliteration approaches that of the sun's surface, which explains the necessity of life force consumption for its release. After much contemplation, Xu Yuan opted for the 3rd option. In terms of offense, he is proficient in marksmanship and possesses the Black Flame technique. For mobility, he has the Flame Flash. What he now lacks is a means of defense. Although the other 2 skills appear formidable, one must possess internal strength to forge ahead. Previously, in his 2nd life, he was pierced by 3 arrows while attempting to save Xiangling. Had he possessed the Demon Scale Cloak, perhaps such an incident could have been averted. You have chosen Demon Scale Cloak. Your next reincarnation is about to commence. Activation successful. Mission: bring a genuine smile to Zhao's face once more. Transmitting for you. As the radiance enveloped Xu Yuan, he found himself once again in the familiar outskirts of Liyue. This task proves to be more challenging than the previous ones. Xu Yuan furrowed his brow, resting his chin in thought regarding Zhao. The difficulty does not stem from Zhao's gender, but rather from the fact that it has been over a millennium since Zhao last smiled. His favorite almond tofu now tastes merely passable to him, a mere morsel among mortals. One can imagine the magnitude of the challenge he faces. 3,000 years ago, Teyvat was engulfed in a cataclysmic war among the Archons, ignited by their quest for the 7 divine seats. Shortly after the onset of this conflict, a youth named Jinping emerged. This boy was none other than Xiao, who had yet to ascend to immortality. A certain Archon seized upon his vulnerabilities, ensnaring him to serve as a general in their ranks, making him their foremost champion. At that time, the youth Jinping was still in a state of youthful ignorance, incapable of rebellion or resistance. By the Archon's command, countless lives, mortals and deities alike, perished under his hand. He had stained his hands with innumerable bloodshed, obliterating countless dreams and aspirations. As the Archon's most prominent general, he possessed the ability to devour dreams. The Archon would compel him to vanquish his foes and consume their beautiful dreams, even though the exquisite taste of those dreams ensnared him. Yet, the torment of having to extinguish his enemies and seize the last remnants of their spiritual sustenance inflicted upon him profound anguish. Yet he found himself ensnared. As the time spent serving the demon god, Jinping utterly stripped away his tenderness and innocence, transforming him from an oblivious youth into a cold, unfeeling machine solely devoted to slaughter. Gradually, he became entirely reclusive, ceasing to express or reveal his emotions. Calm, ruthless, fierce, violent, frigid, deathly, ominous, these became his epithet. At long last, on a fateful day, Morix encountered the master of Jinping upon the battlefield. On that day, a beam of light pierced the abyss. After being shackled for far too long, even as his body and soul had succumbed to darkness, Jinping glimpsed a ray of hope when his master fell. In that moment, he finally beheld a glimmer of dawn illuminating his world. Morix bestowed upon the reborn Jinping the new name of Shao. This renaming signified a rebirth. For in the tales of foreign lands, Shao embodies the trials and tribulations endured by a creature forged in suffering. This aptly mirrored the youthful experience he had undergone. In gratitude for the grace of the Geo Archon, Xiao entered into a covenant to protect Liyue for a millennium. In stark contrast to the minor skirmishes among the three demon gods of Mondstadt, the divine conflict in Liyue was a scene of unspeakable carnage. Ultimately, Morix triumphed, bolstered by his unmatched divine power and the assistance of numerous celestial beings. The fallen demon gods were sealed beneath the unyielding rock. Even in death, their resentment coalesced into malevolent spirits. They wreaked havoc on land and stirred tempests upon the seas. Though the Geo Archon was surrounded by many celestial beings, not all were suited for combat. The arduous task of vanquishing the demons ultimately fell to the adept and lethal Yaksha protectors. This is why, unlike other celestial beings who bore titles such as True Monarch of the Moon Cutting and Sun Building, True Monarch of Water Logic and Mountain Stacking, True Monarch of Cloud Leaving and Wind Borrowing, True Monarch of Suffering Relief, and True Monarch of Sky Guide, Xiao was uniquely designated as the great saint of demon subjugation. His duty, his mission, was to eradicate evil. Originally, there were 5 Yaksha protectors, but prolonged engagements against demonic entities had tainted them with excessive malevolence. In times of peace, 3 had perished and 1 went missing, leaving only Jinping Yaksha, Xiao, in the service of the Archon. Chapter 38. In the fourth life, a man must not decline search around. He should be nearby. Xiao Yuan cast aside his myriad thoughts, resolved to locate Xiao before considering his next course of action. Based on the precedents of previous lives, there either existed a guiding resonance or demonic creatures that would draw others out. In any case, Xiao ought to be close at hand. The demonic scale armor now adorned Xiao Yuan, yet due to the system's constraints, it had seamlessly fused with his form, rendering its true appearance concealed. Though he could certainly sense its effects, Xiao Yuan traversed through the twilight forest, when suddenly, an unusual sound reached his ears. The clash of blades. The ferocity of combat. It could only be Xiao. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan sprinted towards the source of the commotion. Before long, he beheld a strikingly handsome man wielding a long spear, engaged in battle with several malevolent entities. If you wish to avoid trouble, keep your distance, the man warned. As a celestial being, Xiao sensed Xiao Yuan's arrival immediately. Yet, Xiao Yuan merely smiled calmly, choosing not to retreat, but to advance with spear in hand. At that moment, one of the malevolent creatures obstructed his path and launched an attack. Xiao furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene, but then heard a resounding thud. The creature that had just threatened Xiao Yuan was sent flying by a powerful thrust of the spear. Fear not, I am quite formidable. You need not worry about me, Xiao Yuan declared with utmost confidence. Seeing that Xiao Yuan had emerged unscathed, Xiao redirected his attention to the remaining malevolent entities. Through the coordinated assaults of the 2 spear wielders, the group of fiends was swiftly vanquished. Only then did Xiao turn his gaze upon Xiao Yuan. Who are you? He inquired, his piercing eyes seeming to penetrate Xiao Yuan's very essence. I am Xiao Yuan, a solitary soul bound by fate, prone to causing harm to those around me. I wonder if I might join you in vanquishing evil, Xiao Yuan replied. Slaying malevolent entities can invite a dark aura. Even celestial beings risk moral decay in such endeavors. This is not a path for you. They are merely fiends. Do you not contend with them daily? Xiao Yuan countered. I am a celestial being. I am unlike you mortals. What difference does it truly make? Is it not merely a matter of longevity? Xiao Yuan shrugged, showing no sign of the reverence one might expect towards a celestial being. To him, it seemed there was little distinction between a deity and an ordinary person. This sentiment was perhaps natural, given his friendship with the Geo Archon and the reliance of numerous celestial beings upon him. Is it merely a matter of longer lifespan? Zhao's eyes narrowed, clearly skeptical of Xiao Yuan's assertion. What then? Xiao Yuan retorted. Are you suggesting that your strength can rival that of a celestial being? Xiao asked, a hint of incredulity in his voice. He had spent his life amidst battles and slaughter, once a general under the tyranny of the Archon of Evil. Following his alliance with the Geo Archon Zhongli, he had faced countless skirmishes, burdened by the weight of karma. His power was formidable. Even mortals endowed with divine vision were no match for him. Naturally, Xiao Yuan replied with a subtle smile. You possess quite the audacity to speak so boldly, Xiao remarked. What is there to fear in speaking the truth? Then let me test your mettle. Just how many of my strikes can your body endure? Xiao challenged. Perhaps I am even stronger than you, Xiao Yuan quipped, raising an eyebrow in jest. We shall see. With that, both individuals unleashed a powerful aura. their energies clashing in the air. The eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, exuding an aura of lethal intent, as if the very air had thickened. Xiao Yuan's provocation was primarily aimed at elevating his standing to be on par with Xiao, if not surpass him. Status is a symbol of one's authority. To illustrate, when a kindergarten child earnestly attempts to reason with you, you may find it endearing but will hardly take it to heart. Likewise, when a subordinate raises concerns to a superior with utmost seriousness, it is often dismissed. In contrast, if a venerable professor speaks, one is compelled to listen intently, treasuring every utterance. When one's status is too low, their efforts go unnoticed, and their words bear little weight. Thus, this confrontation for Xiao Yuan was fundamentally about elevating his position, ensuring that Xiao would no longer regard him with the eyes of an ordinary mortal, at the very least. They ought to be equals. Boom. A resounding explosion shattered the silence. In an instant, a tempest surged, winds howled, and the trees of the forest bent under the force. Brilliant sparks erupted against the night sky as two long spears clashed fiercely. After their attacks ricocheted, both combatants wielded their spears with an unparalleled precision, engaging in a vigorous exchange where neither gained the upper hand. Yet, this was merely a warm-up. Neither had revealed their true prowess. After battling for over several minutes, Xiao discerned that his opponent's strength was indeed formidable. Boom. As their attacks deflected once more, Zhao's gaze grew markedly serious. "I concede your strength," he seemed to acknowledge. "You are not lacking, Xiao Yuan," came the response. "But be wary." A dangerous aura emanated from Zhao's eyes. "Come what may, I have merely concluded my warm-up." Xiao Yuan felt no trepidation in response to Xiao's words, his own eyes brimming with a fierce resolve. In that fleeting moment, both unleashed their genuine power. While Xiao's might was indeed formidable, Xiao Yuan was by no means inferior. Whether it was the black flame or the instantaneous blaze, both were immensely powerful skills capable of altering the tide of battle in an instant. They fought relentlessly throughout the night, and as dawn broke, the outcome remained undecided. Yet, both were acutely aware of their exhaustion. "You are truly strong," Xiao Yuan exclaimed first. "That sentiment should belong to me," Xiao retorted. It was evident that Xiao had fully acknowledged Xiao Yuan's prowess. He had never anticipated that a night of exhaustive combat would not result in his victory. It had been a long time since he had fought with such vigor, and this battle had been exhilarating. "Let us conclude today's clash. Are you certain you wish to join me in vanquishing the malevolent?" Xiao inquired. "Is this truly the end? I have only just begun to warm up." "Are you really at your limit?" "Surely not. You must pull yourself together. Is this all you are capable of? Your words lack any credibility when you speak while gasping for breath." Xiao, unfazed by the provocation from Xiao Yuan, felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, his forehead darkening and his lips twitching. Gasping? What are you gasping for? "I am merely preparing to unleash my full potential. Do not tell me you are faltering. A man must never admit defeat. Are you even a man? Do you dare to engage me in a battle of 3,000 rounds?" At this moment, Zhao's expression turned utterly grim. Observing Zhao's anger, Xiao Yuan secretly reveled in his success. Indeed, dealing with men often required such tactics. Chapter 39, The Fourth Generation. The romance between men provoked by Xiao Yuan. Xiao wielded his spear once more and charged forward, plunging them back into a fierce combat. "You are faltering already? How can you be so quick to succumb?" Xiao Yuan, straining against his spear and panting heavily, managed to utter. "Are you not in the same condition?" Xiao retorted. Both of them equally exhausted, breathless, and unable to move. The sun had risen on the second day since Xiao Yuan had ignited Zhao's desire for battle. They had engaged in combat for an entire day and night, from daylight to dusk, and continued into the following day. Any disturbances from malevolent spirits had been swiftly dealt with, causing no interruptions to their duel. They typically engaged in brawls with an understanding that they would first deal with any interlopers before returning to their main conflict. At this point, they had drained every last ounce of energy, struggling to remain standing, relying solely on their spears for support. It seemed neither was willing to succumb. In their subconscious, the first to falter would be deemed the loser. The competition between men is often so straightforward. In their youth, a simple phrase, "Whoever can urinate the farthest is the strongest," had sparked a contest of distance. As they matured, another challenge arose. "If you can touch that leaf, you are impressive." A group of boys would leap beneath the tree, an activity deemed childish and tedious by girls, yet it embodied the indomitable spirit of masculinity. Regardless of how trivial the matter, They insisted on asserting dominance. You are on the verge of collapsing, aren't you? Just fall already. Holding on is pointless. Xiao Yuan managed to force out through gritted teeth, his stamina pushed to its limit, his legs beginning to tremble, on the brink of collapse. Your legs are trembling. It is you who is barely holding on, Xiao stubbornly declared, refusing to yield, his own body starting to shiver. With their strength utterly depleted, the two stood their ground, exchanging verbal jabs in an attempt to breach each other's psychological defenses. Yet, despite their efforts, neither emerged victorious, and ultimately, both fell to the ground together. You have once again succumbed, haven't you? Xiao Yuan reclined on the grass, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was you who fell first. Xiao Tu lay on the verdant ground, gazing up at the azure sky, stubbornly retorting, no, it was you. Your knees hit the ground first. Xiao Yuan countered this assertion. I fell 2 seconds later than you, for the grass here is taller than it is on your side. Nonsense. In that moment, Xiao felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. It seemed he had not engaged in such camaraderie for ages. He had forgotten when he last experienced such a delightful sensation. Was it when the Geo Archon pulled him from the abyss? No, that was hope, that was gratitude. This feeling, however, was akin to friendship. He whispered this unfamiliar word softly to himself. Friendship. He recalled that he had lost 3 friends, with one still missing. Xiao began to remember what that feeling was like. It echoed the camaraderie he shared with the 4 other Yiksha guardians. In those times, they fought side by side, vanquishing demons. Now he stood alone. It was no wonder he had forgotten such a feeling. Observing Xiao's demeanor, Xiao Yuan realized that their battle had not been in vain. What did I say? Xiao Yuan suddenly spoke up. What? Xiao, interrupted from his reverie, responded. Immortals merely possess a longer lifespan, Xiao Yuan reminded him. At this, Xiao paused momentarily before seriously replying. It's different. While vanquishing malevolent spirits is not difficult, bearing their karmic burdens requires constant vigilance. A moment's carelessness could lead one back into the abyss. If you can do it, why can't I? You look down on me, don't you? Xiao Yuan, intending to rise and debate, found himself too fatigued to do more than elevate half his body. I do not look down on you. I fear. Fear what? I'm not afraid of you. So what are you afraid of? Stop rambling. Before Xiao could finish his retort, Xiao Yuan interrupted him. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Xiao Yuan chuckled and regarded Xiao with an odd expression. Oh, I see. You're afraid I might steal your position, right? What if I prove to be more capable than you and the Geo Archon appoints me as a Yiksha guardian, leaving you obsolete? Xiao Yuan nodded, convinced of the accuracy of his conjecture. The mere mention of this left Xiao both amused and exasperated, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Your silence implies agreement. No wonder you're reluctant to let me confront malevolence. I hadn't realized you were so cunning. As long as you're happy. Xiao had grown too weary to argue further. This fellow's thoughts were far too erratic. He struggled to keep pace with him. Rather than rebutting and risking the introduction of even more bizarre theories, it seemed wiser to acquiesce to his whims. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in your position as a guardian Yiksha, so there is no need for you to fret over job security. That said, do you not find me rather impressive? Even a celestial being such as yourself cannot best me. Upon hearing these words from Xu Yuan, Xiao could no longer remain composed. He propped himself up, retorting in a low voice, do not speak nonsense. When have I ever failed to defeat you? It was you who fell first. My grass is slightly taller than yours. Logically, you should have touched the ground before me. If you are going to calculate it that way, there lies a problem. What problem? Let us engage in combat once more. Xiao Yuan declared in indignation as he rose. Come then, who is afraid of you? Xiao replied, equally unyielding. At that moment, an awkward sound emanated from their stomachs simultaneously. Both men were taken aback, exchanging glances. Damn it, let us eat our fill before settling this, Xiao Yuan said as he stood to retrieve his spear. That is precisely what I intended to say, Xiao echoed, resembling a reflection of one another. However, the rivalry between men exists amidst all living things, as evident in this moment. Both of these physically drained individuals began to walk towards Liyue. Ordinarily, this would pose no issue, but the insatiable competitive spirit soon took hold. They quickened their pace, each striving to outdo the other. Ultimately, the 2 men broke into a run, swiftly entering the Wangshu Inn. I would like a serving of almond tofu, they exclaimed in unison. Instantly, the patrons of the Wangshu Inn turned their attention towards them. I want 2 servings, Xiao Yuan proclaimed. 3 servings, Xiao countered, equally assertive. 4 servings. 5 servings. Curse it. You are deliberately trying to antagonize me, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves in anger. I believe it is you who is seeking trouble. Xiao met Xiao Yuan's gaze head-on. Chapter 40. In the fourth life, like attracts like, and people cluster together. Witnessing this spectacle, the patrons of the Wangshu stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. At this moment, Xiao seemed to sense the atmosphere around him, swiftly regaining his usual icy demeanor. He cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Yuan, turned away, and casually stated, 1 bowl of almond tofu. I shall have one as well. Xiao Yuan promptly followed suit. Now, speak of your intentions. Xiao's tone turned somewhat detached, as if he had returned from his previous state of distraction, though he had momentarily lost his composure. It was undeniable that he had glimpsed the shadows of those yikshaws from the past within Xiao Yuan, a mere human, whose prowess was comparable to his own, even possessing such remarkable stamina to contend with him for an entire day and night. It is worth noting that he was a veteran who had fought for a millennium, yet he could not best a mortal. Perhaps his pride was bruised, and with Xiao Yuan, the provocateur by his side, stoking the flames, it had disturbed his mental equilibrium. If Xiao Yuan were merely an ordinary mortal, no matter what he said, he would not present himself in such a manner. Were he a celestial being, Xiao would still remain indifferent. Yet, Xiao Yuan is indeed a mortal, possessing an exaggerated strength that is hard to overlook. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? I am simply a bored, idle commoner, burdened by a solitary fate. Unbothering the mundane is all I can offer them. This is a unique philosophy of life I gleaned from others. Yes, it is somewhat lonely. Noticing that your circumstances are not dissimilar to mine, I decided to come and engage in conversation with you. Xiao Yuan spoke of this matter with an air of tranquility. He then craned his neck to observe as 2 bowls of almond tofu were brought forth, his eyes betraying an eagerness. Do you also enjoy almond tofu? Xiao inquired nonchalantly upon seeing Xiao Yuan's expression. I have yet to taste it. I cannot say, he replied. Never tasted it? Then why did you order this dish? Isn't it simply to draw closer to you? I heard you enjoy this delicacy, so I thought if I partake, we would have common ground for conversation. Xiao Yuan candidly articulated his intentions, which left Xiao somewhat taken aback. Who would openly declare their motives in such a manner? Why would one wish to bond with someone as unremarkable as me? Xiao pondered, perplexed. Who knows? Perhaps we are both solitary souls, both wielding weapons. Their essay saying. Isn't there? Birds of a feather flock together, Xiao added. Ah, yes, that is it. Birds of a feather, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, applauding. A peculiar fellow indeed. If I am peculiar, then you are a peculiar immortal. The rest of your kind are adored by the masses, yet you remain unappreciated. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Xiao paused momentarily before a faint smile graced his lips. I never expected to encounter someone like you in this world. Xiao seemed to have his perception of mortals altered. There are many things you might not have anticipated, Xiao Yuan responded, then began to savor the unremarkable almond tofu. He was curious to discover just how delectable the dreams that Xiao devoured truly were. The tofu was tender, melting in the mouth, infused with a rich almond aroma. After tasting, a delightful aftertaste lingered, indeed proving quite enjoyable. Surprisingly, you have good taste, Xiao Yuan complimented. How dull. Saying this, Xiao also took up the almond tofu to indulge. Yet, it had been quite some time since he had shared a meal at the same table with another. In mere moments, Xiao Yuan finished 1 bowl and then declared, bring 3 more. Certainly. The attendant of Wangshu responded cheerfully. In a single sitting, Xiao Yuan consumed 10 bowls of almond tofu, feeling as if he might transform entirely into almond tofu himself. Return whence you came. The burdens of karma required to cleanse malevolent spirits are far more painful than you might imagine. This marks the 3rd time Xiao has implored Xiao Yuan to refrain from engaging in the extermination of malevolent spirits, burdened with countless karmic afflictions. He comprehends the depths of such anguish. The floating Shiyasha chose to vanish precisely because it could no longer endure this mental torment. Such suffering is unequivocally beyond the capacity of mere mortals to bear. Xiao holds Xiao Yuan in high regard and is naturally reluctant to involve him in this matter. Your words lack conviction. I have slain malevolent spirits before and felt no significant karmic burden weighing upon me, Xiao Yuan retorted, unfazed by Zhao's warnings. Over the millennia, I have hunted down tens of thousands of vengeful souls. Their wails often echo in my ears, howling and crying out for retribution. Mortals possess such fleeting lifespans. They ought to indulge in pursuits that bring them joy, rather than seek self-inflicted suffering. Xiao, with a serious demeanor, endeavored to convey the gravity of the situation to Shiyuan, who, with his head bowed in silence, stifled a yawn that suggested Zhao's words had lulled him into drowsiness. Disrespecting a celestial master, Xiao remarked, visibly displeased. A mere celestial master. I could defeat 10 of them, Shiyuan quipped. Oh, Xiao raised an eyebrow. Just jesting, just jesting. Fear not. The suffering I have endured pales in comparison to this. By the way, you shall treat me to today's meal as a fee for assisting you in clearing the malevolent spirits. I am off to take a nap now. I haven't slept a wink for 2 days and nights. With that, Shiyuan rose and ambled outside, leaving Xiao momentarily dumbfounded. Upon regaining his composure, Xiao turned to gaze at the 10 empty bowls, lost in contemplation. Soon, his lips began to twitch uncontrollably. Having lived for so long, he had never encountered such unabashed audacity. The fact that Shiyuan could brazenly claim the meal as a fee was beyond his comprehension. They had only known each other for less than 2 days, and yet he had swaggered away after devouring 10 bowls of almond tofu. Was this not overly presumptuous? Moreover, what on earth was this fee he spoke of? Had he not explicitly told Shiyuan to steer clear of this affair? How had it morphed into a fee in his mouth? Was it a lapse in judgment or a failure to listen? Stunned, Xiao found himself utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that despite his own numerous karmic burdens, he could maintain his composure, only to be rattled by this audacious, irreverent mortal. At this moment, Shiyuan, nonchalantly emerging from the Wanshu Inn, casually reclined beneath a grand tree and succumbed to slumber upon the grass. Exhausted and depleted of energy, he drifted into the realm of dreams within mere moments of lying down. Chapter 41. The Fourth Generation. I truly am the ultimate invincible serpent-skin super benevolent person. Suddenly, Shiyuan sat upright, his eyes wide open, gasping for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat. Had he been tormented by a nightmare? Xiao, observing the Yasha mask that belonged to him in hand, inquired without turning around. Yes, Shiyuan replied, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. It appears that you have indeed undergone an unusual experience. Xiao, well acquainted with the sensation of nightmares due to his burden of countless karmic debts, often found himself startled awake by haunting dreams. Shiyuan furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. He seldom experienced nightmares, and this time, he should have been in a deep slumber. After all, he had not closed his eyes for a day and 2 nights while engaged in intense battles. Under normal circumstances, he would simply sleep until waking naturally. The experiences he had encountered were far too different. Even now, the scenes from his dreams sent shivers down his spine. He dreamt of completing 9 lives and returning to Hu Tao, Chi-Chi, and Shinha. Yet, they all failed to remember him, despite the evidence of his existence. They had never heard of him. It was not only them. Zhongli, Xiangling, and even the captain of the knights had all forgotten him. This is precisely why he was roused in such a startled manner. The cause of his nightmare might stem from the impact of exchanging destinies with Shinha. He recalled that Shinha often experienced nightmares as well. Losing the red thread inevitably led to such haunting dreams. Perhaps this was a peculiar effect of the loneliness fate, inflicting torment not only physically but also psychologically upon its host. A dual torment, indeed. It is time to get to work, Xiao reminded him. What work? Shiyuan asked, bewildered. Xiao replied, you devoured 10 bowls of almond tofu. And now you wish to shirk your responsibilities? Xiao was displeased. He had previously urged Shiyuan to avoid malevolent influences, but with this incident, it seemed he had no choice but to be entangled. 10 bowls of almond tofu constituted his weekly allowance, and Shiyuan had consumed them all in one sitting. If he had his own mora, that would be one thing, but those 10 bowls were deducted from Xiao's own share. Now, after gorging himself, he thought to evade work. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Shiyuan feigned ignorance, his face adorned with an expression of innocence that appeared quite infuriating to Xiao. Will you rise or not? Xiao maintained a friendly smile, though his teeth were gritted. Who are you? With a sharp clang, a sound of striking metal resonated through the air, sparks flying in the void. Hey, I'm getting up. How can you not take a joke? Shiyuan lamented, gazing at the spear that loomed before him. Who dares jest with you? Xiao remarked coldly, brandishing his spear. You cannot continue like this. While it is one thing to wield weapons day after day, it is quite another to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. With your stature, do you not realize that such behavior will hinder your chances of finding a partner? Upon hearing these words from Xu Yuan, Zhao's brows furrowed in anger. And with a sudden leap, he launched a fierce strike with his spear. Boom! The ground was instantly cratered by the impact. Yet, in the very moment before his attack landed, Xu Yuan had already vanished. Anticipating Zhao's move, he had deftly thrown his spear and executed a swift fiery flash to evade the blow. Desperation sets in. Xu Yuan had truly perfected the art of mockery, shouting as he fled without a hint of intention to halt. I shall slay you, do not run. At this moment, Xiao was so enraged he could hardly think straight, dragging his spear as he pursued. Woohoo! Can't catch me. Xu Yuan taunted over his shoulder as he sprinted away. Fuming with rage, Xiao stomped the ground, propelling himself forward at incredible speed like a cannonball. However, with no one else around, Zhao's demeanor shifted. He spoke more freely. No longer the aloof figure seen at the Wanshu Inn. It appeared that this fellow possessed a touch of pride. In the presence of many, he maintained an image of icy detachment, but with Xu Yuan alone, his true nature emerged. After all, no one is born cold as ice, whether it be Shinhe or Xiao. Their indifference serves merely as a protective facade, shielding not themselves, but others. Both Shinhe and Xiao bore their share of misfortunes, leading them to shun mortal connections and keep others at arm's length. Suddenly, while chasing Xu Yuan, Xiao emitted a cry of pain. Xu Yuan quickly halted and turned back, witnessing Xiao half kneeling on the ground, his right hand grasping the spear while his left hand pressed against his cheek in agony. Is this the encroachment of karmic retribution? Xu Yuan rushed back, crouching beside Xiao. Do not tell me you are succumbing to such triviality. Xiao strained against the pain, summoning his willpower to suppress the overwhelming force of karmic retribution that threatened to spill forth. He gasped for breath, his gaze slightly unfocused. Clearly, each wave of karmic encroachment brought immense suffering, and a moment's lapse could lead one to the abyss. Is this meager karmic burden enough to bring you to this state? You do not seem capable at all. Perhaps age has caught up with you? From now on, let me handle the malevolent spirits while you rest nearby. I am curious to see what mischief this minor spirit can conjure, Xu Yuan said, patting Zhao's shoulder as if they were old friends. Yet, the words he spoke held a certain harshness. Nevertheless, among men, such camaraderie often proves to be the most genuine. After all, the closest of friends in school often referred to each other as son. As they spoke, several malevolent creatures appeared in the distance, making their way towards Liyue. Behold, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xu Yuan brandished his long spear and charged towards the fiends. These are my quarry. The recovering Xiao, refusing to be outdone, followed closely behind. Let us see who can slay more. Xu Yuan smiled faintly, launching his spear towards the group of malevolent beings. Infuriatingly, upon witnessing Xu Yuan's actions, Xiao realized that this fellow would teleport right into the midst of them. After their lengthy skirmish yesterday, he was all too familiar with Xu Yuan's abilities. That teleportation skill was particularly vexing. On several occasions, he had nearly succeeded, only to have his efforts thwarted by Xu Yuan's sudden vanish. In the next moment, as expected, Xu Yuan executed a fiery blink and appeared beside the horde of fiends. He swiftly seized his spear and unleashed a flurry of strikes. His technique was sharp and commanding. Such foul entities could hardly withstand a few blows before succumbing. By the time Xiao arrived, only one malevolent creature remained. In order to spare your pride from undue humiliation, I deliberately left one for you, Xu Yuan declared, arms crossed and nodding earnestly. At that moment, Xiao could hardly contain his frustration. He was baffled by the audacity of this individual. How could one possess such unyielding gall? Xu Yuan had just raised his spear, nearly plunging it into the creature. And now he claimed it was intentionally left for Xiao. Goodness! Xiao exclaimed. To take it a step further, even if it were true that it was left for him, in consideration of his pride, what did it matter that he had announced it? Furthermore, Xu Yuan had the audacity to boast about being a benevolent person. Pah! Nonsense. You are clearly a villain disguised as a good Samaritan. This was indeed the epitome of brazen arrogance. Chapter 42. The Fourth Life. The First Moments of Mockery. Yes, yes. You are indeed a great benefactor, and you intentionally left it for me, Xiao replied, his expression one of resigned compliance. There were too many absurdities. He had grown weary of the banter. Let us see who can slay more tonight. What significance does this hold? Xiao was uninterested in engaging in such childish games. How about this? The one who slays the most can make an irresistible request of the one who slays the least. An irresistible request? Indeed. Anything goes. Xiao seemed intrigued. Not quite. It cannot be excessive, such as eating boogers, for instance. Only you could conceive such a notion. Are you in or not? Xu Yuan urged eagerly. Very well. Let us engage in this contest. Xiao accepted the proposal. It was not surprising that Xiao agreed. After all, Xu Yuan had just insulted his height. But if he could make an unrefusable request, perhaps there was a chance for retribution. Though reluctant to admit it, confronting him head-on would undoubtedly yield no favorable outcome. Their strengths were indeed closely matched, almost indistinguishable. However, when it came to vanquishing malevolent entities, he was a seasoned expert and would certainly not be outdone by this individual. Thus, this proposal, in Zhao's eyes, was entirely a self-inflicted predicament by Xu Yuan. When the sun rose, they were to gather here, with no room for exaggeration. Those who deceive shall face dire consequences. The immortal never speaks falsehoods, Xiao stated. Very well, let us begin. With that, Xu Yuan hurled his lance towards the direction of the sensed malevolence, swiftly vanishing from sight. Shortly after his departure, Xiao slowly retrieved his Yasha mask. Gazing at the grotesque visage, he vaguely recalled his 4 former companions. They had once engaged in a similar contest. Faintly, he remembered securing first place. Those days were long past. Yes, all that was bygone. He mused as he gradually donned the mask, concealing his handsome and exquisite features. Sensing the malevolence, he surged forth towards the target. As time passed, a sliver of dawn broke through the pitch-black sky. They returned to their designated spot punctually. How many did you slay? Xu Yuan inquired first. You go first. The immortal does not lie, but you, my friend, certainly would, Xiao replied, his demeanor noticeably brighter than before, albeit only in Xu Yuan's company. Xu Yuan was taken aback. Why would I lie? How infuriating. Is that how you perceive me? He questioned, bewildered. Indeed, Xiao nodded without hesitation. You don't trust me? Xu Yuan expressed his dismay. I do not, Xiao replied promptly, without a hint of doubt. I am so heartbroken. Speak quickly. All right, I killed 68, Xu Yuan said, his expression shifting from a near cry to one of pride. Zhao's face contorted in displeasure. He truly did not expect Xu Yuan to have outperformed him. Oh dear. How could the esteemed guardian Yasha, the great demon slayer, not measure up? Ha ha ha. Xu Yuan's boisterous laughter erupted. Perhaps due to the audacity of Xu Yuan's mirth, Zhao's countenance darkened. Yet he could not suppress his own laughter. Keep laughing, and I shall end you, Xiao declared in anger. At this, Xu Yuan froze, quickly donning a serious expression and staring blankly at Xiao. Ultimately, Xu Yuan could not hold back and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. No, I cannot contain myself. The sound grew significantly louder than before. Zhao's forehead bulged with veins. He could no longer endure the situation and swiftly drew his spear to strike at Xu Yuan. In an instant, the cold gleam of the spear rested against Xu Yuan's neck. With no time to defend himself, Xu Yuan hastily raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Is this a jest? Xu Yuan remarked, his lips twitching as he regarded the menacing Xiao. Smirk again, and I shall not be so courteous. Xiao retorted. All right. I shall not smile. Xu Yuan nodded vigorously. Speak, what is your demand? Xiao, still fuming, sheathed his spear. This posed a conundrum for Xu Yuan. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. After much deliberation, he found himself at a loss and simply shrugged. I have yet to decide. I'll inform you once I have. For now, consider it pending. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao acquiesced to this arrangement. Let us go to Wangshu Inn for almond tofu, Xu Yuan suggested. Only I shall partake. You shall not, Xiao replied. Why not? You consumed 10 bowls yesterday, all charged to my account. You have had your fill. Come on. After battling fiercely through the night, I must eat something or I shall perish. Then perish, Xiao said coldly. Subsequently, Xiao made his way to Wangshu Inn, with Xu Yuan trailing beside him, persistently offering words of persuasion. You must state your demand so I may procure it for you, Xiao insisted. That won't do. I cannot so easily expend it. No way. Then suffer hunger. Please, I shall starve. Mortals cannot afford to go without food. Missing a meal could lead to death. You immortals can manage with little sustenance, but we mortals cannot. That is mere sophistry. Truly, we have a saying, one must eat well to have the strength to work. If you do not feed me, I shall lack the energy to vanquish the malevolent spirits tonight, and I might even fall victim to them myself. Then let the spirits claim you. You cannot be so heartless. We have known each other for 3 days. 3 days. Do you know what that signifies in a mortal's lifespan? It means we have lost 3 days of our lives. Oh, thus, Shi Yuan persistently accompanied Xiao to Wan Shuin, yet Xiao maintained an indifferent demeanor, reverting entirely to his previous coldness. This display drew the attention of the patrons at Wan Shuin, for not everyone dared to converse with Xiao in such a manner. Chapter 43. The Fourth Life. Are you afraid of your savior? What is there to learn about a sinner's past? Xiao said icily, as he consumed his bowl of almond tofu. Isn't it curiosity? After all, you have lived for several millennia, Shi Yuan replied, scooping a spoonful of almond tofu for himself. Under Shi Yuan's persistent coaxing, Xiao eventually relented and provided him with a bowl of almond tofu. He incessantly chattered beside me, effortlessly drawing the attention of others. Thus, withholding my response was not an option. On the surface, I sought almond tofu from Xiao, yet unbeknownst to him, it was he who was subtly maneuvered. After all, I was unabashed, indifferent to the opinions of those around me. However, Xiao could not afford to let anyone discern his true nature. After all, several millennia merely pass in the blink of an eye. In the span of our mortal lives, we would hardly make a ripple in your vast river of time. Would we? With a gentle smile, I gazed into the empty bowl of almond tofu and softly remarked without turning my head. Xiao paused for a moment at my words, scooping a spoonful of the tofu. It depends on what has transpired. Even trivial matters can be etched in one's memory for a lifetime. Some individuals, despite brief encounters, are never forgotten. As he relished the tofu, savoring its taste, an unexpected tremor coursed through him the moment he set the bowl down, and his expression turned grave and resolute. Someone was calling for me. In an instant, he dashed out of the Wangshu Inn, racing towards the source of the summons. I furrowed my brow as I glanced at the unfinished almond tofu, then resolutely followed suit. How rare it is for someone to call for you. I am a celestial being, Xiao remarked with a hint of pride. The destination was soon reached, as they ran with the swiftness of the wind, leaving a path reminiscent of a howling tempest. Upon arriving, the source of the call became clear. A treasure-hunting group? I expressed my skepticism. To my surprise, it was indeed members of the treasure-hunting group who sought him. How ironic it was that few cared to call his name, yet those from the treasure-hunting group did. Nevertheless, if someone sought him, he felt compelled to respond, even if the group was not exactly virtuous. Once Xiao donned the mask of a performer and wielded his spear, he charged forth. The treasure hunters were currently besieged by fiery hilichurls, as well as those wielding rock and wooden shields, totaling over 20 foes. No wonder they called upon Xiao. Faced with such formidable opposition, the treasure hunting group stood no chance. Upon Zhao's arrival, astonishment swept through the treasure hunting crew. They had not anticipated the arrival of a celestial being. When I too made my entrance, their shock intensified. How could there be another celestial? Moreover, the height difference was quite pronounced. It felt as if a father had brought his son to play a game, with both of us wielding spears. It took but a moment to eradicate the entire horde of hilichurls. In awe, they exclaimed, "What incredible strength! Is this truly the power of a celestial being? How terrifying! Who, indeed, is the formidable demon-slaying sage, Xiao? Surely, it must be the one adorned with the mask of a spirit. But who, then, is the other? How can he possess such extraordinary strength? Could he, too, be a celestial being?" The members of the treasure-thieving group were utterly stunned. They had never anticipated that the seemingly perilous hilichurls would be vanquished in less than 5 minutes at their hands. Such terrifying prowess left them in a state of profound shock. At this moment, Xiao turned slightly to regard the treasure thieves. Instantly, dread enveloped the group, their pupils dilating as they recoiled in fear, their eyes brimming with an overwhelming sense of terror. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Just as Xiao prepared to depart, Xiao Yuan seized him and spoke in a low, commanding voice. "Wait a moment." He then approached the treasure thieves, brandishing his spear with an air of displeasure. They continued to regard him with fear-laden gazes, seemingly apprehensive of his next move. The sight of their fright only served to irk Xiao Yuan further, prompting him to thrust his spear into the earth before them. In that instant, the throng huddled together in sheer trepidation. "What are you afraid of, huh? Are you scared we're going to devour you?" Xiao Yuan exclaimed in exasperation, extending his hand to grasp the individual who appeared to be the leader of the treasure thieves. He tugged at the man's ear, pointing towards Xiao. "Look closely. This is the demon-slaying sage, Xiao, the very one you summoned. He rushed to your aid before even finishing his meal, and you dare regard him with such disdain? Are you afraid? What are you afraid of? Your savior? Look me in the eye." Xiao Yuan bellowed, his fury palpable as he gripped the leader's head. The leader, Overwhelmed by Xiao Yuan's fierce, wolf-like gaze, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Tell me, are you afraid of him? Xiao Yuan pressed, his voice a low growl. The leader, trembling in fear, dared not respond. Speak. Xiao Yuan's roar sent a jolt through him, and he shook his head, tears streaming down his face. Not afraid? Then go and express your gratitude. With that, Xiao Yuan forcefully pushed him toward Xiao. Witnessing this, the other lackeys scrambled to follow suit, hastily kneeling before Xiao. Thank you, revered sage Xiao, for your assistance. We were foolish and deserve our fate. We should never have feared you. You traveled great distances to save us, and we ought to have regarded you with reverence. We beg for your forgiveness. They prostrated themselves, repenting fervently as they spoke. At this moment, Xiao stood in a state of bewilderment, at a loss for words or actions, merely rooted to the spot in stunned silence. All right, let us go one by one. With not a shred of courtesy, that group of treasure hunters has scurried away in a fright. After witnessing their departure, Shi Yuan still felt a pang of indignation. TCH, what kind of wretches have I saved? He muttered in displeasure. Xiao Yuan began to understand the feelings that Xiao often experienced. Upon hearing someone call, he rushed over, leaving behind the last bite of his beloved almond tofu. After rescuing people, not only did he gain no reward, but he was also met with fearful gazes. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could drag those worthless fellows back for another beating. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it, Xiao said with a bitter smile as he removed his mask. Accustomed? Nonsense. I tell you, one cannot grow accustomed to such things. What kind of scoundrels are these? Do they think that saving lives can lead to more trouble? Isn't that infuriating? Xiao Yuan paced back and forth, his tone fraught with dissatisfaction. Chapter 44, The Fourth Life. His tenderness Xiao sighed softly and began to speak. I am neither a fortunate star who attracts wealth and prosperity, nor a celestial being dwelling in the lofty clouds. Those who encounter me are invariably on the brink of death, ensnared in perilous situations. No one would appreciate a deity whose presence heralds calamity. In the vernacular, they would call such a being a harbinger of disaster. As Xiao uttered these words, a hint of melancholy flickered across his expression. This sentiment was likely only known to Xiao Yuan. Usually, he bore such thoughts in silence, never sharing them with outsiders. Damn the harbinger of disaster! Xiao Yuan erupted, cursing vehemently. That calamity is not of your making. It's none of your concern. Moreover, what good are those so-called fortunate stars? Can they truly bring wealth or grant longevity? When danger strikes, what use are they? If today's encounter had involved a wealthy tycoon, without your intervention, he would have met his end with riches in tow. You saved a life, and life is the foundation of all fortune and blessings. Without life, everything else is meaningless. Have these fools lost their minds? They fear you? In my opinion, you should be the foremost among celestial beings. Xiao Yuan was seething, fervently criticizing the absurdity of their reasoning, determined to alter their misguided perspectives. It's all right. Don't be upset. When we return, I'll treat you to almond tofu. Xiao consoled him instead. I want to eat. No appetite for that. Xiao Yuan flatly rejected. 2 servings? Not a chance. 3 servings. 5 servings. Let us go. Xiao Yuan's mood shifted dramatically. Oh, so you were just waiting for this, weren't you? Xiao chuckled at Xiao Yuan's sudden shift. Hey, don't jest. What I just said was the truth, Xiao Yuan insisted earnestly. By the way, how do you endure such situations? Don't you think it's hardly worth saving such people? Xiao Yuan did not comprehend the sensation of being summoned by mortals as an immortal who was not held in high regard by them. Even though he was aware of the inevitable outcome, the mere fact that someone called upon him was a stroke of fortune. He did not dare to indulge in excessive hopes. Expressions of gratitude or appreciation never crossed his mind. An immortal exists to fulfill requests without seeking any recompense. Do not be absurd. As I have stated, the distinction between immortals and mortals lies merely in longevity. In all other respects, they are fundamentally alike. After saving someone, to be regarded with fear by others, how can that be comforting? Not even a ghost would believe it. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan ruthlessly tore away the veil of modesty from Xiao. He had grown accustomed to this. Fear not, in the future, I shall accompany you in your endeavors to save others. I am eager to see which rascals dare to cast such glances at others. I shall make sure to extract their very eyes. Xiao Yuan clenched his fists, indignantly expressing his sentiments. At this moment, Zhao's gaze towards Xiao Yuan had undergone a noticeable transformation. His eyes revealed an expression that had not been felt for millennia, a tenderness that belonged exclusively to him. It had been a long time since Xiao had experienced such warmth. This comforting sensation was indeed delightful. It was Xiao Yuan's warmth that had awakened his long-suppressed gentleness. Xiao was inherently a gentle and innocent being, yet the cruel hand of fate had rendered him incapable of outwardly expressing his emotions. During the Demon God War, he had been enslaved and transformed into a cold, merciless instrument of slaughter. After being rescued by the Emperor, he became a guardian of the dark as a yaksha. Throughout this period, he had endured the successive losses of several companions, ultimately finding himself alone in the struggle against darkness. The affliction brought about by karmic burdens inflicted immense suffering upon him. The dark nights had rendered him perpetually lonely, while the disdain of mortals had caused him to adopt a cold demeanor. His most innocent tenderness had long been locked away deep within his heart. Now, with Xiao Yuan's arrival, he had once again unearthed that tenderness. He recognized Xiao Yuan as a trustworthy individual, one capable of reciprocating kindness with gentleness. Why do you look at me with such eyes? I assure you, I am not engaging in anything. Do not regard me with such repulsive glances. Upon witnessing Zhao's gentle gaze, a chill surged through Xiao Yuan's heart, and after shuddering, he sternly cautioned him. To his surprise, this fellow could indeed be serious at times. When have I not been serious? I have always been quite earnest, Xiao retorted. Indeed, you are the epitome of seriousness, Xiao Yuan echoed. The two returned once more to the Wangshu Inn, where Xiao fulfilled his promise by preparing 5 bowls of almond tofu for Xiao Yuan. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they retired for the night. It was not until dusk descended that they rose. The night belonged to them. Shall we engage in some sparring tonight? Xiao volunteered for the challenge, still somewhat dissatisfied about his defeat to Xiao Yuan the previous day. Come on then. I fear you not. Xiao Yuan readily accepted the challenge, showing no trepidation. Old rules, old place. Then let us proceed. The two transformed into guardians of the night, battling the malevolent forces of darkness to protect the peace and well-being of Liyue. It was only at dawn, as the sun began to rise, that they returned to the place they had agreed upon the previous evening. You go first, said Xiao, aware of Xiao Yuan's mischievous nature. Suspecting he might be prone to exaggeration. I surpassed yesterday's tally, having vanquished 75 foes, Xiao Yuan proclaimed with a proud grin. Apologies, but you have lost. I eliminated 80 today. Xiao felt a rush of victory. Are you jesting? You didn't even manage 68 yesterday. How could you possibly achieve 80 today? I refuse to believe it. Today, as circumstances are different, my performance is exceptional. Let us not forget our agreement. Whoever lies shall suffer a balding fate. You still have time to confess, Xiao Yuan kindly reminded. Of course, 80 is 80. I would never deceive you. Observing Zhao's unwavering confidence, Xiao Yuan conceded defeat. Very well. Let us call it a draw for now. Neither of us owes the other. Fine, but are you brave enough to face me again tonight? You shall surely suffer a crushing defeat. Xiao issued a challenge, seemingly unwilling to grant Xiao Yuan any chance to retreat. Bring it on. I fear no one. Xiao Yuan accepted the challenge. As their competitive spirits soared, a tall, gentle, and handsome man approached them. Mr. Zhongli, Xiao said, momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. There is no need for pretense. I am not a stranger. I am aware that you are the Geo Archon, Xiao stated, recognizing Zhongli's true identity. Realizing Xiao's familiarity with Zhongli, Xiao Yuan understood that Zhongli must have instructed Xiao not to disclose his identity to outsiders. Both Zhongli and Xiao were momentarily stunned, gazing at Xiao Yuan in bewilderment. Yesterday, the gifts were significantly fewer. Do people not appreciate Xiao, or is it the author's fault? I am unsure. Daily requests for updates are quite frequent, yet the gifts have diminished even further. I shall release 2 updates today. I will review the gifts and feedback shortly. If the response is favorable, I shall add more. If the gifts are plentiful, I may even provide 2 additional chapters tonight. Chapter 45, The Fourth Life. The hidden 6th Yaksha. The two were left speechless, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Xiao Yuan knew Zhongli's true identity as the Geo Archon. This knowledge was a rare privilege, known to only a handful of individuals in all of Liyue. Xiao, who is this? Even the composed Zhongli was taken aback by Xiao Yuan's statement. I am Xiao Yuan, the hidden 6th Yaksha, he declared, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. Zhongli was momentarily at a loss. How was I unaware of the existence of a 6th hidden Yaksha? Do not speak such nonsense. Xiao held deep respect for the Geo Archon, the man who had rescued him from the abyss. Even Xiao Yuan would not allow any disrespect towards Zhongli. It was merely a jest. No need for such agitation, Xiao Yuan shrugged. His name is Xiao Yuan, a mere mortal. At this moment, Xiao conveyed the known circumstances to Zhongli, who was taken aback by the revelation. A mortal? Comparable in strength to Xiao, equally matched in stamina. You lack a vision? Zhongli's curiosity was piqued. No, I do not require such an object. According to general theories, your situation is indeed exceedingly rare. Might you demonstrate your power? Having lived for millennia, Zhongli had encountered countless storms and tribulations, yet this was the first time he had heard of a mortal possessing strength rivaling that of Xiao. Aside from gods, Xiao was nearly the most formidable among all immortals. How could a mere mortal wield such power? His skepticism was palpable, although it was unlikely that Xiao would deceive him. Nevertheless, the former's assertion was decidedly more questionable. Shall we engage in combat? Xiao Yuan inquired, observing Xiao. Xiao nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two unleashed their utmost might in perfect synchrony, their terrifying aura crashing forth like colossal waves. Stop, I understand now. Before the battle commenced, Zhongli could already discern the truth from the sheer force they exuded. This was undoubtedly a genuine superpower. Xiao, have you been vanquishing demons with him during the nights of late? Zhongli asked. Indeed, Master Zhongli. With his assistance, my burdens have lightened considerably, and my karmic afflictions have become much more bearable, all thanks to him. It must be said that Xiao maintained a serious demeanor before Zhongli. He was not cold, yet his warmth was absent compared to his interactions with Xiao Yuan. To illustrate, Zhongli was akin to a father figure to Xiao, while Xiao Yuan represented a friend. One may be unabashedly free in the presence of friends, exchanging banter and playful jests, yet such behavior would be absent before a father, a simple analogy. I see. Thank you for befriending Xiao. Do you aspire to become a guardian Yiksha? It appeared that Zhongli was intent on recruiting Xiao Yuan. This inquiry momentarily startled Xiao, whose face then illuminated with joy. He gazed at Xiao Yuan with fervent eyes, seemingly eager for him to accept the proposal. Should Xiao Yuan become a guardian Yiksha, he would transcend humanity and ascend to immortality. This would grant him a lifespan akin to Xiao's, spanning thousands of years, alleviating Zhao's solitude. However, his proud nature led him to merely look at Xiao Yuan with anticipation, refraining from urging or persuading him. Yet, how could Xiao Yuan be oblivious to Zhao's thoughts? But how could he ever become a Yiksha, accompanying him through the ages? Upon completing his tasks, he would depart, whether as a mortal or an immortal. The power of reincarnation could directly evade the laws of the world. Once his mission was fulfilled, the system would ensure his disappearance from this realm by any means necessary. Even becoming a god would be futile. No, I was merely jesting. Xiao Yuan promptly declined. Upon hearing these words, both Xiao and the emperor were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that a human would reject such kindness. Countless souls yearned for immortality, pleading for eternal life. Now, this opportunity lay before Xiao Yuan with a mere nod. He could obtain what countless others dream of yet cannot attain. To their astonishment, he declined. Are you certain? Becoming an immortal grants one prolonged life and halts the aging process. Zhongli reiterated his inquiry. Indeed, the distinction between immortals and mortals is merely one of longevity. Yet I believe a century is sufficiently long. Living beyond that holds little value, Xiao Yuan replied with a shrug, expressing his perspective. Very well, your reasoning is not without merit, and I shall not impose my will upon you. Hearing Xiao Yuan's resolute stance, Zhongli realized that further persuasion would be futile. Yet, this left Xiao in a difficult position. Zhongli was acutely aware of Zhao's struggles. He wished to provide Xiao with companionship, but Xiao remained resolutely withdrawn. However, he understood the futility of his efforts. Xiao regarded him with unwavering gratitude, so no matter how hard Zhongli tried, Xiao would never truly see him as a friend. As his father had advised, he ought to treat him as a friend, but who among us can truly regard our biological parents as friends? Thus, Zhongli felt a profound sympathy for Xiao, yet found himself powerless to change the situation. The malevolent forces of the night must be eradicated if Xiao does not undertake this task. It falls upon others to bear the burden of this karma. And how many other immortals could shoulder such a heavy load? Likely none. Therefore, apart from Xiao, there was no one else capable of fulfilling this irreplaceable role. As time passed, Xiao grew increasingly aloof and indifferent. Zhongli observed this with a heavy heart. Feeling both sorrow and helplessness, he occasionally approached Xiao for conversation, fearing that prolonged silence would be unbearable for him. It brought Zhongli joy to witness Xiao engaging with a friend, willing to converse. If Xu Yuan could be embraced as a yiksha and become a companion to Xiao, it would be splendid. Yet to his surprise, Xu Yuan rejected the notion without a moment's thought. At that moment, Zhao's expression of delight froze upon his visage, disbelief evident in his eyes. He could not fathom why Xu Yuan would refuse such an offer. By the way, does Mr. Zhongli have something to discuss with Xiao? Xu Yuan sought to alleviate the awkward tension, prompting the inquiry. It was only then that Zhongli recalled the urgency of his visit. Xiao, there has been recent instability in the barrier to the northwest. Please investigate and report back if any issues arise. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, Xiao trembled slightly. His vacant gaze meeting Zhongli's before he regained his composure. Oh, all right. Observing Zhao's demeanor, Zhongli could only sigh quietly within himself. When shall we go? May I accompany you? Xiao Yuan volunteered eagerly. In fact, we could leave right now. Just inform me of any issues upon our return. Indeed. Xiao responded succinctly. Oh, wait a moment. We just spent the entire night cleansing the malevolent spirits, and our stomachs are still hungry. Perhaps we should dine before setting out? Xiao Yuan suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhongli nodded in agreement, deeming the proposition reasonable. Wang Xuan, almond tofu, let us proceed. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my companions for their generous gifts and support. Thank you ever so much. For today, I shall provide 3 updates. Tomorrow, I promise 4. To those who cannot deliver, shame on you. Chapter 46. The Fourth Life. The Breaking of the Barrier. Liue, Wang Xuan. I shall take a moment to visit the restroom. Xiao Yuan spoke slowly before departing his seat towards the lavatory. This time, only Xiao Yuan and Xiao visited Wang Xuan. Zhongli did not accompany them, primarily out of concern that others might deduce his true identity. Thus, Zhongli and Xiao maintained a respectful distance in public. Moreover, Xiao adhered strictly to Zhongli's instructions and referred to him as Zhongli at all times in Liue, never as the emperor. Due to their early arrival, there were few patrons at Wang Xuan. On his way to the restroom, Xiao Yuan passed the reception desk and requested a piece of paper and a pen from the attendant before entering the restroom. After a considerable amount of time, Xiao Yuan emerged, returning the paper and pen with a gentle smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much. You're welcome, the attendant replied, casting a peculiar glance at the departing Xiao Yuan. He harbored serious doubts about Xiao Yuan's peculiar habits, such as a preference for writing paper over tissue. However, he quickly dismissed this absurd notion and gradually unfolded the folded paper. Upon seeing its contents, he was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Xiao Yuan and Xiao had already stood up. Phew, I've had my fill, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, stretching leisurely. The two then exited Wang Xuan. After stepping outside, Xiao Yuan glanced back, giving the attendant a subtle signal. The attendant nodded in response, slowly tucking the paper away. The pair strolled leisurely towards their destination, sharing laughter along the way, with Xiao having completely relaxed. It was only in the afternoon that they finally arrived at their destination. Xiao immediately perceived something amiss with the barrier. It appeared to have developed cracks. Crack, 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 bang. As he approached to investigate, the cracks multiplied, spreading outward like a spider's web. Suddenly, in the very center of the fissures, a large hole burst open. Just a second before the barrier ruptured, a massive translucent purple shield enveloped them completely. Oh no, the barrier has developed a gap. Xiao was taken aback, his eyes instantly turning cold as ice. In an instant, the sky transformed dramatically, and countless demonic entities emerged from the ground. They surged forth like an unrelenting tide, brandishing weapons as they charged at Xiao Yuan and Xiao. The two immediately grasped their long spears, sweeping through the throngs of monsters surrounding them. Zhao's gaze grew even colder. He recognized the nature of the purple barrier. It was a seal of the demon god. Enveloped within it, they were undetectable to the outside world. In other words, if the seal that suppressed the demon god were to shatter, Zhongli would surely sense it. Yet now, they were completely obstructed by those 4 purple pillars. Even if the seal were to break apart entirely, Zhongli would be unable to perceive it. Crack! The fissures continued to multiply, seemingly on the verge of exploding at any moment. The opening slowly expanded, with torrents of malevolent energy surging forth from the shattered breach. This cannot continue. The barrier will be ruined. If it were to be compromised, the demon god might re-emerge. Zhao's expression darkened considerably. This was undeniably a formidable predicament. Should the demon god return, the world would once again be engulfed in chaotic warfare. There was no means to contact Zhongli, and the sheer number of demons surrounding them was suffocating. What should they do now? Xiao Yuan, although anticipating that something would occur, had not foreseen it to be so dire. If the demon god of this world were to manifest, the significance of his existence would be rendered null. There were only two options available. First, to destroy those purple pillars and dismantle the demon god's seal, thus allowing Lord Zhongli to sense it. Second, to protect me. I possess a method to briefly restore the barrier, but it must not be disturbed by anything, requiring my full concentration. Upon hearing Zhao's proposals, Xiao Yuan glanced at the vast, dark sea of monsters, his lips twitching uncontrollably. The second option, he confirmed. If we were to attempt the first, by the time we reached the seal, it would likely collapse under the pressure. Xiao nodded in agreement, suddenly leaping into the air with tremendous force, crashing down with overwhelming power. Energy erupted around them, momentarily clearing the monsters surrounding the barrier. He then swiftly produced his mask, placing it over the shattered breach, sitting cross-legged. Eyes tightly shut, a faint green glow emanating from his entire being. "Burn for me," Xiao Yuan exclaimed, instantaneously casting forth a small black flame. The moment the flame touched a demon, it immediately engulfed the entire creature, spreading the black fire to those nearby. The might of the black flame was formidable. It had previously reduced a Hilichurl Lawchurl to ash in mere seconds, and these monsters were no match for its searing heat. Essentially, they were reduced to ashes the moment they were consumed. However, as the black flame spread, Xiao Yuan's mental energy was being drained continuously, like a spring running dry. The power of the black flame resembles the effect of a drop of detergent in a pool of grease, spreading with astonishing rapidity and instantly reducing a vast expanse of demonic creatures to ashes. However, Xiao Yuan's mental energy was rapidly depleting. He promptly retracted the searing black flame, experiencing a slight dizziness, cold sweat beading on his forehead, accompanied by a hint of tinnitus. Die, cease your struggles. Embrace death, accept it. Come, join us. Let us merge as one. To live is to kill. Unleash your true nature. Do not suppress your thirst for blood. You yearn for slaughter, willing to annihilate anyone. Come. The whispers of karmic burdens echoed in Xiao Yuan's mind. No, it was not merely in his ears. It resonated within his very brain. Pain. A severe headache. Xiao Yuan felt as if his skull might burst. Those karmic burdens had a knack for choosing the perfect moment to invade, especially when he was exhausting his mental energy. With a primal roar, Xiao Yuan knelt on the ground, one hand clutching his face, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins reminiscent of worms. Saliva uncontrollably dripping from the corners of his mouth. Go away. I must rise. I must protect. With a gaze brimming with murderous intent, he fixed his eyes on the encroaching demons, summoning his indomitable will to dispel the encroaching darkness. At that moment, Xiao could distinctly sense Xiao Yuan's condition. Entering a meditative state, he became acutely aware of his surroundings and the situation at hand. He recognized that Xiao Yuan was suffering from the invasion of karmic burdens, causing him to frown slightly. Crack! The instant he let his focus waver, fractures spread rapidly around him, and the masked aperture widened slightly. Xiao was taken aback, quickly redirecting his attention. Chapter 47. The Fourth Life. The Emergence of the Demon God Ame. I'm fine, do not worry. This minor karmic burden cannot harm me. Focus on your cultivation. Xiao Yuan was no fool. Upon hearing the sudden emergence of sounds from the previously silent barrier, he deduced that Xiao had indeed been distracted. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he managed to endure the onslaught of karmic burdens. With renewed determination, he brandished his spear, unleashing a frenzied and fierce assault upon the demonic horde. Yet, the demons did not attack from a single direction. They surged from all sides. Relying solely on his spear to fend them off proved a daunting task. Therefore, despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he found himself utterly powerless against the overwhelming numbers. In a mere moment, several demons were already descending upon Xiao with their blades drawn. Just as the blades were about to strike, a spear flew in, piercing through one of the attackers. In an instant, Xiao Yuan arrived, dispatching the surrounding demons. However, the space to maneuver was rapidly diminishing, with relentless waves of demons charging toward Xiao. Despite Xiao Yuan's desperate defense, it was simply insufficient. Xiao Yuan had just vanquished the monstrous foe before him when three more identical creatures lunged at him with their sharp blades. He instinctively raised his arm to shield himself, expecting to be struck. However, instead of feeling the impact, he was greeted by the sound of metal clashing, as if the blade had met steel and was rendered dull. Sparks flew from his arm, and in that moment, he recalled that he was clad in the enchanted dragon scale armor. This remarkable attire, crafted from the scales of a magical dragon, not only rendered him immune to fire-based attacks and enhanced his own fire abilities, but also boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan sheathed his spear, relying solely on his limbs for both offense and defense, as the area around him was teeming with monsters, leaving little room to maneuver with a spear. Soon, even his limbs could scarcely withstand the onslaught. 2 hands were inadequate against 4 fists, and he found himself besieged by 7 or 8 attacks at every moment. There was little hope for retaliation. Merely preserving his own life felt like an arduous task. In desperation, Xiao Yuan unleashed the black flames once more, igniting every creature in his vicinity. In mere moments, a vast expanse was engulfed in flames. A throbbing headache took hold, and his vision blurred, accompanied by a ringing in his ears, as if his very insides were churning. The immense toll on his mental faculties left him feeling nauseous, akin to the sensation of motion sickness. With great effort, he retracted the black flames and summoned his spear, forcing himself to stand. Yet, as he rose, a wave of overwhelming force struck his mind, plunging him into a state of blankness. Join us and unleash your true nature. Kill, 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 kill. Do not resist. Embrace us, and we shall reveal to you the ecstasy of slaughter. You are weary, are you not? In pain, perhaps? Sleep. Sleep now. Xiao Yuan found himself less averse to these voices. Their words began to resonate with a certain logic. What was the point of continued struggle if it merely led to greater suffering? Why not simply lie down and indulge in the experience? All it would take was to close his eyes and surrender. I have yet to meet you, but since we share the surname Hu, we could certainly become good friends. Hu Tao remarked with hands on her hips and a playful smile. Xiao Yuan? I don't recall. Do we know each other? Chi tilted her head, wide-eyed with confusion. Husband? That's not something I'm considering at the moment, but if you're looking for a girlfriend, I could introduce you to someone in the Knight's Order. You might hit it off. Shinhe replied with a gentle smile. No. Just as Xiao Yuan teetered on the brink of oblivion, he suddenly regained his senses. Before him loomed a massive battle axe, descending towards his head. His pupils dilated in alarm. As the axe was about to strike, a spear materialized before his eyes. Boom. A thunderous crash accompanied by a tremendous force sent Xiao Yuan flying. When he finally collected himself, he beheld Xiao, grasping a spear, valiantly blocking the axe's attack. Xiao Yuan suddenly turned to glance at the barrier, only to discover that the breach had not been sealed. Instead, it had widened due to Zhao's departure. Xiao, you won't make it in time. I will need at least half an hour to mend that opening, and in your current state, you cannot endure even that long. At that moment, Xiao forcefully repelled the demonic creature and struck it down with a single shot. In an instant, a shadow surged forth from the breach. It was a peculiar being, its upper body bare and its lower half enveloped in violet demonic flames. Long iron chains adorned its hands, and its features were somewhat effeminate, with long hair that mirrored the pale purple flames. Solomon, the 58th demon, Ami. Xiao Yuan recognized him from his studies of the primordial gods. Having learned the origins and circumstances of each demon, all demons within the primordial realm originated from the 72 pillars of Solomon's mysticism, representing Solomon's 72 demons. The Raiden Shogun descended from the first demon, Baal. The Anemo Archon Barbados was the 8th, Paimon was the 9th, and Morix, the Geo Archon, was the 21st. Even figures like Albedo and Guaba could be traced back to corresponding demons within Solomon's 72. The being before them was indeed the 58th demon, Ami. It appeared that he had failed in his bid for the title of demon and had subsequently been suppressed by Morix. At long last, the accursed Morix has emerged. He spoke slowly, his gaze settling on Xiao Yuan and Xiao. With a casual wave of his hand, he sealed the breach in the barrier. Realizing his intention, both Xiao Yuan and Xiao understood the implication. This creature, upon emerging, had sealed off the escape route, seemingly unwilling to allow the other suppressed demons to emerge, wishing to indulge in solitude. This was advantageous. Dealing with this singular demon would suffice. However, demons were not easily vanquished. Even the mightiest celestial beings faced challenges against demons. Lacking the necessary fervor, Though Xiao Yuan possessed considerable strength, his current condition was far from optimal. A relentless headache plagued him, akin to a multitude of drills incessantly whirring against his skull. Jing Yao Nuo Wu. He donned his Yasha mask, knowing he must hold nothing back against this foe. Slowly, Xiao Yuan rose to his feet. Despite his discomfort, he was not devoid of combat potential. He believed that even a demon might struggle to withstand the searing heat of the black flame, especially considering his demonic scale code offered a significant enhancement against fire damage. As long as he is burnt, this calamity may be averted. Chapter 48, The Fourth Generation, Annihilation. In an instant, a fierce gale twisted the very fabric of the void, causing Xiao to vanish from his original position. A chilling glimmer appeared directly in front of Ami, who was well prepared. The chains in his hands shimmered with a pale violet light, and he swung them forward with great force. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated through the heavens, creating a massive pit in the ground centered around them, with cracks radiating outward like lightning scars. The impact of their two powers was exceedingly brutal, sending all surrounding demonic creatures flying away. At that moment, a long spear hurtled in from afar, striking behind Ami. Yin Shun flashed forward, grasping the spear to thrust it at Ami. Just as success seemed imminent, a purple shield adorned with intricate inscriptions and mysterious symbols materialized behind Ami, directly blocking his attack. Zhao's pupils constricted in shock. Before he could react, the chain struck him. Crack! A dull thud echoed as he was hit in the waist, sending him sprawling, coughing up blood, with several ribs fractured. Xiao frowned deeply, swiftly suppressing Ami with his rapid-fire spear technique. "Oh, are you angry now?" Ami taunted with reckless abandon. With that purple shield in place, no matter how Xiao attacked, he could not breach his defenses. Yet, Zhao's speed was exceptional, making it impossible for Ami to find an opportunity to counter. What formidable power! Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood, wiping the corner of his mouth. His expression grave. Had he not donned a demonic scale armor, he would likely have shattered his entire spine from that blow. I cannot engage in my current state. I would only be a burden. That previous strike should not have reached him, but due to the severe depletion of his mental energy, his reflexes had become sluggish, resulting in his current predicament. Should he blindly charge in again, he would not only be ineffective but might even endanger Xiao. Holding the spear, Xiao stood not far away, constantly searching for an opportunity. His gaze remained fixed on the unfolding battle, the ground beneath them marred by countless deep pits, at times engulfed in swirling dust, at times erupting with sparks. In this moment, Ami, the demon god, having been imprisoned for too long, had not fully regained his strength, making it challenging to contend with the might of the greatest celestial being, the demon-suppressing sage. The two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Despite the ferocity of their battle, Xiao deliberately positioned himself where Ami could notice him, then cast his spear to the ground, covering it with dirt and stones before swiftly retreating. Their fierce conflict raged from night until the dawn of the next day. At the moment the sun rose, Xiao executed a sweeping strike, causing the demon god to shift slightly. In that instant, Xiao knew the time had come. In an instant, a dark flame materialized in his hand, and he swiftly appeared behind Ami with a flash of fire. The two were almost at a point of contact. At that moment, Ami's pupils constricted sharply. "Farewell," he said, as he directed the dark flame towards Ami's back. Whoosh! In an instant, a pitch-black inferno completely engulfed Ami. Ack! He let out a tormented wail, staggering unsteadily. From the moment he relinquished his weapon, Xia had already discerned the situation. He had been acutely aware of that position. Engaging in battle with the demon for an entire night was merely to lower its guard. He understood that such an opportunity would only arise once. Failure would lead the demon to become wary, making the prospect of creating another chance nearly impossible. Thus, both Xia and Xiao had remained patient. Xia had painstakingly delayed for an entire night, while Xiao had attentively observed the skirmish. Once Xia maneuvered the demon to that spot, Xiao was required to act immediately. Clearly, they had succeeded. Yet, they did not let their guard down. Even as the demon was ablaze, both Xiao and Xia relentlessly attacked with their long spears. The onslaught of the two spears rained down upon the demon like a torrential downpour. Their alternating strikes were executed with unparalleled speed. In the next moment, a plume of black mist erupted from the inferno, hurtling towards Xia with exaggerated velocity. Xiao's pupils dilated in alarm as he executed a fiery flash to reposition himself. Originally standing on the ground, Xiu's body was now horizontal in midair. The black mist collided directly with him, sending him crashing to the ground. Mortal, it is you again. A mere mortal. You have thwarted my plans. The voice of the demon Ami resonated within Xiu's mind. A tremor coursed through Xiu, followed by a grin as he retorted, "What is this? Occupying my body, and yet you feel wronged? What are you saying?" Seeing Xiu converse with himself, even sporting such a peculiar smile, made Xie furrow his brow in concern. A mere mortal. I shall seize your body for a sacrificial offering. The next moment, Xiu clutched his head, curling up in agony on the ground. The entity was attempting to wrest control of his body. Do not struggle. With your current mental fortitude, you think you can repel me? What is happening to you? The sudden pain overtook Xiu, leaving him bewildered. His eyes widened, displaying evident panic. Suddenly, Xian noticed the violet barrier. Yes, if the demon's barrier could be shattered, Lord Zhongli would sense it. With this thought, he prepared to lift Xiu and flee. As Xiu Yuan, his visage contorted in agony, clutched at his garments, he shook his head with great difficulty, rolling on the ground in despair, howling, and striking his head against the earth until blood flowed freely. Listen to me, he urged, his teeth clenched. His expression resembling that of a famished beast, his pupils dilated. It's all right, we just need to escape. Once we are free, everything will be fine. Lord Zhongli will surely find a way. Xiao, disregarding all else, seized Xiu Yuan and began to sprint madly. No. Xiu Yuan writhed in a frenzy, tumbling from Xiao's grasp and struggling to half kneel on the ground. The moment Xiao beheld Xiu Yuan's countenance, he was struck dumb. Half of Xiu Yuan's face was contorted in a grimace, while the other half bore an expression of profound suffering. Time is running out. Listen to me. I beg you for one thing, Xiu Yuan implored, grasping Xiao's collar with a face twisted in anguish. Yes, what is it? Xiao asked, staring at him with a dazed, helpless tone. As he observed the frantic glimmer in Xiao's eyes, a gentle smile emerged on the other half of Xiu Yuan's face. Kill me. Chapter 49. In the fourth life, send me off with a smile upon hearing this. Xiao's pupils constricted sharply, leaving him utterly stunned. What did you say? He queried. Kill me, Xiu Yuan reiterated. No, that is not possible. I cannot accept this. Xiao was on the brink of collapse, feeling as though the sky had fallen, completely shedding his former indifference, akin to a child in distress. Indeed, do you remember our first meeting? We fought for an entire day and night, Xiu Yuan reminisced. However, before the echoes of his words faded, he instantly clutched his head, unleashing a primal roar of anguish. No, don't listen to him. This is the demon god Ami. He has invaded my memories. Do not heed his words, Xiao. Kill me. Immediately. Xiao, shall we return to Shukin and savor the almond tofu once more? Get away. Leave my body. Do not listen to him, Xiao. Kill me. Kill me. Xiu Yuan's emotional state fluctuated wildly, oscillating between tenderness and ferocity. Witnessing Xiu Yuan's plight, Xiao became increasingly bewildered, his grip on the spear trembling slightly. Xiu Yuan, are you jesting? He questioned incredulously. You're still as clever as ever, aren't you? You didn't fall for it at all. I've been so convincing, Xiu Yuan chuckled, scratching his head in amusement. Yet, before the smile could linger for a second, Xiu Yuan's expression morphed once more into one of sheer ferocity. No, he is an impostor. Do not trust him. Xiao, kill me. He is usurping my body. In that instant, Xiu Yuan sprang to his feet, gripping Xiao's shoulders tightly. Xiao, look at me, listen closely. I have momentarily restrained him with my last vestiges of spiritual energy. You must follow my instructions, do you understand? You must kill me, no matter what. It is your duty. Remember this. You are a Yiksha. It is your responsibility to safeguard the peace of this world. Should he breach Zhongli's barrier, chaos would once again engulf the world. I have already succumbed to the invasion of the demon god. Even if you refrain from action, I would merely exist as a hollow shell. Act. Do you understand? Act. Stop dawdling like a coward. Kill me. At that moment, Zhao's eyes blazed with fury as he shot straight through Xu Yuan's chest. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground. No. Damn it. That cursed wretch. In that instant, a plume of black smoke erupted from Xu Yuan, emitting a mournful, wrathful howl before slowly dissipating into the void. The demon god's vanishing finally ushered in a fleeting moment of tranquility. Xu Yuan gazed skyward, tears trickling down his cheeks. Do not weep, it is unbecoming. Xu Yuan struggled to muster a smile, his tone laced with disdain. Slowly raising his bloodied right hand, he wiped away the tears. Yet, before he could finish his words, a torrent of blood surged from his mouth. Why? Why must it be this way? Xiao was perplexed, unable to comprehend the cruel hand of fate. It is but a trifling wound. Before he could conclude, another deluge of blood erupted forth. Send me off with a smile. I do not wish for a sorrowful ending. Hearing these words, Xiao, with tears streaming down his face, offered a radiant smile, the most sincere and open-hearted expression as he bid him farewell. Return me to my resting place, and do visit me when you can. With that, Shi Yuan departed, a gentle smile gracing his lips, cradling Shi Yuan's lifeless body. Xiao wept like a child. He had finally opened his heart to another, only to find joy fleeting. Embracing Shi Yuan, he made his way back. Upon entering Liu's territory, he suddenly felt a tremor in his spirit, sensing the calls of countless souls. In all his years, he had never felt such a chorus of summons. It seemed many needed his aid. Yet now he could not heed those calls. He carried Shi Yuan's body to the Yuhing Terrace. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhongli was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief at Xiao. A joyous funeral? He inquired. A joyous funeral? Very well, leave it to me, the head of this hall. Hu Tao promptly summoned 2 attendants to assist. That night, the entire Yuhing Terrace resonated with jubilant sounds, the clanging of gongs and laughter filling the air. He had personally slain his closest friend, and it was he who would see his friend off. According to his last wishes, Shi Yuan was laid to rest in that forest, rife with malevolent spirits. Days passed, and Xiao remained enveloped in the sorrow of Shi Yuan's departure. Throughout these days, he had been incessantly bombarded by myriad calls, and today, he resolved to investigate. Following his instincts, he arrived at a narrow alley in Liu. Wow, it truly is Lord Xiao. Lord Xiao has appeared. A little girl, upon seeing Xiao, erupted with joy, clapping her hands in delight. What brings you here? Xiao, the celestial being, I find myself in a predicament. My beloved cat has ascended the tree. Could you assist me in retrieving it? The young girl pointed at a grand tree and spoke thus. Xiao glanced upward and indeed spotted a feline perched high above. With effortless grace, he leaped into the branches and swiftly brought the cat back down, presenting it to the girl. Xiao is truly remarkable. Thank you, Xiao, the girl exclaimed, her joy evident as she cradled her cat. Observing her delight, Xiao gently inquired, Little one, how did you come to know of me? I saw it on the notice board in Liu. I never imagined it to be true. Thank you, Xiao. The girl responded with a bright smile. Not at all, Xiao replied with a serene smile, affectionately ruffling her hair before departing. He soon arrived at the notice board and indeed found an account of his deeds. It read, In times of peril, whether beset by robbers, engulfed by fire, or afflicted by malevolent beasts, call upon the name of the three-eyed, five-manifestation immortal, Xiao. Call forth his name, and he shall respond. Respect and gratitude towards the immortal master are essential. As he read the lines, Xiao felt his eyes welling with emotion. It was clear that he himself was the most irreverent towards the immortal masters. The 4th cycle concluded. The author is a full-time writer, and your support in following and encouraging updates is greatly appreciated. Please refrain from neglecting the work. Updates will be consistent, and the story will not be abandoned lightly. For those wishing to support the author, consider offering small gifts or leaving a 5-star review, and promoting the work on the book hunting square would also be beneficial. Chapter 50, The 5th Cycle, Amber's Grandfather, Eula's Mentor. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the 4th cycle of reincarnation. Please select one of the following 3 skills for inheritance. Netherfire, Demon-Slaying Sword, Flame Seal. As was customary, 3 options lay before him. He did not rush to make a choice, but instead took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to settle. It was imperative that he did not carry the feelings of his past life into the next. This was a necessity for his journey. His primary objective was to focus intently on completing the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Dwelling on past sorrows would only ensnare him further in despair. The 9 cycles were inescapable. He could only strive to traverse them swiftly. He seated himself in meditation, allowing time to pass as his mind stabilized, his gaze turning tranquil and profound. Finally, he turned his attention to the 3 skills. Netherfire. This skill creates 5 spiraling flames around the host, providing effective defense and offense, preventing close encounters, with duration dependent on mental strength. Excellent. The first option was dismissed immediately. In the previous cycles, aside from his time with Xiao, he had rarely engaged in serious combat. Of course, his experience with Hu Tao was an exception. Without a significant technique, he would not have prevailed against 4 fully leveled sea ruckus spirits, who had overwhelmed him entirely. However, in his time with Xiao, he had let loose and fought with all his might, gaining clarity on the true stage of his abilities. The ethereal fire, while indeed commendable for its defensive capabilities and its ability to deter foes from approaching, bears the significant drawback of consuming mental energy. Were it to rely solely on physical stamina for sustenance, Xu Yuan might have contemplated utilizing it. However, given the burden of Shenhe's solitary fate and the countless malevolent spirits he vanquished in Zhao's past life, the karmic weight upon him would further erode his mental faculties. Thus, he must exercise utmost caution regarding his mental state. The second option, the demon sword, promises mastery-level swordsmanship, enhanced by infusing it with malevolent energy to amplify its damage, a benefit contingent upon the amount of such energy infused. This is indeed a viable consideration. The third option, the flame seal, unleashes a cursed mark that inflicts a burning effect, dealing critical damage between 300 to 500 to enemies marked by the seal, while fire attribute attacks yield an additional critical damage of 1,000 to 2,500. The duration of the seal depends on mental energy. Upon reviewing the third option, without a moment's hesitation, Xu Yuan opted for the demon sword. While the other 2 choices were commendable, he remained acutely aware of his mental energy, and the anguish that accompanied its depletion was an experience he never wished to endure again, now or in any future existence. You have chosen Demon Sword. Preparing to initiate your next reincarnation. Initiation successful. Task: assist Eula in gaining the trust of the people of Mondstadt. Transmitting to you now. Upon arrival, an overwhelming torrent of memories not belonging to him surged into his consciousness. Allow me a moment to process this. His current situation mirrored that of his first reincarnation, characterized by soul transmigration. The second and third lives involved bodily reincarnation, where he traversed through time in his entirety. Soul transmigration entails the essence entering a new corporeal form. Yet, this body bore an identical visage to Xu Yuan, sharing not only his appearance but also his name, albeit with an added surname. His name now isn't Xu Yuan, and he stands as the grandfather of Amber. Perhaps due to Xu Yuan's arrival, the original inhabitant of this body, Amber's true grandfather, passed away from a heart attack. Whether this was orchestrated by the system or simply the course of destiny remains a mystery to him. As he pondered the unfamiliar memories flooding his mind, he discovered that the predecessor's demeanor mirrored his own remarkably well. He too was a gentle soul. Originally from Liyue, he had been a mercenary captain tasked with safeguarding a caravan traversing the continent. During one such escort mission, the caravan was besieged by a horde of beasts, leaving him as the sole survivor, later rescued by a physician of the Knights of Favonius. Unable to return home in disgrace, he resolutely joined the Knights to repay the physician's life-saving kindness. Within the order, he established a reconnaissance squad, personally training and leading them on missions. Eventually, he settled in Mondstadt, building a family and raising children. In her childhood, Amber was quite the mischievous child, often stirring up trouble, while her predecessor quietly handled the aftermath, minimizing the chaos. The unspoken care of her predecessor was like the warmest breeze across Mondstadt's land, gently enveloping Amber. She intuitively understood and silently accepted this love, which was both tolerant and laden with responsibility. Indeed, it closely resembled the demeanor of her predecessor, both of whom dedicated themselves in silence from behind the scenes. However, her predecessor was aware that in the original story, Amber's grandfather was bald. Fortunately, the body he had traversed into was not from the original narrative. Otherwise, adapting to a bald head would have been quite a challenge. As far as the current situation was concerned, the identity assigned by the system was meant to position him as Eula's mentor. According to his memories, he currently held no recollections of Eula, meaning he was not yet her teacher. Well, given the system's tendencies, that should change shortly. Not dwelling too much on it, he instead took out his new weapon, the demonic blade. Perhaps it was due to his choice of this weapon that he was assigned to this reincarnation. Fixated on the pitch-black blade, he murmured to himself. At present, his swordsmanship was remarkably formidable, being of masterful caliber. Knock, knock, knock. With the sound of knocking at the door, he realized it was Eula who had come to visit. The door slowly creaked open, revealing Eula with her striking blue short hair. She was clad in a knightly ensemble that exuded elegance, the black bodysuit featuring a lighter fabric down the center. A short white lace coat was secured at her waist by a chest strap, and her hands were adorned with black gloves, the palms of which were blue. Greetings. I am Eula Lawrence. May I inquire if you are Mr. Xiao Yuan? Eula's tone and demeanor were exceptionally pleasant, exuding impeccable etiquette. She approached him with a mindset of learning, having heard of a highly respected reconnaissance knight residing here, known for his open and cheerful disposition. It was said that anyone grappling with personal issues could seek his counsel, as he had helped many untangle their emotional knots. At this moment, Eula found herself in a state of profound confusion, burdened with countless questions and thoughts, unsure of whom to confide in or what to do about her future. Thus, upon hearing of Xiao Yuan, she did not hesitate to seek him out. It is I. Is there something you need? Xiao Yuan smiled gently, his expression warm and kind. The younger generation has some perplexities and seeks guidance from the esteemed predecessor. As she approached someone of Xiao Yuan's esteemed stature, her earnestness in seeking solutions compelled her to extend the utmost courtesy. Chapter 51. In this fifth life, this place can become your home, Eula. You are overthinking things, which has led you into this predicament. First, calm yourself. That is your foremost task. Do you wish to learn swordsmanship? It is possible, but you must first present something in return, such as preparing a delicious meal. Transforming the world is a formidable task, yet altering oneself is a more attainable endeavor. Once you undergo change, the world shall invariably follow suit. Prejudice stands as a towering mountain. Once it emerges, it can suffocate one's very breath. A dear acquaintance once imparted to me a profound truth. There exists neither a debt of gratitude that spans a millennium nor a grudge that cannot be relinquished over time. Time merely serves as a measure. Choose a path that belongs to you and march steadfastly onward. I am but a forgotten inhabitant of Liyue, not deserving of the title of teacher. However, should you insist upon it, so be it. In the past fortnight, the bond between Xiao Yuan and Eula has grown ever more profound. Eula has discerned numerous lessons from Xiao Yuan, and her inner confusion has considerably diminished. Xiao Yuan understands that this young lady bears an extraordinary burden. The Lawrence family, to which she belongs, was once among the three great noble families of Mondstadt, a lineage of aristocracy. Initially, the nobility may have seemed commendable, with numerous illustrious achievements. However, as time progressed, many among them fell into decadence. They regarded the common folk of Mondstadt as mere playthings, indulging in excess and oppressing the populace, leading to profound suffering across the land. It was from that moment forth that every inhabitant of Mondstadt harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the aristocracy, resenting those who devoured their kin without hesitation. Subsequently, the Anemo Archon Barbados awakened and, alongside the foreign knight Vanessa, toppled the nobility and enacted a reckoning. Thus, Mondstadt liberated itself from the shackles of the aristocracy. Naturally, the Lawrence family, of which Eula is a member, was among those subjected to this reckoning. The harsh annals of history have rendered the descendants of the nobility unwelcome in the eyes of society, leading to Eula being branded as the offspring of a sinner. Yet, from a young age, Eula exhibited extraordinary talent, achieving the highest honor of her family at a tender age, the Crest of Ice. This emblem symbolizes the martial prowess of her lineage, representing the unwavering spirit of the Lawrence clan during the nascent days of Mondstadt. For millennia, only a handful have successfully navigated the trials set forth by their family. This crest is bestowed upon them to carry forth the hopes of their lineage. Despite her youth, Eula has already surmounted the trials and departed from her family, for that place was not home, it was a prison. The aristocracy's approach to education reached a pathological level, instilling a sense of dread. The pursuit of the perfect dance step often left her toes bloodied, and even the spices used in cooking were measured with utmost precision, with the timing of each dish down to the very second. Any slight misstep would result in severe reprimands and punishment. Their rationale for such rigorous training is rooted in the Lawrence family's anticipation of a resurgence, preparing for a day when they might reclaim their former glory. They believe that a liberated Mondstadt lacks decorum and refinement, and should the family seek to regain power, they may struggle to find competent servants. Thus, they must exercise caution, ensuring they do not succumb to the mire of the common populace. Eula has grown amidst a pathological family, instilled with impeccable etiquette, dance, culinary skills, domesticity, and academia. She is the descendant of sinners, a tarnished noble. We commoners are unworthy of your regard. Child, keep your distance from her in the future. Do not play with her or speak to her. She is of noble lineage, a disparity we cannot bridge. Curse the aristocrats, for their era has waned. Mockery, vitriol, provocation, and derision. Eula has experienced the indifference of humanity in her tender years. Having finally escaped the confines of her family's cage, she finds it arduous to gain the acceptance of the world, even though she has done nothing wrong. The bias against nobility is ingrained in society. With her unique identity and position, Eula must discern which remarks to disregard and which beliefs to internalize, as well as how to combat the heavy burden of her bloodline. With a myriad of burdensome questions, Eula sought the guidance of Xiao Yuan. Yet, he offered no answers, merely advising her to find tranquility, as this was her foremost task. Now, 2 weeks have passed, and Eula's heart has finally found peace. Teacher, why do people harbor prejudice? Shouldn't they first engage before forming conclusions? Eula inquired, perplexed, as she handed Xiao Yuan a cup of tea. Prejudice stems from experience. It is a phenomenon inherent to both people and things. No one can entirely eradicate bias. For instance, if you taste a piece of tofu and find it unpalatable, upon encountering tofu elsewhere, you may again find it distasteful. After several repetitions, your instinctive reaction to tofu will be one of aversion. Xiao Yuan's response saddened Eula, causing her to lower her head and ask despondently, "Is there truly no way to change this?" "Not entirely," he replied. "Is there a method?" Eula's spirits lifted slightly. "Certainly. There are always more solutions than difficulties. When those around you proclaim that this tofu is delightful and unlike anything you've previously tasted, you may begin to reconsider your initial thoughts. As these voices multiply, you might be encouraged to taste the tofu again, even if you still perceive it as unappetizing." Eula pondered this, sensing that the fog within her heart had begun to dissipate, revealing a faint path emerging from within. Although unclear, it bore a semblance of form, alleviating some of her inner confusion. "Eula," Xiao Yuan gently sipped his tea before continuing, "From now on, let go of the etiquette you learned from your family while you are with me." "What?" Eula exclaimed. "I am but a simple person, without need for elaborate formalities. Excessive decorum could render home unrecognizable. A home should be a sanctuary of ease and self-expression." Eula appeared bewildered upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, her large eyes filled with questions. "It seems quite challenging to comprehend the words spoken by Xiao Yuan. Yet, this is precisely how I feel at home," she remarked. "I do not mean to disparage. It is merely my personal opinion that it resembles not a home, but rather a school." Xiao Yuan expressed his stance and questioned the circumstances of her family. "A school," she murmured. "Indeed, a home should radiate warmth and comfort. Only a school serves as the venue for learning." Eula reflected on her daily existence within her family. From the moment she arose in the morning until she retired at night, perpetually under scrutiny, engaged in study, etiquette, culinary arts, dance, academics, never ceasing. It sounded utterly despairing. Yet Eula had long since grown accustomed to it, for this had been her life since she began to understand the world. In simple terms, the concept of relaxation had never entered her lexicon. Rather, her entire dictionary was dominated by the notion of study. That is not home. Where, then, is my home? Eula once again found herself engulfed in confusion, casting a helpless gaze upon Xiao Yuan, seemingly awaiting him to provide her with answers. "If you wish, this place can become your home," Xiao Yuan replied with a subtle smile. "Let us proceed with 2 more chapters today. I shall certainly add more tomorrow. Primarily, there are myriad tales regarding Eula and Amber that are difficult to assimilate all at once. I often find myself sifting through materials. In comparison to quantity, I value quality more, so I kindly ask for the author's patience. Once the information is fully digested, the pace will inevitably accelerate. Should you find merit in this book, feel free to bestow a token of appreciation. It will invigorate the author. A 5-star review would also be appreciated, as the author aspires for a score of 98. Chapter 52. The Fifth Life. Learning to savor this can be my home? But what should I do? At this moment, Eula was still quite young, and having grown up in such an environment, she had momentarily forgotten how to relax. She seemed perpetually serious, approaching everything with utmost earnestness. Failing to do so might invite punishment or scorn. This was her demeanor within her family, and over time, it had shaped her character. She approached everything with total dedication, as if she would never grasp the essence of joy, eternally estranged from happiness. She had become somewhat robotic, controlled by her dysfunctional family. A silver lining amidst her misfortune was that she had, at least for now, escaped her family and found Xiao Yuan. What should I do? Xiao Yuan pondered briefly before responding. Allow me to prepare dinner today. How can I let you, my teacher, cook? This is one of the few things I can do for you as a student, Eula exclaimed in a fluster, hastily declining. Learning to savor life is an indispensable lesson. Xiao Yuan remarked. Learning to savor? Eula echoed softly. Indeed, take a moment to rest. The meal will be ready shortly. With that, Xiao Yuan entered the kitchen to begin his preparations. As Eula sat on the chair, she felt a profound discomfort, akin to sitting on pins and needles. Restless and somewhat bewildered, she found the notion of asking the teacher to cook while she merely rested here to be entirely contrary to the etiquette she had been taught. Had this been in her family, she would surely face punishment and confinement. The very thought of this intensified her unease, prompting her to consider fetching teacher Xu Yuan from the kitchen to take over the cooking, yet he insisted that she remain seated. Torn between action and inaction, Eula found herself in a state of distress. After a considerable time, teacher Xu Yuan finally approached, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. Upon seeing him, Eula quickly rose to assist. But he smiled gently and instructed her to sit down, assuring her that there was no need for concern. Relieved, Eula returned to her seat. The aroma wafting from the bowl was enticing, and her appetite surged as she gazed at the noodles, eager to indulge. Go ahead and taste it, Xu Yuan encouraged, prompting her to pick up her chopsticks. She deftly lifted the tender, springy noodles, blew on them gently, and slurped them up. Delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with joy and astonishment. Teacher, what is this dish called? Could you teach me how to make it? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. This is tomato and egg noodles, a favorite of my beloved. If you wish to learn, I would be happy to teach you, Xu Yuan replied with a smile, savoring a mouthful of the noodles himself. Yay, you are so kind, teacher. Eula beamed. Now, let us eat before it gets cold. The two quickly finished their noodles, and Eula promptly offered, let me take care of the dishes. Seeing her pleading expression, Xu Yuan understood that she was still struggling to adapt to the situation. So he nodded in agreement. Grateful, Eula took the dishes to wash. Xu Yuan had never witnessed someone so earnestly pleading to wash dishes. Had he refused, she would likely have spent a restless night, burdened by guilt. She would have to endure a long, lonely night filled with unease. It was clear that a gradual transformation was preferable. Forcing her to change abruptly would yield counterproductive results. It would require time to teach Eula, for she was not a blank slate, but rather a piece of paper stained by her upbringing. To effect change in her, a longer period would be necessary. As immediate results were unattainable, Xu Yuan needed to help her discard the detrimental lessons learned from her family, retaining only the essence of virtue before instilling new, correct values. One's worldview cannot be altered at will, yet Eula was still young, presenting opportunities for change, albeit with challenges. Once adulthood is reached, one's perspective becomes largely fixed, which would pose a true dilemma. As night fell, the two set out as usual. The journey to the seaside would require some time, and this interval would serve as an opportune moment for reflection. Upon reaching the shore, Xu Yuan would teach Eula the art of swordsmanship. With his masterful swordsmanship, it would be no great challenge for him to train Eula into a top-tier swordsman. This is the command given by Xu Yuan, as it aids beginners in forming muscle memory before practice. Much like the rhythmic counts in physical exercises, once familiarized, such prompts become unnecessary. One cannot rely solely on the hands. Every move must engage the entire body. Rigidity is to be avoided. One must remain agile, for in battle, no one stands idly waiting to be struck. Yes, leverage from the waist is essential. The body should be light while the technique remains powerful, balancing agility with strength. Excellent. Let us take a moment to rest. Your progress is commendable. It must be acknowledged that Eula possesses a natural talent for combat. Many concepts she grasps effortlessly. Although she is the pinnacle of her family's martial prowess, her swordsmanship could only be deemed passably competent. Her high level of comprehension could indeed warrant the title of genius. It is no wonder she is a rare force to be reckoned with. During their respite, the two sat upon a stone, feeling the evening sea breeze, accompanied by the soothing sound of the waves. How delightful, Eula remarked, relishing the coolness of the seaside at night. Teacher, what do you cherish most? Me? Surely. There must be things that a teacher enjoys, she mused. I find great solace in the sound of the waves. It enchants me and fills me with a sense of tranquility. The waves, indeed. But what else do you hold dear? Most of what I cherished belongs to the past. Yet that is of little concern. The future holds promise. Upon hearing Xu Yuan's words, Eula tilted her head in confusion, as if contemplating the depth of his statement. "Let us return," Shi Yuan said, smiling gently at her thoughtful expression. Very well. After a while, they made their way home, of course, to separate sleeping quarters. It would be rather inappropriate for a teacher and student to share a bed. The following morning, after breakfast, Shi Yuan ventured out, leaving Eula alone at home. With a rare sum of mora in his possession, he visited the market and after a prolonged search, finally discovered a treasured item. "How much for this?" he inquired, admiring the exquisite small cylinder in his hand. 50,000 mora. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan furrowed his brow, glancing at the mere 2,000 mora he had. Then back at the small object. Could it be a bit cheaper? This material is quite rare in this region. 50,000 mora is already a bargain. I plan to head to Liu soon, where I hear there is a gentleman fond of antiques who might appraise it for a higher price. At this, Shi Yuan's lips twitched. Was he not referring to Zhongli? However, Zhongli was known for his negotiations, often slashing the price in half. It would not be prudent to sell this to Zhongli. After all, in this lifetime, he and Zhongli were not well acquainted, lacking any rapport. Selling it to him would likely jeopardize his own chances. Chapter 53. The Fifth Generation. Bone Whistle. I don't have that much on hand. Can you reduce the price? Xiao Yuan implored earnestly. How much can you offer? The proprietor inquired with a hint of impatience. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yuan cautiously extended 3 fingers. Impossible. 30,000 is far too little. I cannot sell it at that price. 35,000. That's my maximum. Please consider it. Xiao Yuan stepped back and reiterated. Fine, fine. Just bring it here. Currently, I do not possess that amount. Could you hold it for a few days? I assure you I will acquire it. A few more days? That's not feasible. I will be heading to Liu in 2 days. Just 2 days. If I don't return with the money by then, you need not wait for me. All right then. The proprietor finally relented. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude repeatedly and hurriedly made his way home. Teacher, you're back. Yes, Eula. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be returning for the next couple of days. Stay indoors tonight, Xiao Yuan advised succinctly before hastily departing. Weaving through the desolate mountain woods. With merely 2,000 mora in hand, he needed to procure an additional 33,000 mora within the next 2 days. Ugh, this body is far too aged. After running for a while, Xiao Yuan felt utterly exhausted. This physical form was significantly older and lacked the goddess eye of the first life, which could extend one's lifespan. Not long into his journey, he found himself panting heavily. At that moment, several hilichurls and geo-shield hilichurl brutes appeared before him. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yuan straightened his posture and charged forward with his blade drawn. Teacher, is there something urgent? Eula pondered, sitting in the empty room. Originally, I had hoped to learn how to make tomato and egg noodles from you today, but it seems I must experiment on my own. She entered the kitchen and began her endeavor. Having been trained in culinary arts since childhood, Eula could replicate nearly any dish she had tasted, given sufficient ingredients. While it might not be an exact match, achieving an 80 similarity was well within her capabilities. After some time, she presented a steaming bowl of noodles. Taking a slurp, she found the flavor quite delightful, yet it still lacked the exquisite touch of teacher Xiao Yuan's cooking. It felt as though something essential was missing. Furrowing her brow, she pondered deeply. Never mind, I shall wait for teacher to instruct me. In the meantime, I will tidy up the house while he is away. Eula rolled up her sleeves, brimming with enthusiasm. She worked diligently until nightfall. Once she had cleaned the house thoroughly, she stepped outside. Eula sat atop the roof, resting her chin on her hands, feeling somewhat anxious. The night was the perfect time for contemplation, and she had been reflecting on the words Xiao Yuan had shared with her. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days had elapsed. Xiao Yuan still had not returned, and Eula began to feel a sense of unease. Although the Su Yuan swordplay is indeed remarkably powerful, he remains, after all, an aged individual. That night, Eula went to bed with a heart full of trepidation, planning to set off early the next morning in search of Su Yuan. Upon the dawn of the 3rd day, Eula discovered Su Yuan's bed still vacant, prompting her to anxiously open the door, only to collide with Su Yuan who was just about to enter. Teacher? Eula, you're awake so early, Su Yuan greeted her with a calm smile. However, Eula furrowed her brow slightly, having caught a distinct scent lingering in the air. Blood. The scent of blood. She also noted that the clothes Su Yuan wore upon exiting were entirely different from those he currently donned, including his trousers, which appeared significantly larger. A sense of confusion washed over her. She felt that her teacher was deliberately concealing something from her. Teacher, are you bleeding? No, I'm perfectly fine. Su Yuan spun around, displaying his body, devoid of any injury. Eula approached, scrutinizing Su Yuan closely, and as she reached out to pull at his clothing, he swiftly grasped her wrist. Eula, look what treasure I've brought you. He smiled faintly, revealing a delicate object in his hand. What is this? Eula's attention was momentarily diverted, prompting her to inquire instinctively. Put it on and gently blow here, Su Yuan instructed, handing her the bone whistle and pointing to the opening. Eula, with some skepticism, gave it a try, and as the air flowed through, the sound of ocean waves emerged. She was momentarily taken aback, then blew a little harder, and indeed, the sound of waves resonated forth. How marvelous! Eula exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting such a small object could produce such enchanting sounds. This is called a bone whistle. It's a gift for you. A bone whistle? How fascinating. Thank you, teacher. Eula exclaimed joyfully, enveloping Su Yuan in a tight embrace. Su Yuan winced, a displeased expression crossing his face. Teacher, you truly are injured, aren't you? Eula recalled the scent of blood she had detected earlier and hastily attempted to pull at his clothing. It's nothing at all. I merely took a tumble while climbing the mountain and scraped my skin, but it's of no consequence, Su Yuan interjected, halting her efforts. Observing Su Yuan's cheerful demeanor, the astute Eula expressed her concern. Is that so? Come inside and rest for a moment. Eula understood that Su Yuan was deceiving her. His clothes were immaculate and neatly arranged. Had he truly sustained such injuries, at the very least, there would be some traces or creases on the fabric of his back. His excuse only served to highlight his desire to keep the truth from Eula. Cleverly, Eula chose not to press the matter further, instead guiding Su Yuan into the room. Alas, my body is aging. A simple fall has become quite challenging to endure, Su Yuan lamented as he settled onto the bed. Teacher, allow me to fetch some ice for your injury, she suggested. No need. A good sleep will suffice. It is no trouble at all, Xu Yuan declined. Very well, Eula replied, a hint of disappointment evident in her voice. Perhaps I shall practice with the bone whistle a bit longer. I am feeling somewhat fatigued and wish to rest for a while. Then I shall not disturb you during your slumber. Thank you for the bone whistle, teacher. Not at all, go ahead. With a thoughtful demeanor, Eula exited the room and began to experiment with the bone whistle. After considerable time, she finally set it aside, tiptoeing carefully as she opened the door to approach Xu Yuan. She was eager to ascertain the severity of his injuries, knowing that his wounds were surely connected to the bone whistle. Just the previous night, she had expressed her fondness for the sound of the ocean waves. And the very next day, Xu Yuan had departed for 3 days, returning with a whistle that could mimic the sound of the sea. To claim there was no correlation would be disingenuous. Being naturally intelligent, Eula was quite capable of making this connection. She reached out her right hand towards Xu Yuan's clothing. Eula, upon awakening, I shall test your skills. The bone whistle has numerous combinations. I will assess how many you have mastered. And failure to meet the standard will result in punishment, he stated suddenly, just as she was about to make contact. Startled, Eula was taken aback, her skin prickling with goosebumps. She quickly withdrew her hand, nodding vigorously. Yes, teacher, I shall continue to practice right away. With that, she dashed out of the room. Xu Yuan chuckled softly before drifting back to sleep. Chapter 54. The Fifth Life. Amber returns home one day prior. Wait, don't leave, I am back, Xu Yuan called out, dragging his weary body as he raised his voice. The proprietor, who was about to depart, instinctively turned to look back, his expression revealing surprise. What happened to you? He asked, perplexed by Xu Yuan's disheveled appearance. At this moment, Xu Yuan was not only clad in tattered garments, but bore numerous injuries, particularly on his back, which was a patchwork of bruises and cuts. I earned some money. I now have enough mora, he stated, producing 35,000 mora to hand to the owner. The owner hesitated, eyeing the mora in Xu Yuan's hand with a measure of disbelief. Given Xu Yuan's condition, he harbored serious doubts about the legitimacy of the money. Robbery, perhaps? Noticing the proprietor's wary gaze, Xu Yuan sighed. Rest assured, this is not ill-gotten wealth. It is the mora I received from slaying monsters. Upon hearing this, the proprietor scrutinized Xu Yuan more closely, narrowing his eyes with growing suspicion. It is not that I do not believe you, but at your age, it would be quite challenging to defeat monsters. He expressed his concerns, and Xu Yuan, with a swift motion, unsheathed the pitch-black demon slayer's sword. With the mastery of a grandmaster's swordsmanship, he demonstrated merely a single move, instilling a chilling aura that compelled the shopkeeper to apologize for his earlier words. He accepted Xiao Yuan's mora and presented him with a fine piece of exquisite mineral. "Thank you," Xiao Yuan said with a slight nod of gratitude. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, he realized that his current appearance was rather improper for returning home. Happily, he turned back to inquire, "Excuse me, do you have an extra set of clothing that I might borrow?" "Not a problem. Follow me," the shopkeeper replied. Xiao Yuan accompanied him to his residence, which was not far from the shop. Upon arrival, the shopkeeper found a set of clothing that fit Xiao Yuan, albeit snugly. "You needn't return this, just wear it," the shopkeeper insisted. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude profusely, and after donning the garments, the shopkeeper, with curiosity, asked, "You're working so hard to earn money for this mineral. Is it a gift for someone special?" "Yes, it's for my student. She adores the sound of ocean waves, and I intend to craft it into a bone whistle for her," Xiao Yuan replied, admiring the exquisite mineral in his hand. "Oh, I've heard of the tradition of gifting a teacher. It's usually the student who presents a token to the teacher. Why have you reversed the roles?" the shopkeeper queried, somewhat puzzled by Xiao Yuan's actions. "It is customary for elders to bestow small gifts upon their juniors," Xiao Yuan explained with a gentle smile. "Goodness, this piece is quite small, yet you've endured such injuries," the shopkeeper remarked, shaking his head as he rummaged through a drawer, seemingly searching for something. Xiao Yuan chose not to argue, simply smiling softly. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment," the shopkeeper called out to him. "Is there something else? Aren't you planning to make that bone whistle? Do you have the necessary tools?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan slapped his forehead in realization. Indeed, he almost forgot that this was merely a raw material. Crafting a bone whistle required specialized tools for shaping and refining, which he did not possess. Noticing his expression, the shopkeeper understood he lacked the tools and, with a gentle smile, presented the items he had gathered. "Here, with these tools and equipment, you can proceed with your creation." "Thank you, sir," Xiao Yuan replied, taking the items and moving toward the workspace. "Do you know how to do it?" the shopkeeper inquired again. I know a little. It seems like you just need to hollow it out and create an opening for blowing," Xiao Yuan explained, believing the structure of the bone whistle to be quite simple, as he had seen it before. "Allow me to handle it. Your words reveal that you're not well versed in this," the shopkeeper chuckled, taking the items from Xiao Yuan and sitting down at the workbench. "Ordinarily, I would charge for processing and modifications, but today I want tea. Primarily because I fear you might inadvertently spoil this fine material." As the proprietor explained, he meticulously secured the object with his tools and commenced his work. In that moment, Xiao Yuan found himself at a loss for words to express his gratitude. A myriad of sentiments coalesced into a simple thank you. "You mean to produce the sound of ocean waves, correct?" he inquired while deftly handling the task at hand. "Indeed, the sound of the waves," came the reply. "The sound must possess a rich timbre with a thicker inner wall. An amateur would be incapable of achieving the desired effect." The master craftsman earnestly dedicated himself to the creation of Xiao Yuan's bone whistle. Yet, this was no simple endeavor. It was not until the dawn of the third day that this exquisite bone whistle was finally completed. "Grandfather, I am back." A vibrant, cheerful voice resonated from outside. The door swung open abruptly, revealing Amber, who entered with an exuberant smile. Xiao Yuan, who had barely dozed off, was startled awake, and the wounds upon his body flared with intense pain. At that moment, Eula, too, was taken aback and hastily rose to her feet. "Wait, who are you? How did you end up in my home?" Upon encountering someone of a similar age, Amber expressed her curiosity. "Hello, I am Eula Lawrence," she introduced herself. "Lawrence? I believe I've heard that name mentioned by the folks in Mondstadt," Amber pondered thoughtfully, her gaze dropping. Eula, aware of the historical weight of her surname, also lowered her head slightly. She knew well the criticisms directed at the old nobility that the citizens of Mondstadt had never ceased. Every mention of the name Lawrence felt to her like a hand tearing open a still healing scar. Did she not harbor disdain for the nobility? The myriad of cumbersome rituals, the self-important demeanor, and the painfully strict educational methods were all sources of her discontent. Yet, her lineage was beyond her control. Acceptance was her only option. Now, in Xiao Yuan's company, she experienced a profound sense of comfort, an unprecedented feeling of liberation. Each day passed without the fear of reprimand for minor transgressions. Though this abode was significantly smaller than her family's estate, she unearthed a sense of freedom within its humble confines. In stark contrast, her family's grand residence felt like a gilded cage. Xiaobai, what brings you back so suddenly? Xiao Yuan slowly rose, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he approached. Because I missed grandfather, Amber replied playfully, bounding over to him. Have you caused any trouble for uncle and auntie these past few days? Xiao Yuan inquired warmly, affectionately ruffling her hair. Chapter 55, The Fifth Life, the union of the West Wind swordsmanship and the rite of dance through the memories of his predecessor. Xiao Yuan discerned that Amber had always been well-liked, frequently visiting the Knights of Favonius, and often invited to spend nights at their homes. He recalled one occasion where she had not returned for an entire month. Not at all. They adore me, and I intend to return to my grandfather. Though they might be reluctant, Amber declared, hands on her hips, brimming with pride. The Amber here diverged significantly from the one depicted in the original narrative, primarily due to the fact that Shi Yuan had not departed. In the original storyline, it was indicated that after Amber's grandfather left without a word, her character underwent a profound transformation. The current Amber embodies an innocent, playful child, akin to the young Tao from earlier days, lively, enthusiastic, cheerful, and a bit mischievous. Well then, why don't you both introduce yourselves and get acquainted? I'm utterly exhausted, Shi Yuan remarked, having gone 3 days without sleep, just as he had begun to doze off. The little one had jolted him awake, rendering any claim of not being tired utterly false. Grandpa, come play with me, Amber pleaded, tugging at Shi Yuan's hand with a playful shake. Go find Eula to play with you. But remember, do not lead her astray, Shi Yuan cautioned. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Amber was about to say more when Eula approached and promptly interrupted her, understanding that Shi Yuan needed rest. She took the initiative to engage with Amber, diverting her attention to allow Shi Yuan to relax. Upon hearing Eula's greeting, Amber turned her head, responding cheerfully, Hi, I'm Amber. When did you arrive? Approximately 2 weeks ago, Eula estimated. Wow, you've been here for such a long time. Grandpa is quite mischievous, not even letting me know. Had I known, I would have hurried back to play with you. Amber seemed to take a liking to her new friend and displayed great enthusiasm towards Eula. Are you Grandpa's student? I've never seen him take on a disciple before. You're the first. Amber exclaimed. Is this a gift from Grandpa? A bone whistle? It can actually produce the sound of ocean waves. How marvelous, Eula. Let us go outside and play. Come on. There is no need for hesitation. Just follow me. And as long as we don't cause trouble for others, Grandpa will surely approve. The two engaged in lively conversation and swiftly became engrossed in each other's company. Under Amber's fiery enthusiasm, Eula found it hard to refuse and thus accompanied her. This was largely because Eula had seldom had the opportunity to play with peers her age. Her family life was consumed with incessant studies. Not to mention, even the slightest desire to relax at home was often thwarted. Moreover, even if she could venture out, no one was willing to join her, leading instead to ridicule, scorn, and isolation. Amber's willingness to play with her was likely due to her ignorance of the Lawrence family's notorious reputation. Therefore, Eula held no lofty expectations, indulging Amber's wishes while engaging in play without fully immersing herself. It was only when night fell, and they returned, utterly exhausted, that they found Shi Yuan had prepared a meal, waiting for them. Grandpa, I've missed you. Amber joyfully dashed toward Xiao Yuan. All right, Grandpa misses you too. Go wash your hands and prepare for dinner, Xiao Yuan said, gently ruffling her hair. Okay. At the dining table, Amber animatedly recounted the latest happenings in Mondstadt, most of which revolved around the Knights of Favonius. She was like a living repository of intriguing gossip, sharing tales that captivated her audience. One could only wonder if this little one had infused her own thoughts into the mix. Eula, who had never encountered such whimsical anecdotes before, listened with wide eyes, her expression earnest and focused. She had never heard anyone mention these stories before. Noticing the seriousness of Xiao Yuan and Eula, Amber became increasingly animated, her expressions growing more exaggerated. With Amber's presence, the atmosphere was imbued with a lively spirit. This was precisely why Amber was so well-liked. She possessed an innate charm. Teacher, shall we practice swordsmanship today? After some light conversation to ease the mood, Eula inquired proactively. Then let's go. It's a good opportunity to check on how well you've been practicing your bone whistle, and Little Bai can join us too. Amber nodded vigorously. Subsequently, the three made their way to the seaside. The moonlight cascaded gently over the land, casting a serene glow. The forest path felt exceptionally tranquil. with a refreshing breeze wafting through the air, instilling a sense of peace, albeit tinged with solitude. Yet Amber was like a vibrant flame, illuminating the surroundings with her exuberance. Filled with laughter and chatter along the way. After a short while, they arrived at the beach. Amber was overjoyed, bouncing around on the sand. Meanwhile, Eula displayed her utmost seriousness, executing each sword strike with remarkable finesse, her speed and strength unhindered, perfectly showcasing her prowess. Well done, you've made significant progress. You've been practicing on your own while I was away, haven't you? Xiao Yuan inquired. Yes, teacher. Eula is amazing. Grandpa, I want to learn too. I want to learn. Clearly, Eula's skill had sparked Amber's interest. All right, you can learn together. I'll teach you in a bit, Xiao Yuan said, unable to find a way to manage the enthusiastic little girl. After a brief diversion, he turned to Eula and suggested, let's take a break. Okay, teacher. During the so-called break, Eula began to perform their family dance, the right dance. This dance was a ceremonial display of nobility, hailed as the crystallization of the soul, with the most splendid gem adorning the tip of a scepter. Long before the old nobility imposed a bloody rule over Mondstadt, the prestigious families collaboratively choreographed the right dance. The solo performance known as Flickering Candlelight, representing the Lawrence family, was the centerpiece of the right dance. The dancer held a noble status, typically performed by the eldest daughter of the family. From a young age, Eula immersed herself in the art of dance, which, in stark contrast to the suffocating academic pursuits surrounding her, became her sole source of solace during her childhood. Whenever respite came, she would indulge in her graceful and exquisite movements, allowing herself to unwind. The first time Xiao Yuan witnessed her dance, he too was captivated by its elegance. Now, as Amber beheld this enchanting display for the first time, her reaction was unmistakable. Her eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with wonder. This was the essence of Amber's state at that moment. As the beautiful dance came to an end, Amber remained spellbound, unable to regain her composure. Eula, she called. Yes, teacher, Eula replied. Would you like to try combining the Westwind swordsmanship I taught you with your ceremonial dance? At these words, Eula paused momentarily, then fell into contemplation. Chapter 56, The Greatest Gain of the Fifth Life, Combination. Eula pondered deeply, realizing she had never considered the fusion of the ceremonial dance with swordplay. Indeed, there was a movement in the ceremonial dance that closely resembled a horizontal slash. Perhaps it was worth experimenting, as it could lead to a unique swordsmanship that no one else could replicate. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's suggestion, Eula seemed to have an epiphany and began to dance the ceremonial dance once more, seamlessly transitioning into a horizontal slash with her great sword just before executing the movement. Yes, just like that. There are several other actions that can be integrated, Xiao Yuan mused, refining Eula's basic attacks into a distinctive offensive style. Under his careful guidance, Eula's strikes transformed from crude and forceful into something unique and elegant, akin to a dance beneath the moonlight, ethereal, flawless, and unattainable. Grandpa, I want to play too. You're being biased. You're not teaching me. Seeing Eula's graceful and unique attack style, Amber eagerly tugged at Xiao Yuan, demanding instruction. She had witnessed many wielding blades in the Knight's Order, yet most exhibited a brutish, sharp, and assertive demeanor. Never before had she encountered a style as refined as Eula's. The once dreaded great sword appeared so elegant in Eula's hands, igniting a pang of envy in Amber. All right, I will teach you. Eula, could you lend her your great sword? Eula obliged, handing over the blade while cautioning Amber to handle it with care, for it was quite sharp. With abundant confidence and excitement, Amber grasped the great sword. However, after only a few swings, she found herself gasping for breath, her arms weary from the exertion. Before long, Amber surrendered, hastily returning the sword to Eula and panting. I can't practice anymore. This doesn't suit me. It's too exhausting. The scene elicited a chuckle from both Xiao Yuan and Eula. Don't laugh. I'm still young. I will surely master it in the future, Amber declared with conviction. All right, little Amber is the strongest, Xiao Yuan echoed in support. At that moment, Eula gazed at Xiao Yuan with a serious expression, as if harboring unspoken thoughts. What is it? He inquired in response. I cannot help but inquire about the matter of the bone whistle. Upon witnessing her expression and tone, Xu Yuan comprehended that she seemed to harbor some feelings of guilt. Logically, since she had taken the initiative to approach Xu Yuan as her teacher, she ought to have presented him with a token of respect. Yet, she arrived empty-handed. While it was Xu Yuan who bestowed upon her a significant gift. Moreover, it was evident that he had incurred injuries in the process of procuring this gift. As Yula pondered over this, an unsettling feeling grew within her. She felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. Yula, let me ask you, what do you believe one should receive in return for their efforts? Xu Yuan responded earnestly to Yula's musings, yet he refrained from providing a direct answer, instead posing an unrelated question. Perhaps one should reap rewards after making sacrifices? It is only through giving that one can receive, she replied, her confidence wavering. While it is customary to expect rewards for one's contributions, reality often proves to be rather harsh, as many find their efforts go unrewarded. Upon hearing this, Yula fell into contemplation, reflecting on the various events within her family, and began to recognize the wisdom in Xu Yuan's words. Yula was a rare talent within the Lawrence family, having earned the prestigious honor of being the family's martial representative, the Seal of Ice, at a young age. It is worth noting that many had attempted to achieve this accolade. However, throughout a millennium, only a handful had succeeded. For the rest, despite their tireless efforts, they gained nothing in return. Indeed, that is true, she acknowledged with a nod. Then, if there were something for which the return was guaranteed to far exceed the investment, would you not invest without hesitation? Teacher, do you imply that Yula has suddenly grasped something profound? It was evident that my answer would be affirmative. However, Yula did not seem to bring any benefit to her teacher. She appeared somewhat remorseful, lowering her gaze as she clutched the bone whistle, as though she had committed a grave error. She had not anticipated that her casual remark would compel teacher Xu Yuan to take genuine action, even to the point of sustaining injury. The very thought filled her with a profound sense of helplessness, as she felt incapable of contributing anything in return. At the height of her distress, a hand gently caressed her short blue hair. She lifted her gaze slightly to find Xu Yuan looking at her with a soft smile, his eyes brimming with infinite tenderness. Silly child, how could a teacher seek to gain from a student? For me, the greatest reward is knowing that Yula can live freely and joyfully in this world. Grandfather cannot only favor Yula. I want to be petted too. Upon witnessing Xu Yuan's demeanor, Amber hurriedly approached, seeking affection. All right, a little head pat. Now let us go. It is getting late. Xu Yuan said as he affectionately ruffled Amber's hair. Teacher, the bone whistle, Yula reminded. Ah yes, my memory fails me with age. I almost forgot about it. Xu Yuan suddenly recalled his earlier jest about assessing Yula's proficiency in playing the bone whistle. Although he had meant it in a light-hearted manner, Yula's earnestness compelled him to take the matter seriously, lest his playful tone dampen her spirits. Shall I begin? He inquired. Yes, let's start, she replied. Yula then gently began to blow into the bone whistle, her notes intertwining with the natural cadence of the waves crashing upon the shore, creating an enchanting symphony that seemed to accelerate the rhythm of the ocean. As the other sounds converged, the waves appeared to swell with increasing force, akin to a tempestuous sea. Closing her eyes, she immersed herself in the experience, feeling an extraordinary sense of pressure, as if a tsunami were imminent. Subsequently, Yula experimented with various techniques, masterfully harnessing the sounds of the waves. Yula, what is that you are playing? It's incredible, Amber exclaimed, rushing over in astonishment as Yula ceased her performance. This is a bone whistle, a gift from my teacher, Yula explained, showcasing the exquisitely crafted instrument. Your grandfather is quite partial, Amber gasped, her eyes widening in awe at the delicate object. All right, Amber, you can share in this too. Don't worry. Yula reassured her with a grin. Yay, that's settled then. Amber cheered with delight. Indeed, it is settled, Xu Yuan replied, redirecting his gaze back to Yula. Yula, yes, teacher. Is there something I did wrong? She asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Not at all, he chuckled softly. I merely did not anticipate your remarkable intellect, allowing you to master so many variations of wave sounds in such a brief span of time. At Xu Yuan's praise, Yula's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly murmured, I am not that impressive. A peculiar sensation overwhelmed her, her heart racing inexplicably. Despite receiving compliments from teachers in her family before, she had never experienced such feelings. Yula blushed further, seemingly unable to meet Xu Yuan's gaze. Noticing her bashfulness, Xu Yuan smiled gently. Yula's reaction resembled that of a child receiving accolades in a classroom, shy and blushing, a clear indication of her embarrassment. Chapter 57, The Fifth Life, Revenge. You did exceptionally well. Keep up the good work, Xiao Yuan continued to commend her. Eula, how are you able to produce such a multitude of wave sounds with this small instrument? Amber asked, her excitement palpable. That's not too difficult, Eula replied. Let me teach you. I want to learn too. Amber implored eagerly. Of course, I will teach you tomorrow. Yay! Hooray! Amber exclaimed joyfully. On their journey home, laughter and merriment resonated continuously. Before they knew it, they had returned home, where Amber and Eula shared a bed while Xiao Yuan slept alone in another. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight gradually illuminated the sky, Xiao Yuan suddenly awoke with a jolt, his eyes wide and breathless. It is a dream, yet it is that very dream. Xiao Yuan finds himself ensnared by the relentless grasp of solitude, often plagued by nightmares. Each occurrence bears a striking resemblance to the last. Forget it all. Shaking his head, Xiao Yuan strives to erase the tormenting visions from his mind, subsequently directing his gaze towards Eula and Amber. Upon witnessing the two still enveloped in slumber, he takes a deep breath and stealthily makes his way outside. At the rear of the cottage, he sheds his garments, now dampened by a cold sweat, and pours antiseptic over his back. The wounds, not yet fully healed, are met with the stinging sensation of the antiseptic, akin to countless needles piercing his very marrow. He endures the excruciating pain in silence. Yet, just as he is about to succumb to agony, a sudden tremor shakes his consciousness. Xiao Yuan instinctively curls into a ball, kneeling upon the ground, clutching his head and emitting a sound of deep suffering. The karmic burden. This damned karmic burden invades his mind, seeking to seize his awareness. It manifests at his most vulnerable moments, significantly increasing its chances of success. At this moment, Xiao Yuan's eyes widen, his forehead pressed against the earth, his entire being curled like a shrimp. He yearns to scream, but reason compels him to suppress the impulse. His expression twists in agony as he fiercely battles against the encroaching darkness. At that very instant, a pair of wide eyes observes this harrowing scene. Teacher? As Xiao Yuan regains his composure, a familiar voice resonates from behind him. Turning around, he sees Eula, her face etched with shock and anguish. His back bears numerous scars, both large and small, bruised in shades of purple and blue, adorned with various cuts. Moreover, his waist and front are marred with many wounds. The sight leaves Eula speechless, utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that Xiao Yuan would be so severely injured. Just last night, she had naively believed he had merely sustained a minor cut. After all, as her teacher, she was acutely aware of his formidable prowess. She could never have imagined that such a strong mentor could be brought to this state. So you witnessed it after all. Xiao Yuan slowly rises, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing that smile, Eula's eyes brim with tears. She cannot fathom what merits such sacrifice from Xiao Yuan. She struggles to comprehend what she could possibly offer him that would prompt such actions. She is bewildered as to why her fleeting words hold such significance for him. 2 tears cascade down her cheeks. She stands there, lost and weeping, unsure of what to say or do. Do not cry. It is nothing, merely minor injuries, Xiao Yuan reassures her, tenderly ruffling her hair with a warm smile. Yet, rather than finding solace in his words, Eula's cries intensify. Teacher, why must you do this? Eula does not deserve such treatment. Eula is a sinner, a scion of nobility. Wherever Eula goes, she is met with disdain. Why, teacher? I do not wish for the bone whistle any longer. Let us return it and procure ointment for healing. I implore you, teacher, let us seek treatment in Mondstadt. I do not desire the waves. I only wish for your recovery. Upon hearing Eula's words, Xiao Yuan's face was etched with compassion. He tenderly caressed Eula's short hair and wiped away her tears. Hush now, Eula is not a sinner, regardless of others' opinions, in my eyes. You are not a sinner but my most cherished student, my sole pupil. The bone whistle cannot be returned. It is a gift from me to you, and you must keep it. I am growing old, and one day I shall depart. When you miss me, simply blow the whistle. Moreover, I am strong. This minor injury will soon heal. Do not worry. Be good, do not cry, and do not disturb Amber. I wish for her to remain cheerful, for that is when she is at her most endearing. Eula, hearing this, covered her mouth. While her voice ceased, tears continued to flow unabated. At that moment, Xiao Yuan donned his clothing, wishing to avoid an encounter with Amber. For others, Xiao Yuan always harbored the utmost kindness and understanding. Yet for himself, regardless of the severity of his wounds or the burdens he bore, he remained silent. Eula, remember this, no matter what others say or think. You must remain true to yourself. Your convictions should never waver or be swayed. Whether it is I, your family, or future friends. Any doubts or suggestions they present are merely external opinions. You may listen to them, but retain your own rationality to make choices. Your life should be led by you alone. We are but fleeting visitors in your long journey. For outsiders, no matter how well-intentioned their advice may seem, it is ultimately based on their own perceptions. If their suggestions prove erroneous or lead to failure, they will bear no consequences. The burden of outcomes rests solely upon you. Eula, ponder deeply upon your path, the burdens you carry, your means of survival, and the relentless effort you exert. With that, Xiao Yuan affectionately tousled Eula's hair before stepping into the house. At that moment, Eula's eyes widened, and Xiao Yuan's words echoed endlessly in her mind. My path, my means of survival. What do I bear? My unwavering effort. She repeated Xiao Yuan's words, each syllable resonating within her. The fog in her heart seemed to dissipate gradually, revealing a clear path before her. Her eyes sparkled as she appeared to discover all that belonged to her. I shall seek vengeance. She wiped away the tears from her eyes and resolutely spoke, her gaze brightening with newfound clarity. It was merely the consequence of staying up too late the night before. Now that she had recovered, all was well. She expressed her gratitude to her friends for their concern. Chapter 58. The Fifth Life. Challenging the Knight's Order. Upon understanding these truths, a vision quietly materialized before Eula. A vision? Is this a sign of divine acknowledgement? Gazing upon the vision, Eula's conviction strengthened. She was determined to exact revenge on her family and the people of Mondstadt in her own unique manner. As she stepped into the room, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air. Amber was already awake, diligently scribbling in her adventure journal. Good morning, Eula. Would you care to join me for a morning run? Amber greeted cheerfully upon seeing Eula enter. A morning run? That sounds splendid. Just let me finish writing my journal, and we can go together. Eula replied, and Amber's spirits soared at her acceptance. Running and various competitions were Amber's greatest passions, though deciphering contests were a different matter altogether. Were it not for Amber's current inability to fly, she might have added that to her list of interests, as she was destined to become Mondstadt's flying champion. Do you write in your journal every day? Eula inquired curiously. Not really. I only jot down particularly memorable events, like the first time I met you yesterday, Amber confessed. Intrigued, Eula softly asked, May I take a look? Of course. Why ever not? Amber replied, handing over her freshly penned adventure notes. Today I met a wonderful friend named Eula Lawrence, a student of my grandfather. She is an extraordinarily beautiful and graceful girl. The dance she performed under the moonlight was the most exquisite I have ever witnessed in my life, and she is incredibly strong, capable of training with a great sword for long periods. In comparison, I feel quite feeble. The most astonishing part is that under my grandfather's guidance, Eula's dance seamlessly merges with her swordsmanship. Her attacks resemble a graceful dance, invigorating to behold. She can also produce the sound of crashing waves with a tiny bone-like instrument, and a multitude of different wave sounds at that. It's truly magical. After reading, Eula felt a sense of astonishment. It was the first time she had heard such positive remarks about herself from another. Perhaps it was because Amber was unaware of her background. Eula's expression dimmed slightly, but Amber soon noticed the vision and exclaimed, Eula, you have a vision. Xiao Yuan, who was preparing a meal, paused momentarily and turned to look. Eula held the vision with a gentle smile. Yes, it just appeared. Xiao Yuan lowered his gaze, his face devoid of expression, lost in thought. How remarkable, Eula. At such a tender age, you already possess the vision. Your future must be extraordinary. Amber was filled with excitement. By the time she reaches my age, she too will surely have one. Eula smiled faintly. If only that were true. She scratched her head and then picked up her pen to add another line to her recent adventure notes. She has also acquired a vision. I hear Eula obtained a vision. At this moment, Xiao Yuan approached with breakfast in hand. Yes, Grandpa, Eula is truly remarkable. Amber was even more delighted than Eula. Well, teacher, it is all thanks to your meticulous guidance. However, it is Eula's own excellence that has drawn the gaze of the divine. After finishing breakfast and resting for a while, Eula and Amber decided to compete in a morning run. Ultimately, the cheerful contest concluded with Amber emerging victorious. How can you run so fast when you were younger than I? Eula gasped, breathless. I've been good at running since I was little. Amber puffed out her chest proudly. Since you were little? You are still quite young now. I meant when I was even younger. You've taken the first place this time. I shall remember this grudge. Let us compete again next time. Naturally, Amber was overjoyed to win the race. It must be acknowledged that Amber's speed is indeed impressive. After all, she has always been a little rascal, managing to escape after causing mischief, which has made running her forte. Once they returned home and rested for a while, Eula seized the moment while Amber was in the restroom to speak up. Teacher, I wish to go out for a while and return by evening. Very well, go ahead. Just remember the way home. Xu Yuan waved his hand. Thank you, teacher. With that, Eula resolutely stepped out the door. Amber, having just finished in the restroom, exclaimed excitedly, Eula, let us go out to play soon. Eula has gone out. Eula has gone out? Amber was taken aback. Yes. Why didn't Eula invite me along? Hearing Xu Yuan's response, Amber felt a pang of sadness. She must have her reasons for doing so, Xu Yuan comforted. Well, all right then, Amber accepted cheerfully. Xiaobai, what animal do you like? Let me think. Perhaps rabbits. I adore little bunnies. They are so cute with their long ears. Is that so? Xu Yuan mused softly, a gentle smile gracing his face. Noon. Mondstadt. This place does not welcome the descendants of nobility. You should return. The guard at the entrance of Mondstadt spoke sternly. Isn't Mondstadt known as the City of Freedom? How can it reject even a sinner? Without a shred of tolerance, how can one speak of a free city? Eula retorted with confidence, showing no sign of weakness. Upon hearing this, the man seemed poised to respond, but was halted by another. It matters not, let her enter. For no one shall offer her a warm welcome. Upon hearing this, the man relented. Go on in, he muttered with indignation. I shall remember this grievance. As he brushed past the man, Eula spoke coldly. Humph. Holding on to grudges, she truly believes herself to be of noble descent. Before Eula could distance herself, the man scoffed disdainfully, his tone unyielding, as though directed solely at her. Yet, these words did not waver Eula's resolve. As she stepped into Mondstadt, countless peculiar gazes were cast upon her. What audacity she possesses to enter Mondstadt. Is it not enough that her kind has already wreaked havoc upon us? Look at her expression, still bearing the airs of a former noble, as if she holds anyone in contempt. There is not a single good apple among these nobles. They should keep their distance from her and not become tainted by her lineage. If I were a descendant of nobility, I would have long sought refuge in the depths of the mountains. How dare she show her face in Mondstadt? It is utterly revolting. The familiar voices echoed once more in Eula's ears. This time, however, she remained unperturbed by their judgments. She was resolute in her purpose and path, discerning which words to heed and which to disregard. Before long, Eula arrived at the entrance of the Knights of Favonius. I, a descendant of sinners, Eula Lawrence, hereby challenge the Knights. Chapter 59. The Fifth Generation, Challenge to Acting Grandmaster Jean. Eula's declaration immediately drew the attention of all present, including the Knights, who stared in astonishment. A cacophony of whispers erupted around her, curiosity piqued as they gathered to witness this spectacle. They were eager to see what qualifications this inexperienced noble scion possessed to challenge the Order of Mondstadt. Soon, chaos ensued within the Knights, as members rushed out to investigate. Among them was Jean, the acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius. I recognize you, acting Grandmaster Jean of the Knights. I challenge you, Eula proclaimed, brandishing her great sword towards Jean. In that moment, the crowd fell silent, taken aback. Uft. Ha ha ha. Has this noble lost her mind? Does she truly believe she can challenge Grandmaster Jean? Clearly, the intricacies of noble thinking eluded them. She can't possibly still think of herself as a former noble, dictating to others as she pleases. It seems this girl has yet to adapt to her new circumstances. This should be entertaining. I look forward to witnessing her defeat. The disdain for nobles ran deep within the hearts of Mondstadt's citizens. Even the knights struggled to suppress their amusement, though they maintained decorum, understanding the seriousness of the situation. What compels you to challenge me? Jean inquired, her demeanor serious, devoid of any inclination to laugh at Eula's boldness. In her gaze, she discerned an unwavering seriousness and a resolute spirit from Eula. It became evident that Eula was not jesting. She was genuinely intent on challenging her. You need not inquire further. Simply respond with your acceptance or refusal. I refuse to partake in battles devoid of purpose. Grant me a reason. Eula pondered for a moment. If I emerge victorious, I shall become the acting leader of the Knights of Favonius. Should I fail, you may dispose of me as you wish. Eula held firm in her belief that the swordsmanship taught by Master Xu Yuan, combined with the unique techniques birthed from the rite of dance, would be formidable. She had faith in her own prowess. Very well, I accept your challenge. Jean replied, meeting her gaze with earnest resolve. Subsequently, the onlookers parted, creating a space for their duel. Eula, wielding her great sword, launched herself towards Jean with her distinctive combat style. This unusual method of attack momentarily bewildered Jean, leaving her unprepared and scrambling for a response. Eula seized the opportunity, pressing the attack relentlessly and, for a time, gained the upper hand, suppressing Jean. Could this truly be happening? Was Captain Jean intentionally holding back? Why did it feel as though she was being overwhelmed? Captain Jean could not afford to relent. Stay strong. Yet, Eula's noble attacks were indeed fierce, resembling a dance, a peculiar swordplay. What you say is true. I have never witnessed anyone wielding a great sword with such grace. The spectators were astounded by Eula's dominance over Captain Jean. As Jean acclimated to Eula's assault, she gradually regained her rhythm, and their exchanges escalated into a fervent clash. Neither could inflict harm upon the other, nor could either breach the other's defenses. However, Eula's youth rendered her mindset somewhat unstable. The more she yearned to vanquish Jean, the more prone she became to mistakes. In her haste, her attacks began to falter. Seizing a fleeting opening, Jean executed a swift counter, her blade resting against Eula's throat in an instant. The speed was such that the spectators scarcely registered the shift. Just a moment prior, they were evenly matched, and in the next, the outcome was determined. Eula gazed at the gleaming blade, her spirit dimming considerably. I concede. Do as you will. She sheathed her great sword, openly acknowledging her defeat. Jean, in turn, retracted her weapon. Your name is Eula Lawrence, is it not? Jean confirmed with a knowing tone. Indeed. Very well. My decree for you is. Eula lowered her head, clenching her fists, seemingly bracing for the unknown dread that loomed. Join the Knights of Favonius, Jean said with a gentle smile. At this pronouncement, all present were rendered speechless. The surroundings fell silent, as if the very air had solidified. Eula was stunned. The members of the Knights were astonished, and the onlookers from Mondstadt were utterly taken aback. What? A deafening chorus of questions erupted around her. Eula's trembling gaze gradually lifted, and she found herself met with the gentle smile of the acting grandmaster, Jean. Why? She inquired. I acknowledge your prowess. You initiated the challenge. And after your defeat, you boldly admitted your loss. I believe you to be a person of integrity. The Knights of Favonius do not concern themselves with your past. They care only about your character. As long as you are powerful and possess a just heart, we will not turn you away. Come, join the Knights of Favonius. Jean extended her right hand amicably. Upon seeing Jean's hand, a warm current surged within Eula. She had thought that aside from her mentor, who accepted her despite knowing her lineage, there would be no one else willing to do so. To her surprise, she encountered a second such individual today. Am I hearing this correctly? The acting grandmaster is a descendant of nobility, a lineage that once wrought devastation upon Mondstadt. How could she possibly be allowed to join the Knights of Favonius? Indeed, she bore the blood of a sinner. While the Knights of Favonius exist to uphold order in Mondstadt, how could they accept such a sinner into their ranks? We do not support this. She cannot join the Knights of Favonius. She will become an insider, stealing our secrets to relay to the nobility. Soon, the crowd began to voice their protests one by one. Eula felt a deepening heaviness in her heart. At that moment, however, Jean stepped forward. All gazes converged upon her. People of Mondstadt, please trust my decision. She refrained from offering any explanations, knowing well the profound bias the citizens harbored against nobility, an issue that could not be quickly resolved, even by her. Thus, she chose to assert her identity to quell the crowd. Upon hearing her words, silence fell over the assembly. The acting grandmaster held considerable weight in the hearts of Mondstadt's people. With her endorsement, the dissenters ceased their outcry. Though they harbored disdain for the nobility, they could not disregard Jean's authority. Once the clamor subsided, Jean turned once more to Eula, extending her right hand a second time, inviting her. What do you say? Will you join us? Eula hesitated for a moment, then grasped Jean's hand. Then I shall heed your call. I'll infiltrate the Knights, become their insider. And once I have acquired their secrets, I will seek my vengeance. Chapter 60, The Fifth Life. Fortunate to encounter a student like you, the notion of a noble joining the Knights of Favonius was a scenario the crowd had never envisioned. Not only were the citizens of Mondstadt taken aback, but even the members of the Knights were momentarily stunned. Yet, Jean smiled nonchalantly. You are welcome to seek your revenge at any time. I have one more request. Eula spoke again. What is it? Jean inquired. I would like to request an advance of 1 month's mora. The acting grandmaster paused, momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow slightly. She certainly had the authority to advance a month's worth of mora to Eula, yet the predicament lay in the fact that Eula was currently under scrutiny. It was already a delicate matter to allow her entry into the Knights of Favonius. To grant an advance to Eula, who had yet to join the order, would likely provoke a flurry of gossip. After all, public opinion can be a formidable adversary. Should rumors surface suggesting that the knights were colluding with the nobility to restore their former dominance, the entire city of Mondstadt could find itself in peril. With external threats already looming, an internal crisis would be exceedingly troublesome. As the acting leader, she had to prioritize the greater good. Although she had faith in Eula, the chorus of dissent was hard to quell. Why? She inquired tentatively. My teacher is unwell and requires medicine, Eula replied, not one to be brusque, yet inherently astute. She recognized that her request might be difficult to accept, but to beat around the bush would only complicate matters for Jean. Thus, she opted for honesty. Very well. Let us proceed inside and discuss this, Jean said, visibly relieved upon learning that it was for a medicinal purpose, as the knights could indeed assist in that regard. Subsequently, Eula accompanied Jean and the others into the inner sanctum of the knights, whereupon explaining her intent and situation, Jean promptly directed Eula to retrieve the medicine. Eula had ventured to Mondstadt that day solely to procure medicine for her teacher. She understood that the bone whistle was exorbitantly priced, for otherwise, her teacher's formidable strength would not have led to such a dire injury. Initially, Eula had intended to assert her prowess to compel the knights to yield. However, she was taken aback by Jean's formidable strength. What surprised her further was that even in defeat, Jean extended an invitation for her to join the knights. Should you ever feel unwelcome, you are always welcome to return, Jean stated. Do not presume that kindness will deter my desire for vengeance, Eula retorted, a hint of pride in her tone. I would gladly welcome that, Jean replied with a gentle smile, finding Eula's demeanor rather endearing. I certainly shall, Eula affirmed, as she took her leave with a substantial supply of healing ointments. As she made her way back, many citizens of Mondstadt cast sidelong glances and whispered among themselves, their gazes still rife with hostility and disdain. Eula paid them no mind, striding confidently out of Mondstadt. Teacher, I have returned, Eula announced upon arriving home. Now in the evening. Eula, where have you been? You didn't even invite me. Amber exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Eula, her straightforward nature evident in her slightly sulky expression. With a smile, Eula clasped her hands in apology. I'm sorry, Amber. I had some matters to attend to in Mondstadt today. Oh, you went to Mondstadt. Next time. You must take me with you. I want to visit Mondstadt too, Amber exclaimed eagerly. Amber was quite familiar with Mondstadt, having grown up there since childhood. Oh, wonderful, Eula replied with enthusiasm. Are you heading to Mondstadt? Xiao Yuan asked, neither hurried nor slow. Yes, teacher. I have also joined the Knights of Favonius, she said, a hint of pride in her voice. I see. Xiao Yuan paused for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. If I'm not mistaken, it was Jean who invited you, wasn't it? Indeed, Jean is quite a remarkable individual. She is discerning in matters of personal and professional conduct, recognizes my abilities, and extended an invitation for me to join the Knights. I plan to repay her kindness with a defeat that is not too disgraceful when the time comes. Upon hearing Eula's words, Amber's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. She had never anticipated that Eula would join the same Knights of Favonius as her grandfather on her very first day in Mondstadt. Eula? Amber asked, still somewhat incredulous. Did you really join the Knights of Favonius? Indeed, Eula responded with a gentle smile. Can I accompany you to the Knights tomorrow? Amber's excitement was palpable. She could hardly contain her eagerness to visit Mondstadt with Eula the following day. Of course, Eula replied, knowing that Amber would eventually discover her noble lineage, making it increasingly difficult to keep it a secret. Hooray! Amber exclaimed joyfully. As night fell, they proceeded to the beach for their training as usual. During Eula's rest period, she would blow the bone whistle or perform the ceremonial dance. However, this time, as Eula produced a sound reminiscent of crashing waves, Xiao Yuan felt a familiar aura. This made him furrow his brow slightly, for the essence was elusive and difficult to grasp, even for him. It resembled a mirage, leading him to question whether it was the result of karmic retribution. After completing their practice for the day, he returned home and went to bed early. However, Amber was the only one who truly fell asleep. Once Amber was sound asleep, Eula quietly got up and approached Xiao Yuan's bedside. Teacher, are you awake? She asked cautiously. Xiao Yuan slowly opened his eyes and inquired, "What is it, Eula?" "I brought back some ointment for treating wounds from the Knights of Favonius." "I see. Thank you, Eula. But I can manage on my own." "Teacher, you cannot reach the wounds on your back. Let me help you." After some contemplation, Xiao Yuan acquiesced. Removing his clothing and lying down on the bed, Eula felt a pang of distress upon seeing the scars that marred Xiao Yuan's back. "Eula, just do your best with what you can manage. That's sufficient. There's no need to overthink it," he reminded her, aware of the turmoil in her heart. Her distress stemmed from her feelings of inadequacy in being unable to assist him more. Her current contribution to Xiao Yuan is limited to providing him with these medicines, which leaves her feeling a sense of inadequacy. Eula applies the medicine with a gentle touch, ensuring that Xiao Yuan experiences minimal discomfort. Once the application is complete, Xiao Yuan sits up, a tender smile gracing his face. "Eula, do you know what I desire most?" he inquires. "What is it?" Eula asks, somewhat bewildered. "It is for you and Xiaobai to find your own paths and to tread them with unwavering resolve. Along the way, there will be a blend of sweet and sour experiences, as well as both setbacks and triumphs. Those are the hallmarks of your own lives. When you look back in your old age, may you see a trail of graceful footprints behind you, living a life without regrets, free as a breeze." A teacher embodies such a spirit. Though uncertain of the correctness of this path, I have found joy in my life, and I hope you both can experience the same happiness throughout your lives. Therefore, do not dwell on my wounds. They are the choices I have made, and I harbor no regrets, only gratitude for having encountered students like you. The next day dawned. "Teacher, we are setting off," they announced. "Grandfather, wait for our return." Xiao Yuan watched as the two departed for Mondstadt. Eula, reflecting on Xiao Yuan's words from the previous night, seemed to experience a significant transformation in her mindset. Although she still felt pain for her teacher's injuries, she no longer held on to feelings of guilt. Eula had long regretted expressing her fondness for the sound of the waves. But after hearing Xiao Yuan's insights, she gained clarity, and her guilt dissipated. If she continued to harbor guilt over what Xiao Yuan had done, it would only lead to her own melancholy, causing Xiao Yuan to question the validity of his actions. In that case, the significance of the bone whistle would be lost. Essentially, Xiao Yuan gifted Eula the bone whistle in hopes that she would cherish it and be able to summon the sound of the waves whenever she pleased. If she persisted in her inner turmoil, the whistle's meaning would transform into a burden, an encumbrance for both parties. As she watched them grow distant, Xiao Yuan set off toward the beach. He aimed to investigate the mysterious aura he sensed the previous night. If all went as expected, it might very well be the key to his next reincarnation. Each conclusion was clearly mapped out by the system. Yet Xiao Yuan found himself unable to refuse the paths laid before him. The system understood him deeply, recognizing that he would bear the pain himself while offering hope to others. Thus, he would not reject the system's arrangements. It was akin to knowing that the path led to despair, yet willingly stepping onto it nonetheless. After traversing a stretch of land, he arrived at the beach, where he sat cross-legged upon a boulder, listening to the sound of the waves, entering a meditative state as he meticulously searched for that elusive essence. However, 2 whole hours elapsed, yet Xiao Yuan found no trace of sensation. Could it truly be an illusion? Xiao Yuan murmured softly. After attempting for a while longer and confirming the absence of any breath, he finally departed. Meanwhile, within Mondstadt, Amber stood defiantly before Eula, confronting those who dared to speak ill of her. Eula widened her eyes, incredulous as she gazed at Amber, who soon broke into a smile. "How foolish of me. Amber is the granddaughter of our teacher. What was I so worried about? Growing up alongside someone like our teacher, how could she possibly share the prejudices of those around her?" The thought made Eula's eyes slightly redden. This was the first time someone had stood up for her. Previously, she had been anxious that Amber, upon learning of her lineage, would shun her like others, or perhaps even worse. When she arrived in Mondstadt with Amber that day, she had braced herself for such an outcome. Yet, to her surprise, Amber had boldly confronted that group. "Amber, I'm doing this for your own good. You're so clever and sensible. Don't associate with a descendant of nobility. She will lead you astray." Indeed, Amber, come here to your uncle. Keep your distance from that sinner. Amber, we have watched you grow up since childhood. We would never harm you. Trust us." Seeing Amber in such a predicament, the onlookers felt a twinge of sympathy and continued to persuade her. Nevertheless, Amber remained steadfast, her expression resolute as she shielded Eula. "Eula is a good person. She would never harm me. Please, stop speaking ill of her, or I will be very upset," Amber retorted, hands on her hips, visibly agitated. The crowd, witnessing Amber's adorable defiance, exchanged glances and then turned to Eula. All right, Amber, do not be angry. Let me treat you to a sweet date." An elderly woman, gray-haired yet sprightly, stepped forward to mediate. "Grandma Lin, may I also get one for Eula?" Amber inquired sweetly upon seeing the green date. "Certainly, come and take one," she replied with a warm smile. "Yay, I love you, Grandma Lin," Amber exclaimed joyfully, bouncing over to kiss the elderly woman before selecting a large sweet date for Eula. "Oh, you dear child," Grandma Lin chuckled, her wrinkled face radiating kindness and warmth. Seeing the sweet date Amber offered, Eula was momentarily taken aback. Gradually, she accepted it, expressing her gratitude with the utmost courtesy. "Thank you." "Oh, it's nothing. You both have matters to attend to. Please go ahead," Grandma Lin said kindly. Following this, Eula and Amber made their way out towards the knight's headquarters. Once they had distanced themselves, the nearby citizens of Mondstadt gathered together. "Grandma Lin, that fellow is a descendant of nobility. I recall how severely you were oppressed by the Lawrence family back in the day. Indeed, how could you offer her fruit? Have you forgotten how the Lawrence clan treated you?" Everyone regarded Grandma Lin, whose face bore a kind expression, with shock and disbelief. "She is merely a child," Grandma Lin remarked, stooping as she entered the shop. The crowd exchanged glances, pondering in silence. Eula and Amber were welcomed warmly upon their arrival at the knight's order. Amber took the lead, showing Eula around, as she was quite familiar with the establishment, even assisting Eula in organizing her dormitory. Although Eula had mentioned her intention to return home, Acting Grandmaster Jean suggested it would be prudent to have a room prepared in case of emergencies. To outsiders, Eula appeared to be an elder sister cared for by her younger sibling. On her first day, Eula was not assigned any tasks, but rather spent her time understanding various matters and the duties distributed across different departments of the Knights. It was not until the following day that she officially commenced her responsibilities. As dusk fell, Eula and Amber returned, and Xu Yuan had already prepared dinner, well aware of the Knights' usual closing hours. After their meal, they ventured back to the beach. This time, Xu Yuan did not hasten to have Eula practice her swordsmanship, but instead encouraged her to blow the bone whistle. He suspected that the sound of the waves produced by the whistle might attract a certain creature. However, as Eula played the most tempestuous segment of the music, that familiar presence re-emerged. In that moment, he meditated, carefully attuning himself to the atmosphere. The instant he grasped the essence, his eyes widened, and his brows knitted into a frown. He had indeed sensed the presence, albeit faintly, but one thing was certain: it was the aura of a demon god. The exact location remained unknown to Xu Yuan, yet he recognized that the essence was weak and required intense focus to discern. Any distraction would cause it to dissipate instantly. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Eula noticed a change in Xu Yuan's demeanor. "It's nothing, just some thoughts. Let us continue training," he replied, regaining his composure with a gentle smile, and proceeded to draw out the jet-black demon sword to spar with Eula. Amber stood nearby, cheering them on with delight. After an intense session, Xu Yuan provided Eula with feedback on areas for improvement. He dedicated nearly every day to imparting lessons to her, and naturally, Eula's growth was astonishing, for she possessed exceptional talent. After the training concluded and upon returning home, Ru Yuan waited until Amber fell asleep before tending to his wounds as usual. The next day, Amber and Eula set off for Mondstadt, while Ru Yuan ventured to a hilichurl camp, where he earned a considerable amount of mora to purchase several spools of thread before returning home to begin sewing. As night descended, he continued his routine by the seaside, practicing swordsmanship, dancing, and playing the bone whistle. This continued for about a week, during which Ru Yuan distinctly sensed the growing intensity of a certain aura. He began to comprehend the situation. The arrival of the Archon was likely aligned with the nearing completion of his task. His mission was to gain the acceptance of Eula by the people of Mondstadt, which meant that during this period, the prejudice against Eula in the hearts of the Mondstadt citizens was gradually diminishing, thus intensifying the aura of the Archon's revival. During this time, Ru Yuan's injuries had healed significantly. Months passed, and the aura of the Archon had grown so potent that he could sense it without needing the bone whistle. Strangely, it seemed that no one else could perceive this aura apart from him. He had visited Mondstadt to seek out Barbados, only to find that the deity exhibited no reaction whatsoever. It appeared to be a unique return gift arranged exclusively by the system for him. One early morning, Ru Yuan opened his eyes and cautiously rose. It was time. Seeing Eula and Amber sleeping soundly, a gentle smile graced his face. He retrieved the knight's emblem, which he had not worn in a long time, dusted it off, and placed it in his pocket. He then made his way to Mondstadt, stealthily infiltrating the Knights of Favonius to leave behind his knight's emblem before departing. The Archon was not located in Mondstadt. Rather, it resided in his homeland, Liyue. Under the cunning moonlight, he traversed through mountains and dense forests, walking for a considerable time before finally reaching his destination. Liyue Harbor remained unchanged, Liyue's most prosperous area. Yet, instead of the usual bustling crowd, it was now teeming with malevolent spirits. They seemed to revel in the imminent revival of the Archon, casting a dark pall over the entire dock. Shao, noticing the multitude of malevolent spirits, had likely been detained by the ones in the forest. Alternatively, this area might be shrouded by a special barrier, preventing the Adepti from sensing their presence. Ru Yuan was unaware of the specifics. All he knew was that the Archon would manifest here, the vortex demon, or say, suppressed beneath the sea by the Geo-Archon spear. In the original narrative, the 11th Fatui Harbinger, Pierrot, upon realizing he had been toyed with by the Geo-Archon, temporarily unsealed the power of the spear using the might of numerous forbidden talismans, releasing the demon Orsay. However, given Ru Yuan's current circumstances, it seemed that this entity was on the verge of breaking free from its constraints. Upon sensing the arrival of the unexpected guest, Xiao Yuan, the malevolent entities surged forward without hesitation, intent on attacking him. Armed with a sharp blade, Xiao Yuan dispatched them one by one. Despite his advanced age, he handled these minor nuisances with ease. At this moment, the ocean began to churn violently, resembling a boiling cauldron, as colossal waves crashed powerfully in all directions. Vessels of various sizes were tossed about mercilessly by these tumultuous waters. Come forth, Eula. Do you truly wish to witness your teacher confront such a multitude of evil? Teacher, are you aware of this? Eula, wielding a great sword, inquired with a hint of confusion after dispatching the malevolence behind Xiao Yuan. Do not underestimate the reconnaissance knights, Xiao Yuan thought, recognizing Eula's keen intellect. Earlier that night, when she had blown the bone whistle, Eula had already been vigilant while Xiao Yuan sensed the presence of the foes. She understood that her teacher preferred to address matters silently, much like when he had purchased the bone whistle without a word. Consequently, Eula remained particularly observant of Xiao Yuan. When Xiao Yuan had moved the cabinet that evening, Eula had already awakened and followed closely behind him. Teacher, why are there so many malevolent entities here? Eula questioned, perplexed, feeling that she had never encountered such a multitude in her life. They surrounded the area, awaiting the revival of their king. Their king? Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, an unsettling feeling crept over Eula, yet before she could articulate her thoughts, her pupils dilated in shock. Her eyes reflected a colossal blue serpent stretching up to the heavens. This sight left her momentarily speechless. The vortex demon god, or Sai, Xiao Yuan murmured, gazing at the solitary serpent. He understood that this creature had not yet fully broken free from its bindings. The complete form of the vortex demon god was far more than just a serpent. Demon god, Eula exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Boom. A second serpent surged forth from the depths of the sea. The ocean roared with frenzied motion. While the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, the aura of the demon god intensifying once more. That entity, situated in the sea's heart, was beyond the reach of close-range attacks. In the original narrative, it could only be struck using the return mechanism. Xiao Yuan's sole means of long-range assault was the malevolent power bestowed by the newly acquired Demon Slayer's sword. As this realization dawned on him, Xiao Yuan's expression grew grave. Boom. A third serpent erupted from the depths of the ocean. The void itself was marred by enormous fissures. Crack, crack, bang, with a sound akin to shattering glass. Something within the void seemed to explode entirely. In that moment, the people of Liyue appeared to awaken from their stupor. What is that? The demon god. It is the aura of the demon god. The demon god has awakened. What has suddenly transpired? The entirety of Liyue has descended into utter chaos. The celestial beings guarding Liyue have flocked to the dock where Xu Yuan resides. Given the circumstances, the shattered entity in the void must have been the barrier that severed our connection. Chapter 63. The Fifth Life. Do you trust me? Who are you? The celestial beings, upon noticing Xu Yuan and Eula, who had arrived before them, were instantly filled with trepidation. They arrived even before these divine beings, and judging by the situation, it appeared that Xu Yuan and Yula had been waiting here for quite some time. They were now gravely suspecting that Xu Yuan might be affiliated with the Harbingers, merely a Liyue person forgotten by the world. Xu Yuan turned to face the multitude of celestial beings, speaking slowly and deliberately. A Liuan? Ningguang squinted her eyes. In Liyue, she had never encountered an individual like Xu Yuan. I was once the leader of a mercenary group from Liyue Harbor. During a transport mission, our convoy was violently ambushed by a horde of magical beasts, and I was the sole survivor, rescued by a physician of the Knights of Favonius. I, too ashamed to return to Liyue, joined the Knights to repay my debt of gratitude. Since then, I have established a life in Mondstadt. You may call me a traitor, and it would not trouble me in the least. In any case, rather than dwell on my identity, it would be prudent for you to consider how to deal with that formidable creature. With that, Xu Yuan's gaze shifted back toward the demon god. Upon hearing this, Ningguang seemed to recall something. In my youth, I heard tales of a caravan that traversed the continent, besieged by magical beasts, with all perishing except one. That would be me, Xu Yuan said with a faint smile. Boom. Another resounding explosion echoed, and 3 serpentine forms emerged from the sea, writhing in the void, seemingly ecstatic at the prospect of imminent freedom. Witnessing this spectacle, the celestial beings could no longer afford to regard Xu Yuan's identity. All their attention shifted toward the demon god. Prepare the return device. One celestial being commanded urgently. It is too late. Have you not noticed how rapidly his aura is escalating? Xu Yuan replied gravely. The celestial beings, as if awakened to a realization, detected the vortex demon god's aura surging at an alarming rate. They understood that this creature would soon break free from its confinement and return to the mortal realm. All the celestial beings furrowed their brows, and Yula clenched her bone whistle anxiously. Only Xu Yuan remained at ease. If you trust me, allow me to handle this. As everyone contemplated their next course of action, all eyes once again converged upon Xu Yuan. Mortal, do you comprehend what you are suggesting? This is no mere game. The power of a demon god is beyond the imagination of any mortal. It would be prudent for you to seek refuge, for the demon lord is likely to return to the mortal realm. All the immortals doubt Xu Yuan, yet only Xiao remains silent, and Xu Yuan's gaze is fixed upon him. Do you believe me? As he gazes into Xu Yuan's eyes, a peculiar sense of trust wells up within Xiao. He feels an inexplicable faith in the words of this mortal. Despite knowing how absurd the claims truly are, that demon lord, not only can mere mortals not contend with him, but even all the immortals combined would struggle. After all, Osair is one of the few demons who cannot be slain, only sealed, and ranks among the upper echelons of demonic power. If the immortals are helpless against him, how could a mere mortal dare to utter such fantastical statements? The crucial point is that Xiao believes him. Seeing Zhao's prolonged silence, the other immortals begin to feel bewildered. Xiao, you cannot truly believe this mortal's words, can you? Observing the seriousness in Zhao's gaze, the other immortals' hearts sink. Surely, you don't actually trust what this mortal has said. Xiao is torn within himself. Clearly, reason tells him that Xu Yuan's words are nothing but nonsense. Yet, an inner voice urges him to believe. He slightly raises his head, finding Xu Yuan still smiling gently at him, his eyes brimming with trust. Before Xiao can speak, Xu Yuan slowly approaches. I have already seen the answer in your eyes, he says, smiling tenderly as he extends his left hand. Xiao, lend me your karma. Xiao is momentarily taken aback, and even the other immortals are left in a state of confusion. They cannot fathom what this mortal is attempting, nor comprehend the meaning behind his words. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes, and they witness the serpent's form rising to 4 heads above the sea. The power of the vortex demon has reached an exceedingly terrifying level. The speed of this escalation leaves them no time to mount any resistance. There is no longer time to linger here. Quickly, evacuate the populace and direct them to flee as far as possible. Except for Xiao, the other immortals understand that they can no longer resist the demon lord. They scatter in all directions, rushing to disperse the mortals of Liyue, saving as many as they can, rather than engaging in riddles with Xu Yuan. What do you mean? Xiao asks, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, dark purple streams begin to swirl around the sinister blade in Xu Yuan's right hand, resembling 2 serpents flowing from his arm into the weapon. The power of malevolence. Xiao gasps, suddenly looking up in shock. You can wield the power of malevolence. Indeed, but alas, The karma I bear is insufficient to pose a threat to that demon lord. However, if you were to lend me the burdens of your millennium-old karma." Xu Yuan paused, casting a glance back, and beheld the vortex demon god excitedly thrashing its form in the heart of the sea. Even for a demon god, the ensuing challenge would be formidable. Observing Xu Yuan's left hand suspended in the air, Xiao appeared somewhat taken aback. He could not comprehend why a mere mortal possessed the capability to wield such malevolent power. From Xu Yuan, he sensed no trace of a demonic presence. He was simply an ordinary human. Indeed, as you have articulated, even a demon god would find it arduous to withstand the burdens of 1,000 years. Yet have you ever contemplated what the consequences would be for a mortal like yourself to unleash such a strike? Death and annihilation, Xu Yuan replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Eula was momentarily stunned. Much of what had preceded was beyond her comprehension, but this statement resonated clearly. "No, teacher, you cannot do this. I have yet to exact my revenge on you." She clung to Xu Yuan, desperate to prevent him from undertaking such an act. "You understand, yet you still." Hearing Xu Yuan's response, Xiao found it hard to believe. Xu Yuan tousled Eula's short hair and said, "Some things must be done by someone." Chapter 64. In the Fifth Life. This sword converges the karma of 1,000 years. "No, I do not want you to leave, teacher. You have yet to witness my ascendance as captain, nor have you seen Amber become a scout knight. Teacher, please, do not do this. Let us return home, to our home. If you leave, Amber will be heartbroken. She will weep for you. The people of Mondstadt are gradually accepting me, and it is your teachings that have instilled in me the faith to pursue my own path. Eula has now forged her own way. Teacher, accompany Eula back to Mondstadt for a visit." Eula clung tightly to Xu Yuan, weeping inconsolably. She understood fully well what would transpire once Xu Yuan departed. She was all too aware. Liyue would suffer immense devastation, and Mondstadt would plunge into chaos. She comprehended all of this, yet humans are inherently selfish. She did not wish for her teacher to undertake such a noble endeavor. She merely desired for him to impart a little more knowledge, or even to simply accompany her for one more day. In her heart, Xu Yuan represented more than just a teacher. He resembled a parent, allowing her to truly experience the essence of home and guiding her to discover her own path. "Eula, this is the final lesson. After my departure, learn how to let go. Please take good care of Xiao in my absence. Tell her, grandfather died with great valor." With that, Xu Yuan once again extended his left hand toward Xiao. Understanding that to thwart the demon god, hope must be entrusted to Xu Yuan, Xiao slowly grasped his hand. In an instant, countless streams of violet fluid erupted from Xiao, surging into Xu Yuan's body at an extraordinary velocity, and were subsequently channeled into the demon slayer, sword by Xu Yuan. The formidable impact propelled Eula away, tears streaming down her face as she immediately lunged forward, grasping their hands with all her might, desperate to pry them apart. "Teacher, please don't send us home. Eula will blow you a whistle. Eula will dance for you. Recently, I've even learned to prepare a new dish that I haven't had the chance to cook for you yet. Please, don't leave, I beg you. Let go. We want to go home. Without you, my home ceases to exist. I plead with you. Teacher, Eula cannot bear the thought of being without a home. Eula and Amber need a home." Xiao Yuan held on to Zhao's hand with a fierce grip, refusing to allow Eula to separate them. A torrent of malevolent energy surged into his body, piercing through his mind with excruciating pain. Yet, even in such agony, he forced out an ugly, distorted smile. "Wherever there are waves, there is home. Xiaobai, I have also left a home for her." He was in unbearable torment, each second stretching into an eternity. The weight of a millennium's worth of karma was enough to drive any mortal to the brink of insanity, transforming them into a mere machine of slaughter. Even though this dark energy only briefly lingered within Xiao Yuan's being, it still inflicted immense suffering upon him. Witnessing his plight, Xiao furrowed his brow in confusion. He could not comprehend how this mortal could endure such trials. Even among celestial beings, few could embody the virtue of self-sacrifice. After a prolonged 5 minutes of focus, the magic blade in Xiao Yuan's right hand had transformed into a deep purple hue, radiating an ominous glow, imbued with an overwhelmingly terrifying malevolence. "Once, I too was a Liyue citizen. Allow this traitor to make a final contribution to Liyue." With these words, his face contorted in a grimace, he wielded his blade. This strike gathered the weight of 1,000 years of karma. "If you have the courage, then dare to face what comes next." He stomped the ground with force. creating a deep pit as he widened his eyes, channeling all his strength into his hands. Demon Slash. As the moment arrived when Xiao Yuan unleashed his blade, a black-purple arc of energy surged forth, carrying with it an unfathomable power. The blade's aura cleaved through the void, rending clouds asunder and parting the seas, making way for itself through any substance it encountered. One could faintly discern the countless malevolent spirits writhing within the energy, resembling tormented specters. At that instant, the entirety of Liyue, no, the whole continent of Teyvat, bore witness to this spectacle. Those closest to the strike in Liyue Harbor stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, the ecstatic vortex of the demonic god suddenly sensed something amiss. As the blade's energy drew near, its jubilant form in the ocean came to an abrupt halt, paralyzed in place. In an instant, it recoiled in terror, retreating into the depths of the sea. Just before the blade's energy made contact, all four serpentine bodies withdrew in unison. Observing this turn of events, Xiao Yuan merely smiled lightly. Even a demon god would hesitate to receive such a blow. As the words left her lips, Xiao Yuan's form began to disintegrate, transforming into countless particles that gradually dispersed. Gazing at Xiao Yuan's final smile, she reminisced about the past. If you desire, this place could become your home. Ula, look at the treasure I have brought you. What is this? This is a bone whistle, a gift for you. Ula, would you like to try combining the West Wind swordsmanship I taught you with your ceremonial dance? If one were to invest in something, reaping rewards far exceeding the effort would be an irresistible proposition. Yet, Ula did not bring any tangible benefits to her teacher. Silly child, how could a teacher profit from their student? Your ability to live freely and joyfully in this world is the greatest reward for me. Be good, Ula. You are not a sinner. Regardless of what others may think, you are, in my eyes, the finest student and my only pupil. The bone whistle is non-negotiable. It is a gift from your teacher. You must keep it. As I grow older, there will come a day when I must depart, and when you think of me, blow the whistle. Ula, do you know what I desire most? What is it? It is for you and Amber to find your own paths and walk them resolutely. Do not dwell on my wounds. These are choices I have made without a shred of regret, but rather with gratitude. I am fortunate to have encountered a student like you. Ula, this is our final lesson. A token of appreciation would be welcome. My recent earnings have plummeted drastically, and I am nearing my limit. As this is fan fiction, the reading revenue is significantly less than others, with most earnings stemming from tips. Without them, I may find myself in dire straits. Chapter 65. The Fifth Life. The hero of Liyue. This magnificent slash caused the entire continent of Teyvat to tremble. Even the mighty ancient demon gods dared not confront it directly, retreating back into the depths of the sea that sealed them away. The people of Liyue stood frozen in place, as a radiant sunrise slowly ascended from the horizon, bathing the land in golden light, adorning every individual in a shimmering cloak. Is the demon god dead? Are we saved? Who delivered that devastating strike? Clearly, the crowd had yet to grasp the reality of the situation. They were momentarily stunned. The overwhelming panic abruptly halted, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief, as though caught in a dream. It was a Liyue resident long forgotten by the world. Indeed, the hero of Liyue. At this moment, Ningguang, standing among the crowd, cast a somber glance towards Ula in the distance. Even mortals can drive away demon gods, murmured Keqing, who was directing the crowd. Not good, said Chi-Chi, gazing towards the harbor with discomfort. What is the matter, Chi-Chi? Baizhu inquired with concern upon noticing her distress. Chi-Chi seems to have forgotten something of great significance. What could it be? Is it recorded in her notebook? She does not know, but she is certain it is of utmost importance, even more so than coconut milk. The notebook contains no records. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Baizhu felt a flicker of confusion. He had never witnessed Chi-Chi in such a state. She had never experienced headaches before. Why, then, does she suddenly suffer from one today? This remains a mystery to him. Perhaps it is possible that she simply forgot to write it down. It should not have slipped her mind, yet Chi-Chi cannot recall this vital matter. As she gazes at the gradually rising sun, her eyes begin to redden, and tears start to swirl within them. At the Wangxing funeral parlor, Hu Tao unexpectedly recalls a line. Red sleeves, yellow wine, two orioles singing amidst the green willows. Why has the head of the parlor suddenly thought of this? Hu Tao seems to recite it uncontrollably, and she herself is taken aback. She looks towards the horizon where the sun slowly ascends, feeling a slight itch on her cheeks. When she reaches to touch her face, she pauses in surprise. Tears. Is the head of the parlor crying? Why? As she wipes her tears, she mutters, "What is this? Today feels so strange. Why am I crying? Why do I feel such sorrow?" She does not understand, only finding that the more she wipes, the more tears flow. Luckily, Mr. Zhongli is not present at the Wangxing funeral parlor. Had he seen her in such a state, he would surely have laughed at her. In the distant Juyin karst, a stunning white-haired woman stands at the entrance of a cave on a cliff, gazing towards Liyue. Why does my heart feel so restless? Has the seal weakened? She gently caresses the red cord on her attire, feeling a suffocating heaviness within her, as though it threatens to stifle her. What is this? Tears. Why am I shedding tears? Since being abandoned by her father in a cave during her childhood, she wept all her tears that day. In the years that followed, for over a decade, she had not shed a single tear again, let alone crying. She rarely experienced any emotional upheaval. Yet now, inexplicably, she feels an overwhelming discomfort, and tears uncontrollably stream down her face. I must seek my master for answers. With this thought, she wipes her tears and heads towards her master's location. Meanwhile, at Liyue Harbor, Zhongli stands atop the Yujingtai, observing all that unfolds. Thank you, he murmurs to himself, his eyes reflecting a weary sorrow. He had not noticed the recent emergence of the vortex demon breaking free from its seal. By the time he realized it, the demon had manifested as 3 serpentine forms, plunging Liyue into chaos. Having already relinquished his position, he knows that any reckless action would violate their pact. Yet, for the safety of Liyue, breaching the contract may be necessary. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yuan, an ordinary mortal, possessed such formidable strength when he asked Xiao, "Do you believe in me?" In that moment, Zhongli's instinctive reaction was to believe. Even though he understood the absurdity of it all, being merely an ordinary mortal without even a vision, he felt an inexplicable compulsion to trust. Thus, like Xiao, he placed his faith in Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan was not only the hero destined to save Liyue, but also the one who had redeemed his contract with the divine. At the docks of Liyue Harbor, Xiao stared vacantly at Xiao Yuan, who was dissipating into the void. His eyes widened in shock as a heavy weight settled in his heart. All my sins have vanished. He was taken aback, realizing that the burdens he had carried for millennia had been lifted entirely by this single mortal. Never had Xiao envisioned that one day he would be redeemed by a mere human, nor had he anticipated shedding the first tear in 1,000 years due to the departure of one so unremarkable. Why did he believe in this stranger without reason? How could this mortal take away all his burdens? Why did this mortal's absence leave him gasping for breath, as though something was blocking his heart? These thoughts perplexed him further, leaving him in a state of confusion. His gaze shifted to the side, where Eula was weeping uncontrollably. "Can you tell me his name?" he inquired. And Xiao Yuan, Eula responded. Upon hearing the name, a deeper anguish enveloped Zhao's heart. It felt as if a colossal hammer had struck him squarely in the chest, rendering him breathless. Eula gently placed her most treasured bone whistle to her lips, and soon the tranquil and melodious sound of the waves echoed throughout Liyue. She was preparing to send her teacher off on his final journey, in her own unique way. Rising up, she stood on tiptoe, leaping gracefully into a dance. An elegant and noble ritual dance emerged, with the notes from the bone whistle continuing to flow uninterrupted. Each movement, each step of the ritual dance was etched deeply within her soul. Whenever she thought to dance, her body naturally followed. People from all over Liyue Harbor gathered at the docks, drawn by the soothing sound of the waves. Upon their arrival, they beheld a short-haired woman performing a mesmerizing dance. Bathed in the light of the rising sun, each of her movements appeared extraordinarily divine. Even the waves of the sea danced in rhythm with her performance. As the final steps of the dance concluded, the gentle and melodious sound of the waves gradually faded away. They offered their highest tribute to the hero of Liyue. Under the guidance of Ningguang, everyone slightly bowed and spoke in unison. "Thank you, hero of Liyue." Chapter 66. The Fifth Life. "Truly impressive, that will be enough," Eula said. "All right, take care," Xiao replied. Eula said, turning to return home. Xiao stood still, watching as Eula entered the wooden house, before finally turning away and making his way back to Liyue. Upon returning home, Eula felt an overwhelming chill in the empty house. "Amber?" she called softly, but her voice echoed back in silence. Frowning slightly, Eula hurriedly opened the door and unexpectedly collided with a hurried Amber returning home. "Eula, where have you been?" I've been looking for you for ages, Amber said, her voice tinged with urgency. Seeing Amber's anxious demeanor, Eula felt a lump in her throat. She wanted to speak, but was at a loss for words, her expression reflecting her inner turmoil. Eula, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Amber inquired with concern, and then seemed to sense something amiss. She stepped into the room, glancing around, and her heart sank. Eula, where's Grandpa? Didn't he come with you? Eula, why are you crying? Who has bullied you? Tell me, and I will help you. Amber continued, her voice filled with worry. By the way, have you seen Grandpa? I just went to the Knight's headquarters looking for you, but you were both missing. However, I found Grandpa's Knight emblem, and no one else has seen him. Amber's questions pierced Eula's heart like sharp thorns. Teacher, the teacher is gone, she sobbed. Grandpa is gone. Where did he go? Amber's heart sank at the revelation, her eyes widening in shock as she asked in a trembling voice. Eula remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. Eula, you're joking with Amber, right? You must have conspired with Grandpa to play a trick on me. Haha, Amber is clever. Such a little ruse won't fool me, Amber said with a smile, stepping into the room and rummaging through drawers, searching intently. Is Grandpa hiding under the bed? She wondered, peering beneath it. No, he must be in the wardrobe, she surmised. Opening the closet door. Has he taken refuge in the kitchen? She pondered, meticulously searching every corner of the room. As she opened a cabinet, she discovered a charming doll she had never seen before. Instinctively, she picked it up, noticing it resembled a version of Amber, albeit with 2 additional ears. What is this? She wondered, finding it rather delightful. Beneath the doll, she noticed a folded note. Little Amber, when you see this note, you must have found that little doll. Hee hee. Grandpa did quite well, didn't he? He stitched it by hand, so take good care of it. Grandpa has gone to find little Amber's parents. In the days ahead without Grandpa, remember to eat well, don't be too mischievous, and go to bed early. Late nights will hinder your growth. I apologize. Dear Xiaobai, although Grandfather did not witness your transformation into a reconnaissance knight with his own eyes, he has unwavering faith in you. Even in my absence, I am certain that you will become an exceptional reconnaissance knight. You have grown up, dear Xiaobai, and there is no need for tears. Be strong. Grandfather has lived a life of great freedom and joy. It is important for you and Eula to embrace mutual understanding and not to reopen old wounds during disagreements. Both of you are my pride, and it pains me greatly to see either of you hurt. May you continue to find joy, just as you always have. Grandfather will be watching over you from the heavens. Eula, how did Grandfather pass away? Amber asked tearfully, clutching her doll tightly. The teacher sacrificed his life to prevent the resurrection of the demon god, unleashing an attack that even the demon god feared. Indeed, that is my grandfather. He must have been quite heroic. Yes, very heroic. The 2 of them wept together inconsolably. Months later, Liu erected a statue of Shi Yuan by the harbor. It depicted him wielding a sharp blade, facing the sea, poised to strike. It was a magnificent creation, and on the day of its completion, all the people of Liu gathered to pay their respects. They presented offerings crafted with care and shared heartfelt blessings and gratitude to Shi Yuan. On that day, Xiao arrived in Mondstadt and sought out Eula and Amber. Together, they stood before the sacred statue, marveling at its grandeur. Grandfather, you truly are magnificent. Indeed. As Eula spoke, she gently stirred the soft and tranquil sounds of the waves. The 5th chapter concludes. This book primarily aims to share the author's vision of what Teyvat should embody. In each incarnation, the author meticulously studies the background and dialogue of each character to craft narratives rich in depth and emotion, rather than mere violence. For those seeking tales of brutality, there are plentiful ones in the female audience's literature, far more harrowing than this work. I would prefer to see discussions and critiques focused on the plot rather than on violence. After all, this is the author's first attempt at writing romance. Previously, my works have been dark narratives filled with conflict, lacking in love and emotional depth, which has not been executed well. If you have the time, consider revisiting the story. You might uncover new insights, as experiencing it all at once may provide a richer understanding than fragmented readings. Chapter 67, The Sixth Life, Young Ningguang. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the 5th cycle of reincarnation. Please select one of the following 3 skills to inherit. Tranquility Spell, Great Desolation Fire, Scorching Flame. The karma is indeed still present. Shi Yuan furrowed his brow, feeling the overwhelming weight of the karma within his being. Had it not been for his presence in the system's realm, where no negative entities could exist, he would likely have succumbed to its corruption long ago. It seems that the demonic sword's assertion regarding the consumption of malevolent forces to inflict additional damage does not imply a complete eradication of karmic burdens. Rather, it harnesses the power of these burdens to augment one's attacks. The karmic weight within him does not diminish in the slightest with each strike he unleashes. In other words, Xiao Yuan has now shouldered the millennium-long karmic debts of Shao, and upon entering the 6th reincarnation, he is likely to experience an unbearable torment akin to death itself. However, within this skill, Xiao Yuan has discovered something that might prove beneficial, the Tranquility Mantra. He scrutinized it closely. Tranquility Mantra, upon selection, increases mental fortitude by 500. Activation requires entering a meditative state, significantly enhancing resistance to negative conditions. The longer the meditation, the greater the duration of enhanced resistance. After perusing this item, Xiao Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the other two options, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Though it appeared he had choices, in reality, he was devoid of any. He firmly believed that had he chosen either of the alternatives, the moment he entered the 6th cycle, he would be subjected to the excruciating agony brought forth by the millennium of karmic debt, potentially transforming him into a mere machine of slaughter. In his current state, if he unleashed his full power, even Shao could not withstand him. Only the Geo Archon might stand a chance in combat. The strike he had directed at the Vortex Demon Osair, had it been aimed at Liyue, would likely have sheared off several mountain peaks. The searing flames of the Black Flame could indeed vanquish deities. Should he truly become a mindless engine of destruction, he would undoubtedly evolve into a terrifying entity capable of plunging all of Teyvat into darkness. You have selected Tranquility Mantra, preparing to initiate your next reincarnation. Initiation successful. Quest: assist Ningguang in becoming the wealthiest person in all of Teyvat. Transmitting. As the images once again reflected in Xiao Yuan's eyes, the despair-laden karmic burdens surged forth, overwhelming his consciousness. Kill them all. You are the strongest. Slay these mortals and compel them to bow before you. Transform this world into a purgatory. You are the master of hell, destined to rule the entire realm. Make them taste death. Let them tremble and submit before me. My great lord, slay them and instill fear upon the world. Join us, and you shall acquire everything. Supreme power, boundless riches, and countless beauties shall yield to you. Despite the quintuple enhancement of his mental fortitude, Xiao Yuan found it arduous to resist these karmic forces. He hunched his form, curled in the middle of the road. His eyes reddened like a rabid beast, gasping for breath. The Tranquility Mantra, he needed it swiftly. He felt a rising impatience. Yet even the simple act of rising seemed beyond his capability. What was happening to him? Who could inquire? No, perhaps it would be better to seek out the Qianyan army. Passers-by regarded Xiao Yuan with expressions of bewilderment, observing his disheveled state. Big brother, did you not hear the voice of the little girl beside you? With eyes reddened, Xiao Yuan suddenly turned his head, his fierce visage startling those around him, causing them to instinctively step back. The approaching little girl was so frightened that she fell to the ground. She gazed up at Xiao Yuan with wide, terrified eyes. Xiao Yuan realized he had frightened her, and although his rationality remained intact, his body was difficult to control. This was not the grown-up Ningguang, but rather her childhood self, clad in tattered garments that resembled a patchwork of colorful rags. To describe it, one might say it looked more like a large cleaning cloth. And she was barefoot, her tiny feet touching the cold floor, lacking even a single shoe. I must complete the task of the 9 reincarnations. They are all waiting for my return. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, and suddenly struck the ground with great force. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and cracks resembling lightning radiated outward from Xiao Yuan's position, causing the onlookers to scatter in fear. The little Ningguang, however, was too petrified to flee. Merely staring at Xiao Yuan, her legs trembling, the brief pain allowed Xiao Yuan's body to regain some semblance of control, and in a flash, he rose and immediately sat cross-legged. Once in a stable position, he found himself continuously disturbed by his karmic burdens. Despite his preparations, he struggled to enter a meditative state. Furrowing his brows, he closed his eyes, striving to dispel the malevolent forces. Quickly, over there, remain vigilant. He is dangerous. After a considerable time, members of the Qianyan army arrived, each brandishing long spears aimed at Xiao Yuan, maintaining an acute sense of alertness. The reason was clear. Xiao Yuan's bizarre attire and his astonishing strength led them to perceive him more as a ferocious beast than a human. Panic washed over Xiao Yuan as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had just managed to dispel a fraction of the malevolent forces. Yet if he were to be taken away now, he feared he could no longer suppress his karmic burdens. What should I do? I cannot end like this. They are still waiting for me to come home. Xiao Yuan grew anxious, and the very malevolent forces he had just dispelled surged back, ready to strike at the slightest distraction, offering him no respite. His brows knitted deeper, and his expression turned increasingly fierce. Even with his eyes shut, those around could sense the ominous aura emanating from him. Who are you? Where do you come from? The captain of the squad barked, aiming his spear at Xiao Yuan's head. Wait, Yong'an, big brother, he is my brother. He is unwell. Do not take him away. At that moment, Ning Guang stepped forward, placing her hand in front of Captain Yong and Ning Guang. I do not recall you having a brother. Please do not cause trouble. This fellow's origins are unclear, and his immense strength indicates he could very well be a villain. Captain Yong'an of the Qianyan army seemed somewhat skeptical of Ning Guang's assertions. This skepticism was, of course, quite understandable. After all, they were well aware of Ning Guang's circumstances. At merely a few years old, she was already out selling Qianqiu Mora meat to make ends meet, clad in tattered garments that resembled rags. She even walked barefoot, her feet exposed to the ground beneath her. In stark contrast, Xiao Yuan was dressed neatly and tidily, not necessarily wealthy, but at least reflecting the standard of a decent household. The two were worlds apart. This is Ning Guang's brother, a distant cousin who has come from Mondstadt to find us. He means no harm, Ning Guang earnestly defended. Her conviction stemmed from the absence of malice she perceived in Xiao Yuan's gaze earlier, which instead revealed a profound sorrow, as if he too wished to escape his predicament but was powerless to do so. Upon hearing Ning Guang's words, the members of the Qianyan army exchanged glances, and Captain Yong'an, with a hint of doubt, inquired, "Shall we take him to the Bubu Lodge then?" No need for that. I can just stay here for a while. And you can keep watch nearby," Xiao Yuan replied, relieved that Ning Guang was buying him some time. Gradually, he managed to suppress the malevolent presence that had been tormenting him. After a considerable duration, Xiao Yuan finally subdued the dark force, his previously furrowed brow easing into a semblance of tranquility. Yet, in a bid to prolong this brief respite from his inhuman suffering, he chose to meditate a little longer. "I apologize for the trouble I have caused. My name is Xiao Yuan, hailing from Mondstadt. I suffer from intermittent rage, which sometimes causes me to become unexpectedly irate. However, I can usually calm myself through meditation." He introduced himself with a gentle smile, artfully adapting his words from Ning Guang's descriptions. The Qianyan soldiers exchanged glances, their comprehension of intermittent rage limited. Yet they grasped the essence of his explanation. I see. Welcome to Liyue. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek out the Qianyan army, Captain Yong'an responded, with a measured acceptance, sheathing his weapon. Yes, thank you once again for your understanding. Xiao Yuan expressed his gratitude once more. No trouble at all. We shall take our leave, Captain Yong'an declared, leading the Qianyan army away from the site. As they departed, Xiao Yuan turned his attention back to Ning Guang. "Little one." "Thank you," he said gratefully. "Are you all right, big brother?" she asked timidly, shaken by his earlier display. The presence of the Qianyan army had provided her a sense of security, yet with their departure, a flicker of unease lingered within her. As Captain Yong'an has just remarked, Xiao Yuan's eccentric attire and astonishing strength, coupled with the peculiar demeanor he had just exhibited, instilled a slight sense of fear in Ning Guang. "I apologize if I startled you," he said, recognizing the trepidation in her gaze, understanding that his fearsome visage had left a psychological impression on her. "Yes, a little," she candidly admitted, revealing a stark contrast to the Ning Guang he had come to know. Yet, such a reaction was not unexpected at her tender age. It would indeed be rather incongruous for her to handle matters with undue finesse. "But why did you step forward then? We are strangers, and I am rather intimidating." With a gentle smile that belied his earlier fierceness, Xiao Yuan inquired at a leisurely pace. "Because, dear brother, there is no malice in your eyes, rather. They are filled with sorrow. I believe you are not a bad person," she replied with sincere honesty. "Is that so?" Xiao Yuan murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed her earnest demeanor. "In gratitude for your kindness, I shall purchase all your pastries." He gestured towards the basket filled with Qian Kuan Mo La meat. "Really?" Ning Guang exclaimed, her joy palpable. After a long day of sales, she had barely sold a few, and now this kind gentleman claimed he would buy them all. How could she not be elated? However, I do not have any emola. Did you not bring any emola? That's quite all right. I can extend credit. You can repay me next time, he reassured her. That's not it. I truly have none. And if I simply give them to you, aren't you worried I won't return? Ningguang's expression faltered at his words. Although such occurrences were not uncommon, a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes as she lowered her gaze. But I believe you are not that kind of person, she added, lifting her head to look at him earnestly. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of sympathy for this honest child. Who would dare deceive even a little girl such as her? I understand. Let us extend credit then. How much for each? He asked. For 100 mola each. And there are 8 in total. Since you are buying so many, you only need to pay 2,500, she explained, demonstrating her business acumen by offering him a discount. Originally priced at 3,200, she had effectively reduced the cost by 700, akin to the price of 2 pieces of mola meat. Whether it was her innocence or her knack for commerce that compelled her, it was evident that selling them for 400 mola was already quite reasonable, and now she was reducing it even further. All right, please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch them for you shortly. With that, Xiao Yuan recalled a few shops in Liyue and ultimately acquired a large whiteboard, upon which he inscribed several lines. After completing this task and expressing his gratitude to the shopkeeper, he returned to find Ningguang patiently awaiting his arrival. Brother, you are back, she exclaimed upon seeing him. However, in contrast to his departure, he had returned with an additional item. Yes, may I borrow your basket for a moment? Xiao Yuan inquired. Indeed, it is possible. But do remember to return it to me later, as I shall need it tomorrow. Ningguang handed the basket brimming with more meat to Xiao Yuan. Very well. I shall return it shortly, Xiao Yuan replied, taking the basket and making his way towards the most crowded area of Liyue Harbor. Observing Xiao Yuan's actions, the astute Ningguang seemed to have an inkling of his intentions. Big brother, are you planning to sell this more meat? She inquired eagerly. Indeed, Xiao Yuan affirmed. However, the more meat I prepared is not particularly palatable, and few are inclined to purchase it, Ningguang said timidly. That is not the case. Worry not. For I possess a surefire secret, Xiao Yuan declared, shaking the sign in his hand as if to indicate that it was indeed the key to success. Well, if you insist, Ningguang conceded, not wishing to press the matter further. Yet, being clever, she chose to remain by Xiao Yuan's side, curious to observe his selling techniques. Xiao Yuan could not help but chuckle at her innocent demeanor. It was rare to see someone so openly seek to learn. Upon reaching the most populated area, Xiao Yuan casually sat on a wooden bench, placing the basket beside him along with the large whiteboard, before settling into a meditative posture. The board displayed several striking lines of text: family discord, career setbacks, unfulfilled emotions, and persistent misfortunes. To seek a resolution, purchase Mora meat with a complimentary fortune reading. Qian Kun Mora meat, 1,000 Mora each. Limited to 8 pieces. First come, first served. Chapter 69. The 6th generation. This investment is quite promising. The Navi Teyvat. Unacquainted with the art of fortune-telling. Although Xiao Yuan was perplexed by the concepts of Bagua, 5 elements, 8 characters, bone reading, and physiognomy, he was well versed in astrology. Astrology was straightforward. Once one adeptly applied the Barnum effect of psychology, one could easily manipulate others. Once mastered, it proved remarkably effective, yielding accurate results every time. With such a multitude of people present, he was certain that the innocent inhabitants of Teyvat would inevitably succumb to the most rudimentary psychological influences. Hello there. After meditating for merely a few minutes, a voice interrupted his thoughts. What do you claim to be? A man asked, slightly taken aback by the oddity of the question, yet sensing no real issue. Can you resolve emotional matters here? He probed. Indeed, Xiao Yuan slowly opened his eyes at last. May I receive a complimentary reading by purchasing a Mora meat? He glanced at the sign, inquiring. Yes, Xiao Yuan's aloof demeanor only enhanced his aura of wisdom, and his seated position lent him an imposing presence. Then I shall purchase one. Please assist me in matters of the heart, the man stated, producing 1,000 Mora to offer to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan handed him the Mora meat and carefully scrutinized the man before him. A gentleman in his 30s at this age. Emotional matters often tend to follow a predictable pattern, easily resolved. Meanwhile, the audience observing the spectacle around him continued to grow in numbers. Liyue, having never encountered such a situation, found it quite novel, yet no one dared to approach with inquiries. Thus, when someone finally mustered the courage to step forward. The onlookers were filled with excitement, eager to witness how Xu Yuan would decipher the man's dilemma. With eyes closed, Xu Yuan entered a state of deep meditation once more, occasionally furrowing his brow or nodding slightly, as though he glimpsed something profound, piquing the curiosity of the crowd. The man standing before him was visibly anxious. The more flustered he became, the more advantageous the situation was for Xu Yuan. When a person loses their composure, their thoughts often undergo significant shifts, leading to erroneous judgments. This is what one might call professionalism. After approximately 10 minutes of contemplation, Xu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. You harbor many grievances, yet find yourself unable to articulate them. Your wife fails to comprehend your struggles, leaving you with no outlet for your mounting pressure, which you bear alone. You perceive her as inconsiderate, at times unreasonable, causing you distress, and your affection for her has waned. You even begin to question whether marrying her was a misstep. These words ignited a spark in the man's eyes, who nodded vigorously. Master, I know what you wish to convey, and I appreciate your kind words. But please allow me to finish. However, before he could complete his sentence, Xu Yuan interrupted him. This interruption, within the realm of psychology, creates a sense of pressure. Typically, it is the superior who interrupts. In essence, a boss may interject while an employee speaks, just as a teacher may interrupt a student. Subordinates rarely dare to interrupt their superiors. Though interrupting another's speech is generally considered impolite, it can exert pressure and contest authority over the conversation. Very well, please continue. I am listening, Xu Yuan urged, and the man's reaction clearly indicated that he was now fully convinced of Xu Yuan's insights. Empathy, Xu Yuan articulated succinctly. Empathy? The man inquired. Indeed, empathy. Reflect deeply on how long it has been since you truly devoted quality time to your wife. Have you not often found yourself so consumed by work that you neglect her needs? While your career is undeniably important, so too is your family. Do you frequently bring the burdens of work home with you? Consider this. If your wife returns home each day with a troubled countenance, often displaying displeasure, how would that affect your own mood? It is essential to view the situation from your wife's perspective. Upon hearing these words, the man furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating something profound. The crowd surrounding them grew increasingly captivated by Xu Yuan's discourse, offering praise for his insights. Many appeared to experience a moment of clarity, as if they understood something pivotal, and hastened to depart. I understand now. Thank you, master. As he spoke, the man bowed slightly to Xu Yuan in gratitude, then departed with a grave expression. Witnessing this man's demeanor, the crowd was taken aback. His actions had unequivocally validated Xu Yuan's assertions. Master, count me in. I'll buy some more meat. I want in too. Count me among them. Soon, a throng of individuals surged forward, encircling Xu Yuan in layers. Only 7 spots remained. They were instructed to queue properly, one by one. Xu Yuan, unhurried and composed, conducted himself with great poise. After 2 hours, all 7 had been thoroughly explained. Despite the crowd's reluctance to let him go, Xu Yuan remained steadfast, collecting his sign and Ningguang's basket, departing without a backward glance, leaving no trace of hesitation. Ningguang was utterly astounded. She had never anticipated that Xu Yuan would sell all 8 pieces of mora meat in such a short time. Moreover, the demand far exceeded the supply. If there had been more, he could have sold indefinitely. Crucially, Xu Yuan's prices were significantly higher than hers. She sold for 400, and on a fortunate day, might sell 4 or 5, but on less favorable days, could go without selling a single piece for days on end. Yet, Xu Yuan had sold 8 in mere moments. Here. This is your money. Please take it, Xu Yuan said as he presented 3,000 mora to Ningguang. 2,005 is for the mora meat, and the remaining 500 is for renting your basket. Xu Yuan intentionally did not overpay Ningguang. This was to preserve her dignity. She was not a beggar, but a businesswoman. One should pay what is fair, without excessive charity that might wound another's pride. Ningguang was taken aback as she looked at the 3,000 mora in Xu Yuan's hand. Big brother, I don't want this mora. I wish to learn by your side. She recognized that Xu Yuan was an exceptionally competent individual. With the same mora meat, she had toiled tirelessly, calling out all day, rallying hundreds, yet could scarcely sell a few pieces. She had even faced disdain, being cheated, and worked herself to exhaustion without any substantial reward. In contrast, Xu Yuan merely set up a sign, sat there, and a steady stream of people flocked to him. With many eager buyers unable to procure any, If Xu Yuan could impart even a fraction of his knowledge, how could she not sell out? Is that so? However, my skills are not something a mere 3,000 mora can purchase, Xu Yuan remarked with a playful tone. Upon hearing this, Ningguang paused in surprise. It made sense. Such formidable skills as Xu Yuan possessed could hardly be acquired for a mere 3,000 mora. But what else did she have? She had become utterly impoverished, unable to offer any other form of currency. Ningguang anxiously racked her brain, pondering what she might still have to present. Observing her flustered state, a faint smile appeared on Xu Yuan's face. What he desires is precisely this effect. He is aware of Ningguang's intelligence and her innate talent for business. His sole objective now is to awaken Ningguang's latent abilities. May I offer you half of the profits I earn in the future? I am still young, yet I am certain I will accumulate substantial wealth. Upon hearing Ningguang's words, a smile of relief spread across Xu Yuan's face. This investment seems promising. I accept it. It must be said, she truly possesses a gift in this area. Chapter 70. The Art of Commerce. The next day, in the morning. Big brother Xu Yuan, as you advised. I have prepared 20 more meats for today. But will they really sell? Ningguang expressed her unease while clutching a large basket of more meats. Typically, preparing 10 is already her limit, as she tends to consume a few herself, leaving only about 6 or 7 for sale. Yet Xu Yuan had instructed her to prepare 20, and she was to sell them all by herself. It would be troublesome if they did not sell. To claim she was not worried would be disingenuous. Rest assured, it will be fine, Xu Yuan asserted confidently. Subsequently, he spent his last mora to provide Ningguang with a set of clothes that, while not particularly stylish, were at least clean and tidy, including shoes. This expenditure depleted his entire mora. Big brother, I do not require such fine attire. Anything will suffice. Ningguang lamented as she watched him spend so much. Although the money was not hers, it was spent on her, and instead of feeling joy, it only deepened her discomfort. Children from impoverished backgrounds, when treated with unexpected kindness, do not experience gratitude or happiness. Instead, they may feel fear that they do not deserve such generosity, that they are unworthy of being treated so well. In fact, some may even wish to escape. At that moment, Ningguang was engulfed by such sentiments. This is an investment. With this, you will be able to earn even more mora, Xu Yuan explained. Big brother, you spoke of investment yesterday. What does that mean? She struggled to comprehend his terminology. Investment, in essence, refers to the act of committing resources in anticipation of future gains. In simpler terms, it entails investing a small amount of mora to reap a greater return, thereby generating wealth from wealth. This is what investment signifies. Ningguang pondered his words, trying to grasp their meaning. How do you typically sell your goods? Xu Yuan inquired. I follow others and ask if they would like to buy mora meat. Ningguang replied honestly. Did you bring the goods? Yes, she responded, producing a small knife. With that knife, Xu Yuan sliced one of the mora meats into numerous small portions. Ningguang, listen carefully. You will say this shortly. Would you like to try some freshly made mora meat? It is available for free tasting and is quite affordable. If someone expresses interest in purchasing, sell each mora for 1,000. It was then that Ningguang realized what Xu Yuan meant by asking her to bring the small knife. It turned out there were alternative ways to sell goods. This shattered her previous understanding. By offering a small sample for tasting, the enticing flavor would naturally attract buyers. Time was of the essence. Depart now, and await good news, Xu Yuan encouraged with a gentle smile while tidying her hair. At this hour, even the sun had yet to rise. Most were still asleep, yet the sailors at the port were already preparing for their morning departure. In such early hours, they would find little to eat, merely subsisting on some dry rations. If there were steaming mora meat available, it would surely sell like hotcakes. All right, I shall go, Ningguang replied, making her way towards the port with the mora meat in tow. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan settled into a cross-legged position, entering a meditative state. For he must constantly meditate to suppress the burdens within. In just half an hour, Ningguang returned, her face aglow with joy. She was practically bouncing, her excitement palpable. Clearly, she had returned with good news. Xu Yuan, I sold out. I sold every last piece. I made 19,000 mora. I've never earned so much mora before. Her exhilaration was overwhelming as she dropped the basket and dashed into Xu Yuan's arms, embracing him tightly. You're incredible, Xu Yuan. I never imagined I could earn so much mora. She clung to him, happily rubbing her small tablet against him in delight. This is all thanks to you. Ningguang, Xu Yuan gently stroked her hair. No, This is all you're doing, Xiao Yuan. Ningguang retorted. Ningguang, look, you made the Mora meat, didn't you? You were the one who sold it, right? I did nothing, so the credit is entirely yours, he replied. Upon hearing this, Ningguang paused, momentarily contemplative, sensing a semblance of truth, but feeling a nagging dissonance. Indeed, it was her Mora meat, and she had sold it herself. Yet why was she unable to sell like this before? And typically, the prices were significantly lower. Perplexed, she asked, then why couldn't I sell it before? Dear child, selling is an art. It is not a simple endeavor, Xiao Yuan said, gazing into her large eyes with a smile. An art? She tilted her head slightly. Indeed, an art with profound intricacies. Firstly, Ningguang, you are selling food, correct? Aside from needing to taste exquisite, be priced reasonably, offer ample portions, and ensure safety, there is another vital aspect, cleanliness. No one desires food that appears unclean, do they? Though Ningguang's culinary creations were impeccably clean, her attire did not reflect the same standard, leading individuals to associate her appearance with the quality of her food. It was at that moment that Ningguang experienced an epiphany, coming to understand the essence of investment. She realized that donning a new outfit transcended mere warmth or aesthetics. It was about leaving an impression of cleanliness and tidiness upon others. Reflecting on her previous self, she felt a wave of foolishness wash over her. Who would accept food prepared by someone who resembled a beggar? If one appeared unkempt, how could their food possibly be deemed clean? Most people would likely share this sentiment, hence the reasons for her prior lack of sales became clear. Furthermore, the second point was that they had arrived too early. At that hour, there were no breakfast vendors available, leaving patrons to subsist on meager rations. Thus, presenting them with hot, delicious Mora meat at such a time would surely be met with enthusiasm. The third point was that it was Ningguang who was selling. Had it been someone else, the sales may not have been as swift. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Ningguang's eyes filled with confusion. Why was this the case? After all, her older brother had sold exceptionally well the previous day. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she posed her question. It's due to the differing target demographics, Xiao Yuan explained. Differing demographics? She echoed. Indeed, the people of Liyue who roam in the evening have ample time to spare. As long as one captivates their interest, success is attainable. I employed an unconventional method to pique their curiosity. Conversely, the early morning sailors are often in a hurry, lacking the time to indulge in peculiarities. They simply wish to satiate their hunger. However, due to Ningguang's charming demeanor, many would naturally be inclined to patronize her business. With Xiao Yuan's clarification, Ningguang suddenly grasped the concept. Her eyes sparkled with understanding, gazing at him with a near-admiring expression. It was then that she recalled the last words Xiao Yuan had uttered the previous day. This investment is indeed commendable. I accept it. She felt a quiet gratitude for her discernment in choosing the right people, for it had led her to these invaluable insights. Eagerly, she retrieved the Mora she had earned. Counting out 500 for Xiao Yuan. Brother Xiao Yuan, this is our agreement from yesterday. I shall share half of my earnings with you. Furthermore, this is the Mora for purchasing my new attire today. With that, she presented an additional 500 to him. In total, they had transacted 190,000, with Xiao Yuan taking 120,000, leaving Ningguang with 70,000 Mora, an amount she had never imagined earning in a single day, equivalent to her previous month's earnings combined. It is akin to initially possessing merely 3,000 Mora, only to encounter a sage who, through insightful guidance, enables one to earn 3,000 in a single day. This transformation transcends mere fortune. It embodies the essence of sudden wealth. Moreover, this is not the pinnacle of achievement. It can only be regarded as the beginning. What she has acquired is knowledge, wisdom applicable throughout her lifetime, rather than just quick gains from exploiting loopholes. Now, it is time to rest, as having prepared 20 more dishes in one evening must have left her quite fatigued. Xiao Yuan graciously accepted the 12,000 Mora and spoke, Sister Ningguang. I wish to retain 1,500 Mora for purchasing materials, while the remainder shall be entrusted to you. Could you impart a bit more knowledge? I am not afraid of hard work. Ningguang reserved 1,500 Mora solely for procuring ingredients to create more dishes, intending to dedicate the rest to Xiao Yuan in hopes of acquiring further wisdom. Upon witnessing her determination, Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mixture of emotions within him. He quietly mused that the young lady indeed possessed an innate talent for commerce. She understood that investing in Shuyuan would undoubtedly yield returns, with every morsel of knowledge gained. The potential to amass greater wealth in the future increased. However, her demeanor also stirred a sense of compassion within Shuyuan. The 20 Mora dishes were not easily crafted, and they had assembled at the break of dawn, around 5:30 in the morning. Creating such a quantity would require at least 3 to 4 hours, implying that Ningguang likely went without sleep the entire night. Yet, she continued to smile radiantly at Shuyuan, her countenance devoid of fatigue, brimming instead with joy. Only those who have truly known poverty can comprehend this sentiment. When presented with even the slightest opportunity for profit, one clings to it with the ferocity of a beast. Even in a state of utter exhaustion, no chance to earn would be overlooked. These are yours, cherish them well. I have secured my own share, the contract remains intact, and I shall not renege on it. Now, Ningguang's priority was to return and rest adequately, preserving her vitality, which would enhance her insight, an invaluable asset. After much contemplation, Ningguang ultimately accepted the Mora, nodding her gratitude as she said, "Very well, thank you, Brother Shuyuan. Until tonight." Indeed, until tonight. Once Ningguang departed, Shuyuan returned to the inn, had a simple breakfast, then sat cross-legged to meditate until the afternoon, allowing himself only a light snack before resuming his contemplation. The longer he meditated, the more free time he would enjoy afterward. In essence, aside from moments of necessity, Shuyuan was perpetually in meditation. His purpose was clear, to avoid revealing his current state to Ningguang. Although he had sacrificed much of his freedom, it mattered not. He was determined to persevere, believing that all would eventually improve. As the saying goes, one must endure hardship before tasting sweetness. As night fell, they reconvened at the appointed hour. Once again, I find myself at the bustling port of Liyue, the most vibrant area teeming with life. People come and go, and the streets are alive with the sound of bustling traffic. However, today differs from yesterday, for Shuyuan and his companions have not brought more meat nor any placards. Instead, they carry an assortment of snacks that even catch Ningguang's eye. After all, what child does not delight in treats? Yet, Ningguang places greater value on Mora. And despite her longing, she refrains from spending any money, while Shuyuan indulges in a considerable purchase. "Brother Shuyuan, why have you bought so many snacks?" she inquires. "This is an investment," Shuyuan replies with a gentle smile. "Investment? How does buying snacks count as an investment?" Ningguang's young mind struggles to comprehend, though the answer will soon reveal itself. Approaching the dock, Shuyuan discovers a large group of children engaged in playful antics. "Hello there." He greets the lively bunch with a beaming smile. The sight of Shuyuan's abundant snacks causes the children to widen their eyes in eagerness, surrounding him with anticipation. "Wow, big brother, you bought so many snacks. I want to eat some. Can you share just a little bit with me?" they implore, their voices a chorus of desire. "Indeed. Let's play a game," Shuyuan suggests kindly, scanning the eager faces. Yes, we love games. What shall we play? Hide and seek." The mention of a game captivates the children, filling them with joy. "How about this? Each of you shares something you've heard recently, and the best storyteller will be rewarded with a packet of snacks. How does that sound?" "Great." They cheer, clamoring to be the first to speak. One child excitedly recounts a tale of a performance from the previous day. Over the course of an hour, Shuyuan gathers several key pieces of information. With his current finances, however, he can act on only one of them. He learns that this afternoon, a fleet from another nation arrived, seeking a substantial quantity of Qingxin, whatever the demand may be, intending to commence collection at dawn. They are likely wandering through Liyue, savoring the evening ambience. "Ningguang, how much more do you have left in total?" Shuyuan inquires leisurely after the game concludes. "I have 13,580 Mora," she replies, recalling her finances with precision. "Could you lend me all of it? I promise to return it tomorrow." "Sure," Ningguang responds without hesitation, surprising Shuyuan. This little one, despite her longing for snacks, refuses to part with even a morsel of Mora for her own indulgence, but for the set of garments gifted to her by Shuyuan. She might have been barefoot, clad in rags. The money-minded Ningguang surprisingly offered to hand over all her Mora to Shuyuan. No, it should not merely be described as a love for wealth. Given Ningguang's disposition, it is likely that she places monetary gain above her very life. "Come with me. I shall fetch it from home," Ningguang said amiably. All right. Guided by Ningguang, they traversed a considerable distance, crossing most of Liyue, until they arrived at her residence, a place devoid of even streetlights. desolate. This was Xiao Yuan's first impression of the area. Be careful, there are steps here, Ningguang cautioned. You usually walk barefoot from here to Liyue Harbor? Observing the pitch-black wooden shack, Xiao Yuan felt increasingly disheartened. Ningguang's obsession with wealth had reached a pathological level. Her constant references to money indicated not merely poverty, but a deeper affliction he should have anticipated. Indeed, it is only like this in summer. In winter, I must wear shoes, or my feet would freeze and rot, making it impossible to sell anything, Ningguang replied nonchalantly. She entered the dilapidated wooden house and lit an oil lamp, illuminating the entire small room. Upon entering, Xiao Yuan beheld the scene before him, his heart sinking further. Empty, utterly vacant. There was not a soul in sight. The house was in disrepair, riddled with holes. Rain would surely seep through, and winter would offer no warmth. In such an environment, he could not fathom how Ningguang managed to survive. Despite its ramshackle state, it bore a semblance of order. It may be a bit shabby, but please feel free to sit. Xiao Yuan go, Ningguang said as she went to fetch the mora. Huh. Xiao Yuan paused, his throat constricting, the words he wished to speak eluding him. Observing his demeanor, the perceptive Ningguang seemed to grasp something. When I was very young, my father broke his leg at work. From that day forward, the pillar of our family crumbled. My mother left due to our poverty. With my father incapacitated, having lost both his job and mobility, he fell gravely ill. I sold everything we had that could be sold to pay for his treatment. Yet the mora was never sufficient. Eventually, I learned to make mora meat, just as my father had once taught me, and took some to sell at Liyue Harbor. Perhaps due to it being my first attempt, the taste was not quite right. The first uncle who bought my mora meat remarked that it was inedible, even unfit for dogs, and discarded it on the ground, pulverizing it. I picked it up to eat. After all, it was still meat. However, the uncle was not wrong. It was indeed unpalatable, far inferior to what my father used to make. Yet, I became wiser. The next time I cooked, I tasted it first. And this time it sold. Yet, the mora was perpetually insufficient. The cost of the medicine was exorbitant. No matter how much mora meat I sold, it was never enough. On my father's birthday, I brought home a small cake, about the size of my fist, only to discover that my father had already passed away. Consequently, the house now felt desolate, filled solely by my solitary presence. Upon finishing my statement, Ningguang extended the mora to Xiao Yuan. Staring at the mora, Xiao Yuan was momentarily transfixed. He glanced at Ningguang, who wore a smile, betraying no hint of sorrow. Do not worry about me. I am perfectly fine here. It is quite comfortable, sufficient for my needs. Given that Liyue enjoyed a warm climate year-round, during winter, I merely needed to wear a couple of extra layers to sleep soundly, as my father's clothes were quite warm. Ningguang, perceptive as she was, understood the comforting words Xiao Yuan wished to express. Thus, she proactively reassured him that she was quite content in her current living situation and required no consolation. May I reside here? He inquired. Ningguang was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated Xiao Yuan would utter something along the lines of not being sorrowful or needing to be strong, rather than proposing to stay in her dwelling. Brother Xiao Yuan, you would likely find it uncomfortable here, she replied. Is my presence unwelcome? Xiao Yuan asked, a hint of sadness in his voice. Oh no, not at all. You are most welcome. It's just. Clearly, a little prompting proved effective. That suffices, if you've been here for so long without issue. What could possibly trouble me? Very well then. Ningguang consented to Xiao Yuan's stay in the house. Let us proceed with 2 updates today. A few events transpired. My emotions are awry, and I fear that writing further may lead to deterioration. Chapter 73. The Sixth Life. The Failed Father. Can this be used as collateral? Xiao Yuan placed his demon slayer knife on the table, making his query. Upon hearing this, the proprietor accepted the knife, scrutinizing it closely for an extended period. His eyes growing more luminous with each glance. A fine blade, indeed, he exclaimed, evidently taken with Xiao Yuan's ebony weapon. After all, it was bestowed by the system. A sword capable of slaying even the demon god. How could it not be exceptional? It can be used as collateral. When do you intend to redeem it? I should be able to do so by tomorrow night. Xiao Yuan provided a time frame. Very well, take it with you, the proprietor replied. With that, Xiao Yuan collected a substantial quantity of qingxin. Throughout the night, Xiao Yuan utilized the mora he possessed, supplemented by the mora borrowed from Ningguang, to acquire an immense quantity of qingxin. Furthermore, he pledged both his spear and demon slayer knife as collateral, nearly amassing all the Qingxin in Liyue. Given the sheer volume of his purchases, the acquisition price was significantly lower. Tomorrow, he intended to sell at a premium, ensuring a substantial profit from the transaction. Now, he awaited the arrival of the morrow. Brother Xiao Yuan, why have you purchased so much Qingxin? You shall find out tomorrow. Ah, very well then. After a brief pause, she looked up at Xiao Yuan and asked, so, no more meat purchases tomorrow? Indeed, tomorrow, we shall sell Qingxin. Are you selling Qingxin, Brother Xiao Yuan? We just bought it today, and we will sell it tomorrow. Can we make a profit in Mora? Clearly, Ningguang did not grasp the intent behind Xiao Yuan's actions. A look of concern flickered in her eyes. After all, Xiao Yuan had invested his entire fortune and even mortgaged his weapons. Indeed, and we shall make quite a sum. We will know by tomorrow, Xiao Yuan replied with a gentle smile, brimming with confidence. Her doubts were swiftly alleviated by his assurance. They then strolled leisurely through Liyue before returning home, where they soon succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he found himself standing above the gods, with countless subjects bowing at his feet. Surrounding him were ethereal women, Ganyu, Keqing, Kli, Lisa, Barbara, Raiden Shogun, Ye Miko, the lady, and the heavenly principles, each endeavoring to win his favor. He wielded supreme authority, relishing a life that countless others yearned for. Just as he began to lose himself in this reverie, a sudden pain pierced his head. Strange faces flooded his mind. Chi-Chi, Shenhe, Hu Tao, Eula, Xiao, Amber. Who were they? Xiao Yuan stood frozen in place. During his momentary daze, the lady slowly began to disrobe, and soon, all the women followed suit. No, this was wrong. The throbbing in his head intensified, and the unfamiliar faces filled him with an overwhelming anxiety. He desperately sought to recall their names and deeds. Grandfather, do you no longer want me? A little girl with plum blossom eyes asked timidly. Chi-Chi has always remembered you, the girl said, her forehead adorned with a talisman. Husband, in this life, I shall marry no one but you. I am still waiting for you to return home for your tomato and egg noodles, a silver-haired woman said, tears glistening in her eyes. You brat, can you not bear even this little burden? Do not let me underestimate you, a green-haired youth said, slowly removing his mask to reveal a gentle smile. Teacher, the people of Mondstadt have accepted me, and I have become the flowing knight of the Knights of Favonius. Please, allow me to dance for you once more, a blue-haired woman said, gracefully dancing in midair as the gentle sound of waves filled the air. Grandfather, I have become the only reconnaissance knight, and the doll you gifted me, I named it Count Bunny. It has protected me many times. Just as you did when I was young, a girl with long black hair and red bunny ears said cheerfully. At that moment, Xiao Yuan's heart trembled violently. Suddenly, he sat upright, his eyes wide open, breathing heavily. Damn it, that wretched being. Kill him. So close. We were so close to success. Why does this damned soul not fear us? Kill him. Devour him. Let him perish. Let his soul scatter to the winds. Xiao Yuan hastily settled into a meditative posture and promptly invoked the calming incantation, gradually subduing the raging karma within him. As he chanted the mantra, the voices of the burdens began to fade away. Once tranquility enveloped him, he beheld a serene-faced man standing at the entrance of the dilapidated house. Could this be Ningguang's father? The resemblance was striking, prompting Xiao Yuan to murmur instinctively. The aura emanating from him felt remarkably familiar, reminiscent of his recent dream. And he recalled the words conveyed by the burdens. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. His awakening might very well be attributed to this man's assistance. Thank you, Xiao Yuan said as he slowly rose, offering a slight bow in gratitude. No, it is I who must thank you. I know you are here to protect Ningguang. The youthful-faced man directed his gaze affectionately towards the slumbering Ningguang, his smile imbued with tenderness. Xiao Yuan, as the former leader of the Rebirth Hall, understood that it was entirely natural for Ningguang's father not to have crossed the boundary into reincarnation. After all, Ningguang was far too young and utterly vulnerable. No father could bear to leave their child behind. I have been a profoundly inadequate father, he said with a bitter smile, his eyes brimming with regret and sorrow. At that time, I was gravely ill, incapable of speech or movement. Otherwise, I would have taken my own life, leaving behind the meager Mora, perhaps entrusting her to a benevolent family. Yet, this child, Ningguang, sold everything we owned merely to afford my treatment. I yearned to stop her, but I was powerless to do so. My helplessness forced me to watch her suffer in silence. I must be the most lamentable father in this world. Thank you. Thank you for being willing to care for this child. As he spoke, the man began to kneel, but Xiao Yuan hurried to support him. Unable to make contact with his form, the man had already bowed to the ground, offering several prostrations. Why must you do this? Xiao Yuan found himself at a loss. Yet he profoundly understood the father's actions. If it meant liberating his daughter from suffering, what was a few bows? All that mattered was her well-being. Even the loss of one's spirit seemed trivial in comparison. True and unconditional parental love is the purest form of affection in the world. They do not abandon you in your moments of despair, nor turn away in times of hardship. They do not seek your success. They only wish for their children to lead a safe and peaceful life. They are the unwavering pillars of support. Chapter 74, The Sixth Life. The weakness of humanity, I can sense that you are a trustworthy individual. Your gaze is gentle. With you by her side, I believe Ningguang will recover. I am at ease in trusting her to you. After lingering in this realm for so long, it was time for him to return. He expressed his sincerest gratitude to Xiao Yuan before approaching his daughter Ningguang's bedside. Gazing at Ningguang as she peacefully slumbered, he was overcome with emotion. Tears cascading down his cheeks as he gently caressed her face. I am truly sorry for having you follow such a failed father, for the suffering you have endured. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive your father, forgive this inadequate parent. A shimmering tear glided down the man's cheek, eventually landing with precision on the back of Ningguang's hand. As if sensing something, she slowly opened her eyes and sat up, fixated on the droplet resting upon her skin, a wave of indescribable sorrow surging within her. It felt as though she had lost something profoundly significant. Was it Mora? She couldn't say, only that an overwhelming grief enveloped her, constricting her chest and making it difficult to breathe. Why did such sadness assail her? Her eyes brimmed with tears, emotions swelling within her heart. Before long, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Disasters and misfortunes, what truly constituted failure? Xiao Yuan watched as Ningguang sat on the bed, weeping softly, his heart aching. He approached her bedside and gently ruffled her hair. Xiao Yuan Gij, I feel so miserable. It's as if I've lost something incredibly important. Though I cannot discern what it is, yet the sorrow is unbearable. Ningguang, her petite frame clinging to Xiao Yuan, continued to sob, tears flowing endlessly. The departure of loved ones, even across the chasm of life and death, evokes a deep resonance. It's all right, I am here. Xiao Yuan comforted her tenderly. After a considerable time of solace, Ningguang's tears finally subsided, though her eyes remained a vivid red. Having invested all their wealth into purchasing Qingxin, the pair faced a morning of hunger. Yet, they remained optimistic. A successful sale would yield substantial profit. After a long journey laden with Qingxin, they finally arrived at Liyue Harbor. At the port, Xiao Yuan, following the hints revealed by a child the previous day, located the ship. They did not rush aboard, instead opting to temporarily store the Qingxin at a nearby inn, asking the proprietor to keep an eye on it for a brief hour. The innkeeper graciously agreed. Thus, Xiao Yuan and Ningguang approached the ship empty-handed. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan stepped forward, opening the skylight and speaking candidly. I hear you are acquiring Qingxin? How did you know? The man shot Xiao Yuan a questioning glance. As a businessman, I have my sources, Xiao Yuan replied with a shrug. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes narrowed. How much do you have? Not much. Merely the entirety of Liyue's Qingxin, Xiao Yuan stated confidently. Rest assured, I want to take advantage of you. I can sell each piece for 1,000 mora, albeit that is merely the current price. I have matters to attend to. If you wish to make a purchase, seek me at the inn ahead. With that, Xiao Yuan gestured towards the inn where he had just stored his Qingxin, adding, the price will increase by 10 every hour. Consider this carefully. Having spoken, Xiao Yuan departed with Ningguang towards the inn without looking back, leaving the man with a twitching eyelid. He understood that the price of Qingxin in Liyue was typically around 600 to 700 mora, yet here it had surged to 1,000 mora. However, he had prior intelligence and had procured all the Qingxin, making the price hike somewhat inevitable, albeit not excessively steep. If indeed all the Qingxin in Liyue were in his possession, further delays could lead to significant complications, as the cumulative increase of 10 per hour could become quite daunting. Quickly, gather everyone and search the herbal shop and restaurants for Qingxin. Return within an hour for assembly, commanded the man, prompting the crew to hurriedly disperse. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan and Ningguang were meandering around Liyue. Will brother Xiao Yuan truly buy it? Ningguang felt a twinge of unease. She had witnessed Xiao Yuan acquire Qingxin from others for 400 mora, and now it was being sold for 1,000 mora. Though the potential profit was substantial, the risk of failure loomed ominously. He will, Xiao Yuan affirmed resolutely. Ningguang, remember, every person harbors weaknesses. At this, Ningguang was somewhat perplexed. Weaknesses? Indeed, most individuals share similar vulnerabilities. With careful observation and astute application, one can attain success. Do you recall how I distributed numerous snacks to those children last night? Of course, Brother Xiao Yuan referred to it as an investment. She replied without hesitation. Precisely. Yesterday, I learned from them that a fleet was seeking Qingxin, and they would take as much as was available. Ningguang paused, struck by realization, as if awakening from a dream. Most people do not erect defenses against innocent children, believing them to be oblivious and merely playful. Therefore, they freely divulge critical information in the presence of children. And indeed, children are as naive as presumed, lacking comprehension of information and commercial secrets, only drawn to food and amusement. With a little guidance, they can serve as excellent sources of intelligence, and given their nature, they are unlikely to lie. Thus, the words of children are trustworthy. Typically, such a gamble of one's entire fortune is deemed highly irrational, as you rightly fear, for failure could lead to total ruin. My motives are twofold. First, to demonstrate the immense value of information, as accurate intelligence can be worth a fortune. Second, I am in urgent need of more mora. Ningguang nodded thoughtfully, digesting and contemplating Xiao Yuan's words to the fullest extent. Upon careful reflection, she realized that Xiao Yuan was indeed correct. People typically do not erect defenses against young children, and the words spoken by a child, when guided properly, are generally trustworthy. To take a step back, even if a child were to resort to deceit in order to obtain a treat, their lies are easily discernible. Young children lack the capacity to craft perfect lies in front of adults. They often exhibit telltale signs, such as erratic eye movements, fidgeting, stammering speech, blushing, and impatience, all of which can be readily detected. I sincerely apologize for the abrupt halt in updates yesterday. Those in the group are likely aware of the reason. My computer malfunctioned, resulting in a day of silence. However, I shall make amends today, beginning with the release of 2 chapters, with 2 more to follow shortly. Chapter 75, The Sixth Life. Benevolence as the foundation. An hour passed swiftly, and Xiao Yuan and Ningguang returned to the inn as promised, only to find that the man they had encountered earlier was already waiting for them. Upon seeing this, Ningguang was somewhat taken aback. You finally arrived. I have been waiting for quite some time. Clearly, the man had inquired about the surrounding circumstances, receiving responses that indicated everything had sold out. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that a single man had purchased all the stock. It was evident that Xiao Yuan's assertions were accurate. He had indeed bought out all the Qingxin from Liyue. Despite some losses in this transaction, the price Xiao Yuan offered was still reasonable. 1,000 mora each remained within their acceptable range. Have you made up your mind? Xiao Yuan smiled gently. How many do you have? I will take them all. The business was concluded swiftly, as the man was straightforward, promptly producing hundreds of thousands of mora to purchase all of Xiao Yuan's Qingxin. The innkeeper was left astounded. He had never anticipated such a substantial transaction would unfold so abruptly in his establishment. Pleasure doing business, Xiao Yuan said with a serene smile, extending his right hand. I will ensure I do not let you down next time. He spoke with a hint of regret, but shook the man's hand nonetheless. They could not have foreseen the leak of information, but fortunately, Xiao Yuan's dealings were not excessively exploitative. Qingxin is a specialty of Liyue, unavailable elsewhere, and is primarily sourced from Liyue itself. Selling them elsewhere, a single plant can fetch thousands of mora, which is a standard price. Next time, I won't let you discover it, Xiao Yuan said with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at Ningguang. But perhaps others will. That may not be the case. The man replied before leaving with the large quantity of Qingxin. Watching him gradually recede, Xiao Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile that remains uncertain. Xiao Yuan took out 100 mora and handed it to the innkeeper, covering the fee for temporarily storing the Qingxin for an hour. He then produced 20,000 mora for Ningguang. This surplus mora is my investment in you. I hope you can make good use of it and find ways to generate more mora. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Ningguang took the 20,000 mora and began to ponder how to earn even more. However, before that, Xiao Yuan redeemed his 2 weapons with the mora he held. Having accomplished this, he now possessed a total of 150,000 mora. This astronomical figure was something Ningguang had never dared to imagine. Remarkably, through some snacks, along with the more than 20,000 mora and collateral, he had effortlessly garnered over 100,000. It dawned on Ningguang that the true value lies not in hard work, but in information. Effort only serves to complicate life, just like in her previous circumstances. When her uncomfortable attire and bare feet on the floor caused her distress, she spent her days calling out from morning till night, earning merely 800 mora. In terms of toil, her past self endured 1,000-fold more hardship. But what was the return? A body racked with discomfort, exhaustion, and a cold indifference from others. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan required no strenuous effort. He merely needed to be privy to certain information to easily amass tens of thousands. This shattered her understanding. Ningguang, Xu Yuan said, slightly furrowing his brow. Huh. She snapped back to reality, looking at him in confusion. Are you contemplating something? He inquired. Xu Yuan was acutely aware of the significant risks involved in his endeavors. After all, engaging in commerce inherently carries higher stakes. If he were to teach Ningguang merely to become a capitalist solely intent on earning mora, he would become the greatest sinner in Teyvat. His knowledge, drawn from the blue planet, could easily surpass that of Teyvat. Yet, if Ningguang were to stray down a misguided path, it could lead to dire consequences. Imagine a person, far beyond this world's comprehension, wielding control over the majority of its resources and employing all manner of unscrupulous tactics to earn mora. What sort of world would that create? The entire realm would descend into chaos, with the populace suffering greatly. I wonder if effort is so futile, why should one still strive? Ningguang mused. Upon hearing her words, Xu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, she was already contemplating ways to exploit and earn mora. That is a misconception, Ningguang. Effort is indeed valuable, he corrected her. Then why did I toil so hard before? She queried. Because your efforts were in vain, he replied. Huh. Ningguang was taken aback by his response. What constitutes vain effort? She asked. Meaningless effort is, by definition, ineffective. It serves no purpose beyond self-satisfaction. Just a few days ago, you sold more meat at the docks, did you not? In essence, that day was no different from any other. It was still you selling the mora meat, which you had prepared yourself. However, the outcome was entirely different. On ordinary days, only a few pieces of mora meat could be sold for 400 mora, yet on that particular day, 19 pieces were sold for 1,000 mora without a trace. This illustrates that effort is not futile, rather, it is often misplaced. Although Xu Yuan's words held truth, Ningguang did not fully embrace them and countered, but, Brother Xu Yuan, you exerted far less effort, yet earned much more mora than I did. My gains stem from experience, from the lessons learned through personal setbacks. As she had previously mentioned, during her first attempt to sell mora meat, she was told it was unpalatable. Thus, the next time she prepared mora meat, she ensured to taste it herself first. This is the essence of experience. Growth is born from hardship. Currently, I am utilizing my acquired wisdom to earn the mora I rightfully deserve. The knowledge Ningguang has gained is also a reflection of my own experiences. In other words, I strive to guide you away from unnecessary detours, to make your journey as comfortable as possible. Yet, this does not imply that effort is in vain. Xu Yuan must first correct her perspective, making her aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch and that great rewards never come without effort. Upon hearing this, Ningguang began to understand that Xu Yuan was imparting his invaluable experiences to her. But why choose me? She pondered, perplexed. Because you possess a kind heart. Xu Yuan replied with a gentle smile. He wished to convey that she had also saved Liu, not once, but twice. Had she not intervened against the Qinyuan army, the consequences could have been dire. The second instance was the night before, had Ningguang's father not disrupted his dream, prompting memories of Hu Tao and others. He might have succumbed to that dream. Kindness is your foundation. No matter how much more you earn, do not forsake your goodness. You may choose to conceal it deep within, while allowing your exterior to shine brightly and transform endlessly, but the essence of kindness must never be abandoned. Mora can be regained, but a corrupted heart is far more challenging to restore. Xu Yuan understood that money is a formidable force, one that can easily alter a person's character. Especially when an individual acquires an immense fortune, it is rare for them to maintain their integrity. His mission is to ensure that Ningguang becomes the wealthiest person in Teyvat. If she were to become corrupted by money, it would spell true trouble. I understand, Brother Xu Yuan, Ningguang replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. Chapter 76. The Sixth Life. A warm home shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the Wanmin restaurant. At this time, Xiangling had likely not yet been born, and in any case, she was not present. Order whatever you like. Today, I shall treat you, so there's no need to be modest, Xu Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ningguang timidly accepted the menu. Having never dined out before, she looked around, feeling somewhat anxious. Perhaps it was due to her past struggles, or perhaps her excessive self-doubt manifested as a timid demeanor, making her feel as though she was being observed from all directions, leaving her quite uneasy. She gazed at the items on the menu and the exorbitant prices, flipping through it several times before ultimately deciding on the most affordable dish, stir-fried vegetables for 300 mora. Ling Guang understood that dining out was an essential aspect of social interaction. As most negotiations and discussions transpired at the dining table, the act of sharing a meal often fostered a pleasant atmosphere, making conversations more conducive. The reason we did not engage in such a practice today was that I had completely seized the initiative. In the realm of business negotiations, when one does not possess full control over the opponent, discussing matters in a restaurant is a prudent strategy. This approach, learned from reality, is common among those who conduct business, whether in a five-star hotel or a roadside barbecue stall. This is because humans release dopamine while eating. The higher the caloric content of the food, the more dopamine is secreted. This explains why many couples can reconcile their disputes with a simple meal of hot pot or a cup of bubble tea. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Ling Guang picked up the menu once more, this time adding another dish, one that included meat, reasonably priced, neither too costly nor too cheap. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan also ordered a dish. After their meal, Xiao Yuan hired 3 workers and purchased a considerable amount of materials, ingredients, and household supplies to return home. He instructed the workers to repair the drafty and moldy areas of the house. In the afternoon, the setting sun bathed the sky in a golden hue. After paying the 3 workers in mora, they returned home, and the house had been sufficiently mended, at least enough to prevent drafts and leaks. Brother Xiao Yuan, let me prepare dinner, she proposed eagerly. Today, I will cook for you to showcase my culinary skills, Xiao Yuan declared with conviction. Well, all right, she replied, slightly disheartened. Then continued, in that case, I can help with the ingredients, right? I can chop vegetables and such. Ling Guang's words evoked memories in Xiao Yuan of Yula, who had once pleaded with him to let her wash the dishes. They were all well-behaved children. It remains uncertain whether it is the good-natured children who are destined to endure such tragic fates, or if those who have suffered such fates become good children. All right, just help me with the chopping. Okay. With the task assigned by Xiao Yuan, Ling Guang appeared particularly joyful. Before long, the small room was filled with enticing aromas. I'll serve the rice, Ling Guang exclaimed, excitedly filling her small bowl to the brim. Xiao Yuan also brought out the dishes. Eat more to grow strong. Look at how thin you are, he kindly urged, continually adding meat to her bowl. That's enough, brother Xiao Yuan. You should eat more too, Ling Guang said. Taken aback and somewhat flustered, Xiao Yuan began to eat as well, promptly adding more meat to her bowl whenever he noticed it was nearly empty. Eat more vegetables and take your time with the rice. Focus on the vegetables, he instructed, placing a few more slices of meat into her bowl. As she continued to eat, Ningguang's eyes began to redden. Before Xiao Yuan could fully comprehend the situation, tears streamed down her cheeks. It had been an eternity since she had shared a meal with anyone at home. In her past, while residing in Liyue Harbor, she would often witness mothers calling their children home as the sun dipped below the horizon, yet the children would linger, reluctant to leave their play. Navigating through the myriad of illuminated homes, she found no refuge for herself. From those windows, she could observe the bustling warmth of families, the gentle nagging of parents filling the air, accompanied by the delightful aroma of home-cooked meals. Each time she felt the warmth of another's family, an overwhelming sense of envy would wash over her, for there would be no one to call her home for dinner anymore. Her home was devoid of warm meals and the comforting presence of someone waiting for her return. The absence of lively chatter only deepened her solitude. Each time she returned to her pitch-black wooden house, she was engulfed by an unbearable sense of loneliness and coldness. At her age, having lost her parents, with no relatives or friends, she was utterly alone. Such anguish, perhaps, was known only to her. However, with Xiao Yuan's arrival, this home had begun to radiate warmth once more. The house had been repaired. No longer would the cold winds intrude or the rain seep through. And now there were warm meals to savor. Xiao Yuan, I miss Mom and Dad, she said, tears cascading down her cheeks onto the wooden table. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. I am here. I am here. It's all right, Xiao Yuan softly reassured her. Ningguang had long been deprived of the warmth of home. She was merely a child, burdened with far too much. While most children her age would cry at the slightest fall or scrape, she had never shed a tear. She resembled a cold machine, mocked and called a little beggar, enduring the pain of frostbitten feet in winter, despised and insulted by many. None of it had ever made her cry, for she understood that no one would care for her, no one would comfort her. And any display of vulnerability would only invite ridicule. She could only curl up alone in that cold, empty wooden house, crying until exhaustion took her. The next day, she would rise early to sell more meat. With Xiao Yuan as her support, she finally relinquished the facade she had maintained for so long, allowing herself to weep freely in his embrace. At last, she could slightly ease the burden she had carried for so long, finally unleashing her pent-up emotions. I am deeply saddened, dear Xiao Yuan. I feel utterly exhausted. In the past, I had to walk barefoot all day, and it was truly exhausting. My feet would ache terribly. Even when my voice became hoarse from shouting, no one would cast a glance in my direction. On rainy days, I would be drenched, seeking shelter at others' doorsteps only to be shooed away. The summer pavement is unbearably hot, yet without selling more meat, survival seems impossible. I feel as though I have forcibly intruded into a world that does not belong to me. My existence here feels devoid of meaning. There is neither a place I can call home nor a sense of belonging. I yearn for death, but then, dear Xiao Yuan, I met you. You are truly wonderful. You have rekindled my hope and allowed me to feel warmth once more. It has been so long since anyone held me. Finally, I have completed the update I owed from that day. To all my friends, please consider showing your support. Chapter 77, The Sixth Life. Interest as the best teacher. Upon hearing Ningguang's lament, Xiao Yuan's heart ached even more for her. He held her tightly, gently stroking her hair. It's all right, I am here. You can lean on me from now on. Ningguang wept in Xiao Yuan's embrace for a long while, as if releasing all the grievances she had endured over the years. Only when she had fallen into a deep slumber did he carefully carry her to bed and tuck her in. After tidying up the dishes, Xiao Yuan stepped outside, effortlessly leaping onto the rooftop. Facing the moonlight, he began to practice his calming incantation. The night breeze was refreshing, causing the shadows of the trees to sway gently, while the soft moonlight enveloped the land. In the distance, Liyue Harbor bustled with life. The streets were alive with people and vehicles, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Observing Liyue Harbor from this tranquil forest, far removed from the clamor of the crowds, was indeed an intriguing pastime. In Xiao Yuan's perception, the lights of Liyue Harbor gradually dimmed. As night deepened, the glow of the harbor slowly faded away. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, Xiao Yuan finally returned home to rest. The next morning, Ningguang asked Xiao Yuan, "Shall we go buy more meat today?" After the events of the previous night, she seemed changed, her eyes sparkling with the innocence and brightness of youth. It appeared she had laid down an immensely heavy burden. With Xiao Yuan by her side, she could finally embrace the carefree spirit of a child. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. Relying solely on selling more meat for income, Xiao Yuan feared he might never complete this task. Such a situation was untenable. The longer they spent together, the more profound the pain of separation would become. This is why Xiao Yuan felt compelled to complete his task swiftly, while simultaneously ensuring that they could sustain their lives independently after his departure. Both endeavors must proceed concurrently. This was the essence of his mission. Very well. I shall heed your wishes, dear Xiao Yuan, she replied, nodding with a radiant smile. Together, they set off towards Liyue Harbor. They arrived at a tea house, ordering a pot of tea and some pastries. Brother Xiao Yuan, what shall we do today? Ningguang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Observe, Xiao Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Observe what? Everyone passing by, he answered. After sitting there for a while, the tea and pastries were served. With a calm demeanor, Xiao Yuan elegantly brewed the tea and said, "Feel free to eat. Observing the crowd while you indulge is equally important." "All right, Brother Xiao Yuan is so kind," Ningguang said, snuggling up to him. "Hurry and eat." Xiao Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair. Subsequently, Ningguang picked up a pastry and cautiously placed it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up as she was instantly enchanted by the sweet treat. "So sweet and delicious," she exclaimed, utterly surprised by how delightful this little morsel was. "Brother Xiao Yuan, you should have some too." Saying this, she offered him the pastry. Xiao Yuan took a bite, savoring it thoughtfully. "Isn't it delicious?" Ningguang asked with sparkling eyes. Indeed. It's quite delectable, he replied. The sweetness was exquisite, and Ningguang ate her pastry delicately, taking small bites and savoring each one as if it were a rare treasure. Observing Ningguang's blissful expression, Xu Yuan sipped his light tea. After spending several hours in the tea house, he finally discerned something unusual. Ningguang. What is it, brother Xu Yuan? She responded. A hint of confusion evident in her voice at being called so suddenly. Let me show you a magic trick, he said with a playful smile, standing up confidently. A magic trick? She asked, puzzled. Yes, just wait for me here. I shall return shortly. With that, Xu Yuan exited the tea house and entered the bustling thoroughfare. As it was noon, the crowd was quite large, yet Xu Yuan had a clear objective. He made his way directly toward a man and positioned himself in front of him, appearing as if he were deliberately seeking confrontation. The man, seemingly unfazed, attempted to sidestep Xu Yuan and continue on his way. However, Xu Yuan was relentless, stepping forward to block him once more. At this point, the man finally sensed something amiss and looked up to see Xu Yuan smiling at him. What do you want? He asked, a hint of unease in his voice. I wish to consult you on how to become a thief, Xu Yuan replied with a light smile. Upon hearing this, the man's pupils constricted sharply, and he suddenly lunged at Xu Yuan with force. Anticipating this, Xu Yuan effortlessly dodged, while the man ran forward without looking back, seemingly unwilling to engage further. However, a large hand seized his collar. The man, taken aback, swiftly drew a knife and aimed a fierce slash at Xu Yuan. However, his meager skills were merely a display of clumsiness before Xu Yuan. Upon witnessing the glinting blade approaching, Xu Yuan effortlessly pinched it between two fingers. The man was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless in his spot. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, who hastily recoiled in fear. Sensing the precarious situation, the man attempted to flee, but Xu Yuan subdued him with ease. Subsequently, Xu Yuan extracted a wallet from the man's clothing and tossed it aside. Coincidentally, the wallet's owner had just pushed through the crowd to assess the situation when the wallet came soaring towards her. Instinctively, she caught her own wallet, then glanced at Xu Yuan and the thief pinned to the ground beneath him, her expression shifting to one of understanding. Thank you for catching the thief, she exclaimed, rushing forward to express her gratitude. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding onlookers finally grasped the situation and began to praise Xu Yuan's actions. Shortly thereafter, the Qianyan army arrived and took the thief away. After resolving this brief interlude, Xu Yuan returned to the tea house. Just as he ascended the stairs, Ningguang excitedly rushed toward him. Brother Xu Yuan, you are so handsome. How did you know he was a thief? She exclaimed. Xu Yuan smiled gently, ruffling her hair as he replied. One can discern much if one is observant. Noticing Ningguang's enthusiasm, Xu Yuan realized his objective had been achieved. Learning is never a forced endeavor. Interest is the finest teacher. As long as one is intrigued, they will find ways to learn, even without compulsion. His aim was to ignite Ningguang's curiosity, thereby imparting knowledge. This approach differed greatly from Eula's. Eula was a prodigy, having grasped much from a young age and actively seeking knowledge, so she had no issues. In contrast, Ningguang, being more akin to an ordinary individual, required a spark of interest to facilitate effective teaching. But why can't I see it? Ningguang wondered, puzzled. It's called micro-expressions and body language. One can glean a person's general state through facial expressions and inherent gestures. I want to learn. How amazing, she exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 78, The Sixth Life, An Unknown Journey. Since the incident at the tea house, Ningguang's demeanor gradually became more composed and versatile. Under Xu Yuan's guidance, she grew increasingly familiar with human nature. She became adept at interpreting the concealed information behind every glance and gesture. During these days, she often accompanied Xu Yuan, participating in several business battles, confrontations at dining tables, negotiations, and transactions. Each time, Xu Yuan emerged victorious, leading to favorable conclusions. Immersed in this environment, Ningguang's growth was remarkably accelerated. Despite her tender age, the aura she exuded was already multifaceted and dynamic. To master and skillfully wield one's emotions for the purpose of attaining greater advantages is a talent that Ningguang has fully grasped. She employs different strategies when interacting with various individuals, and currently, her most effective techniques remain her coquettish charm and playful demeanor. At her age, these methods prove to be the most efficacious. Consequently, Ningguang has come to realize the formidable power of effectively engaging with children. They are easily satisfied, often requiring only a small treat, and they possess a simplicity that makes them easier to manage. What is this? In the midst of her usual stroll through Liyue Harbor, Ningguang unexpectedly stumbled upon something extraordinary. Upon picking it up for a closer inspection, she was momentarily astonished. A vision? Or merely a shell? Ningguang was instantly elated. This was indeed a remarkable find. With a vision, a mortal could harness elemental power. The one before her was an empty shell, and if someone could activate it, they would gain extraordinary elemental prowess. She hastened to seek out her brother Xue Yuan, for this would undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum. However, before she could execute her plan, the vision erupted in a brilliant golden light. Ningguang, what? As she gazed at the now activated vision, the smile that had just graced her lips froze in shock. She stood there, stunned, as if turned to stone. Had it truly been activated? She stared blankly at the vision in her hand. After several moments of contemplation, the conclusion became clear. It had indeed been activated. A wave of disappointment washed over her. An activated vision would not be sold. Compared to the elemental power of the vision, she preferred Mora. After all, Xue Yuan had once said that resorting to force is the least favorable approach. Matters that can be resolved with words should not involve Mora, and those that can be settled with Mora should not resort to violence. Ultimately, Xue Yuan had imparted to Ningguang a unique skill in this world. If wielded judiciously, her future Mora would only increase. Feeling disheartened, Ningguang made her way to the tea house, where Xue Yuan was still savoring his tea. Opposite him sat Zhongli. Both were learned individuals with a passion for tea, and they quickly bonded, naturally becoming friends. Notably, Xue Yuan always picked up the tab, which seemed rather excessive. Nonetheless, sharing tea merely added another cup to the table, posing no significant issue. Ningguang, you're back quite early today, Xue Yuan remarked with a gentle smile, his attention soon drawn to the vision in her hand. Brother Xue Yuan, I found this by the dock today. It was originally just a shell, but for some reason, it suddenly activated, she explained, a hint of grievance evident in her voice, as if she were dissatisfied with the activated vision. Upon witnessing Ningguang's expression and hearing her plight, both Xue Yuan and Zhongli exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with understanding, and then shared a knowing smile. This signifies that you have gained the recognition of the divine. Xue Yuan poured a cup of tea with a serene yet deliberate grace, offering it to Ningguang. The resonance with the empty goddess I was a rarity across the entire Teyvat continent. Zhongli took a sip of the mild tea and remarked, "It would be better if you provided me with more Mora." Ningguang muttered softly, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "Since you are here, you might as well accept it. This goddess eye is destined to be yours. So take good care of it." Upon hearing Xue Yuan's words, Ningguang glanced at the goddess eye, reluctantly accepting it despite her evident reluctance. The sight of her discontent left both Xue Yuan and Zhongli in a state of bemusement. After all, the goddess eye was a coveted possession that many mortals yearned for but could never attain. Only those chosen by the divine would possess such a treasure. In other words, no amount of Mora could procure it if it was not meant for you. It was indeed a rare gem, yet Ningguang displayed disdain for it, leaving even Zhongli somewhat astonished. "Ningguang, I have heard that several fleets are returning today. Could you investigate their status for me?" Xue Yuan inquired. "Of course. Leave it to me," Ningguang assured confidently before departing from the tea house. As he watched her leave, Xue Yuan took a delicate sip of tea, directing his gaze toward Zhongli. "It is time we discuss serious matters, Zhongli." Xue Yuan felt the surge of power within him. Indeed, his time was ticking away. The system's directive to assist Ningguang in becoming the wealthiest person in Teyvat referred not merely to Mora, but to the qualification she possessed. In other words, the knowledge Ningguang acquired from Xue Yuan was sufficient to elevate her to the status of Teyvat's richest individual. Xue Yuan's task had essentially been accomplished. It seemed this matter was somewhat extraordinary. Zhongli also savored the tea in response. If it were an ordinary affair, Xue Yuan would not have deliberately sent Ningguang away. "I wish for Ningguang to become the next Liyue Qixing and assume the role of the Tianquan star." "Oh, that would indeed be a splendid development. I believe the child is more than capable," Zhongli responded with a gentle smile. "She is indeed competent, and I have faith that she will usher in a new era for Liyue, transforming it into the most prosperous nation in history. If it were you, I would have even greater confidence." Zhongli gazed intently at Xue Yuan. "Ah," Xue Yuan murmured, staring into the reflection cast by his teacup, exhaling a sigh. "Yet my journey has not yet reached its conclusion. Are you leaving Liyue to travel to other lands?" Zhongli inquired instinctively upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words. I do not know where my next journey will lead or in what capacity I shall travel, but I must set forth regardless. An unknown journey, indeed? Yes. Will you return? I believe I shall, Xiao Yuan replied, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. Will you not take Ningguang with you? This journey is one I must undertake alone. In her heart, you are her everything. If you do not take her along, she fears, yet I understand. However, the journey must be traversed alone by me. I shall forge a false pact for her. What constitutes a false pact? Zhongli found this somewhat perplexing. You shall witness it. With these words, Xu Yuan gradually rose to his feet. I hope that after my departure, you will pay more attention to that child. When you deem her capable of assuming the mantle of Liyue's 7 stars, lend her your assistance. As if this were a gesture of gratitude for the numerous cups of tea I have treated you to, Ra King Emperor. Upon finishing, Xu Yuan descended the staircase, while Zhongli, holding his teacup, found his hands suspended in midair. Chapter 79, The Sixth Life, A Gift. Ningguang, it is time to return home, Xu Yuan called out with a gentle smile. Akin to how most parents summon their children for mealtime. What Ningguang had once fervently desired had now become her daily reality. Though she was not particularly fond of playing with children, prolonged interaction had granted her a deeper understanding of this group and the unique personalities of each child. Some were introverted, others timid, some outgoing, and a few were quite temperamental. Cultivating harmonious relationships with them was no simple task. Engaging with these children was Ningguang's investment strategy. Their intelligence had been demonstrated multiple times through Xu Yuan, thus fostering good relations with them was a decision that bore no detriment, only benefit. Brother Xu Yuan, I want to play a little longer. You can head back first. Upon hearing Ningguang's response, Xu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. When he typically came to call her home for dinner, she would joyfully bounce over. Why was she exhibiting a hint of rebellion today? Then I shall return to prepare dinner. Be sure to come home early. Understood. Ningguang cheerfully waved goodbye to Xu Yuan. He did not dwell on it and made his way back home. Once Xu Yuan departed, Ningguang's companions expressed their envy. Ningguang, your brother is so nice. He doesn't rush you home for dinner. Indeed, I'm so envious. My mother always drags me home for meals. I can't come out to play unless I finish. Me too. I truly envy you for having such a wonderful brother. Ningguang's friends praised her. And she responded with a gentle smile. Yes, I have a brother who loves me dearly. He is the best brother in the world. I have things to do. Let us play together tomorrow. Ningguang bid them farewell. Huh, didn't you want to play a bit longer? Yes. But your brother has allowed you to play a little longer. The children were puzzled by her words. Tomorrow, let us play together then. Ningguang was resolute. And the pleas of the children held no sway over her. She then made her way to the tea house frequented by Xu Yuan. Little Ningguang, your belongings have arrived. Upon seeing Ningguang's arrival, the tea house owner took the initiative to speak. Let me have a look. Ningguang exclaimed with great delight. The tea house owner then retrieved an exquisite square box from the cabinet. Ningguang carefully accepted it, and upon opening the box, her eyes instantly sparkled with joy. This was quite a challenge to acquire. Such a precious item. Surely it is a gift for your brother Xiao Yuan? The owner jested. Yes, indeed. How much more is it? Ningguang inquired. At that moment, the owner extended 5 fingers. Taken aback for a moment, Ningguang then gazed at the owner with her tearful big eyes and gently grasped 3 of his fingers with her delicate hand. Oh, please, can it be less? Ningguang, this material is truly rare. I had to pull many strings to obtain it, so I cannot reduce the price. Just a little less, please. Look, we patronize your establishment daily. Surely you can give me a discount. You are the best, dear owner. Under Ningguang's charming persuasion, no man could remain impervious. With her glistening eyes and sweet, tender voice, she was indeed a siren to men. After a prolonged negotiation lasting half an hour, the owner reluctantly agreed to sell the item to Ningguang at a significantly reduced price. Next time, I won't entertain such negotiations. The owner lamented. Hee, thank you, dear owner. You are truly kind. I am sure you will prosper greatly in the future. Ningguang playfully responded. Seeing Ningguang in such a state, the owner felt a mix of emotions. The original price of 50,000 mora had been mercilessly slashed to 20,000. It was undeniably a considerable loss. Given that Ningguang and Xiao Yuan frequently visited the establishment, coupled with Ningguang's intelligence, charm, and sweetness, the owner had initially offered a price that was already quite low. If sold to outsiders, it would have started at no less than 120,000. Unexpectedly, the young girl had struck with such ferocity directly impacting the owner's profits. The 20,000 mora was indeed the cost price for the owner. While it should have neither incurred a loss nor a profit, the material was exceedingly rare, and the owner had relied on numerous connections to procure it. In essence, he had not only lost profit, but had also expended considerable goodwill. Thus, describing it as a significant loss was not an exaggeration. Ningguang, cradling the box, radiated sheer joy. From a distance, she spotted the cozy little house glowing warmly, with steam rising from the windows. She momentarily found herself entranced. Normally, she would return home alongside Xiao Yuan. But today marked one of the rare occasions she ventured back alone. Upon witnessing the inviting warmth of her home, she held the box even tighter and dashed inside. "Brother Xiao Yuan, I'm back," she exclaimed, excitedly pushing open the door. "Ah, it's good that you're back. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Xiao Yuan replied with a gentle smile, his gaze immediately drawn to the box in Ningguang's hands. "Ningguang, what do you hold in your hands?" he inquired, perplexed. "Guess." Ningguang replied playfully. "Is it a box of desserts?" Xiao Yuan speculated. Ever since her first visit to the tea house where she tasted dessert, Ningguang had become ensnared in the delightful abyss of confections. Whenever she earned mora, she would indulge herself with a sweet treat as a reward. No longer was she the timid girl who had just entered the Wanmin Hall, afraid to spend even a single mora frivolously. "Hee, you guessed wrong. What could it possibly be, then?" With a playful air, Ningguang decided it was time to reveal the contents and handed the box to Xiao Yuan. "This is for you, Brother Xiao Yuan," she said, a hint of blush adorning her cheeks. "For me?" Xiao Yuan received the exquisitely crafted square box, his face a canvas of questions. As he slowly opened the box, his pupils contracted slightly. "Brother Xiao Yuan, today marks the first anniversary of our acquaintance. I am truly grateful for having met you. You have taught me how to live with dignity and how to earn more mora. You have imparted lessons on wise investments, understanding others, and discerning character, enlightening me with profound truths and vast knowledge. Before our paths crossed, my life was engulfed in darkness. I wandered aimlessly, unaware of the purpose of my existence or the meaning of life itself. The world felt like a frigid lake, mercilessly submerging and consuming me, leaving me devoid of warmth. I contemplated ending my life countless times, yearning to relinquish my struggles. Yet, I was unwilling to surrender. I could not comprehend why I deserved such treatment. Fortunately, I persevered, allowing me the chance to meet you. It was you who pulled me from that abyss. Thank you for enlightening me on the significance of life. In the past, I was timid, cowardly, self-deprecating, and inept at expressing myself, unkempt in appearance. Thank you for not rejecting the person I once was. Without you, I cannot fathom what my life would be like now. Perhaps I would have perished in some obscure, shadowy corner. You have bestowed upon me a second chance at life, a second home. Once, I envied those children who basked in their parents' love, who enjoyed warm families and hearty meals. Now, I no longer feel envy because I have you. Brother Xiao Yuan, you have given me everything. Ironically, they now envy me, for I have the best brother in the world. Hee, Brother Xiao Yuan, meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life. Let us walk together in the days to come. Chapter 80, The Sixth Life. Departure. He stared blankly at Ningguang before him, as if something had blocked his airways, rendering even his most desperate breaths futile. The excruciating pain, akin to a swarm of ants gnawing at his heart, caused him to tremble uncontrollably. He had lingered too long. It should not have taken this long. It would have been better to leave earlier. Brother Xiao Yuan, what is the matter? Noticing Xiao Yuan's unusually peculiar demeanor, Ningguang inquired with concern. It's nothing. Just a recurrence of my ailment, much like the first time you encountered me, he replied. Thank you, Ningguang, I truly appreciate it. Please give me a moment to meditate and suppress this illness. With that, Xiao Yuan gently set down the box, stepped outside, ascended to the rooftop, and sat cross-legged. Even the calming incantation proved ineffective, as he found himself unable to focus on it, overwhelmed by a painful constriction in his chest. He sensed that tomorrow marked his departure. How could it be that tonight signifies a year since their acquaintance? Has he truly resided here for a whole year? Time has indeed flown by. Every day, Xiao Yuan dedicated himself entirely, teaching Ningguang at the swiftest pace possible. However, such knowledge cannot be forced or interfered with. It relies solely on Ningguang's own comprehension and insight. Throughout this year, he had accompanied her to at least 10 business confrontations, navigating various environments, all in an effort to prepare her for the cunning strategies of seasoned merchants. Yet, it was too late. He was taken aback by how swiftly the year had elapsed. He harbored suspicions that the system had orchestrated this, but he had no inclination to blame it now. He was simply engulfed by a profound discomfort. After a considerable period of reflection, he managed to steady his emotions. "Brother Shuyuan, are you feeling better?" Ningguang approached with a tender concern evident in her voice. "Yes, I'm all right now," he replied with a gentle smile, affectionately stroking her hair. "Thank you for your gift. It brings me great joy. Meeting you has been a stroke of fortune for me." "I'm sorry I didn't prepare anything for you," she said apologetically. No, Brother Shuyuan, there's no need to apologize. Your presence is the greatest gift," Ningguang insisted. "Now, let us wash our hands and have dinner. Afterward, I'll brew some tea with the tea set you gifted me." Ningguang nodded eagerly and joined Shuyuan for the meal. As they dined, he consistently served her a generous array of dishes. "Brother Shuyuan's cooking is truly delicious," she exclaimed. "I'm glad you like it. Eat more vegetables to grow strong," he encouraged. Yes, you should eat more too." After dinner, Ningguang cleared the dishes and prepared a pot of tea using the exquisite set she had gifted him. The tea set, resplendent in black, exuded a luxurious feel. It was smooth to the touch, and the aroma of the tea was enriched by the unique material, appearing even more robust and fragrant. It was evident that she had spent a considerable amount of mora to acquire it. Upon witnessing Shuyuan take a delicate sip of the tea, Ningguang's eyes widened in anticipation. Seemingly eager for his assessment, "Ningguang," he began. "Yes," she responded, her attention fully captured. "What are your thoughts? This tea set must have cost quite a bit of mora, correct?" he inquired. "As long as Brother Shuyuan is pleased, it is worth spending any amount." Observing Shuyuan's inquiry, Ningguang felt reassured. The tea brewed from this set of teaware exuded an exceptionally fragrant aroma, perfectly capturing the essence of the tea's intrinsic flavor. "Thank you, I truly adore it. However, dear child, earning money is no easy feat, and spending so much mora is unwarranted. Next time, you must refrain from such extravagance." Shuyuan first extolled the virtues of Ningguang's gift before imparting his wisdom, ensuring no feelings were hurt. The child had expended considerable effort and resources to procure this present, fundamentally seeking your approval and praise. Yet, should you voice sentiments about wastefulness or question the wisdom of such expenditure, it would inevitably wound the child's heart, dissuading them from expressing their emotions in the future. "I understand. Brother Shuyuan should drink more." She poured him another cup of tea. Time flew swiftly, and eventually, Ningguang succumbed to slumber. He retrieved a sheet of paper and a pen, ascending to the rooftop to pen his final words. Though the content was scant, he wrote slowly, each stroke akin to a knife to his heart. After a prolonged period, he finally completed his task. Returning indoors, he found Ningguang sleeping soundly. He gently adjusted her blanket, for autumn had indeed arrived. After placing the paper and pen away, he took the teaware gifted by Ningguang and quietly stepped outside. "I'm sorry, I will return. Wait for me." He carefully closed the door behind him, departing at last. Chapter 81. The Sixth Life, a False Contract. The following day, morning dawned. Ningguang stirred from her slumber, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She slowly sat up, stretching languidly. Upon discovering Shuyuan's bed empty, she mused that perhaps Brother Shuyuan had gone out to purchase something or was meditating on the rooftop, as was his custom. Ningguang pushed open the door and stepped outside, only to find that Shuyuan was not on the roof. Had he ventured out to buy groceries? She pondered momentarily, but soon dismissed the thought, continuing her morning routine. After waiting at home for a considerable time without Shuyuan's return, a sense of unease began to creep in. Where could Brother Shuyuan be? He typically would not be away for such an extended period. Anxiety enveloped her as she paced back and forth, contemplating whether to search for Shuyuan, yet fearing that if she left, he might return and find her absent, causing him distress. Just as she was filled with restlessness and glanced around anxiously, she finally noticed the piece of paper. Upon picking it up and reading it closely, a sudden tremor coursed through her being. "No, Brother Shuyuan would never abandon me. I refuse to believe it. This must be a fabrication. It has to be false." The words pierced her heart like sharp daggers, mercilessly embedding themselves within her soul. Her body trembled slightly, and tears, as large as pearls, cascaded down her cheeks. In a frenzy, she rummaged through her belongings, yet could not find the teaware she had gifted to Shuyuan the previous day. Clutching the note, she burst through the door, racing desperately towards Liyue Harbor, her tears scattering like pearls upon the earth as she ran. "I apologize, Ningguang," By the time you discover this letter, I will have already departed. There are matters I must attend to, and I regret that I cannot take you along. Please do not seek me out. Ningguang, do not blame yourself. The moments spent with you have truly brought me joy. I am grateful for the opportunity to have shared this fleeting yet blissful year with you. But I must leave now. Do not abandon me, Brother Shuyuan. Please do not forsake me. As long as you are by my side, I would venture anywhere, even through perilous trials. Do not let me face solitude once more. Why do you not ask if I would accompany you? You cannot simply leave me behind. Am I to lose my family again? I refuse to endure this. Brother Shuyuan, do not abandon me. I do not wish to be alone again. You promised I could rely on you. You cannot slip away quietly. Do not leave me. I can change. I can become the person you desire. I implore you, hold me once more. Tears have utterly clouded her vision, rendering everything a blur. On this treacherous mountain path, her sight obstructed, Ningguang recklessly stumbled, falling forward. The rough ground scraped her knees, leaving them bloodied, and her hands bore wounds that bled crimson. Yet, as if oblivious to the pain, she immediately rose and continued her desperate sprint toward Liyue Harbor, as if the one she sought awaited her there. She could not afford to pause, not even for a moment. After my departure, make sure to eat on time, sleep early each night as autumn approaches. Cover yourself well at night, and do not kick off your blanket, or you shall catch a chill. Do ensure you consume enough meat. Do not be too frugal when alone, for more can be earned again, but health is irreplaceable. And the things I taught you, do not share them casually with others. Human hearts are fickle, and there are few as kind-hearted as you in this world. Take good care of yourself. Ningguang soon arrived at Liyue Harbor, only to stumble once more along the way. Her clothes were tattered, her hands and feet smeared with dirt and blood, her hair disheveled. A stark contrast to the confident Ningguang of yore. Now, she appeared worse than before. Though barefoot and ragged back then, at least her hair and face were tended to. Now, she resembled a complete madwoman, her tattered garments stained with dirt and blood, her hair completely unkempt. Have you seen Brother Shuyuan? He is the tall, handsome merchant who often plays with the children. Upon arriving at Liyue Harbor, Ningguang rushed to the first person she encountered, seizing their arm and inquiring fervently. Why are you covered in blood and so filthy? Stay away from me. I have not seen him. In her current state, Ningguang appeared no different from a madwoman, so it was only natural that others failed to recognize her. Upon hearing that he had not seen Shuyuan, she immediately darted toward another passerby. Have you ever encountered Brother Shuyuan? He is a merchant fond of lingering at the docks, tall and imposing. Away with you. Where does this little madcap come from? Driven away, Ningguang, in a frenzy, fixated on another individual. Ningguang, do you recall asking me about that small room next to my home? It is called Chuanyu Pavilion. My dream is to have it float in the air, becoming an aerial castle vast enough to encompass the 7 nations. And we would reside within Chuanyu Pavilion, transforming it into a sacred place coveted by all of Teyvat. Yet, this dream is one I am destined to leave unfulfilled. Having endured countless rejections, Ningguang remained unyielding. Dashing to the tea house without hesitation. The arrival of Ningguang startled the tea house owner, and Zhongli, savoring his tea, turned his gaze towards her. Have you seen Brother Shuyuan? Has he been here? Upon hearing Ningguang's voice, the tea house owner widened his eyes in astonishment, while Zhongli furrowed his brow. Ningguang, what has happened to you? The tea house owner hastily stepped forward, his face a canvas of shock. Brother Shuyuan has abandoned me. Ningguang wept, her eyes red and swollen, sobbing softly. What? That cannot be. How could he suddenly cast you aside? Was it the teapot he disliked? The owner's confusion grew, utterly bewildered by the sudden change in her demeanor. Just last night, she had been cheerfully bargaining with him, and now she appeared utterly distraught. No, Brother Shuyuan said he had matters to attend to, and then he left. He left me. He no longer wants me. The tea house owner was completely at a loss. It was then that Zhongli approached slowly. Brother Zhongli, do you know where Brother Shuyuan has gone? Ningguang, now desperate, inquired of anyone who might possess even a fragment of information regarding her brother. Shuyuan, he has departed? Zhongli asked. Yes, he no longer wants me. When did he leave? Did he say anything? I do not know. He only left this behind. With that, Ningguang produced a note. Is this what you refer to as a false contract? After reading the words inscribed upon it, Zhongli finally grasped the essence of Shuyuan's previous conversation. Observing Ningguang in her current state, he felt a pang of compassion and sought to refine the false contract further. He must have ventured to a place beyond your reach. Yet he remains within this world. Why has this happened? Why would Brother Xu Yuan abandon me? I would accompany him anywhere, to the ends of the earth if need be. Perhaps that place is fraught with peril, and he lacks the means to ensure your safe return. I do not care. I only desire him. You may follow him recklessly, but he could also sacrifice himself to secure your safety, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that you may meet again. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, Ningguang was momentarily taken aback. She hurriedly approached and grasped the fabric of Zhongli's attire, inquiring, "Will I be able to see Brother Xu Yuan again?" She urged him to carefully examine the last message he left behind. Zhongli did not explicitly state it, but offered a subtle hint. He understood that Ningguang was an astute child, momentarily disoriented by the unexpected turn of events, thus unable to discern the situation at hand. Upon hearing his words, Ningguang swiftly began to peruse the message, and gradually, a realization dawned upon her. The preceding messages were filled with reassurances and encouragement. Yet the final note contained his unfulfilled aspirations. Did Brother Xu Yuan wish for me to aid him in achieving his dreams? I am only aware of one truth. A floating castle that could encompass 7 nations, which could be discovered in any corner of Teyvat at a moment's notice. With Zhongli's final nudge, Ningguang comprehended the implications. A vivid outline formed in her mind. Brother Xu Yuan had ventured into a perilous realm. The reason he did not take me along was to shield me from danger. Lacking strength, I would be unable to protect myself in the face of true peril and would only become a burden. Once Brother Xu Yuan overcomes the challenges of that place, he will undoubtedly return. I must ensure that the Qianyu Pavilion envelopes Teyvat, ready to welcome him upon his return. He will come back. I must trust in him. I shall heed Brother Xu Yuan's advice, maintain a proper diet, preserve my health, and await him in the most splendid and graceful manner. I cannot afford to disappoint him. In that moment, Ningguang suddenly discovered her purpose. She wiped away her tears, her eyes brimming with fervent determination. She was resolute in her quest to amass Mora. The more, the better. She aspired to inherit Brother Xu Yuan's wish, to establish a sky castle, a sanctuary that all of Teyvat would envy. Observing Ningguang's spirited resolve, a gentle smile graced Zhongli's face. The 6th chapter concludes here. For those who have been following the updates, I encourage you to revisit the 6th chapter for a more immersive experience, as it is far more gratifying to read an entire chapter in one sitting rather than in fragmented segments. Following this are the special chapters for the 4th, 5th, and 6th arcs, each accompanied by additional narratives. Feel free to join the number 2 Hilichurl group, Scarred Warrior Spirit, Mountain Demon, and Spirit 4. Fellow readers, do explore the book circle, where numerous readers have penned intriguing side stories, brimming with both drama and sweetness, showcasing vast creativity. Lastly, please consider sending more gifts, as your support serves as my greatest motivation. The prevalence of abandoned Genshin fanfiction stems from the considerably lower reading revenue compared to other novels, which explains the abundance of advertisements in other works compared to the scarcity in Genshin literature. Relying solely on reading revenue makes it challenging for authors to sustain themselves. Thus, your gifts symbolize the longevity of this book. Chapter 82, Zhao's Side Story, Autumn Has Arrived. Evening, Liyue, amidst the mountains. A figure darted swiftly through the forest, leaving a whirlwind in its wake. Soon, he discovered a group of individuals surrounded by a horde of hilichurls. The mortals, clutching their weapons, stood tense, confronting the encroaching foes. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, sending billowing smoke into the air. The scene left everyone in shock, their hearts racing in fear. Amidst the swirling smoke, a silhouette gradually rose. Both the hilichurls and the mortals remained on high alert, uncertain whether this entity was friend or foe. As the smoke dissipated, a striking green-haired young man wielding a spear emerged before them. In that moment, a heavy sigh of relief escaped the mortals, their faces lighting up with smiles. However, the hilichurls maintained their vigilance, communicating in their distinctive tongue, seemingly engaged in a discussion. It appeared that all the hilichurls had focused their attention on Xiao, as if sensing his formidable strength. Yet, despite their caution, it proved futile. Xiao transformed into a gust of wind, swiftly sweeping away all the surrounding hilichurls. In the blink of an eye, dozens lay vanquished, not a single one remaining. The onlookers stood agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. Incredible! Is this truly the might of the Adeptus Xiao? So powerful. Whispers of his legendary prowess had circulated in Liyue. They had heard tales of a celestial being who could summon aid in times of peril, but witnessing it firsthand was a marvel beyond imagination. Indeed, how fortunate are the people of Liyue. exclaimed one of the merchants. Adeptus Xiao, we are traders from Inazuma, and we are immensely grateful for your life-saving intervention. The rescued mortals bowed deeply in reverence. Xiao, with a gentle smile, replied, it is of no consequence. Nightfall approaches. You must leave the forest promptly and tread carefully. Yes. Yes. We will depart immediately. Thank you, Adeptus Xiao. They obediently hurried on their way. Whenever troubles arise in Liyue, simply call my name, Xiao said slowly, watching them leave. Thank you for the reminder, Adeptus Xiao. We shall be cautious, they waved, bidding him farewell. Since Su's departure, Zhao's renown had surged at an astonishing rate, keeping him increasingly occupied, yet he bore it with grace. As of today, his reputation had spread throughout Mondstadt and Inazuma. More and more people spoke of the green-haired youth with the spear, known as Xiao, the protector of Liyue. Whenever someone encountered trouble in Liyue, calling upon Xiao would bring him forth to resolve their plight. Countless individuals had been saved by him, and no one now gazed upon Xiao with fear or trepidation. In the past, even when he had rescued others, he was met with fearful glances, and eliciting a simple thank you from them felt like an insurmountable challenge. But now, everything had changed. He is held in high esteem by mortals, his influence far surpassing that of his fellow immortals. However, this has also caused considerable distress for some individuals. In the past, mothers would deceive their children by saying, if you do not go to bed early, a demon will come and take you away. Children would often be frightened by this falsehood, but such tactics have lost their efficacy in the present. Today's children would retort, no way, the adept Xie will protect us. Each time a mother hears such a response, she is momentarily taken aback, then ponders deeply for another way to coax her child to sleep. Xie has now also learned to discern the intensity of the summons. Otherwise, he would truly be overwhelmed, as there are always little ones eager to play with him and seek his company. Yet Xie is perpetually engaged in battles against malevolent spirits, and the lingering ominous aura surrounding him might adversely affect the children. Therefore, if the call is not particularly strong, he refrains from responding. It is time to return. As he gazes at the setting sun and the encroaching darkness, Xie makes his way back to the forest, a place rife with malevolence, the very forest that conceals the grave of Xiao Yuan. This forest, teeming with evil spirits, was once the source of his greatest aversion. Each visit would stir the karmic burdens within him, leading to a sense of erosion. However, since he buried Xiao Yuan here, this place has transformed from a realm of torment into one of solace, evoking a profound sense of belonging. As the malevolent spirits continue to manifest, Xie wields his spear and charges into battle. This struggle lasts through the night, until the dawn gradually breaks, causing the spirits to dissipate. Leaning against Xiao Yuan's grave, he gazes toward the rising sun, yearning for a rematch. He slowly closes his eyes, thinking, I wish to compete with you again. I do too. A familiar voice resonates in his mind, causing Xie to snap his eyes open. As he focuses on the indistinct figure before him, he gradually widens his gaze. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is not Xiao Yuan, but Zhongli. Yet, he distinctly heard Xiao Yuan's voice. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, he muses. Rising slowly to address Zhongli, Lord Zhongli, what brings you here? I have brought you something. With that, Zhongli presents 2 bowls of almond tofu. Please wait a moment. Xie refrains from accepting the offering immediately. Instead, he meticulously wipes Xiao Yuan's grave before finally taking the bowls. He carefully places Xiao Yuan's portion before the tomb and, leaning against the gravestone, savors his own share. Even after all this time, you remain meticulous in your offerings to him, Zhongli remarks. Hearing this, Xie pauses in his actions. Has it truly been many days? He wonders. Yet, why does it feel as if it transpired only yesterday? Even now, he can vividly recall Xiao Yuan's cheeky demeanor. Rest assured, I am quite formidable. There is no need for concern regarding any repercussions. Surely, you are not faltering? Surely not. You must muster your resolve. A man must not admit defeat. Are you truly a man, willing to engage in a battle of wits with me? I am merely 2 seconds behind you. The grass on my side grows taller than that on yours. Nonsense. If you can do it, why can't I? Do you look down upon me? Do you also have a fondness for almond tofu? I have yet to try it, so I cannot say. Never tasted it? Then why did you order that dish? Is it not to forge a connection with me? I have heard you relish this delicacy, so I thought to partake as well, thus providing us with a shared topic of conversation. To spare your pride from undue bruising, I even left 1 portion for you. Truly, I am an ultimate benevolent soul. Considering our mortal lifespans, in the vast river of your time, we likely create not even a ripple. Observe clearly. He is the demon slayer, Shao, summoned by your call. He hastily rushed over to aid you, having barely finished his meal. How dare you regard him with such fearful glances? Are you afraid? What is it that you fear? Your savior? How dare you? Look me in the eye. A celestial being responds to every call without expecting anything in return. Do not speak nonsense. I have stated that. Compared to mortals, celestial beings merely possess longer lifespans, with no other significant differences. To save a life and be met with fear in return, can your heart truly bear it? Not even a ghost would believe it. I have grown accustomed to it. Fear not, for from now on, I shall accompany you in your endeavors to save others. I am curious to see which rascals dare to regard others with such disdainful glances. I shall not hesitate to pluck their eyes from their sockets. Why do you look at me in such a manner? I assure you, I am not engaging in such matters. Do not cast such repulsive glances my way. In my life, cease your tears. It is quite unbecoming. Send me off with a smile. I do not favor sorrowful endings. Bury me in my old resting place and visit me when you can. As he smiled, tears fell into the bowl of almond tofu. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, while the trees swayed, producing a soothing sound. The air was imbued with the fragrance of fresh grass, uplifting the spirit. The tender sunlight caressed the earth, creating a comfortable and pleasant atmosphere. Autumn has arrived, Shao murmured softly as he lifted his gaze. It was on an autumn night that they had first crossed paths. Chapter 83, Zhao's side story. Even if you do not come, I would still prevail cold. So frigid. A pair of icy golden eyes gradually opened. Before him lay the harsh and unyielding ground. His limbs were bound by cold, heavy iron chains, and a weighty steel collar encircled his neck. The air was thick with a foul stench, saturated with mold. Moonlight filtered through an exceedingly small window, casting a pale, cold glow. The cool hues dominate this place. And if there is a hint of warmth, it resides solely in the gaze of the man. His golden-hued pupils, which should embody warmth, are instead imbued with an icy chill, colder than the walls, the moonlight, and the chains themselves. Jin Peng, it is time to rise and fulfill your duty. At this moment, a man with a grim countenance, clad in a black coat, reveals a sinister smile. The prison door creaks open, and a creature of darkness enters, wielding a key to unlock the shackles binding Jin Peng's hands and feet. Jin Peng fixes his cold gaze upon the man in black, then strides toward him with a mechanical precision. If you kill enough tonight, I shall reward you. The man in black coos affectionately, his eyes glimmering with avarice. He had never anticipated that a mere boy, captured by chance, would emerge as a natural-born warrior, possessing extraordinary combat prowess that had proven invaluable. Nevertheless, despite this, the dark-clad demon harbored no full trust in Jin Peng. After each completed task, he would confine him back in this frigid dungeon, releasing him only when needed. Jin Peng was quiet and untroublesome, requiring no sustenance, content to devour the nightmares of his foes during battle. If only he could acquire a couple more like Jin Peng, easily controlled and powerfully effective, he would assuredly secure a place among the seven gods. With this thought, the man's gaze softened further with affection towards Jin Peng. Let us proceed. Tonight, we shall revel in the thrill of slaughter. With a sweeping gesture, he led Jin Peng and all his warriors toward the stronghold of another demon. The nights in Teyvat are always abuzz with activity, echoing with earth-shattering roars and explosions from every direction. There are but 7 divine positions, yet countless demons. Skirmishes have become an integral part of daily life. It is said that one cannot sleep soundly without engaging in battle. Standing beside the dark-clad demon is only Jin Peng, flanked by a multitude of soldiers. They are well prepared to besiege the enemy and devour them whole, expanding their power. With a confident, mocking smile, the demon's eyes suddenly narrowed. Kill. At his command, Jin Peng led the charge, and all the creatures and people surged forward in a grand assault. Enemy attack. In the enemy stronghold, alarms blared, and everyone sprang into action, weapons in hand, rushing forth to battle. In such an environment, a peaceful night's sleep is a rare luxury, for one is perpetually at risk of enemy assault, always ready for combat. Yet Jin Peng's strength is formidable. He carves a path into the heart of the enemy ranks, wielding a terrifying force that devastates all in his wake. He is Jin Peng, the merciless demon who slaughters without a second thought. Eliminate him. Quickly. If we can vanquish this demon, we shall mount a counterattack. The enemy instantly directed their full attention towards Jin Peng, whose reputation as a harbinger of death had already spread throughout the surrounding area. Even children, upon hearing his name, would burst into tears. His most striking features included a delicate visage, piercing golden eyes exuding a chilling aura, and short, dark green hair, all while wielding a long spear. It was rumored that those who fell under his gaze would meet a gruesome end, for he did not merely slay his foes, he sought to devour their dreams. Confronted with the multitude of attackers, Jin Peng exhibited not a trace of fear. His gaze remained icy and unyielding, devoid of any reaction, as if he beheld merely a lifeless corpse. With years of battle experience, he knew that breaking through encirclement was but a matter of an instant. Having grown accustomed to being besieged, he forcefully stomped the ground, causing numerous fissures to form, and ascended into the air, wielding his spear with formidable power. Striking down with ferocity, the thunderous roar erupted, creating a deep pit in the earth, while thick smoke and yellow dust enveloped the surroundings. A ghostly figure weaved through the haze, and with each flicker, anguish screams accompanied its movements. As the smoke dissipated, Jin Peng stood amidst the crowd, bloodied and resolute. The throng that had once encircled him now lay lifeless upon the cold ground. Witnessing Jin Peng's overwhelming prowess, the morale of his allies surged, each seizing their weapons and charging into the city. Soon, a cacophony of screams and shattering sounds echoed from within. The dark-clad demon approached Jin Peng, grinning malevolently. "You performed exceptionally well," he remarked, patting Jin Peng's shoulder. "Now, it is time to consume their dreams." At the demon's words, Jin Peng shuddered slightly, as a profound sense of resistance welled within his icy heart. Observing Jin Peng's expression, the demon's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling? This is your favorite dream, laid out before you. Will you not partake?" Under the demon's seduction, Jin Peng found himself increasingly distressed, gazing at the fallen around him. Caught in a tumultuous internal struggle, he indeed relished the act of devouring dreams. Yet the notion of committing murder only to partake in such an act was difficult for him to accept. "Come now, do not resist. Taste it," the dark demon sneered, presenting a corpse to him. Faced with the tantalizing prospect of dreams, Jin Peng swallowed hard and slowly extended his hand toward the lifeless body. "Yes, come closer." Just like that, consume it. The demon's grin grew ever more sinister, reveling in the scene. "No," Jin Peng roared, abruptly casting aside the corpse. The sudden rebellion astonished the demon, and his expression darkened as he raised his right fist, unleashing a terrifying gale aimed at Jin Peng's cheek. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, stirring a tempestuous wind around them. The fierce gust tousled Jin Peng's hair, and he widened his eyes, fixated on the unfamiliar yet hauntingly familiar muzzle before him. He gazed up at the gun's barrel blocking his path, and beheld a remarkably familiar silhouette. The formidable protector, Yeshia, had changed so much in just a few days. Xiao Yuan turned his head, a gentle smile gracing his features. At that moment, Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Staring at the familiar forest before him, he stood frozen. Was this a dream? Two crystalline tears cascaded down his cheeks. That despicable fellow. Was saving me in reality not enough? Must he rescue me even in my dreams? Recalling Xiao Yuan's smile in the dream, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. That guy's wit remained as sharp as ever. Even without his arrival, I could handle this. Leaning against the gravestone, Xiao muttered softly. Chapter 84. Eula's Side Story. The greatest fortune of this life within Mondstadt. "No. Go to another shop," replied a shopkeeper curtly. Eula glanced at the wares displayed nearby, pursing her lips. "I shall remember this grievance," she huffed, turning to leave. The shopkeeper, devoid of any sense of shame, continued to glare at her with evident animosity. No, hurry and leave. Don't waste my business here." Upon arriving at a second shop, the proprietor had no intention of serving her either, persistently urging her to depart. All she desired was a bottle of water to quench her thirst. Eula felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly regained her composure. Just as she was about to exit, a hand clapped her shoulder, and she turned to find her eyes promptly covered. "Guess who I am?" came an oddly playful voice from beside her. It must be Amber, Eula thought, smiling softly as she turned back. "How did you know?" Amber asked, her curiosity piqued. Taken aback, Eula's face lit up with a bright smile. She pinched Amber's cheek, reminding her, who else would dare approach the descendant of Lawrence like this? "Oh no, that won't do. I mustn't guess like that. I believe there will soon be many others who will play with you," Amber earnestly reassured Eula. "It's all right. Having you and the teacher is more than enough for me. Eula replied with a gentle smile. That simply won't suffice. Eula is too kind to be misunderstood. I must confront them about this. With that, Amber took Eula's hand, leading her back into the previous shop, earnestly lecturing the owner. The sight of a child admonishing an adult was humorously absurd, drawing laughter from onlookers and leaving the shopkeeper in an awkward predicament. The key figure, the boss, found himself utterly at a loss for a counterargument, awkwardly scratching his head and apologizing profusely to Eula, claiming he had simply overlooked the item she sought. Though this excuse was particularly feeble, Eula remained unfazed and inquired, "How much is this?" It was inconceivable that he could say he hadn't seen it. It was prominently displayed. Amber seemed unwilling to let the boss off the hook so easily. "Indeed, that's not right," she chimed in, laughter bubbling forth. "Our dear Amber speaks the truth. Don't you think you ought to offer a complimentary item as a gesture of your apology?" The onlookers joined in the raucous teasing. "I acknowledge my mistake, I do. I shall not charge you for this. Consider it my apology," the boss stammered, his face reddening. He clasped his hands together, beseeching Eula for forgiveness. Turning to Amber, he lamented, "Oh, my dear ancestor, spare me. Look, the neighbors are here to witness my humiliation." "Humph. It's not up to me. It depends on Eula," Amber replied lightly, casting her gaze toward Eula. This left Eula somewhat bewildered. She had assumed Amber was merely jesting and did not expect the boss to genuinely apologize or offer her the drink for free. "While I have noted this slight, acquiring this drink is a separate matter. Pray tell, how much is it?" Upon hearing Eula's words, the boss paused momentarily, then looked nervously at Amber. He had grown apprehensive of the little troublemaker. Her antics would surely earn him scorn from the neighbors. The thought alone was agonizing. However, since Eula had spoken thus, the boss, eager to appease, smiled ingratiatingly at her. "It's 300 mora, but I shall only charge you 100. Without hesitation, Eula produced 300 mora and handed it to the boss, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." After her expression of thanks, Eula departed with Amber. The boss stood momentarily stunned, processing her words. Did she just thank me? He stared vacantly at the 300 mora in his hand, then glanced at the retreating figures of Eula and Amber. Perhaps my prejudices against her ran too deep. After a prolonged moment, he shook his head with a rueful smile and retreated indoors, having been treated with malice. Instead of responding with anger or resentment, Eula had shown grace in return. This realization washed over him, and a profound sense of guilt welled up within him, dispelling his biases against Eula entirely. "Eula, you are far too kind. He treated you so poorly, yet you still paid him and thanked him. If it were me, I would have demanded a snack as recompense," Amber remarked, walking alongside Eula, still somewhat indignant, but now harboring admiration for her. "I shall seek my own form of retribution," Eula stated, taking a sip of her drink. "Though you always express such sentiments, you have yet to take any action," Amber mused in confusion. "But I have been taking action," Eula retorted. "Oh, how would I know?" Amber replied, bewildered. "I just acted," Eula asserted. Upon hearing this, Amber paused, reflecting on Eula's recent actions, and began to comprehend the underlying meaning of her words regarding vengeance. "Your method of revenge seems rather gentle," Amber remarked. "Is it not vicious?" Eula exclaimed in surprise. "There is no one in this world who avenges in such a manner." "Well, perhaps there is," Eula pondered uncertainly. "Indeed. It is a uniquely tender form of retribution," Amber concluded. "Isn't it?" "I think so too," Eula responded with a joyful smile. From that moment onward, Amber became Eula's accomplice in vengeance. Whenever Eula encountered difficulties, Amber would promptly appear to assist her. Moreover, whenever Eula accomplished significant tasks and made remarkable contributions, Amber would swiftly construct a stage in the heart of Mondstadt, solemnly announcing her deeds. Each time the people of Mondstadt heard of Eula's great contributions and the completion of arduous tasks, they would invariably be astonished, showering her with applause from the crowd below. How could Amber bear to let someone so gentle in their pursuit of revenge be isolated or misunderstood? If Xiao Yuan, as Eula's mentor, helped her discover her path and solidly establish it, then Amber served as the guardian of that path, striving to eliminate any obstacles and hardships along the way. "To have met you and Amber in this lifetime is my greatest fortune," Eula suddenly remarked at a moderately sized dining table. Xiao Yuan and Amber exchanged glances and shared a smile. "Meeting you is also my greatest fortune," they both replied in unison. "Welcome to the Choo Choo Group, Scarred Warrior Spirit. Demon Scar Mountain Demon, Spirit 4. Wealthy friends, feel free to offer some rewards. If not, a small gift would be appreciated." Chapter 85. Amber's side story. This home has yet to scatter in Mondstadt at the Knights of Favonius. Not completed again? Jean inquired. A man, head bowed, responded in a low voice. Sigh. It's all right, just return. I'm sorry. It's fine, let us go. Amber, eavesdropping at the doorway, quickly hid behind a pillar as the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer. The door to Jean's office opened, and the man emerged, looking despondent, before shutting the door behind him. Once he had departed, Amber returned to the entrance, straining to listen intently. Why did Xiao Yuan leave without a word? Without him? The reconnaissance knights are like lost souls, unable to complete even the most basic patrol tasks. What shall we do? Jean lamented, resting her forehead in distress. Since Xiao Yuan left the Knight Order with the emblem, the entire reconnaissance knight group has seemingly transformed into a disorganized mass. As Xiao Yuan aged, although he frequented the order less, his strictness was indelibly etched in the hearts of every reconnaissance knight. Even in his absence, his subordinates dared not exhibit the slightest laxity, for if they were caught by Xiao Yuan slacking during work, they would face severe punishment. Thus, as long as Xiao Yuan remained in this world, they could not afford to ease their vigilance. However, after Xiao Yuan's abrupt departure, the inertia of the group immediately engulfed the reconnaissance knights, rendering them increasingly apathetic and sluggish, merely collecting their wages while idly passing the time. Initially, the situation was tolerable, but it soon deteriorated. After several fruitless missions, the status of the reconnaissance knights became increasingly marginalized. Now, they had sunk to the point where they could not even complete the most basic patrol tasks. Standing at the door, Amber, who had overheard the entire ordeal, clenched her fists in silence, tears glistening in her eyes. The reconnaissance knights had once been the backbone of the West Wind Knight Order, and under Xiao Yuan's early leadership, their status rivaled that of the Grand Commander Falga. Now, they had fallen to such a lowly state. I will not allow the reconnaissance knights to succumb to degradation. Wiping away her tears, Amber's eyes filled with determination. She was resolute in inheriting her grandfather's will and becoming the loyal guardian of her homeland. Even if she were the last remaining member of the reconnaissance knights, she would not give up. Let me go on this mission. I will surely accomplish it well. Amber insisted. Amber, you are still too young. This mission carries certain risks. Wait until you are more familiar before taking part, came the response. But listen, you will handle tasks within Mondstadt, while we will take care of the operations outside the city. All right, I must go. I have grown up and will certainly complete the mission to perfection. However, this mission is already full. Perhaps next time? I will definitely take you next time. All right. Whenever Amber sought to undertake a serious reconnaissance mission, she was often excessively coddled by the older knights. After all, she was still quite young, and her grandfather had only recently departed. So most of the tasks assigned to her were minor missions within Mondstadt. Finally, after her fervent insistence, she participated in her first genuine outdoor mission. It was a monster extermination task, and with her remarkable athleticism and courageous wit, Amber shone brightly during this endeavor. On that day, her seniors finally realized that this still youthful girl had grown to a considerable extent. Upon their jubilant return to the Knight Order, they were astonished to find that Eula, who had been executing outdoor missions, had also returned. Upon seeing Eula, Amber immediately rushed over to embrace her, and the two displayed the camaraderie of close sisters, exuding warmth and friendship. Upon their return, the captain of the team greeted the group with a gentle smile, inquiring about the success of their mission. We performed exceptionally well this time. Amber surprised us greatly by single-handedly holding off a large horde of monsters. Indeed, I have never encountered such a courageous little one. It's no wonder she is Xiao Yuan's granddaughter. Absolutely. With such tenacity at such a young age, she is bound to become an even more formidable reconnaissance knight than Xiao Yuan. The veterans of the knightly order praised Amber, their faces beaming with joy. Hearing their words, Amber felt a flush of modesty, scratching her head as she shyly replied, I wasn't that impressive. It was all thanks to Grandpa's teachings. Captain Qin, somewhat taken aback, gazed at Amber with delight. After several rounds of commendation, the focus shifted to Eula. The main purpose of today's meeting is to announce an important matter to everyone. Captain Qin began, surveying the assembly. Realizing that serious business was about to commence, the crowd attentively directed their gazes toward Captain Qin. I hereby declare Eula Lawrence as the official captain of the guerrilla squad, honored with the title of Splash Knight. Wonderful. Eula, you've become the captain of the guerrilla squad. As soon as Captain Qin's words concluded, the crowd stood momentarily stunned, except for Amber, who joyfully leaped up, grasping Eula's hand with excitement. A high position means access to more secrets, allowing me to carry out my revenge more effectively. Eula smiled at Amber. Hee, that makes perfect sense. Understanding Eula's quest for vengeance, Amber wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment, as she too was complicit in such ambitions. The Knightly Order then commenced a celebratory event that lasted until nightfall. Meanwhile, Eula and Amber departed early, while the older knights continued their revelry, indulging in merriment. Captain Sheen silently observed the two as they departed, their laughter echoing in the air. Xiao Yuan, how did you raise such exceptional children? Without you, the West Wind Knights would not be as they are today, nor would Mondstadt enjoy such peace and freedom. You saved your homeland Liyue with your physical strength and entrusted your spirit to Mondstadt, to be able to rescue two cities single-handedly. Perhaps only you could achieve such a feat. Captain Sheen understood that Amber and Eula would undoubtedly become the pillars of the Knightly Order in the future. Had it not been for Xiao Yuan stabilizing Amber and Eula within the Order, Mondstadt would likely not be as tranquil as it is now, let alone have the time for celebrations. As Amber and Eula left the Knightly Order, they shared laughter while traversing mountains and rivers, passing through serene forests until they finally reached Liyue Harbor. They continued their tradition of visiting beneath Xiao Yuan's statue. Grandpa, I've activated the Vision 2. Isn't that impressive? Grandfather, this year I have once again claimed the title of Flying Champion. Hee, I have now triumphed 3 consecutive times. Today, I participated for the first time in an expedition to eradicate monsters, and my seniors praised my performance. Amber, cradling Count Bunny, joyfully shared the recent happenings. Eula, meanwhile, played a bone whistle and danced gracefully under the moonlight. Their actions were a heartfelt reminder to Xiao Yuan that this family remains united. The author merely wishes to craft a compelling narrative, rather than wield a blade. Those who incessantly seek sharpness and complain about its dullness may as well remove this book from their shelves, for the author may truly be unable to satisfy such demands. I do not wish for this tale to become a mere instrument of violence. Yet, after each chapter, a group of readers comments on the lack of intensity, expressing their disappointment. Such remarks can be disheartening. My essence lies in narrating a good story, not in creating instruments of harm. For those who crave violence, it would be best to remove this book, as it will not provide the fulfillment you seek. You will only find disappointment, and I, too, feel saddened by your comments. With so many books available, those in search of violence should explore other avenues. There is no need for mutual torment. The constant pressure has made it difficult for me to write. Let me reiterate, I am writing a story, not a weapon. Why does Qiqi claim that Hu Tao's smile is feigned? How is it that Hu Tao, at such a young age, can assume the role of the director of the Yuheng Hall while remaining so lively and optimistic? Why does Qiqi express fearlessness while climbing? And what does she mean when she says, I love you, as she falls from the cliff? What does the red cord on Shinna symbolize? Why has Xiao not smiled for millennia? What is Eula's quest for vengeance? And why does Ningguang aspire to overshadow the 7 nations with the Jade Chamber? The author aims to unveil the stories behind each character, their personalities, and the significance of their actions, rather than simply indulging in violence. If the author truly sought to depict brutality, each character would suffer dearly after the protagonist's departure. Xiao Yuan, pressed for time, could not entrust Zhongli with Hu Tao's care before his untimely demise. Unable to bear the weight of grief, Hu Tao's funeral was poorly executed, her business suffered, and her staff abandoned her. Ultimately, she sold the Yuheng Hall and was laid to rest beside Xiao Yuan, clutching a plum blossom in death. Upon completing Qiqi's task, Xiao Yuan was promptly reclaimed by the system. When Qiqi returned home without finding him, she ventured to Liyue, only to be scorned and feared. Ultimately fleeing back to the forest, she spent her nights in a small cottage, recalling how Xiao Yuan had rescued her from a cave. Thus, she returned to the cave that held her captive, decreeing that she would seal herself away for another 1,000 years, awaiting Xiao Yuan's return. These narratives, should the author choose to write them, would undoubtedly evoke far more emotion than the previous depictions of violence. Yet, I refrain from doing so. Despite the potential for greater profit and tears, for that is not my true intent. I serve the story, not the blade. Previously mentioned, the abundance of gifts received filled me with joy, an emotion I wish to express. That said, for those interested in the blades, I recommend setting aside this book. For those yearning for a tale, please await the unfolding story ahead. Chapter 86, an epilogue of Ningguang. Commerce at Liyue Harbor. Lady Ningguang, a visitor seeks an audience. Baisha respectfully announced. Decline, Ningguang replied curtly, without inquiring the identity of the visitor. Understood, Baisha retreated, conveying her words to the merchant outside. The merchant, taken aback by the refusal, hesitated momentarily before asking, "Did you mention my name or purpose?" "Apologies, Lady Ningguang is currently occupied and will see no one." With this response, Baisha withdrew. Feeling somewhat defeated, the merchant entered the nearest establishment, silently awaiting Ningguang's arrival. He had heard whispers of a coveted item exclusively available through her, driven by an unwavering determination to obtain it, yet he had been met with a closed door. Meanwhile, Ningguang leisurely perused recent commercial documents within the Chuanyu Pavilion. She was well aware of the identity of the visitor, but felt confident in denying him, for the item he sought was unique to her domain in Liyue. She aimed to test his patience, allowing him to grow anxious, thus creating a more advantageous atmosphere for negotiation. Profit was inevitable. She knew the merchant would not leave, but remain nearby. Therefore, Ningguang remained unhurried. An hour later, she stretched and rose, a confident and playful smile gracing her face. "Please organize the documents. I shall return shortly." "Of course," came the reply. She always exhibited such unwavering certainty, as if adeptly handling any situation. Since Xiao had departed, no one had witnessed Ningguang display a hint of negativity. Moreover, her commercial prowess had only strengthened. By now, she had completely overshadowed the merchants of Liyue Harbor, emerging as a singular super tycoon. Rumors circulated that the commercial information and resources contained within Chuanyu Pavilion could purchase the entirety of Liyue. Many attempted to sway her confidence. Baisha, and Baishao, but they remained impervious to all persuasion. It was evident that someone of Ningguang's caliber could not be easily swayed. As the door swung open, the merchant's eyes lit up, momentarily entranced. Before him stood a woman with cascading white hair, adorned with crimson tassels that echoed the hue of her eyes. Her arms were clad in black sleeves and golden fingerless gloves, with wide, flowing sleeves cascading gracefully. She wore a qipao interwoven with gold, white, and black, its hem resembling the tail of a bird, while the collar bore the intricate design of a golden phoenix. With exquisite features and a confident, gentle smile, she exuded a unique air of authority, captivating all like a queen of noble stature. Although the merchant had long heard of Ningguang's unparalleled beauty and ethereal grace, he was surprised to find that she was even more stunning than the rumors suggested. He swallowed nervously but approached her nonetheless. "Hello, are you Miss Ningguang?" he inquired. "Indeed. And you are?" Ningguang feigned curiosity. "I am a merchant from Inazuma. I have heard much about your commercial endeavors. Perhaps we could discuss them further over dinner?" Ningguang interrupted him with a proposal. "Absolutely. I have long heard that your Xinyue Pavilion in Liyue Harbor serves the most renowned and authentic moon cuisine. Allow me to treat you," he responded eagerly. "You are a guest from afar. As the host, it is my duty to treat you. Besides, seafood is plentiful in Inazuma. I suggest we try the authentic Liyue cuisine at Lioli Pavilion instead," Ningguang remarked, greatly impressing the merchant with her thoughtfulness. "Very well, I shall defer to Miss Ningguang's arrangement." The two proceeded to Lioli Pavilion, where the bustling atmosphere astonished the merchant. It was truly a sea of people. Guided by Ningguang, they arrived at a crowded establishment. "Hello. Do you have a reservation?" a friendly server inquired. "Yes, my surname is Ning," she replied. "Certainly, Miss Ning, right this way." The server led them to the private room that Ningguang had reserved. Once seated, the menu was naturally presented to the merchant, who, rather than rushing into business discussions, engaged her in light conversation. During their chat, he casually inquired, "Which friend are you hosting with this reservation, Miss Ningguang?" "A friend from Mondstadt. He is coming to discuss some matters with me, so I reserved this room in advance," Ningguang replied with a soft smile. "With my presence, I fear I may be overstepping," the merchant said, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Not at all. Please invite him to Xinyue Pavilion when he arrives. Seafood from Mondstadt is not particularly abundant, so Xinyue Pavilion would be a fine choice," she assured him. "Ah, I am fortunate indeed." After some more conversation, the merchant excused himself to the restroom, and Ningguang's lips curled into a subtle smile. Once he left, he made a beeline for the reception desk and asked, "May I reserve a private room for tomorrow?" "I'm sorry, but reservations are booked out for 3 months, came the reply. 3 months. The merchant was taken aback. "What about regular dining? Is there availability for tomorrow?" "Unfortunately, regular dining requires a 2-month wait as well. Can I offer extra payment for an earlier reservation?" The merchant pressed, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. "That is not possible," the attendant replied firmly, leaving the merchant momentarily bewildered. He presumed that Ningguang had anticipated his arrival and had reserved a private room in advance. If that were the case, her refusal to meet him that afternoon would indicate a deliberate attempt to keep him in suspense. To his surprise, he discovered that a reservation here required a lead time of 3 months. Nevertheless, the merchant was not easily reassured. After some deliberation, he approached a table of seemingly amiable patrons to inquire about their reservation timeline for dining in. The response was consistent with what he had previously heard. A 2-month advance booking was necessary. Initially, he had suspected that Ningguang was in collusion with the establishment, orchestrating this elaborate charade. However, the uniformity of the patrons' responses confirmed that reservations were indeed difficult to secure. This also validated that Ningguang had spoken the truth. The private room he was in had likely taken the place reserved for her banquet with friends from Mondstadt. Consequently, the merchant's regard for Ningguang significantly increased, and he felt a twinge of guilt. Subsequently, he returned to the private room, indulging in exquisite cuisine while engaging in negotiations. With the groundwork laid, Ningguang clearly held the upper hand, ultimately selling the item at the merchant's maximum willingness to pay. Unbeknownst to him, Ningguang's celestial seat was the celestial power of the astrolabe. In ancient texts, it was described as an astronomical instrument capable of observing the cosmos and foreseeing the future. Indeed, she had reserved the private room 3 months prior. Sensing that an opportunity would arise, she was one step closer to encountering her brother Xiao Yuan. As she gazed at the substantial check in her hand, a subtle smile graced her face. Upon returning to the Chuanyu pavilion, she was astonished to find that the celestial power of the 7 stars of Liyue awaited her. "Are you Ningguang?" she inquired. "Yes, how may I assist you?" "I wish to request that you inherit my position as the celestial power of the 7 stars of Liyue." "Me? May I ask why?" "The Geo Archon himself has specifically named you to succeed my role." "The Geo Archon?" "Indeed. Please allow me some time to consider." Chapter 87. A Reader's Special. Poetry Appreciation. This chapter consists of poems written by readers in the book circle. A bowl of plain rice porridge. First life. The flower of the other shore blooms faintly between life and death, igniting a lifespan to summon the candle dragon. Second life. The forest glows for him, a city of fragrant sachets illuminating the dark night. Third life. A fortunate destiny exchanged for solitary calamity, awaiting a wife's return home. Fourth life. As a cage confining the demon god, sacrificing for friends to save the masses. 023. First life. The flower of the other shore blooms in vain between life and death, a thought severing the candle dragon from yin and yang. Second life. Decomposing grass transforms into fireflies, unbeknownst to anyone. Half the city's floral fragrance evokes half the memories of people. Third life. A fated solitary calamity still has its ties, as destiny unfolds to await a return. Fourth life. What need is there for a frail body to fear demon gods, as the masses weep blood and listen to the wind song? A glance spans 3 autumns. The candle dragon dances with the flower of the other shore, a fragrant sachet, and a red thread in the firefly-lit abode. The white-haired sorceress gazes for your return, weeping before the tomb of the great demon-slaying sage. My esteemed mentor, bound by profound emotions, remains unresponsive. In the realm of affluent families, one seeks solace in lofty abodes. If I were to inquire of this individual's whereabouts, the traveler of 9 lifetimes bids a tearful farewell. In the first lifetime, between life and death, the candle dragon dances, the flowers of the other shore bloom faintly, transcending existence. Joyful laughter awaits a return to rest, yet the hearts of 2 resonate in harmony. In the second lifetime, in the murky, damp cave, amber conceals the remains. Do not forget the matters of the past, as hands guide the craft. Under the moon, we find ourselves sleepless, each fearing the other's chill. In search of glass upon the mountains, I exchange it for your cherished possession, a pouch of fragrant blossoms. Bioluminescence lights the path home. In the third lifetime, a solitary fate wanders in Liyue, where both celestial beings and sorceresses are drawn to me. Encountering a kindred spirit stirs my heart, revealing the tales of my origin to the flames of life. I lead the fair one to Mondstadt, entrusting a confidant to navigate the affairs of mortals. Though our hearts are laid bare, parting ensues, and I seek an immortal to exchange fates. In the fourth lifetime, competing with immortals to vanquish evil, I proclaim myself the 6th immortal of the hidden world. With playful jest, I trick the divine into feasting. Yet I scorn the mortals for their lack of reverence. As the seals break and demons emerge, our synergy annihilates malevolent gods. Little did we foresee that the demon would seek to usurp, longing only for a friend's laughter to sever ties. Within the city, the name of Shao echoes, known for his appetite for the sweet and the rotten. In the fifth lifetime, a trader from Liyue resides in Mondstadt, taking on an apprentice, imparting swordsmanship and a bone whistle. Scars are but investments. What is the return? May your heart be enlightened on this path. A noble descendant, the canary, escapes her cage, appearing as kin in guise of master and disciple. The swordplay intertwines with ceremonial dance. Is the heart truly small? Preferring grudges over seeking revenge. In Liyue's turmoil, I long to return alone, yet I am unaware that my apprentice secretly follows. Alas, the final lesson is etched in my heart. I jestingly ask the immortal if they believe in me. No words are necessary, for the heart already knows. Farewell, farewell. As I borrow your karmic burden to slay the demon god. What of death and the dissolution of the path? The traitor is but a false hero. A bowl of plain rice porridge. To Hu Xiao Yuan, the 75th head of the afterlife hall. In a 7-character regulated verse, the bowl of rice porridge is repeatedly offered with valor. As a granddaughter, I dare to risk, for my heart's affection remains unwavering. The fiery spear calls forth the candle dragon. With my own strength, I confront the demon and the immortal. My body may be shattered, and life may be fleeting. Yet I forsake pride to seek divine protection. The flowers of the other shore wither without remembrance. I only wish for Hu Tao's radiant smile. Attachment, the hexagonal hat of primordial unity, the eye of the god of fire. A bowl of plain rice porridge. To Chi-Chi's brother, Xiao Yuan. In a divination poem, the bowl of rice porridge is repeatedly offered to warm her body and help him feel at home. The first taste of coconut milk is cherished, for you drink it swiftly. I present a fragrant pouch filled with the light of 1,000 stars. Countless beginnings and ends, all bear your name. Attachment, I have witnessed a sea of lanterns, longing only for your return. A bowl of plain rice porridge. To Shun He's husband, Xiao Yuan. In a 7-character regulated verse, the bowl of rice porridge is repeatedly offered. I introduce her to the flavors of the mortal realm, and Shun He gradually understands life's complexities. Deep feelings ultimately lead to heartbreak, as deceit brings forth tears. In pursuit of the divine, I seek a path, gifting her happiness to seize the solitary fate. In exchanging destinies, there is no resentment and destruction. For love, I step forth, forever departing home. Attachment, my husband, I shall await your return forever. In reminiscence of bygone years, in one lifetime, the flowers of the other shore bloom upon the other shore, while the shadows of plum blossoms in my eyes remain elusive. In the second life, fragrant whispers fill the air, and I fondly recall your gentle presence. In the third life, having forsaken the mundane world, retreating to the mountains and forests, why then do you draw me back into the realm of mortals, binding me with this eternal red thread? In the fourth life, the shadows of 1,000 years gradually fade. Today I gain, yet lose once more. In the fifth life, the delicate whistle rests lightly between my lips, reminiscent of a departed soul's visage. This evening, another chapter awaits, and I shall strive to complete it before 10 o'clock to spare everyone from sleeplessness. Within the book circle, there are numerous delightful extras, all beautifully crafted, albeit I cannot bring them here. I encourage you to explore them as they are quite engaging. Yesterday, I spoke at length, and it was indeed a reflection of my unsteady mindset. I genuinely value each of your comments, and after completing the sixth life, I was overwhelmed by numerous remarks about the lack of sharpness in the narrative. Though I understood the jest, repeated exposure led me to genuine doubt. When a single individual jokingly calls you a fool, you can brush it off with a laugh, but when hundreds declare the same, one begins to question their own intelligence. Quantity can indeed provoke a qualitative change. I now endeavor to limit my reading of comments, redirecting my focus onto the writing itself. I am immensely grateful for the comfort provided by my readers. Thank you sincerely. As a small spoiler, this book's conclusion diverges into two paths: a harmonious ending and a tragic one, allowing for selective engagement. Once again, I deeply appreciate your comforting words. Thank you. Chapter 88. In the seventh life. I too shall claim my due. Return to me what is rightfully mine, Xiao Yuan bellowed. Items from a previous life cannot be taken. The burdens of negative karma, however, can be relinquished. What harm is there in reclaiming a mere tea set? Those are products engraved upon the soul, distinct from material possessions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan felt a surge of indignation with no outlet. Ultimately, he exhaled deeply, his gaze growing increasingly murky. Is there truly no way? There is. I shall reclaim all that you obtained previously in exchange. All. You may retain but one. He sighed in relief and replied, preserve the calming chant. And then return the tea set to me. Host, please consider cautiously. This action is irreversible. Return it to me, he insisted firmly. As you wish. As that familiar square box reappeared in his grasp, a smile blossomed on Xiao Yuan's face. He tenderly caressed the exquisite box, as if stroking the soft tresses of a beloved. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the 6th reincarnation. You do not possess the right to choose inheritance this time. The next reincarnation is about to commence. Initiation successful. Task: collaborate with Fengyuan Wanya to dismantle the eye-hunting order. Transporting you now. As a surge of white light enveloped Xiao Yuan, he opened his eyes once more to behold a brilliant blue sky. Rising slowly, he found his gaze locked with a pair of large, crimson eyes. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to fully comprehend the situation. The timing of his awakening was fortuitous. Had he lingered a moment longer, he would have been drenched. Upon noticing Xiao Yuan rise, the cheerful youth remarked, "You are up just in time." Fengyuan Wanya? Xiao Yuan murmured to himself, recognizing the familiar visage. "Oh, you know me?" Wanya replied, mildly surprised. "One could say so." Xiao Yuan began to grasp the identity he was meant to embody in this encounter. How fortunate indeed. Yet before we delve into further discussion, it would be wise to leave this place. If it rains, there is little shelter to be found here. Xiao Yuan was aware of Wanya's unique affinity with nature, enabling him to hear the whispers of the natural world. When he declared that rain was imminent, it was a certainty. Very well, Xiao Yuan responded decisively, leaving Wanya somewhat astonished. He had anticipated the need to elaborate, yet Xiao Yuan had accepted without hesitation. "Are you not curious how I know it will rain soon?" Wanya inquired. For anyone else, the current atmosphere showed no signs of impending rain, no dark clouds nor fierce winds. "Because you said it would rain." Wanya was taken aback, studying Xiao Yuan with a peculiar gaze. He had encountered many gullible individuals, but never one so easily convinced, merely by a spoken word. Surely, even a child would not be so easily swayed. "Let us make haste. It would be unfortunate to become soaked," Xiao Yuan asserted, taking the lead. "Do you truly believe my words so readily?" Wanya asked, intrigued. "I do not trust in serendipitous fortune, yet I do believe in the misfortunes that may descend upon us." "So, you only believe in the negative rather than the positive?" "Not entirely. It depends on the individual. If it is a complete stranger, then yes. I would be inclined to think this way." Wanya nodded slightly, finding merit in Xiao Yuan's perspective. His initial impression of Xiao Yuan as naive was beginning to shift. Beneath his seemingly simple exterior lay a depth of understanding. If a stranger were to suggest a place to find money, one would naturally be skeptical. However, if they warned of a place where loss might occur, it would not be unreasonable to heed their caution. Though it may seem a bit twisted, it is rather astute. Wanya conceded. Under Wanya's guidance, they arrived at a dilapidated wooden cabin. No sooner had they entered than the heavens opened, unleashing a torrential downpour. Though the cabin had its share of leaks, it was certainly preferable to being exposed to the elements outside. "By the way, how did you know it would rain?" Xiao Yuan redirected the conversation. "My hearing is exceptionally acute. I can perceive many natural sounds that elude the average ear." "How astonishing. Might I borrow that ability?" I suggest we travel together." "Not that sort of journey. What you mean to say is, you wish to travel together?" Wanya corrected him. "Since you have so earnestly extended the invitation, I shall reluctantly acquiesce," Xiao Yuan replied. Wanya was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. Wasn't it he who had suggested traveling together? How had the conversation shifted to him extending an invitation instead? Just as he grappled with his confusion, Xiao Yuan noticed the divine eye in Wanya's possession. "You possess a divine eye at such a young age?" he inquired. "Indeed, there was a day when I, too, found myself sleeping in a humble cottage while heavy rain poured outside." Hearing Wanya's words, a slight smile curved Xiao Yuan's lips. "So you obtained your divine eye in such an environment? How intriguing. Perhaps I shall acquire one as well." Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yuan began to reminisce about his past lives, a fervent desire surging from within. In an instant, a violet divine eye materialized in his hand. "Behold, I have it now," he proclaimed, grinning widely. Wanya, astonished, scrambled towards Xiao Yuan, seizing the divine eye and scrutinizing it meticulously. He then produced his own divine eye, fervently comparing the two. His trembling pupils darted left and right, desperately searching for any flaw. Yet, to his astonishment, he found none, aside from a slight variation in color. The two were nearly identical. How did you manage this? Even the well-traveled Wanya was taken aback. Since embarking on his journeys as a child, he had never encountered anything so outrageous. This is not a matter of difficulty, Shi Yuan replied, reclaiming the divine eye. It is not about whether it is easy or hard, but rather that it should not be something one can simply take at will. Is it not so? Faced with Shi Yuan's puzzlement, Wanya fell into a deep self-doubt. He was uncertain whether it was he who was amiss or if it was this peculiar individual before him. Yet, he felt inclined to believe it was the latter. Perhaps my perspective is limited. Seeing this has indeed broadened my horizons. That it has, Shi Yuan concurred, leaving Wanya momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. There was something oddly peculiar about Shi Yuan's manner of speech, evoking a desire to retaliate, yet leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. By the way, I still don't know your name, Wanya inquired. Shi Yuan, he replied, with Shio meaning cultivation, and Yuan signifying distance. Chapter 89, In My Seventh Life. I am allergic to fish. Would you like to take a break? Wanya asked kindly, observing Shi Yuan drenched in sweat. I can manage another 2 sets, Shi Yuan rasped, his body trembling. What I meant was, the sweat you are shedding is mingling with the rain outside, and it's nearly reaching me, Wanya pointed out. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan glanced at the puddle accumulating nearby, and finally rose. In that case, I shall step outside and complete 2 more sets, he said with a gentle smile, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. I do not wish to drive you away, but rather, I fail to comprehend why you exert yourself so diligently. Is this truly your aspiration? He inquired. Xiao Yuan fell silent for a moment before continuing, relying on external forces, regardless of one's strength, pales in comparison to the power derived from one's own cultivation. What others can bestow, they can just as easily retract. Who could have anticipated that a mere tea set could strip him of all his skills? Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets. At least he grasped this truth before it was too late. The system could grant him abilities, yet it could equally reclaim them. He had no one to blame but himself for his previous over-reliance on the system. It is not too late, he reassured himself. Indeed, you speak truthfully. The Eye of God symbolizes the mortal's desire to move forward, while our confidence as warriors has always resided in the blade we wield. If you wish to grow stronger, I would be delighted to teach you the art of the sword, Minnie responded, brimming with confidence. I possess some skills in that regard. I can certainly seek you out for a sparring session later. Even after the reclamation of the demon sword, he retained a portion of his master-level swordsmanship. A significant reason for this lay in his past endeavor to assist Eula in acquiring a bone whistle, during which he had battled ferocious beasts in the forest for 2 days and nights. Although he emerged battered and bruised, those relentless hours of combat had etched a part of his swordsmanship into his very being. It is akin to learning to swim. Should one suddenly have their memory of swimming erased and be cast into the sea, they would still instinctively swim. This phenomenon is known as muscle memory. You possess sword skills, yet you carry no blade? Many questioned skeptically. Self-discipline is of paramount importance. One cannot simply abandon their sword and expect to fight effectively, he retorted. Upon hearing this, many paused momentarily before recalling that he indeed struggled in combat without his sword. While you may have a point, I never part with my blade. Many countered. That is different. My sword might be left behind. Just carrying a set of small teacups could lead the system to strip away all my skills. I cannot fathom what madness the system might inflict if I were to carry a sword. How long until the rain ceases? Xiao Yuan inquired. Approximately 2 hours, came the reply. That will suffice. With that, Xiao Yuan shed his garments and ventured outside. On the rain-soaked grass, he relentlessly performed push-ups. The downpour would disrupt his concentration and weigh upon his body, yet this too was part of his training. He gritted his teeth, allowing the torrential rain to pummel him. Meanwhile, inside the dwelling, Minnie furrowed his brow as he observed Xiao Yuan's relentless efforts. He could hear the sounds of nature, but also the inner turmoil of Xiao Yuan's heart. It was the most intricate cacophony he had ever encountered. Predominantly, sorrow dominated the symphony, followed by sinister whispers. A minuscule fraction of desire lingered, countered by another fragment of purity that suppressed the malevolence. The proportions of sorrow, evil, desire, and purity could be roughly quantified as 9, 6, 1, 6, wherein purity nearly balanced out evil, yet the disparity between sorrow and desire was stark. It was as if he had endured immense suffering, clinging to the last glimmer of hope. But why could that fleeting desire grant him the Eye of God? How profound must the sorrow be, surpassing that wish ninefold? Why did he continue to laugh heartily, seemingly untouched by anguish? Was it merely a facade? These questions eluded many, who only perceived that Xu Yuan bore a heavy burden. Having completed a set of exercises, Xu Yuan's mind suddenly felt as if it had been struck by a freight truck. Trembling violently as a torrent of karmic burdens surged forth. Unable to sustain himself, Xu Yuan collapsed, prompting many, who had been attentively observing him, to rush over. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" he managed to say with great difficulty. Many quickly supported Xu Yuan back to the small cabin. Xu Yuan hastily steadied himself, focusing his mind to invoke a calming incantation. After a considerable interval, his contorted visage gradually softened, returning to a state of tranquility, which alleviated many's concerns. He then removed his damp clothing, wrung it out, and began to listen to the soothing sound of the rain. Thus, they sat together in the cabin until the rain ceased, at which point Xu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. "Why has the rain stopped? I haven't had enough enjoyment yet," Xu Yuan lamented. "I see you sprawled on the ground, utterly content. Haven't you had enough?" Many was at a loss for words regarding this peculiar individual. "It's different. That was merely the aftermath of excessive pleasure," Xu Yuan explained. "It was truly delightful, exquisite," he added. Many gradually rose and donned his clothing, remarking, "This heavy rain has drenched the dead branches, making it impossible to start a fire. We must seek out a kind soul willing to offer us shelter." "Why such a grim tone? Don't you have any mora?" "None," came the reply, as Xu Yuan's status as a wandering warrior seemed excessively destitute. Hearing this, many's lips twitched, and he countered, "Do you have any mora?" "None," Xu Yuan responded candidly. "Then you forget it. Pretend I didn't ask." Many had initially intended to retort, but suddenly felt that he might not win the argument, having witnessed Xu Yuan's audacity before. "Even without mora, we cannot sink to such depths. We are proud Ronin, not to be fed by charity," Xu Yuan declared with noble defiance. "Well said. What shall we do then?" Many, gradually accustomed to Xu Yuan's eccentricities, readily agreed, eager to see what this character would concoct next. "Can you catch fish?" Xu Yuan inquired. "Indeed. Let us catch a few fish and trade them fairly with others." Many, pondering this notion, seemed to find merit in it, acknowledging that it would not be mere idleness at someone else's expense. "Very well," he agreed readily. Thus, the two departed the small cabin, with Many leading the way, and after a considerable distance, they finally stumbled upon a small stream. After all, having roamed for so long, one has grown accustomed to the rhythms of the wilderness. Locating a stream is not a formidable task. The best time to catch fish is right after a rain. And as Many gently waded into the water, remaining perfectly still, he awaited the fish to acclimatize. When the moment was ripe, he struck with precision. Just as Many intended to boast to Xu Yuan about his catch, he noticed Xu Yuan standing at the water's edge, arms crossed over his chest, resembling a capitalist supervising laborers. "What are you doing standing there?" Many inquired. "I am allergic to fish," Xu Yuan replied. Many paused momentarily before asking again. "Then why did you say you wanted to catch fish?" "Because you can catch fish." Chapter 90. The Seventh Life, playing the role, good gracious. Many exclaimed, realizing this was a well-laid plan. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and catch some. It's almost dark. And being soaked will keep you awake and might even lead to a cold." "You scoundrel, I will settle the score with you later," Many grumbled, channeling his frustration into catching fish. Despite his annoyance, Xu Yuan was correct. If he spent the night drenched, he would undoubtedly fall ill. Vengeance could wait. For now, it was prudent to complete the pressing task at hand. After some time, Many had successfully caught 5 fish, which he deemed sufficient. He threaded the fish with some vines he had found and set off, for night had already fallen. After walking for quite a while, they finally arrived at a small town, where only one light was illuminated. Many's eyes brightened, and he dashed towards it, but Xu Yuan restrained him. "I didn't help with fishing, so allow me to handle this awkward situation," he insisted. Many blinked, surprised to see a glimmer of conscience in Xu Yuan's eyes. Realizing this, he acquiesced. Taking the 5 fish from Many, Xu Yuan gently knocked on the door. A middle-aged man answered. "Is there something you need?" He asked first. "Hello. We are travelers from Mondstadt. We encountered a torrential downpour and lost our way, leaving us drenched and fearful of encountering malevolent spirits at night. We seek a place to stay for the night," Xu Yuan explained, offering the fresh fish with a warm smile. "A small token of our appreciation. Please do accept it." "Travelers? Just the 2 of you?" The middle-aged man scrutinized them closely, clearly not lowering his guard easily. Despite their divine visions, they were still strangers, and it was only natural to remain vigilant. Indeed, he is my son, Many, Xu Yuan replied with a hearty laugh. Many? Many stared blankly, momentarily bewildered as he looked up at Xu Yuan. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Only when he detected a hint of mischief in Xu Yuan's smile did he realize he had been duped. What are you looking at? Quickly greet him, uncle. Xiao Yuan placed his hand gently upon Wang Ye's head, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. To be candid, boys of the wind element seem to bear some sort of curse. They are generally not very tall. Wang Ye's height barely surpasses Zhao's, reaching only to Xiao Yuan's chest. Coupled with his delicate features, it is hardly surprising that he is perceived as a child. He is your son? The middle-aged man appeared bewildered, having initially speculated that they were merely brothers, only to discover they were father and son. Indeed, sighing, Xiao Yuan lamented, this child has always been timid and fearful. Wang Yi clenched his fists, his face darkening, his body trembling with barely contained rage. What transpired? A woman's voice resonated from within the house. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman came into view, undoubtedly the mistress of the household. Greetings, Xiao Yuan offered amicably. Hello, hello, she replied, then turned to her husband, inquiring, what is the situation? He reiterated Xiao Yuan's earlier words, prompting the woman to scrutinize him before her gaze settled on Wang Yi. Coming quickly. The child is shivering from the cold. The kind-hearted hostess, without further thought, welcomed Xiao Yuan inside. I am truly grateful, Xiao Yuan expressed his thanks. Please give me the fish. You both should take a warm bath to avoid catching a chill, she stated with a hint of concern. All right, you go wash first, Xiao Yuan encouraged as he patted Wang Ye's back with a smile. Wang Yi silently walked away, casting a fierce glare back at Xiao Yuan, who sensed a palpable hostility in his eyes. Wait, take this change of clothes. They belong to my son. The hostess thoughtfully provided Wang Yi with garments. Thank you very much, Xiao Yuan replied on Wang Ye's behalf. They assigned Xiao Yuan a room, and after his bath, Wang Yi returned to the room in silence. As Xiao Yuan took his time in the bath, Wang Yi grew increasingly uneasy waiting for him. Eventually, he rose and made his way to the bathroom door. You intend to return only after I have fallen asleep, do you not? Wang Yi articulated Xiao Yuan's unspoken thoughts. I took a bit longer in the bath. Xiao Yuan's voice came from behind the door. Then I shall wait for you right here, Wang Yi responded, realizing he could not escape this predicament. Xiao Yuan cautiously opened the door. I was merely teasing you, he chuckled, scratching his head playfully. Come, let us enter the room and converse earnestly. Wang Yi, with a grim expression, yanked Xiao Yuan from the bathroom. Allow me to explain. There is a reason for this, Xiao Yuan exclaimed in a flustered manner. With a soft thud, the door was gently closed. Wang Yi turned his head slowly, unhurriedly. A gentle smile graced his face. Xiao Yuan, feeling a twinge of fear, slowly retreated until his path was obstructed by the bed, prompting him to plop down onto it. Please, don't smile like that. It's quite terrifying, he exclaimed, his apprehension manifesting as he scrambled backward, ultimately curling into a corner while clutching the blanket. Is that so? Just now, you seem to be smiling quite joyfully, Wang Yi remarked, rubbing her fists and gradually approaching him with a smile. No, listen to me, Xiao Yuan implored. However, Wang Yi paid no heed, lunging directly toward him. With a snap, she said, by the way, if the door opens tomorrow. The moment the words left her lips, her smile froze, and she stood there, stunned. Before them, Xiao Yuan cowered in the corner, fear etched across his face, while Wang Yi appeared to crawl toward him. The pupils of both Xiao Yuan and Wang Yi dilated rapidly. What are you doing? She asked, her lips twitching in confusion at the scene unfolding before her. This is just a game. Some sort of role play. Xiao Yuan stammered. I'm playing a monster, and he is the righteous hero who comes to vanquish me. His explanation was frantic. Yes, exactly that, Wang Yi said, her toes curling in embarrassment as she forced herself to participate in the charade. Though mortifying, it was evidently preferable to the absurd misunderstanding. I'm here to inform you that if it rains again tomorrow, you may continue to stay here. Thank you very much, Xiao Yuan replied gratefully. Well then, rest early. Chapter 91. The Seventh Life. Why can you still smile with a bang? The door closed, and Xiao Yuan and Wang Yi exchanged glances, both exhaling heavily in relief. The nearly mortifying embarrassment caused Wang Yi to forget her earlier anger, rendering her devoid of energy as she lay back on the bed. Shall we sleep then? Xiao Yuan inquired. Xiao Yuan turned off the light and sat cross-legged on the floor. Aren't you going to sleep? Later. All right. In the tranquil surroundings. Xiao Yuan's meditation became significantly more effective, making nighttime contemplation a remarkably fruitful endeavor. As the long night wore on, sleep eluded him. After some time, a soft voice broke the silence. What is the matter? Do you need me to lull you to sleep? Xiao Yuan teased, sensing that his meditation was nearing its conclusion. I'm pondering something. What is it? He asked. How can you remain so optimistic? Xiao Yuan paused, bewildered by the question. What do you mean? I can hear the voice of your heart, much like I can hear the wind. Your heart is already riddled with wounds, yet you still manage to smile. Upon hearing Wanya's words, Xiao Yuan fell silent. Wanya, unhurried, simply waited for his response, knowing that silence could also serve as an answer. One must not allow the past to overshadow the present. Moreover, it is essential for one to always look forward, remarked Xiao Yuan with a smile. Xiao Yuan. I inquired. How is it that you can still smile? After a considerable pause, he mused, perhaps, when one wears a mask for too long, it becomes impossible to remove. He gently touched his smiling cheek in response. Isn't it exhausting? He asked. I have grown accustomed to it. Then why not take it off? It is not yet time. Ah, I see. Wanya paused for a moment, then turned over and said, in that case, you should retire early. Indeed. Xiao Yuan is the most extraordinary person he has ever encountered. He had never witnessed a heart that harbored such profound sorrow. In the face of immense grief, desires become as insignificant as grains of sand in the vast ocean. For anyone else, maintaining a smile would be an impossibility. Merely engaging in normal conversation would be a miracle. Naturally, he remained unaware of the trials Xiao Yuan had endured. Family, lovers, brothers, and beloved disciples, each departing in succession. Every loss was a wearisome toll. If only the intervals between each cycle were prolonged, perhaps the relentless passage of time could mitigate some of the wear. Yet, the cycles are unceasing, one after another. Before the affections of one life have concluded, the next life arrives, offering him no respite whatsoever. The following day, Xiao Yuan and Wanya bid farewell to their kind host and continued their journey. The path of a wanderer is devoid of destination. They tread wherever their feet may lead. They ventured into the forest, where they discovered wild fruits to satiate their hunger. Their journey unfolded with a certain carefree grace, traversing the crimson leaves of the deep mountains. With the sounds of deer calls gracing their ears, Wanya spontaneously composed verses. Wild bamboo divides the azure mist, while waterfalls cascade from the emerald peaks. At that moment, Xiao Yuan promptly followed suit. Upon hearing these words, Wanya's eyes brightened slightly, and he regarded Xiao Yuan with newfound admiration. What beautiful verses! I never expected you to possess such talent, he exclaimed in awe. Alas, they are not mine. They belong to a poet from my homeland, Xiao Yuan humbly denied. Oh, such exquisite lines must surely be penned by a free-spirited lover of wine. You are indeed correct, Xiao Yuan replied, taken aback. Is that so? What is his name? I must seek him out for a drink someday. You may find it challenging, as even I cannot locate him, Xiao Yuan lamented. Surely, you must know his name? His name is Li Bai, and this poem is titled Visiting the Taoist of Mount Tian. I have never heard of him, Wanya acknowledged with a nod. Do all of you who cherish poetry have a penchant for wine? Xiao Yuan suddenly recalled that the notorious drunkard in Mondstadt was also a great poet. It seemed quite natural for Wanya to be of the wind element, after all, as the two shared striking similarities. Drinking wine and composing poetry. Do you not find that rather elegant? I prefer tea, Xiao Yuan remarked, somewhat akin to Zhongli, disliking wine, yet favoring tea. Returning to the matter at hand, why not engage in a friendly spar? At this moment, Xiao Yuan suddenly recalled his desire to compare sword skills with Wanya. However, he had no sword at his disposal. This was easily remedied. With that thought, Xiao Yuan halted, scrutinizing the surrounding trees. Soon, he discovered two branches of similar size, and, utilizing Wanya's sharpness, he skillfully severed the branches. They were comparable in length to a sword, straight and comfortable to grip. It would suffice for a trial. Wanya, holding the branch in hand, found no fault with it. Thus, the two commenced their sparring with the makeshift wooden sticks. Although Xiao Yuan believed his swordsmanship to be commendable, the encounter revealed the significant impact of his lost memories. Despite facing overwhelming pressure, he did not succumb easily. Have you only learned defensive techniques? What about offense? Wanya's attacks were as fierce as a tempest. Though he often appeared as an innocent young man, he exuded an imposing presence in battle. After enduring for several minutes, Xu Yuan was ultimately defeated by Wanya. I concede. Your swordsmanship is peculiar. I sense an extraordinary skill within you, yet it remains unexpressed. Are you intentionally holding back? Wanya, who had fought Xu Yuan, discerned an odd sense of incongruity. Of course, to easily defeat you would be detrimental to your pride. Then I owe you my gratitude. Wanya thought his concerns were unwarranted. Given Xu Yuan's nature, had he truly possessed such formidable strength, he would have subdued him long ago, likely following it with mocking laughter. Have you heard of Raiden Shogun's unwavering blade? Xu Yuan inquired. I have. Why do you ask? Reflecting on his past prowess in executing a world-shattering demonic slash, Xu Yuan smirked. That blade may not be beyond my reach. From this day forth, I shall strive to maintain a schedule of 3 updates daily. I hope my companions might offer some support. Chapter 92. The Seventh Life, Thunder Ahead. Wind in pursuit, you cannot even defeat me, yet you aspire to withstand Raiden Shogun's unwavering blade. Such dreams may hold a semblance of possibility. Wanya chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. He had visited the realm of the unwavering blade. A single strike could cleave a vast canyon, a force that transcended mortal comprehension. Even celestial beings could not touch the hem of the 7 gods' garments. A mere mortal daring to proclaim the ability to withstand such a blade was either blissfully ignorant or overly ambitious. Your words wound me deeply. Is it not permissible to dream in this day and age? Xu Yuan lamented. Defeat me first, and then you may contemplate such dreams. For now, I am merely allowing you this opportunity. Once I become more accustomed, vanquishing you shall be but a matter of moments. Indeed, you are the greatest. Observing Xu Yuan's fervent confidence, Wanya feigned agreement. How infuriating, you do not believe me, do you? Xu Yuan's irritation was beginning to surface. It is hard to believe. Within a week, I shall surely conquer you. Throughout this journey, the bond between the 2 individuals has grown ever closer. During a pause in their travels, Wanya reclined on the lawn, relishing the gentle caress of the cool breeze against his face, absorbing the breathtaking azure sky above, while warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon him. Beside him, Xu Yuan, invigorated as if electrified, hung from a tree branch, fervently performing inverted sit-ups. With each ascent, a searing sensation ignited in his abdomen, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his body. In Teyvat, the recovery rate of physical functions is significantly swifter than that of Blue Planet. Thus, even after rigorous and intense exercise, one can recuperate quickly. Is not the essence of this journey found in the scenic vistas and the allure of the unknown? Wanya queried, casually chewing on a blade of grass. You are indeed correct, Xu Yuan replied through gritted teeth, his exertion evident. However, only by becoming stronger does one earn the right to protect others. Exhausted, he completed another set and executed a backflip, landing gracefully on the ground. Yet, he showed no signs of halting. Instead, he retrieved a wooden stick he always carried to practice his swordsmanship. Wanya, with his feet propped up, observed Xu Yuan's vigorous training with evident delight. Such splendid weather would be a pity to waste on slumber. Wanya leisurely closed his eyes under the shade of the tree. As for Xu Yuan, after finishing his sword practice, he began to scan the surroundings, seeking a large stone to hoist onto his shoulder for squats, only pausing when his legs trembled violently. Not enough, not nearly enough. If I were to confront my former self right now, I would likely falter within 3 exchanges. Though Xu Yuan understood that reaching his previous level of mastery might be unattainable, he aimed to come as close as possible. He was aware of the game's narrative. Logically, this life should not pose significant challenges. As long as he advanced along the protagonist's path in Genshin Impact, the issues should be minimal. Yet, Xu Yuan harbored a lingering sense that matters would not be so straightforward. To prepare for the unknown and to facilitate future endeavors, he resolved to enhance himself as much as he could in the present moment. His task was to assist Wanya in dismantling the Vision Hunt decree, which had yet to commence. During this interval, he must elevate his abilities with utmost urgency, ensuring he was fully prepared. As dusk settled, Wanya gradually opened his eyes. You certainly napped for quite a while. Xu Yuan also blinked awake from his meditation. Ah, that was an exquisite slumber, he exclaimed, stretching luxuriously and emitting a contented sound, clearly having indulged in a deeply refreshing rest. Have you not slept at all? Wanya inquired, observing Xu Yuan. I prefer to rest at night, Xu Yuan replied. By not attempting to take advantage of the midday sun's warmth for a brief respite, your journey will undoubtedly lack much enjoyment. It can only be said that our journeys possess differing purposes. Thus, your travels are merely a means to practice wherever you go, which is an endeavor of self-cultivation. Indeed, that is quite distinct from my own journey, which is solely for the sake of wandering and experiencing nature. Now that Minnie has awakened, they are ready to embark once more. This evening, they have no intention of seeking shelter. After all, travel is about drifting and wandering. They arrived at the seaside, where a bonfire was kindled. Thereupon, Xuan removed his shoes, rolled up his trousers, and waded into the water. "What are you doing over there?" A crackling sound erupted as Minnie's voice trailed off, and Xuan unleashed a burst of violet lightning from his hand. "I'm catching dinner. Otherwise, I'll go hungry tonight," he replied, plunging his electrified hand into the water. In no time, a multitude of fish surfaced, belly up. "Wow, so many!" Xuan exclaimed, eagerly gathering the fish around him. "What are you standing there for? Come over and help," he called back with a smile. However, upon seeing the astonishment in Minnie's eyes and glancing at the fish in his hands, a twitch of anxiety flickered at the corners of his mouth. A gleaming blade materialized at Minnie's waist, and he slowly drew it forth, advancing towards Xuan. "Hey, Minnie, let me explain. We can discuss this. Don't resort to violence. It's dangerous. I'm allergic to freshwater fish, but not to saltwater fish. You must believe me. When have I ever deceived you?" As he spoke, Xuan retreated. But behind him lay the vast ocean. Continue. I'm listening," Minnie said with a smile. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll die right here, right now," Xuan warned, casting a glance at the endless sea behind him, his tone laced with threat. "Oh, that would be splendid. Let us begin," Minnie replied eagerly. "Look, Thunder General," Xuan suddenly shouted, pointing to the side. Instinctively, Minnie turned to follow his gaze. By the time he returned to his senses, Xuan had transformed into lightning and darted away. "Curse it," Minnie muttered in frustration, turning into a whirlwind to pursue him. The lightning raced ahead, while the wind chased closely behind. After several rounds of frantic pursuit, both were left panting and exhausted, moving as slowly as aged men. "It's just a few fish. It's not necessary, truly not necessary. Just let me take one slice, just one," Minnie pleaded. "Not a single cut. Not even a chance." Ultimately, both collapsed onto the sandy ground, gazing up at the illusory sky. Silence enveloped them. The first to shatter the stillness was Minnie. "The person you strive to protect with such effort, is that a family member?" he inquired from the sand. "Perhaps," Xuan replied. "Perhaps. They are all significant individuals. Indeed, if it were not for someone of great significance, such profound sorrow would not weigh so heavily upon one's heart." Yet, at this very moment, Wanya suddenly furrowed his brow. Chapter 93, The Seventh Generation, The Annihilation of the Sea-Raging Demon. The Sea-Raging Demon, Leitan. As Wanya uttered the name, Xuan followed his gaze and indeed spotted that familiar figure. Both Xuan and Wanya rose simultaneously, just as Wanya was about to draw his blade. A hand pressed firmly against his chest. "Let me test the results of my recent training," Xuan declared, his eyes glinting with intense battle fervor at the sight of the sea-raging demon. You are unarmed. My fist shall serve as the finest weapon." Xuan grinned, flexing his knuckles, brimming with eagerness. Wanya frowned slightly, sensing the impropriety of the situation. After all, the sea-raging demon was no trivial foe, and even armed, it would be a challenge to subdue that creature. Yet Xuan proposed to confront it barehanded. "Trust me, this is part of my cultivation," Xuan replied with a smile over his shoulder. Wanya hesitated briefly before letting out a resigned sigh and sheathing his sword. "Just don't get yourself killed." Merely a sea-raging demon. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Xuan was transformed into a shallow crater, remnants of violet lightning crackling in the aftermath. Xuan narrowed his eyes as he observed the blade that had intercepted his fist, which was ablaze with purple lightning, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I did not expect you to possess a means of defense." The sea-raging demon retaliated, forcefully casting Xuan aside, yet he reappeared in a flash, vanishing from sight. "Kneel." In an instant, Xuan dashed to the side of the sea-raging demon, delivering a powerful kick to its joint. The towering demon was forced to one knee, its blade driven into the ground. Such speed, even Wanya was taken aback. "Bow down." This time, Xuan leaped into the air, channeling immense force into a devastating aerial kick that struck downwards. Boom. The demon's head was driven deep into the earth, fissures resembling lightning branching out in all directions. Wanya stood frozen, astonished that this individual could unleash such ferocity without a weapon. Though his strikes were simplistic, combined with his speed, each hit felt like a critical blow. What an excellent punching bag! Xu Yuan revealed a fierce expression as he unleashed even more exaggerated attacks upon the sea-raging demon. At that moment, Wanya began to sense something amiss. To him, Xu Yuan seemed to have vanished entirely, replaced by a whirlwind of lightning that traversed around the demon. The sea-raging demon appeared to be besieged by 1,000 assailants from all angles, utterly unable to retaliate. With a final, resounding explosion, the ground was rent asunder, forming a vast chasm, as the sea-raging demon was obliterated into fragments, vanishing into the void. An ominous and foreboding aura emanated from the depths of the abyss, as shadowy figures writhed amidst the swirling smoke. When a grotesque visage materialized before him, Wanya unsheathed his blade without hesitation. It was not Xu Yuan. With a sinister grin, he twisted his neck. Wanya appeared to be on the brink of disaster, gripping his weapon as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This malevolent presence was the most wicked, filthy, and putrid he had ever encountered, reminiscent of the stench of refuse from a sewer. Was a demon residing within him? Wanya maintained utmost vigilance. In an instant, Xu Yuan vanished from sight. Gone. Wanya's pupils dilated in terror as he frantically searched the surroundings. However, when Xu Yuan reappeared, he was already at Wanya's side, a lethal threat sending chills down his spine. Boom. A tempest charged with electricity roared past Wanya's ear. He beheld a fist, brimming with immense power, halting a mere 3 centimeters from his temple. Get away! Get away! Xu Yuan, on the verge of delivering a fatal blow, suddenly clutched his head and emitted a primal roar. Wanya's mind went blank, frozen in place. Moments later, he emerged from the grip of imminent death. Observing Xu Yuan rolling on the ground, a cacophony of sounds invaded his ears, chaotic, discordant, ominous, morbid, bizarre, malevolent, filthy, a tumult of voices echoing from within Xu Yuan's soul. The purity that once suppressed the evil had waned, allowing the excess malevolence to seep forth. Yet, Wanya was taken aback. Merely a trickle of this malevolence possessed such terrifying power. Calm down, settle down quickly. At that moment, Wanya recalled their first encounter, when Xu Yuan had exhibited similar symptoms on a rainy day. Back then, all it took was for Xu Yuan to sit cross-legged and quiet his mind for that ghastly visage to gradually fade. Wanya swiftly pulled Xu Yuan, who was curled like a shrimp, upright. But the sight of Xu Yuan's revealed face made Wanya shudder. His eyes were bloodshot, saliva dripping from his mouth, his countenance resembling that of a ravenous beast. Look into my eyes. Wanya grasped Xu Yuan's head, forcing their gazes to meet. You promised to protect others. Think carefully about whom you must protect. Protect the karmic burdens. Wanya could distinctly sense the effectiveness of his words, as Xu Yuan's struggles evidently diminished. Consider who you must protect. They are your most cherished ones. You cannot let them down. They are still waiting for you. They are still waiting for me. In a sudden epiphany, Xu Yuan snapped back to reality and, in that fleeting moment, immediately sat cross-legged. Though his eyes remained closed, his visage was still contorted, as if he were engaged in a fierce struggle against some unseen force. Indeed, they awaited your protection. Manai incessantly reiterated these words into Xu Yuan's ear. After a considerable time, Xu Yuan's grim countenance gradually faded into a state of tranquility. Witnessing this transformation, Manai finally exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Casting a glance aside, he observed a lengthy trail of sand stretching from his own position. This was the result of the shockwave produced when Xu Yuan had halted his fist just in time. Manai was acutely aware that had that punch not been restrained, he would have met his demise. The lethal threat was undeniably real. What burdens do you carry? Manai murmured solemnly while regarding Xu Yuan. Having merely caught a glimpse of the frenzied sounds that emanated from Xu Yuan, he was still haunted by the memory. The malevolence that had been revealed was but a mere fraction of the vast darkness residing within him. The slight impurity that escaped was terrifying enough. He could hardly fathom the magnitude of the evil that lay dormant within Xu Yuan. Should it ever erupt in its entirety, what form would it take? Yet, astonishingly, this immense malevolence was not the dominant force within Xu Yuan. Rather, it was sorrow that reigned supreme. He had heard countless voices, and even the grief from the loss of loved ones paled in comparison to the depths of despair emanating from Xu Yuan. It was akin to witnessing one's kin perish repeatedly before one's very eyes.